not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed by anything you see or hear around you. You're bound to feel some initial ill effects as you have been rescued from certain death at an improbability level of 2 to the power of 276,000 to 1 against, possibly much higher. We're now cruising to obscurity at a level of neural overload rarely experienced by mere mortals. Please do not be alarmed, as we will be restoring normality just as soon as we're sure what is normal anyway.
Down where the black water bends like a snake, where the trees don't speak and the moon stays late, I carve my name in a cypress knee. This land don't move, but it moves through me. You can't stop nature and you can't stop me. I roll like thunder through the Delta Sea. Pour your laws and your levee blocks, but black water rises and never stops. Sheriff came down with a Bible and badge, said this river's cursed, then lit his match. But the water laughed and the wind stood tall. Ain't no courthouse gonna hold this call. I'm the ghost in the mangrove, the hum in the wire, the flood in your belly, the smoke in the fire. You can drain this land, you can pave the stone, but that current's deep and I ain't alone. You can't stop me, you can't stop me. You can't stop nothing that was born to be free. You can't stop nature and you can't stop me. I'll ride that serpent down to New Orleans. You patch your holes, you build your docks, but black water's coming and it never stops. You can damn it, delay it, but sooner or later you answer to the mud.
All right, hello and hello and a hello. Oh, there we go. All right, we got Spaghetti, we got Cat, we got Dog, a few other cats. They're all interested. Well, I want to say hello out there to Flubber. We have Flubber episode 3. Oh, awesome. And a few other things going on. Episode 3 was I had to go back. It just didn't come out right. To somehow get meteors, bats, and everything in it. That's what he kind of wanted. I tried 3 or 4 different formulas in order to come up with an idea. Wasn't until I came up with the gummy bear or the gummy worms idea, that it actually worked out. Was able to make a monetary system out of it. So that was fun. I am kicking back. We got a few videos here that I've reviewed today, but I haven't watched them yet. And I'm planning on going ahead and going through some of this. Let's see here. That's not in the window yet.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope everybody's doing well and having a great day. In this video, you guys are going to see multiple examples of unusual, I mean highly unusual objects in the day and nighttime sky. You're looking at an object in the daytime sky sent in by Buck out of Texas, Monahans, Texas. This is from May 11th of 2026. Look at that. He's using some sort of a telescope apparatus. I believe this is on his smartphone device. And he noticed this in the sky and zoomed in on it. Are you serious right now? What in the world was that thing? I mean, we've seen weird, we've seen strange, and we've seen bizarre many, many times. This is in a whole nother league. What is this thing? And coming up right here is a different format. I was trying to see if we could pull forward maybe a wing or a tail fin or anything like that. That simply wasn't happening. This thing was super bright. That's why there's very bright colors in this format. Very, very bright object, whatever it may have been. Spotted above Texas by Buck just a few days ago. Anybody else see this thing in the daytime sky? And I believe it was moving very, very slowly. That's why he kept moving his device around. But what a cool observation coming out of Texas, going from Texas to Canada. Chris out of Ontario looked up and saw this high-speed orb in the nighttime sky. This wasn't blinking. It wasn't an airplane, wasn't a helicopter, wasn't a Chinese lantern. This thing was moving under intelligent control, whatever it may have been. And it didn't look like a typical drone. If it was, I probably wouldn't even have shared it. It was something unusual. And we've been getting a lot of these here recently, these unusual orbs in the night and daytime sky. Like this example here out of Woburn, Massachusetts. Rebecca, she too looked up and saw what appeared to be the same thing that we just saw up in Canada, moving through the sky under its own power. This wasn't being manipulated by the wind, which rules out a Chinese lantern. This wasn't a drone, wasn't an airplane, wasn't a helicopter. So that leaves, what is this thing, or what was this thing that she spotted in the sky? Again, moving under its own power. If this were a Chinese lantern, it would be all discombobulated, kind of bouncing around with the wind. You can see this thing was moving under its own power, whatever it may have been. Now going 900 miles away, full view of what appears to be the same object we just saw. However, this is in a different location. We're going to zoom in and take a closer look. McDonough, Georgia. Chelsea looked up and saw this in the evening sky. Again, you can't make this stuff up. What is going on in the skies above North America? And I say North America because I get a lot of these videos out of Canada and the United States pretty much on a weekly basis. Not sure what these things are, but one thing we know what they aren't. They're not airplanes, they're not helicopters. And like this one here, I think it's way too high to be a drone. This one was at a very high altitude, probably above 20,000 feet. So I think that would rule out a hobby drone at least. And this one too, like many that we've seen here recently, kind of dipped in behind the clouds here like it was possibly using the clouds for cover. Some of the ones that we've seen in the daytime sky, these white cylinders and white orbs, were definitely using clouds for cover. 700 miles away, super high altitude. Here we go, another example of an unusual orb. Chicago, Maya looked up and saw this blue one in the sky. Are you serious right now? We've seen white, we've seen orange, and now we've got bright blue? The reason it looks roundish is because it's out of focus. Once it comes into focus, you're going to see that was a bright blue point of light moving around in the sky above Chicago.
All right. Old time Chicago. Let me tell you something. Chicago's amazing. I used to live there for a huge part of my life. Joliet, Bolingbrook, Naperville, Lansing. All in the part of northern Illinois there. All right, we got Jane Madison Audis lawsuit. Cop slammed 60-year-old over couch, injuring, and they didn't even have the right.
Uncuff him? Okay, go ahead.
I gotta talk to you about something. But what?
Got a warrant for your arrest.
Get a supervisor here now. You look at the
It looks
picture.
just like you.
Look at the picture on your warrant.
It looks just...
Remember the 80-year-old man who was arrested unlawfully with his daughter on their own property? Same agency, same cops. They're attempting to serve a warrant for a 30-year-old man that is pictured here. They didn't properly check their system, and they cross-contaminated what appears to be a premise warning with the warrant information. And when we do get in this video, we're going to learn that they are not even a junior-senior relationship.
I want to go around the back. All right. Hey, how you doing? What's your name?
Harry.
Harry? Okay, let me talk to you outside here for a minute.
For what?
I gotta talk to you about something.
But what?
Okay. You got a warrant for your arrest.
For what?
Don't fight me.
Hold up. For
Is
what?
your name Harry? Violation of probation.
You're a You got the wrong guy, asshole. Get your arms off me.
What's your last name?
Get your hands off me.
What's your name?
My name is Harry.
Harry what?
DeCanchuck.
Step outside.
You're an asshole. Get a supervisor here now.
No, sir. You have
Get
a warrant for your arrest.
No, I don't. Get a supervisor here now, you idiots. Now! Get somebody here that knows what they're doing.
We'll get somebody here, but step out first.
Now!
We just have to verify this information and everything.
Get somebody here, read your information, check your warrant.
It's Harry DeShonick. That's what the name
First off, that's how it's pronounced.
Okay.
And read your warrant. Look at the picture on your warrant. Look at the
It looks
picture.
just like you.
Look at the picture on your warrant.
It looks just like you, sir.
Get your picture out and read it.
Okay, come on,
Read
sir,
the
step out.
description. Read the description.
Step outside.
Read the
Okay, who else is named
description.
Harry in this house?
There's nobody named Harry in this house besides me. Now read the description. Read the description.
Sorry, just step
You're
out.
standing there looking like a bunch of idiots because
Okay,
you're
come
not
on,
even
step
looking at
out.
the description.
You match the description.
No, I don't match the description.
Okay.
I don't match the
Come
description.
on, sir.
You got the wrong fucking guy.
He needs to come on.
That's not me. You're looking for my son, you idiot.
Relax.
It's his kid.
Do I look 30
to identify
Do I look 36 years old?
Born in 1962.
It's kid. It's his kid.
I don't have no violation. I'm not even on probation.
Meanwhile, they completely lied. Oh, you look exactly like the picture. Only in order to sit there and have that completely blow up in their fucking face. That's unbelievable. Actually, no, it's completely believable in this day and age. So, yeah, that happens, man. It does happen. Let's take a look at this here. This here was found, what they're claiming is that they found Noah's Ark and then they found this inside of it. It's an extraordinary couple of jumps there, but we'll see what the exit's up.
Well, they started with the renderings of the ship based on the book of Genesis, in which God gave.
They unearthed an ancient shoreline.
Well, we actually dated it, about 5000 BC.
And that is about the time that the Bible says
Exactly.
Noah and the great flood happened.
Be Noah's Ark.
Near Mount Ararat, researchers claim they may have uncovered one of the most mysterious discoveries tied to Noah's Ark ever found. A massive boat-shaped structure nearly matching the dimensions described in Genesis. Strange, hidden chambers buried beneath the earth. Ancient warning inscriptions carved into the walls. Marine fossils and sea sediment appearing high in the mountains where oceans should never have existed. And deeper beneath the frozen ground, even Mammoth remains preserved inside catastrophic layers of mud and ice. For many, these are simply ancient mysteries. But for others, they feel connected to something far bigger, especially after Jesus warned that the final days would be as the days of Noah. So are these discoveries only echoes of the ancient past, or signs humanity was meant to remember? If you're fascinated by biblical mysteries and prophecy, like the video, subscribe, and stay until the end. Because the deeper this story goes, the stranger it becomes. For centuries, Mount Ararat in eastern Turkey has remained surrounded by mystery, legend, and one question that refuses to disappear. Could the remains of Noah's Ark still exist somewhere upon those frozen slopes? Generations dismissed the idea as myth, while others spent entire lifetimes searching through storms, ice, and dangerous terrain hoping to uncover even the smallest trace connected to the story described in Genesis. But recently, renewed attention has focused on a strange formation discovered not far from Mount Ararat, a massive boat-shaped structure embedded within the earth itself, its proportions astonishingly close to the measurements recorded thousands of years ago in the book of Genesis. The formation sits near the Durupunar site, a remote area long debated by explorers and researchers. From above, the outline appears unusually symmetrical, stretching across the landscape like the imprint of an enormous ancient vessel frozen in stone. What immediately shocked investigators was the size. According to Genesis 6:15, Noah's Ark was described as 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. When converted into modern measurements, many estimates place the Ark at roughly 500 feet long. The structure near Ararat reportedly measures within a remarkably similar range, leading some researchers to question whether this could truly be coincidence. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the Ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. Genesis 6:15. To believers, the similarity feels impossible to ignore. The dimensions alone have reignited conversations around the world, especially as satellite imaging, ground scans, and soil analysis continue drawing attention back to the site. Some researchers claim they detected unusual underground patterns beneath the surface, long parallel formations that appear too organized to be natural rock layers. Others describe what looks like internal divisions resembling compartments or support structures buried deep beneath hardened mud and stone. While mainstream archaeologists remain cautious, insisting natural geological processes can create deceptive formations, the mystery only seems to deepen the more closely the area is examined. Local villagers near Mount Ararat have passed down stories about the site for generations. Some describe ancient tales of a great ship resting in the mountains after a flood that changed the world forever. Shepherds traveling through the region reportedly spoke of strange shapes emerging after earthquakes or heavy rains loosen sections of the earth. During certain seasons, when snow begins melting from higher elevations, portions of the formation reportedly become easier to distinguish against the surrounding terrain, almost as if the mountain itself is slowly revealing something hidden for thousands of years. What makes the discovery even more fascinating is its location. Mount Ararat has long been connected to the biblical account of Noah's Ark. Genesis 8-4 states that after the waters of the great flood began to recede, the Ark came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat. For centuries, explorers searched the icy peaks, believing remnants might still survive beneath glaciers or volcanic rock. Numerous expeditions claim sightings of wooden beams, unnatural shadows beneath the snow, or dark shapes high within inaccessible regions of the mountain. Most claims could never be verified. Yet, despite decades of skepticism, interest has never disappeared. And the Ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. Genesis 8-4. In recent years, new drone footage and imaging technology have added fuel to the mystery. Certain scans appear to reveal angled formations and geometric lines inconsistent with random erosion. Soil samples taken around the site allegedly showed traces of materials different from the surrounding natural terrain, though interpretations remain disputed. Some independent researchers argue that portions of the structure may have fossilized over immense stretches of time, preserving only the outline and hardened remains of what was once built from wood. Others believe the shape is simply a rare geological formation that human imagination transformed into something biblical. But even among skeptics, one fact remains difficult to dismiss. The structure's resemblance to a giant vessel is striking. Seen from aerial perspectives, it appears almost like the shadow of a ship pressed into the mountainside. Its pointed ends and elongated body contrast sharply against the rough landscape surrounding it. Some who visited the area described an unsettling feeling standing beside it, as though the silence around Mount Ararat. Noah received warning long before the flood began. Humanity continued living normally, while destruction slowly approached. The Ark itself was not only a vessel of survival, but a sign that judgment had already been declared even before the rain started falling. That idea has led some researchers to believe the alleged inscriptions, if genuine, may not simply describe the flood after it happened. They may have been intended as warnings preserved for future generations. Some speculate the chambers inside the Ark-like structure could have served multiple purposes beyond sheltering animals in a world that died suddenly. That statement spread rapidly online because it captured the feelings surrounding many of the discoveries near Ararat. The mammoths did not appear buried gradually over long, peaceful ages. Some remains reportedly seemed violently trapped beneath thick sediment layers, mixed with rock, marine material, and frozen wet. One explorer reportedly stood in silence for several minutes after workers uncovered part of an enormous mammoth skull, still partially locked within frozen ground. Later, while speaking to a documentary crew, he quietly said, "We came here searching for traces of a flood. But the deeper we dig, the more it feels like we're uncovering the remains of an entire world that died suddenly." That statement spread rapidly online because it captured the feelings surrounding many of the discoveries near Ararat. the mammoths did not appear buried gradually over long, peaceful ages. Some remains reportedly seemed violently trapped beneath thick sediment layers, mixed with rock, marine material, and frozen debris. In several locations across the broader region, preserved mammoth remains have historically been found with astonishing...
Well, that's cool. All right, we're going to move on to Linda Moulton Howe. What the hell? I certainly hope that isn't a real picture of her.
We know a lot about what is 2 miles and 3 miles down. It isn't being shared with the public, but our government and probably other governments know quite a bit.
The ice beneath Antarctica is more than 2 miles thick in places. But what if something down there was never meant to be frozen? What if, hidden beneath that endless white desert, investigators discovered a structure so impossible, so terrifying, that military personnel were ordered to erase every trace of it from history? For over 40 years, whispers have circulated through classified circles about strange geometric formations buried deep under the Antarctic ice. Most people dismissed them as conspiracy theories, until Linda Moulton Howe finally broke her silence. According to dying witnesses, Navy crews, scientists, and intelligence officers all saw the same thing: a massive angular object unlike anything found in nature. Not ice, not rock, something engineered, something ancient. And the deeper they investigated, the stranger the story became. Emergency landings, restricted coordinates, sudden radio blackouts, men forced to sign lifetime secrecy agreements. Some allegedly spent decades haunted by what they saw before finally confessing everything to Linda in secret recordings shortly before their deaths. Before we expose what investigators claim was discovered beneath Antarctica, hit like and subscribe, because some say powerful institutions never wanted these testimonies to reach the public. Now, at 81 years old, Linda says she can no longer stay silent. After decades collecting classified testimonies, hidden coordinates, and deathbed confessions, she claims the truth is finally too important to bury. And if even a fraction of these witnesses were telling the truth, Antarctica may be hiding one of the greatest secrets in human history: the man on the ridge. The year was 1982. A Navy flight engineer, whose name Linda has protected to this day, was on a routine supply run from McMurdo Station to a remote research camp deep in the Antarctic interior. Somewhere over the ice sheet, an equipment malfunction forced the crew to set down early on an exposed ridge. Wind was hammering the fuselage. Temperatures were so low that exposed skin burns in seconds. It was the kind of place where you fix what is broken and you leave. But while the crew worked on repairs, the flight engineer looked out across the ridge and stopped. Something was wrong with the landscape. On a distant rise, shapes broke the horizon that did not belong. They were geometric, symmetrical, too regular, too angular, and too precise to be ice formations. He moved closer, close enough to see what looked like the top of a massive structure, partially exposed where wind and time had stripped the ice away. It was angular, it was solid, and it was made of something that was clearly not natural. Before he could reach it, the radio crackled. Orders: return to McMurdo immediately. No explanation, no discussion. When they landed, intelligence officers were waiting. The crew was separated, debriefed individually, and told their flight logs were now classified. They signed additional non-disclosure agreements and were given one instruction: this never happened. Now here is what you need to understand about Linda Moulton Howe. She is not a conspiracy theorist with a YouTube channel. She is an Emmy Award-winning investigative journalist who has spent over 4 decades interviewing military personnel, scientists, and government officials. She built her career on documented evidence, verified credentials, and sources who could be corroborated. When the flight engineer contacted her in 1998, retired in his 70s, and knowing his time was running out, she didn't rush to publish. She interviewed him for hours. She verified his service record. She confirmed his credentials. His account included specific coordinates, exact dates, and the names of other crew members on that flight. Everything checked out. But Linda knew one witness wasn't enough, so she filed his testimony away. She told no one, and she waited. She had no idea what was about to start. If this is already making the hair on the back of your neck stand up, hit subscribe, because what comes next makes this look like a warm-up. The pattern, over the next 20 years, they came to her one by one. Military personnel, scientists, contractors, people who had no connection to each other, who had never met, who had been stationed at different bases in different decades, all telling Linda pieces of the same impossible story. A geophysicist who had run ice-penetrating radar surveys sat across from Linda with his jaw tight and his voice barely above a whisper. He had found cavities beneath the ice, not small pockets, but massive voids, geometrically regular, far too deep and too structured to be natural caves. When he flagged the data, his supervisor's face went white. The readings were classified within hours. His entire team was reassigned. He never saw that data again. A Navy CB construction battalion member described being deployed to a classified excavation site miles from any official research station. There was no scientific briefing and no ice core mission, just drilling straight down. And at the bottom of the shaft, he saw something that made his stomach drop. Metallic structures, walls that looked manufactured, surfaces too smooth, too deliberate, and too perfect to be geological. He stared at them and thought, someone built this. A scientist from Argentina's Esperanza Base told Linda that research teams occasionally pulled artifacts from ice cores dated to over 12,000 years old. Every time, every single time, military personnel arrived, confiscated the samples, and made them disappear. No logs, no reports, no published papers. Gone. A pilot who flew missions across the continent described a no-fly zone that existed on none of the public charts. It was an entire restricted area where civilian flights were forbidden and military flights required clearance levels almost nobody had. When he asked a superior what was down there, the answer was short. Sensitive research. Stop asking. None of these people knew each other. None of them had seen Linda's other interviews. But every testimony pointed to the same conclusion. Something ancient and structured was buried beneath the Antarctic ice, and multiple governments knew about it. Linda sat with all of these accounts spread across her desk and felt the weight of what she was holding. This was not one story. This was a pattern she could not ignore and could not yet prove. But then someone contacted her who changed everything. The testimony that changed everything. It was 2016. Linda received a message from someone she would later describe as the most credible source she had ever interviewed in her entire career. He was a retired NORAD officer with classified clearance who had been part of an Antarctic operation in the early 2000s that does not appear in any public record. His identity is the one Linda has guarded more fiercely than any other. When he began talking, Linda went quiet because what he described did not just add to the previous testimonies, it connected them. Every isolated account, every fragment, and every unexplained detail from 20 years of interviews suddenly locked into place, like pieces of a machine clicking together. According to his account, based on what he was briefed on and what he personally witnessed, beneath the West Antarctic ice sheet, at a depth of approximately 2 miles, there are multiple structures of artificial origin, not geological anomalies, not ice formations, and not anything that belongs in any geology textbook. These are structures built by someone, engineered with intention and precision. And they are old, far older than the ice that buried them. They predate the last ice age, meaning they were constructed when Antarctica was a green, temperate continent with rivers and forests over 12,000 years ago. Let that land for a second. Over 12,000 years. That is thousands of years before Sumer, thousands of years before the first Egyptian dynasty, before every civilization we have ever called ancient. He told Linda these structures were first detected in the 1940s during Operation High Jump, the massive 1946 to 1947 Antarctic expedition led by Admiral Richard Byrd. Officially, the mission was about establishing research bases.
Definitely out there. Let's see here. Samaritan. No, I've already done that one. Here we go.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Breaking right now from the White House on the hantavirus situation. President Trump just stepped in to shut down the growing panic. He says this one's much harder to catch than the media is making it sound, and we've lived with it for years in very good shape. No lockdowns, no shutdowns. The message is clear. America is not repeating the COVID mistakes, but the question hanging over everyone is simple. Will the fear machine listen, or will they try to push another overreaction anyway? See, families across the country are asking what this means for their daily lives. Schools, jobs, travel plans all hang in the balance. Communities remember the last time panic overrode facts and watched businesses close and kids lose years of learning. Politically, this is the test of whether the Trump administration can hold the line against the same forces that pushed endless restrictions before. The stakes are personal freedom and national strength, and if we treat this like COVID, the damage will be self-inflicted and unnecessary. If we follow the proven hantavirus protocols used successfully in past outbreaks, America stays open and moving forward. This is about rejecting fear and protecting the way of life that we fought to restore. And while the uncertainty around this virus plays out exactly like past health scares, it reminds us why smart Americans are turning to real assets right now. And here's what your financial advisor won't tell you. By the time the news tells you to buy gold, it's too late. You're waiting. I get it. Everybody's waiting to see if the ceasefire holds, waiting to see if the Strait of Hormuz reopens, waiting to see what happens next. But gold is not waiting for you. It moves on fear, on instability, and on the unknown. And it moves faster than you can react. So while you are waiting for certainty, the rest of the world is planning for what comes next. You can lock in real value with Noble Gold Investments before the next headline drops. Visit nextnewsgold.com. It's linked below. Or call the number on your screen to get started today, 877-646-5347. Now back to the story with the administration's firm stand against any repeat of past mistakes. This is the fresh development that changes the entire conversation. The NIH director, Jay Bhattacharya, just laid it out plain. This is not COVID, and we will not treat it like COVID. The administration is following the exact hantavirus protocols that contained earlier outbreaks without the panic. And that is the pivot the media does not want to cover. President Trump in the Oval Office, this one's harder to catch and it's very hard to spread. We think we're in very good shape.
Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is actually somewhat limited. But it seems like it is not easy to spread. In fact, it's in certain ways very hard to spread. We've lived with it for years, many years, and we think we're in very good shape.
Do you think I'm going to sell you something that...
Alex Jones, love him. God bless him, man. He's under a hell of a lot right now with what they're doing to InfoWars. So Trump's making it clear this thing's nothing new and not easy to spread, just like we've handled it for years. Now the NIH director is backing that up by telling reporters on CNN to follow the old protocols instead of creating another panic.
We're in touch with the WHO. We're in touch with the international health organizations, including the one in Spain, and we have been providing technical assistance to all of those organizations all the way through. This is not COVID, Jake, and we don't want to treat it like COVID. We don't want to cause a public panic over this. We want to treat it with the hantavirus protocols that we're successful in containing outbreaks in the past, and so we followed those protocols. Like we gave this health alert is coming out because again there's this discrete event of the 17 arriving in the United States very, very soon, and so we just want to make sure that the medical community understands this. We've been communicating the last week as the press attention has picked up more with the public as is appropriate given the nature of this disease. The key message I want to send to your audience is that this is not COVID. This is not going to lead to the kind of outbreak, and I was pleased to hear your the opening segment where you emphasize that, because we shouldn't be panicking when the evidence doesn't warrant it.
So even CNN pushing the narrative with officials stressing the hantavirus protocols over any COVID-style overreaction. Trump is not letting the CDC's 4-day delay slide without an answer. The question he was posed, why did the CDC take 4 days to issue an alert for hantavirus? Give me a break, he says.
But the CDC took 4 days after the WHO issued its, alert. Why was it? Why did it take the US 4 days to issue an alert?
It's not true. As soon as we determined that the virus was out there, we issued an alert. But the alert means nothing because all the people.
I saw the alert too. Give me a break. They acted very, very quickly, and it looks like, and can't bet anybody's life on it, but it looks like it's just a disease that we've had around in a very small way for a long time. Not a good one to catch because it's a very severe disease if you catch it, but it's very hard to catch. Daniel, did you?
President Trump shutting down that reporter, shutting down the hype, the media hype on how fast things are moving here at home. And now he's taking aim at the World Health Organization's failures as well, starting with their China cover-up over COVID.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What do you think about the handling of the hantavirus by the U.S.? Do you regret withdrawing from the WHO, given that?
No, I'm glad. So we were paying the World Health Organization $500 million a year. Look, it's a lot of money, but in the overall scope, it's not that much, but it's a lot of money. And we weren't being treated well, and they were making the wrong diagnoses. I was the one that said it came from Wuhan. They didn't say that. They refused to say that because they were totally owned by China. So I was saying it came from Wuhan. They didn't want to say that. Now it's turned out, I think it's been conclusive that it came from Wuhan. But I said that on the first day because I saw satellite pictures with body bags all over Wuhan, literally all over Wuhan. So I said that they lied to me or they didn't know. So we were paying for, let's say, 350 million people. We were paying $500 million a year to the World Health Organization. That's a lot of money. What the hell are they going to do with that kind of money? And China was paying $39 million a year for 1.4 billion people. So I said, you got your story wrong because we should be paying about $10 million, not $500 million. And they were willing to negotiate, but it was so popular when I pulled out. They gave us all wrong information. On COVID, they were totally wrong. And I looked today and I saw the same doctor that was there. He's a good politician. I don't know how the hell he kept his job, but he was there telling us about this. Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for a long, it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is actually somewhat limited. But it seems like it is not easy to spread. In fact, it's in certain ways very hard to spread. We've lived with it for years, many years, and we think we're in very good shape. We're very careful. And Nebraska has done a fantastic job. They have a place there that those doctors are unbelievable, the job they've done. Yeah.
Again, he's talking about the Nebraska Biocontainment Center, where the individuals who are on that cruise ship were taken, or maybe on their way there. It sounds like they may be on their way there. So the real revelation is that the Trump White House has drawn a line in permanent ink. No more blind lockdowns, no more World Health Organization influence after they covered up COVID and bowed to China. President Trump reminded everyone he called the Wuhan origin on day one while others stayed silent. This hantavirus moment proves the lessons were learned. America gets the truth first, the facts straight, and the response measured. That's leadership, and that protects both lives and liberty at the same time. So the bottom line is this hantavirus will be handled with control and common sense under President Trump. No COVID repeat, no mass panic, no blanket shutdowns. America stays open and strong. And if this report opened your eyes, share it right now and drop a comment and let us know if you are ready for leadership that refuses to overreact. Then text raw feed to 844-840-4963 to get direct updates straight to your phone and bypass the algorithm when it matters most. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video for the latest gear. We're winning because we stay informed and we stay America first. Until next time, stay vigilant and keep the faith.
All right.
The system controls information.
I don't know what else we got here. Let's see. Anyway. Yeah, it's got one or two people bouncing in and out, but they're not commenting. They could actually sub and comment if they want. Let's see here. We already know that Obama's treasonous. All right, this guy I don't particularly like. Okay, but we'll go ahead and play him. He's got an interesting video here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got a massive situation. I have never seen anything quite like this. You might want to double clench your butt cheeks. Yeah, because here it comes. You don't have to like or subscribe, but roll it.
September 6th, 2024 in St. Louis, Missouri. The home of 30-year-old Delisha Evans is set on fire, and she goes missing on the same day. Police identify and locate the suspect, her ex-boyfriend Ryan Phillips, who they believe may be holding Delisha hostage in his vehicle. Officers initiate a traffic stop, unaware that what's about to unfold will leave them visibly shaken.
Put that twat on the parking, bro. East of Big Bend. Put the twat on the parking. Okay, got the right indicator. Seems like to be a law-abiding officer, or citizen rather. Okay, so far so good. Okay, I don't see any problems here, but let's go say what's up real quick, right? The sun be blaring. Yeah, let's go say what's up real quick. Oi! Ah, bollocks, mate. Okay. Perhaps his brakes failed. Yeah, get rid of that bollocks, homie. Yeah, it's go time.
He just took off from the traffic stop on approach. Eastbound 44.
Yeah. So the second trooper on him. Yeah, these are good roads. Yeah, good weather. I wonder, what if his brakes failed or something?
But he's weaving through traffic right now, and traffic's heavy.
Traffic's heavy, yeah, we got heavy trucks there too. Oh man, the truck's driver right now, nowadays, bro, you gotta be careful of the truck drivers. Salute to the real truck drivers, but I'm hearing a lot of crashes though. Yeah, making room, that's awesome, that's awesome. Yeah, let me go, homie.
You take lead.
Yeah, the coordination is very, very good. Damn, citizens helping out? Yeah, cut that brother taxes right now. Yeah, they're pulling. Everybody that's pulling to the side, their taxes should be cut immediately. That they're helping the troopers out, you know?
I'm behind him now. He almost lost control.
Yeah, he's going into town right now. We need to get his ass before that's like do some.
Taking it right on him.
Yeah, maybe his brakes failed. I'm just trying to think positively, optimistically, you know?
Directly behind him.
Maybe he's trying to find a way to crash in or something. Let's see. Red light. Yeah, his brakes are failed, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You good? Yeah, you good. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Go. Yeah, let me.
Clear heavy traffic.
Yeah, heavy traffic. Hey! Watch out, you little twat!
We're passing West Drake Avenue. He's still CNI right behind him.
Yeah. Pull up, pump brakes. Yeah, stop sign. Yeah, he is not a law-abiding citizen. Sorry, guys. I was thinking
Stop sign. He just ran a red light.
optimistically.
We're still south.
So far, 3 red lights I counted. 4 maybe 5. Maybe some of you got 6. Any of you guys got 7? Sheesh!
Passing party road.
Wow! Damn!
1050
Damn!
rolled over starting mess.
Yeah, brother rolled up. Hey, brother, you good? Yeah, put the twat on the parking. Yeah, thinking
Stop sign. He just ran a red light.
optimistically.
We're still south.
So far, 3 red lights I counted. 4 maybe 5. Maybe some of you got 6. Any of you guys got 7? Sheesh!
Passing party road.
Wow! Damn!
1050
Damn!
rolled over starting mess.
Yeah, brother rolled up. Hey, brother, you good? Yeah, put the twat on the parking. Yeah, put your hands up right now! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Yeah, let's get his ass, bro. Let's get his ass. Yeah, press triangle, press triangle. Rifle in the back seat. Good to know.
Put your hands in the air! Drop it!
Yeah. Oh, hey. Oh, man. Oh, dang. Yeah, reload. Shots fired. Bro. What the hell, dog? What the hell? Your card rolled up. Your card literally rolled up, and the first thing you think of doing is BAP! And pulling out your glizzy and firing? Nah, bro. Say that ain't so. Say psych. What the hell? Yo, brother, don't do it, man. It's a good weather out there. What you doing? What you doing, son? Yeah, look at the car completely rolled up, and that's the first thing he does. Bro, damn. I mean, F it though, bro.
Get him! Hold fire! He dropped it! 10-4!
Shots fired. 6, Eddie Bolden. I believe he's been shot in the head. He dropped the gun. I don't know if anyone else is in the car.
Oh, he gone. Damn. Okay, they're not sure it's far. Shaking from adrenaline, yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, top off if you haven't. Make sure you got ammo.
Yep, we're good.
We good? Brother, you good?
Is anyone else in the car?
That question remains unanswered, as at this moment, officers still don't know if the missing woman is inside the vehicle.
Yeah.
10-3, we're just...
Man, that's just a sad way to go, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to the troopers. Rest in peace, I guess. I mean, he started it. Let's be objective here, though. I mean, who does that? Your card literally rolled up, bro. And the first thing you think of doing is actually shooting. Like, that's insane to me, bro. That's insane to me, so...
Just not approaching the car. I can't see if anyone else is in it. It's on the side.
Can I come to you, or do you want me to stay here?
I stay with that tree. I like it.
He liked it,
I can't.
okay.
Is there anybody else in the car? You're not hit, are you?
Negative.
Yeah, so the backup, the police arrives, yeah. Yeah, so brother on the other side.
What do you think, Eddie? Can you see in that windshield?
Put on your plate, get your rifle. I got cover on the car, and then we can pie the car and look through the front window at it, see if anybody else in it.
Yeah, they ain't sure about it. They're not sure. Grabs the plate. Yeah, that's the type of shit. That's the type of shit people do in Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone.
It's
like,
on.
plate
Make
up.
sure we're all good.
You gotta plate up, homie.
The suspect had a gunshot wound. Location. If you need my rifle, it's unlocked.
Yeah, I just gotta press triangle, brother.
Do you mind bringing me my plate carrier out of my car? And if you don't mind, my rifle too.
There we go. The backup arrived. Yeah, the sun be glaring right now. This is a nice neighborhood, though, you know?
We don't know if it's secure.
Nice neighborhood. Good houses, good weather, car rolled up. Like, like, what are we doing?
We don't know if there are more in the car yet.
Yeah, guys, don't be coming here right now. We got a situation here.
Yep.
I guess somebody was trying to get home, though. Yeah, you got a detour, homie.
The
You got a
windshield,
detour.
all the back windows are tinted. I can't see in it at all. He did have that unknown female with him. They didn't know if there was anyone else.
Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Damn, brother got a holographic.
Car's clear. Take off the vest. Check yourselves.
You got a holographic side, though. Additional backup arriving.
I can't see through that front windshield.
Yeah, the windshield must be.
We don't know if there are more in the car. There was supposed to be a female with him.
We can't see through the windshield. Can we see on this side? Here. I'm gonna move over to this car.
Okay. Hey, use cover.
Yeah, you got this, Take cover, homie.
What do you think, Eddie? Man, what I don't like is if there's an innocent female in there and he just overturned the car and we just shot, she could be hurt. So I might move to the left.
But how do we do it?
Let's go with them.
We have any angle from like around this backside? Is that all wooded?
Yeah, what you think, Eddie?
We gotta push up somehow, but how do we go over there with them?
I think we gotta go from the, yeah, you go from the left, I'll go through the right, bro. Yeah. And we can maybe like get a chopper in as well, and you know, we can get like the FBI like just going down.
Yeah,
I can go downtown on that sick as ass pose. But yeah. I think good strategy, guys. Good strategy. Good work. Good work.
At least one person with a gunshot wound, but apparently a female that was in there as well.
You gotta protect the female, so. Protect the female. Yeah, brother in the open. Hey,
I'm pushing with you,
Gaggy. Chill.
I'm on your left side.
I can't.
I got you.
Any way besides going through the top?
The back glass might be busted open. I don't know.
You don't know that.
But it's all tinted, so.
Yeah. Seems like a good strike.
Yeah.
Seems like a good strike.
We got this one on the other side.
Yeah, brother in the grass out here, catching grass.
I like it.
You guys take cover. No.
Do any of you guys have a tool we can break the back glass out with?
Anybody's got a tool to break glass?
Maybe drop like a flashbang or something.
4.
Yeah, brother he's pretty ballsy.
Yeah, they're bringing a shield. Okay.
What is that street down there? They need to shut that down.
I don't think I got hit. I think I'm all good.
Oh man, I don't think we need to shut down the street. We gotta shut the entire city down right now. We got a situation. Shut the entire city down, man. We need like a mandatory holiday right now.
Are you guys okay?
I think so. We're just checking.
Yeah, brother, good. You good?
I don't see bleeding anymore.
Yeah, you're good. Just make sure you guys are taking cover here.
Work up towards it and clear it. Provide aid to anyone.
Temple, did you hear that? Work up on it.
Yeah, don't drop the rifle.
It was supposed to be 2.
You can move up to us. We'll wait till the supervisor gets up here. We'll bring up the second shield.
How far is the supervisor?
Should be pulling up now.
So potentially there was one
Give him a
person
call.
with them.
His ass needs to be here right now, bro. What the hell?
Female, we don't know. We need to get up there and bust the window up, make sure.
What do you need, a window breaker? Here.
Yeah, tell that little
Push this
prick to pull up right
and
now.
it shatters it.
Okay.
Tell that prick to pull up immediately. Like that's.
Back glass. Yeah. Watch crossfire.
Move behind me, because I got the rifle.
Yeah,
Please don't shoot me.
Yeah, everybody behind the right shield.
I don't either. We got a major crossfire.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Safety. Window breaker here. Yeah. Hit that twat up right now. Triangle. Press triangle. Yeah. Pow, son. Yeah, there we go.
Watch your face.
Get a gun in there. God bless you.
I'm on it. Up in it.
Yeah, brother on it. Okay.
Two additional people?
2 active people.
Anyone moving?
Negative, not moving.
Front. Their hands?
Yes, I got one left hand. They're both at their feet. This first person, his foot is down in his hand. The second person's down, his hand's up at this top glass.
Is that 2 males?
Where's the window breaker?
2 males. I got one in my car. Stop.
Yeah, he got something to say though. He got an idea.
Hey,
Yeah, Shotty, move away. Shotty be. Yeah, Shotty got no chill though. Shotty like, hey, let me go in. Like,
Shotty, take my rifle.
Yeah. If he got the rifle, he got the bigger gun there. Smashing glass. Yeah, smash that up.
Yeah, shove your baton in between that hole and scrape it out if you can.
Nah, man. Nah, don't be shoving baton down the holes, bro. Like, pulls.
Watch your face. Somebody get EMS here for these other 2.
Yeah, I mean, somebody call the EMS. Yeah, run. Faster, right now, immediately. Damn, man, y'all suckers taking too much, bro. Yeah, run, faster. Yeah, he's there, guys, he's there. Yeah, they opened it. Or just get Homelander, kick it, and then the car will be stabilized.
Gunshot, we got a firearm under the glass.
Oh, Homelander ain't good, my bad, guys. I was in a different universe for a second. Okay, jokes aside though, honestly, bro, the cops, man, so far they've done a good job though. So far they've done a good job. Nobody's hurt here, so except for the bad guy, but Yeah, the ambulance pulling up.
Who's
The ambulance, sir.
You were? Can I borrow you for a second?
So is it possible?
No, I'm busy. I'm busy.
Person, the driver.
Borrow
here, I
somebody.
believe
Why it gotta be me, man? Borrow somebody else.
driver burnt his house down this morning. We were firing at him. He put the gun at us.
Last I saw, he had the gun pointed at us.
So they
Yeah.
both shot. Okay. So we need
I saw that, officer. Like I'm a witness. I
to
saw
take
that.
their pistols. I have an empty mag over there somewhere.
Leave everything where it is. Don't move cars. Don't move anything.
Witness.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you here?
Yeah, brother pulling up in the short like, five! Were you out on a jog, brother? Were you out on a jog running around like, damn.
Right there. I saw the
You should not be here, bro.
whole thing. If you need a witness or anything.
No. Get your ass out of here. I'm witness here. Get your ass out of here,
They're all
man.
tangled up in there.
You got a wife or girlfriend?
Fiance.
Go ahead and I would call her. Let them know you're all right. I'd call your dad. Let them know you're all right. Because they're going to hear about us on the news. Just keep it short and simple.
Hey, I don't know if you know.
That's a good call, though. Okay, jokes aside for this moment, that's actually good. Yo, call your loved ones, man, because, yeah. Definitely, because before they hear the news, before they hear your name, yeah, you don't want to put them in distress. Just let them know you're all right, you know? Yeah.
You know what's going on? Gadke and I got in a pursuit, and the guy got out and started shooting at us. One of us killed him. Neither one of us got hit, okay? I can't really talk that long. I promise you we're all right. Holy shit, that just happened. I promise you we're okay. I love you, and I promise you I'm okay. It's not like Aaron. I wasn't hit at all. I'm completely unscathed. I'm completely fine. I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, brother, sit down, man. You earned it, brother. You earned it. Sit down, man. The adrenaline must be crazy right now. Somebody get this man, like...
Hey, I need to talk to you right now. He bailed out of the car, started shooting at us, and we killed him. I don't know who did.
Hey, you good?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. My father, I let my wife, my father know.
Okay. Just chill on statements and everything.
Okay.
DDCC can come and talk to you and all that.
Okay. I just want to let them know that I was okay.
Yeah.
All right. He started shooting at us. He is dead.
Tell him you're calling back. Tell him you're fine.
We are okay. I'll have to call
Yeah,
you.
just let him know you're fine, and we'll talk later. Like, yeah, this is kind of like the legal stuff, right? I guess.
Be back later.
I'll just tell you the same thing. I mean, just keep your statements to yourself until DDCC talks to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't mess with your
DDC, man. The DDC don't mess around, I guess. Yeah, who the F is the DDC, bruh? I heard of BBC, like, you know, boundaries, behavior, and consistency. Yeah, these brothers got good BBC on them, man. Like, boundaries, behavior, and consistency. They got boundaries, they got consistency going on. Yeah, man, young troopers, man. Salute to the young troopers here. But the DDC can F on. Okay, I don't know who the F is DDC, but
guns. They may try to take them from you. You guys are good. Did he return fire?
When I got out of the car, I went to get my rifle out to clear the car. He popped up. I heard him yell to drop it. I turned. He was shooting.
All right.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hang out right here. Wait for DDCC to get here. They'll direct you on what you do.
10-4. 10-4.
Sit in the car. That's fine. Just don't have a bunch of dialogue. So let's not talk about it.
Let them bond, bro. Let them talk, bro. I mean, within each other. Okay, let's not call and let's not tell the world right now. But like, okay, just let them chill. Let them talk, bro. What the hell? DDC can suck on a big one, bro.
Yeah. I had
unless DDC is actually good. I don't know, man. Maybe DDC is actually good. And if they are, you know, just joking for the sake of the video on the YouTubes, but just keeping it lighthearted, you know, because we have been through a serious situation here.
Feeling, I don't know why, but like when you got behind him, I was like, I don't know, I didn't feel right with you stopping by yourself, so I was trying to get there. That's all I'll say.
I just know with her being a potential missing person, I want to know if she actually was a missing person. All right. Let me look at your vest, though. I swept you, but
I really want to take it off right now, really bad, to be honest with you.
Yeah, take it off, brother. Take it off. You earned it.
You doing anything? Will you just like talk to me? Like whatever. How your kids doing, man? Water this cold? No, it's cooking. It was in the trunk of my car.
Man, yo, like, okay, bro, you looking like the guy, the brother-in-law of Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, right? You go get these brothers some water, man. Damn, what you doing?
Information when I went down. I said call shots fired. I showed up to this.
Yeah, go get some water, homie. Go get some water. We'll give you some Dunkin' Donuts after that. I got you. Hi, Pops.
Hello.
Yellow.
Yep, we're okay here.
Yellow.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We'll get you some water, okay?
All right. Well, Bob, I can't do anything about your computer or anything like that. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of people in town that'll be happy in order to look at that if you've got audio problems. Sorry about that. And I don't know of any cats being snatched. Care to explain that for me? Because I don't know of anything. Already covered Linda Moulton Howell. We covered Trump, Hetavirus. Ooh, Spitfire. What? It's a good airplane.
We built this aircraft that you see behind me as a fully composite showpiece, really. So it's a concept model showing what our final design will look like. The interesting question here is when did the project start? And you could say it started in 1940 when they originally started to make.
All right, what else we got here? Nobody can hear you, Bob. Nobody can hear you because you're not talking. I'm not sure what this is.
Well, the Trump administration is defending the Department of Justice's new anti-weaponization fund, nearly $1.8 billion of taxpayer money to pay Trump allies who say they were wrongly prosecuted by the Biden administration. The president agreed to drop multiple lawsuits in exchange for the Justice Department setting up the fund. The settlement also says the government would be forever barred and precluded from pursuing certain legal claims against the president and his family, including anything related to previous tax returns. Opponents say Trump made himself his own slush fund.
So let's be clear. What we're talking about is nothing short of the sitting president of the United States looting from the Treasury for his own gain. Do you seriously think this arrangement is appropriate?
Do you seriously think your BS is even relevant? Oh my God. All right, let's see here.
This is the message that we need to get out there. And it's the vision that we have to share with the world, is that how do we view ourselves as humans going into a time where it's widely acknowledged that we're not alone in the universe? When a critical mass of humans with positive consciousness begin to do anything, it propagates through the field consciousness. And it's like the 100th monkey effect. People spontaneously begin to think that way, behave that way. It reverberates non-locally, in other words, like quantum entanglement, all throughout the world and throughout humanity, and in fact, throughout the universe. And it creates a signal, a message that very advanced civilizations that are not only enlightened in consciousness, but have technologies that can pick that up, and they do. Some of you may have learned over the last couple of years, and I've known this since the early 90s, there's a concerted effort using consciousness to make contact with extraterrestrial spacecraft and civilizations, but it's been used as a weapon system. And what we're doing is the opposite. We are trying to make peaceful contact. And I'm actually wearing my CE5 cap. You can get it at our store, drstephen.com. And you can get this too. This is fun. So we have all the CE5 stuff for your team. And the idea is that we want people to go out and use the CE5 contact app, which you can get at your app stores, and watch the movie, get the app, and go out and make contact. Why is this important? This is why. There are programs that are using the same concepts of consciousness, but they have perverted them into a violent weapon system. And they're known as P3 operators or psionic operators. And what we started in 1990 with CE5 Contact is a program that's now global to make peaceful contact, not to shoot their craft down and steal their technologies to turn them into another weapon system, but to develop a relationship between humans and non-human civilizations out there. So it's a very important concept that we need to get out to the public right now. Why? Well, unless you don't live on planet Earth, you might have heard that the President of the United States has ordered the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to release all this information from UFO files. And we'll unpack this in a minute. And so we anticipated this. When we decided to release this film at this time, it was because I knew this was coming. And we knew that there was going to be some kind of pivot towards official disclosure, which, I mean, I founded the disclosure movement in the 1990s, actually. And that it was very important to begin to answer the question, now what, right? So this movie is the answer to now what? Because what happens after all this comes out? We run around like chickens with our head cut off, like Independence Day, the movie, because they're going to try to possibly put this out as an alien threat, totally hoax. Or what are we going to do with the technologies? Continue to keep them secret and use them as weapon systems against the ETs? Or are we going to continue this operation to target when we have downed probably thousands of ET spacecraft over the last 80 years using very advanced technology, including the psionic ones, which is a consciousness thought interface with machine. I'll get into this in a moment. So it's very important for those of us concerned about the future of the Earth and humanity to do something sensible, to do something peaceful, and to avoid, the sole narrative being, gee, we're being invaded by aliens and we need to go to, war or something bizarre. So I think this movie answers that question of what now. And this is why we decided to release this film at this time, thanks to the help of the Cousin Brothers and others who made it and the people who participated. I'm very grateful, because this is the message that we need to get out there. And it's the vision that we have to share with the world, is that how do we view ourselves as humans going into a time where it's widely acknowledged that we're not alone in the universe? We have to answer that question, because if not, it will be answered by people who are the warmongers who benefit from endless war, who have been planning for 80 years to present a alien threat that is non-existent. And if we don't answer that question and have a counter message, a message that is enlightened and peaceful. Everyone talks about a golden age. Well, the golden age is not peace on Earth followed by interplanetary war. I got news for folks, in Congress, the White House, and the general public, and particularly in ufology. So I think that this is why we have to get this message out. And what this film does, which is very different from the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind movie we released during COVID in 2020, this one is actually almost like it's an hour and 10 minutes or so, like a manual. It takes you through a whole week expedition of our team going out in the desert in Arizona, making contact, how it happens, how you set up your team, what kind of phenomenon we might expect. And so it's a wonderful thing to introduce to people. And because it's not very long, you can share it with folks and let them see this is the way it's done, and then ask them to get the app, because the app is an entire program. It trains you in remote viewing, making contact with the ETs. What do you do if they show up? What do you not do? All that is in the app. It's very, very dynamic. And the app also will show you where people are in your area and other people that you can connect to form a contact team. Because really what we want to do, let's not forget one of the central messages of the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. When a critical mass of humans with positive consciousness begin to do anything, it propagates through the field consciousness. And it's like the 100th monkey effect. People spontaneously begin to think that way, behave that way. This is very important at this exact moment when we're on the eve of this information coming out in some way or another, and I'll address this in a moment, from the U.S. government. You can do it in any number of people. I've done it with a couple thousand people at times. But the key thing to remember is that the studies that were done in consciousness at Princeton by Dr. Bob John, who was a professor of engineering, and he found, like with random number generators that just spit out zeros and ones like a quantum computer randomly, that if you put people in a room and just had them think to that machine and intend with a clear intention for it to move towards more ones instead of zeros, it did. And it was statistically significant. But if you had two people that loved each other, or a group of people who were coherent, it was exponential effect. It was tenfold. And this is the power of humans coming together to do something great and to do something beautiful that's positive. It has this amazing, what's called non-locality effect, meaning that it affects, because of consciousness is omnipresent. It's everywhere. And our own awareness is, in a sense, look at it as sort of like a ray of that infinite field of awareness and consciousness and cosmic consciousness. So when we activate that field consciousness by coming together, it reverberates non-locally. In other words, like quantum entanglement all throughout the world and throughout humanity, and in fact, throughout the universe. And it creates a signal, a message that very advanced civilizations that are not only enlightened in consciousness, but have technologies that can pick that up, and they do. Then this signals to them that humans are more than just a bunch of warmongers, that we're more than just a bunch of hysterical primates running around, oh my God, the aliens are invasion. It sends another message to the universe and to these civilizations who are already here visiting us. So it's so important that we keep this in mind, and that the power of forming a group, it doesn't have to be 20 people. You can do it with, 3, 4, 5 people, 6. You know what the key thing is, friends? Coherence. So there's not disharmony in the group, people meditating together, people using the remote viewing protocols, making contact, understanding what the phenomenon is, and we'll talk about that. It's more than just 3D, because extraterrestrial civilizations cross through dimensions. And so they can be out in the desert in forms that are extremely subtle. But interestingly, our new digital cameras can pick up and photograph. It's the nature of the conscious mind that everyone has, every sentient being in the universe, including humans. And the consciousness, see, people don't know what consciousness is. It's not what you're aware of. It's the ability to be awake. It's the aware field. It's the consciousness itself. And most people don't go deep enough to understand that. But if you take a step back and think right now, you're hearing my voice, you're seeing the two of us, what are you actually doing? You're perceiving. What's perceiving? You're awake. Now, if you were to go deep into what is that faculty, what is that ability to be aware, and you just go deep into that, what you discover is that you can see with your consciousness. This is what remote viewing is. Any point in space or time. And we train people to do that. Why? Because interstellar civilizations use technologies as well as their innate psi or telepathic abilities to communicate the way we pick up a cell phone. And they're not communicating at the speed of light, which is this radio frequency, because if their home planet is 2 million light years away, it would take 2 million years for that message to get there. They're all dead. So I knew this when I was 18, that these civilizations use an interface of technology with consciousness, but not just random thought, coherent thought coming from a deep field of consciousness. And the deeper you're in meditative state and the clearer your mind is, the more accurate you can be in not only seeing, but also connecting to the extraterrestrial people and inviting them. And part of the protocol is once you feel you've made a connection, is that you kind of it's like Google Earth, where you zoom in and show them your exact precise location. So this is a technique. It works. It's demonstrably works, and it's been proven to work with thousands of people all over the world where we've done this. Now we want, tens of millions of people to be ready to do it, because I think all of this is going to come out, and at some point we'll be at the age of, let's say, post acknowledging and disclosing this issue, to trying to create a civilization where humans make peaceful contact. And you know what? I deal with senators and congressmen and people in White House and other positions all the time. They don't know this very well. There are people at Lockheed, Skunk Works, and Northrop Grumman, and CIA, and JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, that do, that are psionic operators, and I know who they are. But your government leaders do not. And this is what we need to start a whole educational program for the public, but also our leaders. And who's going to pioneer that? This is why we call it this frontier, right? It's the new frontier of contact, where we the people, go out and make contact. And it works because the very nature of our reality and extraterrestrial civilizations that are conscious, those people, we're all people. I mean, they look very different, and they may be from very diverse, star systems from ours. But when you boil it all down, they're awake, and we're awake. And that is the singularity. That's the point of contact. And when you can go deep into just pure awareness and pure conscious mind, which the meditation I teach helps with doing that, and the breathing exercises, all this is demonstrated in the movie, but also in the CE5 Contact app, then you have the ability to see remote places. We call it remote viewing now, but also take it from not more than just seeing. Then you connect to them and invite them. So we don't call them, they're not butlers at Downton Abbey or something. We invite them politely to come in any way it's safe for them. Now, one of the protocols also is in any way that's safe and appropriate for this time and place in this group, because we know that there are weapon systems that can track them when they come 3D, that can hit them. We don't want our groups or the ETs to be harmed. So we have a very specific set of protocols around this, and it's because of the time we live in. I believe the time will come where it will be much easier to make contact. When I started the process with the public in 1990, this is our 36th year, it was much easier. There were way fewer weapon systems, less sophisticated. Now we have to be more and more careful, but we hope one of the executive orders that we've recommended to the president, and also we will be recommending out to the Secretary of War, Mr. Hegseth, because we can get materials to them directly, very directly, is that they stand down those offensive weapon systems so that we're not targeting the ET craft and killing these innocent people who are on them. So that is one of the top recommendations that we're making, and that's important for CE5 contact. Why? Because right now, not just U.S. airspace, but space all around the planet has been weaponized with technologies that can pick up a craft and hit it and knock it down. So one of the things we're trying to do is we're working on multiple fronts. One is the obvious, the government and military and all that, disclosure, the whole disclosure project. Now, the other, which is the foundational, and people need to remember this, the foundation of the disclosure project was CE5 contact. Let me tell you a little story of why. In 1992, we had a group, about 60 people. I was crazy when I took that many people out to a wilderness setting on a beach near Pensacola, Florida. And we were doing the CE5 contact protocols, and 4 extraterrestrial vehicles just materialized in the sky, full on. We did not have good cameras. We got some of it. And some of you have seen that funny clip where this guy goes, "Holy damn hot shit." You know, it's hilarious. And we had a couple full bird colonels, Air Force colonels there, and a number of people. And that got picked up it was photographed and put in the local paper. And that ended up resulting in it getting picked up by the national security folks who track UFOs. And that's when I was contacted by a number of intelligence officials and military officials, including the former head of Army intelligence. And a year later, I ended up briefing President Clinton's CIA director on this. And that is when I realized that there had been a unconstitutional coup d'etat in the late 50s where all of the UAP programs had gone illegal and treasonous. And that's when I decided to start the Disclosure Project, but back then it was called Project Starlight. But the genesis of the global disclosure movement was a CE5 contact event. And that blows, most people don't know that, it blows people's minds. Close Encounters of the Fifth movie first came out, Demi Lovato got the app and did it on her birthday, her 27th birthday, and this huge craft shows up with her friends. And that's a true story by the way. Same thing with William Shatner and a lot of other people. So this is going, a lot of people understand this now, but it seems very esoteric to the nuts and bolts disclosure movement, but it isn't. It's fundamental to it, because until people understand that these civilizations are not using 19th century and 20th century technology, which is what our phones and cars and jets are, right? They're using very advanced technology, so much so that the mind and consciousness of the occupants, the ETs, is integrated into the craft itself, where the craft itself is conscious with the awareness of the occupant or the pilot or the commander. And we know this, and covert programs know it. So I've known this since I was 18, and which I'll be 71 in June, so it was a long time ago. But I will tell you that this is beginning to be made very aware of in military and other circles. But what we want to do is be sure that the CE5 concept is always in the framework of diplomatic, peaceful contact. We're not doing it to acquire technology. We're not doing it for any selfish reason. We're doing it to create an ambassador relationship. And that's what we call the whole program, Ambassadors to the Universe, that we are humans volunteering in a frontier pioneering effort to be a liaison. We're going to need a lot of people who know how to rationally make contact with these civilizations, and the future of humanity and the Earth could hang in the balance on that. I'm just going to let people think about what I'm saying here. We don't have time to unpack it, but I will tell you that it is a great consequence, and people need to master this protocol. They need to understand what we're doing with CE5 contact. They need to get the app, and they need to begin to practice. It's fun. I mean, we have so much fun going out there and doing this. I mean, oh, by the way, those of you who can get free to do it, we're going to allow 20 people with us at a private small group here in Virginia towards the end of May. And that's up on our website, drstephengreer.com. And we're also going to be right here near the University of Virginia on top of a mountain. We can have 350 people with us, and that'll be at the end of July. So if you guys want to come, those things will fill up. But those of you hearing this now, that information is up on our website, so you can check that out. And I would really like to ask everyone to share the link to this movie and the Genius link and send it out, because we really want to be able to get this message out to a maximum number of people at this exact moment, as we now have the President of the United States ordering the disclosure of these UFO files by the Secretary of War, Hegseth. This is on a fast track, and I can't go into all what I know about it, but people need to be prepared, and we need to be prepared for any contingency. So that disclosure process could go well, it could go sideways. And we're making all preparations. But I think the general public, people always say, what can I do? You can go out and be a conscious mind of reason and enlightenment and show another face of humanity to these extraterrestrial people. One that's peaceful, one that's enlightened, one that wants to look forward, and a vision of the world becoming part of an interstellar coalition down the road, but also all these wonderful technologies coming out within this construct of not just world peace, but of universal peace. And the foundation of universal peace is the experience of the universality of our own conscious mind.
Huh. Well, what do you know about that? All right, let's see here. Let's go ahead and do this. This here was released today. Whoops, wrong one. Here you go. This is Flubber. Whoops, that's misspelled. I need to go ahead and change that. But this is Flubber Lane, episode 3.
Reconnaissance Dossier, The Basement Chronicles. Log entry, post-derelict salvage, Sector 4 grid. Status, operational, unsanctioned. The shift changes in the lower bellows of a colony ship don't come with a sunrise. They just come with a louder hum in the structural heat pipes and a heavier taste of recycled grease in the oxygen scrubbers. Flubber Lane didn't mind the dark. The basement of the colony was where the real work got done anyway, far below the clean, pressurized observation decks where the high-tech elite spent their days analyzing stellar charts and looking down on the maintenance crews. In the first rotation, Lane had cemented his status among the pipe fitters and deckhands by pulling off an operation that the command deck called a suicide run and the basement called Tuesday. When a band of rogue scrap pirates tried to breach the primary air intake valves of the bellows, Lane hadn't waited for tactical authorization or the clean-suited security details to finish their briefings. He had dropped into the primary launch tube, strapped his modified magnetic skater boots to the rusted casing of a live, outdated Mk7 propulsion torpedo, and ridden the high-yield explosive straight through the pirate vessel's primary shield generator. It was raw grit, zero calculation, and absolute basement-level brilliance. That stunt had earned him an unrequested promotion to head of maintenance, a title that came with a larger toolbox, a slightly cleaner pair of coveralls, and the distinct misfortune of being called first when things went wrong in the black. His second rotation had proven that the promotion wasn't a fluke. When a high-tier corporate research vessel went completely dark after an unmapped structural failure, the elite rescue squads refused to dock, citing unstable gravity wells and volatile hull metrics. Lane had gathered his crew, loaded up a standard utility transport with conventional hydraulic jacks, manual plasma cutters, and old-school mechanical intuition, and cut his way into the listing derelict. They bypassed the fried digital security grids by simply unhinging the bulkheads by hand, pulling out a dozen trapped survivors while the command deck was still trying to calibrate their diagnostic scanners. Now, the utility transport was finally limping back toward the home colony's lower docking slips. The engines were vibrating at an uneven frequency that suggested a worn thruster bearing, and the crew was exhausted, smelling of spent coolant and dried sweat. Lane was leaned back against a crate of salvaged titanium fasteners, his worn boots propped up on a portable welding rig, his eyes half closed as he listened to the predictable, comforting rhythm of the ship's internal life support. The piece lasted exactly 12 minutes. The automated proximity alarms didn't chime, they groaned, a low-frequency static hum that indicated the forward sensor dishes had just taken a direct hit from localized space debris. Before the bridge crew could even log the trajectory error, the utility ship shuddered violently, the artificial gravity pitching 5 degrees to the port side as the hull skidded against an unmapped cloud of localized matter. "Lane, we've got a problem with the forward visibility," yelled Big Meech, the chief welder, his massive hands gripping the frame of the engineering console as the structural monitors began flashing an angry amber color. "Sensors are showing an unmapped debris field, but the trajectory isn't linear. It's a localized meteor storm, and the rock density is tight enough to shred our forward plating." Lane didn't blink. He slid his boots off the welding rig, reached for his custom-weighted pneumatic torque wrench, and adjusted the strap on his coveralls. "I got this. Sit this one out," he muttered, his voice level and entirely devoid of the panic currently vibrating through the ship's internal comms. He stepped up to the forward manual piloting station and slammed his palm onto the primary defense lever, raising the transport's high-frequency thermal particle shields just as the core cluster of the storm arrived. Under normal operational circumstances, space debris hitting a thermal shield resulted in a series of clean, kinetic deflections, bright blue flashes of energy where rock and ice were instantly vaporized and bounced away into the vacuum. But these meteors weren't normal stone. The moment the first wave impacted the energy grid, there were no clean deflections. Instead, a sickening, wet thud echoed through the structural framework of the hull. Through the forward-reinforced viewing ports, the crew watched in horror as the meteors literally splatted against the invisible shield wall. They weren't solid rock. They were organic, porous hulls encased in a thick, gelatinous layer of biological sludge, frozen methane grease, and deep space mud. Within seconds, the continuous impact of hundreds of these organic meteors created a thick, opaque, disgusting layer of brownish-purple gunk that flattened out against the energy shield, completely sealing the ship inside a horrific, vibrating cocoon of space filth. The shields are holding the weight, but the thermal grid is cooking that sludge. Meech shouted, coughing as the ship's external intake vents inadvertently sucked in the faint, scorching odor of burnt organic matter through the hull seams. "It's baking on, Lane. If the power grid fluctuates and we drop the shields even for a fraction of a second, that entire unholy mess of melted gunk and compressed mud is going to collapse directly onto the hull plating." It'll weld itself to our emergency release valves, freeze inside the thruster nozzles, and seal our primary airlocks permanently shut. We'll be buried alive in space grease. The ship's automated diagnostic system began to chime, suggesting a complicated, 3-day chemical wash protocol that required docking at a high-tier military facility that was currently 3 solar systems away. Lane looked at the thick, bubbling layer of space muck pressing hard against the energy barrier just inches from the glass. The heat from the shields was turning the sludge into a tar-like paste. He rubbed his chin, looked down at his utility belt, and walked over to the galley supply locker located in the rear maintenance bay. He bypassed the high-tech toolkits and reached into the deep storage bins where the galley crew kept the bulk provisions for long-haul voyages. His hand wrapped around a heavy, industrial-sized crate of cooking supplies. He pulled out 12 aerosol cans of PAM, the cheap, commercial-grade non-stick cooking spray used to keep industrial baking sheets from gumming up with synthetic protein paste. "Meech, get the tether lines and 2 pressurized pneumatic spraying rigs from the paint locker," Lane ordered, tossing a can of non-stick spray to the giant welder. "Lane, you can't be serious," Meech said, staring at the yellow can in his hand. "The manual says we need an exterior laser abrasion team to clear biological hull fouling." Lane was already buckling himself into his worn, scratched pressure suit, bypassing the digital heads-up display helmet for an old-fashioned manual viewport model. "I got this. Sit this one out," he said, slamming the visor shut with a sharp metallic click. The airlock cycled with a heavy hiss of pressure. Stepping out onto the exterior maintenance catwalk, Lane was greeted by the eerie, silent vibration of the transport ship fighting the weight of the debris cloud. The shield layer was a shimmering blue wall of energy holding back thousands of gallons of boiling, synthetic mud just 3 feet above his head. Working with practiced, rhythmic efficiency, Lane and Meech loaded the bulk non-stick fluid into the pressurized paint rigs. Moving along the safety tethers like deep-sea divers on a coral reef, they systematically coated every square inch of the ship's raw titanium hull plating, the thruster cowlings, the intake valves, and the airlock seals with a thick, slippery, greasy layer of industrial cooking spray. The vacuum of space instantly chilled the oil, creating an incredibly slick, microscopic barrier between the metal of the ship and the void. Lane signaled the bridge through the manual cable comms. "Drop the forward shields on my mark. 3, 2, 1, cut power." The blue energy grid vanished. With a massive, silent rush, the compressed mountain of disgusting organic sludge and frozen mud collapsed inward, slamming directly onto the hull of the utility transport. For a second, the ship went completely dark as the filth covered every viewport. But the Anunnaki engineering properties of the non-stick spray held flawlessly. The moment the ship's forward thrusters fired, creating a sudden kinetic jolt, the entire unholy mess of deep space gunk found absolutely nothing to cling to. The tar, mud, and frozen grease slid off the slippery titanium plating like water off a duck's back, peeling away in huge, solid sheets and drifting harmlessly into the dark void behind them. As the viewports cleared, revealing the stars once more, the crew expected to see nothing but empty space. Instead, the floodlights illuminated a surreal, drifting collection of wreckage just 50 yards off the starboard bow. Several of the larger organic meteors had cracked open upon impact, revealing that they weren't rocks at all. They were primitive, hollow biological transport pods. And drifting among the fragments were dozens of living creatures. They were roughly 5 feet tall, human-shaped in their torsos and limbs, but equipped with massive, leathery, biological wings that folded neatly along their backs. Their bodies were covered in a fine, slate-gray membrane, and their heads featured large, intelligent, nocturnal eyes and pointed ears. They were spacefaring bats, an intelligent, non-verbal but highly advanced migratory species known in the outer rims as the Chiropterans, though the basement crew immediately just called them the bats. They had survived the destruction of their organic transport pods due to the instantaneous activation of their deep space survival suits, primitive but effective biological skin-tight membranes that ballooned up to maintain pressure. But the impact had caught them completely off guard. The survival suits had deployed erratically, many didn't fit properly, and several of the creatures were floating helplessly in space, unable to navigate. One particularly stocky bat was floating completely upside down inside an overinflated survival suit, his wings tangled in the safety seals, his large eyes blinking in absolute panic as he drifted toward the transport's primary intake manifold. Lane didn't hesitate. He hooked his skating boots to the exterior guide rail, drifted out into the open pocket of space on a long retrieval line, and grabbed the upside-down bat by the shoulder seals. Using a manual utility knife, he carefully sliced away the tangled, overinflated sections of the biological suit, freeing the creature's wings without puncturing its primary breathing bladder. He hauled the bat back to the airlock, while Meech and the rest of the crew used cargo nets to scoop up the remaining 14 survivors before their oxygen bladders decayed. Once inside the pressurized warmth of the maintenance bay, the bats deflated their survival membranes, revealing themselves to be remarkably calm, highly intelligent, and entirely non-aggressive. Through a series of high-frequency clicks, sonar pulses, and primitive handheld data pads, their leader communicated that they were a migratory engineering collective on their way to a nearby star system in Sector 7 to repair a deep space communications array. Their biological transport ship had been pulverized by the meteor swarm, leaving them stranded. Lane, looking at the shivering, gray-winged engineers crowding his maintenance deck, pointed toward the storage bays. "We're heading past Sector 7 anyway. We'll give you a ride to the drop-off point. Just keep out of the main gear assemblies." To show hospitality to their new spacefaring passengers, Big Meech rummaged through his personal locker and pulled out a large, bulk-sized plastic bag of commercial gummy worms, the cheap, neon-colored, gelatinous sugar candies that the maintenance crews chewed on during long, 16-hour pipe welding shifts. He pulled out a bright green and red translucent worm and offered it to the bat leader that Lane had rescued. The bat leader sniffed the gelatinous candy with its sensitive snout, its ears twitching at a frantic pace. Then, it took a single bite. An immediate change swept through the room. The bat's large eyes widened to twice their original size, its wings extended in a sudden, dramatic flourish, and it let out a series of ecstatic, melodic sonar chirps that caused every other bat in the room to crowd forward. To a species that had spent millennia consuming nothing but raw, synthetic protein paste and frozen algae bricks during deep space migrations, the combination of high fructose corn syrup, artificial cherry lime flavoring, and the chewy, gelatinous texture of a human gummy worm wasn't just food. It was an absolute, transcendent biological revelation. It hit their neural pathways like a high-grade cognitive stimulant. Within an hour, the 15 bats had completely consumed Meech's personal supply, licking the sugar crystals off the plastic packaging with meticulous devotion. They didn't just want more. Their entire societal framework, which was built on the immediate calculation of material value in engineering trade, instantly recalibrated. They looked at the remaining bags of gummy worms stored in the maintenance galley and recognized them as the most valuable asset in the known universe. By the second day of the journey toward Sector 7, the bats had established a temporary habitat in the mid-deck storage rooms, and the gummy worm economy officially began. It started harmlessly enough when one of the bats offered a high-grade, precision-machined titanium fuel coupler, a part that would normally cost 3 months of a maintenance worker's salary, to a crew member in exchange for a single, sour-coated blue gummy worm. The human crew quickly realized they could trade their cheap galley snacks for incredibly advanced deep space technology. But the bats took it to an entirely different level. Because they were an intelligent, highly structured society that used material exchange to determine status, they immediately transformed the gummy worms into their official, ironclad currency. They didn't trust digital credits or human paper vouchers. They trusted the tangible, chewy, neon-colored weight of the worms. To facilitate this new economy, the bats set up a makeshift coffee and trade counter in the main corridor of the cargo bay, using salvaged metal sheets and discarded pipe frames. They learned to brew an incredibly potent, high-pressure espresso using the ship's industrial steam lines, a drink that the human crew desperately needed during the late-night shift rotations. But when Big Meech went to buy a cup of coffee, the bat behind the counter refused his digital credits, clicking its teeth and pointing to a small, handwritten sign on a piece of cardboard. The only cash accepted at the counter was gummy worms. A standard cup of coffee cost exactly 1/4 of a standard yellow and red worm, carefully severed with a precision plasma cutter to ensure exact weight distribution. Within 48 hours, the presence of the currency introduced a dark, volatile element to the ship's lower decks: gambling. The bats discovered human dice and card games, and because their advanced sonar capabilities allowed them to calculate mathematical probabilities at lightning speed, they began organizing high-stakes poker tournaments in the dark corners of the cargo hold. The stakes weren't credits. They were full, unsevered, premium-grade neon worms. Disreputable things began to happen in the shadows of the bellows. Bats were caught sneaking into the primary agricultural bays, trying to reverse engineer the gelatinous compound using synthetic starches and recycled nutrient fluid. Fights broke out over the value of a sour-coated worm versus a standard sugar-glazed worm, with the bats establishing a complex fluctuating exchange rate based on the color density of the candy. A single, rare, triple-colored promotional worm was suddenly worth an entire set of replacement thruster seals. Then, the fundamental flaw of a biological currency system hit the community with devastating force: consumption. Unlike human gold or digital coins, the currency tasted incredible. Under the intense stress of the high-stakes gambling rings and the long, boring hours of deep space travel, several of the younger bats succumbed to temptation. They began eating their profits. A bat would win a massive pile of 20 worms in a poker match, retreat to his nesting corner, and sleep-eat 5 of them in the middle of the night. This led to a sudden, catastrophic deflationary crisis on the ship. The total supply of gummy worms on the utility transport was strictly limited to what was available in the crew's personal lockers and the galley's dessert rations, a grand total of roughly 300 worms. As the bats continuously ate the currency, the circulating supply plummeted. Because the supply was running out due to literal consumption, the value of a single remaining worm skyrocketed to an absurd degree. By the 5th day, the economic math had become completely broken. A single gummy worm was now worth an entire month's rent for an entry-level worker's apartment back at the home colony. The bats at the coffee counter were now demanding a microscopic sliver of a worm, no larger than a grain of sand, for a full gallon of fuel espresso. The entire trade network began to freeze up because no one wanted to spend their worms, knowing that by tomorrow, the remaining candy would double in value. The bats grew irritable, their ears drooping from sugar withdrawals and economic stress. The gambling dens turned sour, with accusations of currency hoarding flying between the different nesting groups. One bat tried to pass off a piece of flexible, insulated electrical wire that had been dyed red with food coloring as a legitimate worm, nearly triggering a full-scale riot in the cargo bay that threatened to breach the main coolant lines. Lane walked into the cargo hold on the 6th morning to find the entire operation at a complete standstill. The bats were sitting on their crates, refusing to perform any maintenance assistance, their arms crossed over their wings, staring at a single, pristine green worm sitting inside a reinforced glass security case in the center of the room. "Lane, we've got a total economic collapse down here," Meach said, holding up an empty plastic bag. "The worms are gone. They ate the money. If we don't fix this shortage before we reach the Sector 7 array, these guys are going to strip our ship for parts just to see if there are any stray sugar crystals hidden behind the control panels." Lane looked at the depressed, shivering bats, then at the empty packaging scattered across the floor. He tapped his torque wrench against his palm. "I got this. Sit this one out," he said, turning on his heel and walking straight toward the ship's primary manufacturing lab, a small, grease-stained room containing an ancient, industrial-grade 3D chemical synthesizer used for replicating spare plastic gaskets and nylon washers. The solution required entering the final quarter of the journey with a radical approach to industrial food production. Lane didn't try to synthesize sugar. The ship's chemical banks didn't have the organic compounds for high-fructose corn syrup. Instead, he looked at the raw materials they did have in abundance: bulk industrial collagen used for hydraulic seals, medical-grade gelatin used for skin grafts in the emergency bay, and 300 gallons of highly concentrated, synthetic citrus-flavored cleaning solvent used to wash the grease off the engine blocks. Working through the night while the crew slept, Lane completely reprogrammed the 3D synthesizer's physical output parameters. He bypassed the safety templates for mechanical parts and designed a brand new, customized structural blueprint file named WORM01. The action he took was pure mechanical subversion. He mixed the heavy industrial collagen with the medical gelatin to perfectly replicate the precise, chewy, elastic texture of a premium human gummy worm. To solve the flavor crisis without real sugar, he infused the mixture with a highly diluted version of the citrus cleaning solvent, adding a heavy dose of synthetic glucose from the medical bay's IV fluids to mask the chemical aftertaste. The machine began to hum, its extrusion nozzles clicking rhythmically as it pumped out long, translucent, neon orange and bright yellow lengths of perfectly formed, industrial-grade synthetic gummy worms. They looked identical to the real thing. They chewed exactly like the real thing. And because of the citrus solvent infusion, they possessed an incredibly sharp, sour kick that hit the bat's sensory organs with absolute precision. Best of all, because they were made from high-density structural collagen, they were completely indigestible. The bats could chew on them for weeks to satisfy their neurological cravings without actually destroying the physical currency. Lane walked into the cargo bay on the morning of the final approach to Sector 7, carrying 2 massive, industrial metal barrels filled to the brim with over 10,000 freshly minted, sparkling, sour citrus synthetic worms. He dumped the barrels onto the center of the deck, the neon candies cascading across the metal floor tiles in a massive, glittering wave of absolute abundance. The bats froze. Their ears stood completely straight up, their large eyes tracking the glittering mountain of wealth. The leader of the collective stepped forward, picked up one of Lane's newly minted collagen worms, and bit into it. The sour citrus solvent instantly triggered his sonic chirps, and he realized that this money was indestructible. It could be chewed, traded, gambled, and passed down through generations without ever losing its structural integrity. The economic shortage vanished in an instant. With an unlimited circulating supply of high-density collagen worms, the hyperinflation collapsed, and the value of the currency stabilized at a perfect, functional equilibrium. The bats returned to the coffee counter, joyfully serving up gallons of high-pressure espresso for a flat rate of 3 full worms per cup. They organized massive, orderly trading markets across the mid-deck, using their advanced engineering skills to completely rebuild the transport ship's internal wiring grids and upgrade the thruster systems as an expression of immense financial gratitude. When the utility transport finally pulled into the docking grid of the Sector 7 communications array, the ship was running smoother, faster, and cleaner than it ever had in its operational history. The 15 spacefaring bats lined up at the primary airlock, their wings neatly folded, their survival suits fully repaired and packed with thousands of Lane's synthetic collagen worms stored in their utility pouches. The bat leader turned to Lane, letting out a soft, respectful series of sonar clicks, and handed him a master key data pad that contained the complete unredacted structural schematics for every corporate vessel operating in the quadrant, a tool that would allow the basement maintenance crew to bypass any security grid in space. Lane slid the data pad into his coverall pocket, picked up his torque wrench, and gave the bat a sharp nod as the airlock doors began to hiss open. "Keep your boots tight and your currency chewy," Lane said, stepping back onto the maintenance deck as Big Meech waved goodbye to the winged crew. The journey was done, the gunk was cleared, the basement had stabilized the economy of an entirely alien species, and the transport ship was already turning its nose back toward the dark, familiar hum of the home colony slips.
For anything in its entire 40,000-year history. Absolutely, Priya said cheerfully. We'll expect a response by next Thursday. Oh, and one more thing. Of course there was one more thing. We've been thinking about expansion, Priya said. There are a lot more humans on Earth who'd be interested in unsurvivable occupations. We'd like to discuss increasing the recruitment numbers. You want to recruit more humans into unsurvivable jobs, Taluvik said flatly. If possible, yes. We've got a waiting list of about 200 million people who've applied since the first wave of hires. 200 million. It's a competitive job market on Earth right now, Priya explained. And honestly, the pay and benefits you're offering are really good by our standards. Plus, working in space is kind of a dream job for a lot of people. Your dream jobs are our nightmares, Taluvik shouted, and then immediately regretted it, because that was definitely going to be quoted in tomorrow's news feed. Different perspectives, I guess, Priya said diplomatically. Anyway, we'll let you review the proposal. Thanks for your time. The humans left the assembly hall in an orderly fashion, chatting pleasantly among themselves about what sounded like dinner plans. Something about trying that new Vrin restaurant on Station Quintara 9, because the food can't possibly be weirder than the job. The moment the doors closed behind them, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. "This is impossible," shouted Representative Collix. "They can't just negotiate about unsurvivable occupations. The entire concept is unsurvivable. They can, and they did, Taluvik said tiredly, and they cited Federation law while doing it. If we refuse their demands, they can file a complaint with the Labor Relations Board. And if the complaint is upheld, which it will be because they've clearly done their legal research, we'll face sanctions. So what do we do? Asked Chancellor Vorgrim, who'd been silently observing from the back of the hall. We, Taluvik said, with the air of someone who'd just accepted defeat, install break rooms in unsurvivable work environments. We develop career advancement tracks for jobs that shouldn't have survivors. We give them their 15% pay raise, and we pray to whatever cosmic entities might be listening that they don't ask for anything else. They have a list of 14 additional demands, someone pointed out unnecessarily. I know, Taluvik snapped. Let's just deal with one civilization-threatening crisis at a time, shall we? Over the next 6 months, the Federation underwent the most comprehensive workplace reform in its history. Break rooms were installed in hyperspace stations, requiring technology that bent several laws of physics. Career advancement tracks were created for unsurvivable occupations, with titles like Senior Dimensional Rift Monitor and Chief Antimatter Extraction Specialist that shouldn't logically exist. Training programs were developed, complete with mentorship requirements and safety certifications for environments that were, by definition, unsafe. And the humans thrived. Productivity across unsurvivable occupations increased by 68%. Equipment failure rates dropped. Efficiency metrics that had been flatlined for millennia suddenly showed improvement curves. The humans had taken jobs designed to kill anyone who attempted them and turned them into careers. Dr. Felish published a follow-up study titled Persistent Adaptation Patterns in Death World Species, a case study in systematic improbability. It was required reading at every major xenobiology institution in the Federation. The abstract began, all previous models of species survival probability were wrong. The study's conclusion was even more disturbing. Humans represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of unsurvivable conditions. They do not simply survive the unsurvivable, they optimize it, recommend immediate revision of all Federation safety standards and mortality predictions. Previous assumptions about environmental lethality appear to have been based on species that possessed functional survival instincts. But the real shock came when the Federation's Economic Analysis Division released their report on the financial impact of human employment. The unsurvivable occupations, which had been effectively unfilled for 42,000 years, had created a massive economic drag on the Federation. Essential services hadn't been performed, critical infrastructure had decayed, supply chains had been disrupted. The Federation had been paying for these positions while receiving zero productivity in return. Now, with humans filling all 143 positions, the economic benefit was staggering. The Federation's GDP had increased by 9% in 6 months. 9%. Some economists initially thought this was a calculation error and spent 3 weeks rechecking the math before accepting that it was real. The humans weren't just surviving unsurvivable jobs, they were generating massive economic value while doing so. Chancellor Vorgrim called another emergency council session to discuss the findings. We need to acknowledge, he began with the tone of someone making a confession, that the humans' arrival has been unexpectedly beneficial to the Federation's economy and operational efficiency. The council chamber remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. Furthermore, Vorgrim continued, preliminary modeling suggests that if we were to expand human employment to other hazardous occupations, not just the unsurvivable ones, we could see additional significant gains in productivity and safety across multiple sectors. Still silence. The Economic Analysis Division is recommending, Vorgrim took a deep breath, that we actively recruit additional humans for expanded roles throughout Federation operations. Now the silence broke. What? Colic surged to his feet, which was impressive given his species' gelatinous nature. You want to bring more of them here, deliberately? The data is compelling, Vorgrim said, projecting the economic models. Humans excel at dangerous, difficult work that other species avoid. They're reliable, they're organized, and they're apparently impossible to kill through normal occupational hazards. From a purely practical standpoint, they're ideal employees. They're terrifying, Colic objected. They treat unsurvivable occupations like normal jobs. They unionize in conditions that should prevent coherent thought. They want break rooms in hyperspace. And they've reduced accident rates in those environments by 73%, Vorgrim countered, because they implemented their buddy system and safety protocols. Unsurvivable occupations are now statistically safer than standard manufacturing positions. That's because the only people working them are humans. Exactly, Vorgrim said, which is why we should employ more of them. The argument raged for hours, but ultimately the numbers were impossible to ignore. The Federation had spent millennia trying to manage unsurvivable occupations through bureaucracy and hope. Humans had solved the problem in 6 months through sheer bloody-minded persistence and optimism. The vote to expand human recruitment passed by a narrow margin. Several representatives immediately filed for extended leave afterward. Back on Earth, the news that the Galactic Federation was offering expanded employment opportunities created what historians would later call the Great Application Surge. 19 billion humans applied for positions within the first week. 19 billion. That was approximately 2/3 of Earth's adult population. The Federation's HR systems crashed completely, not from technical errors, but from what one system administrator described as existential dread overload. The computers had simply refused to process that many applications from a single species to dangerous occupations. Turtix, who'd been promoted to Senior Coordinator of Human Resources Integration, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, stared at the application numbers with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. 19 billion, he muttered to himself. We accidentally sent job postings to one planet and received 19 billion applications. Yalthir appeared at his desk. She'd aged considerably in the past year, despite her species' normally slow aging process. The Council has approved positions for an additional 5 million humans, she said. We're calling it the Hazardous Occupation Integration Initiative. 5 million, Turtix repeated, out of 19 billion applicants. It's a start, Yalthir said. We need to pace the integration, make sure the existing systems can handle the expansion before we commit to larger numbers. The existing systems couldn't handle the first wave of humans, Turtix pointed out. They just adapted around our inability to manage them properly. True, Yalthir conceded, but let's at least pretend we're in control of this situation. They both knew they weren't. The moment humans had arrived and refused to die on schedule, control had been an illusion. The second wave of human employees arrived over the next 3 months. They were assigned to positions classified as highly hazardous, but not technically unsurvivable. Jobs like asteroid mining in unstable fields, atmospheric harvesting from gas giants, and deep space salvage operations in regions with unpredictable gravitational anomalies. The pattern repeated itself with depressing predictability. Humans assessed the risks, shrugged, and got to work. Within weeks, they'd improved efficiency, reduced accident rates, and started forming social groups. A salvage team, working near a collapsing binary star system, organized a poker tournament. They called it Extreme Cards, and sold tickets to observers who wanted to watch humans gamble while reality bent around them. They were turning dangerous work into entertainment. Dr. VORPP published a third study, this one titled Occupational Normalization in High-Stress Environments: Why Humans Think Everything is Fine. The paper's thesis was that humans had evolved in such a consistently dangerous environment that their baseline for acceptable risk was completely miscalibrated compared to other spacefaring species. The paper included quotes from human workers that would become legendary in xenopsychology circles. When asked about working in an asteroid field where collision risk was calculated at 18% per shift, a human named Rita Kowalski said, "Sure, it's a bit dodgy, but I used to drive a taxi in Boston. This is much more predictable." A salvage operator working near a black hole's accretion disk, where radiation levels fluctuated wildly and time dilation made shift schedules a nightmare, commented, "The weird time stuff takes getting used to, but at least management doesn't call me on my days off." These statements were analyzed by the Federation's top psychologists. The consensus: humans genuinely perceived these conditions as normal, possibly even preferable to their previous employment. It was, everyone agreed, absolutely horrifying, but it was also undeniably effective. 1 year after the first humans had been hired into unsurvivable occupations, the Federation released a comprehensive impact assessment. The numbers told a story that made traditionalists uncomfortable and economists excited. Human workers had filled 143 previously unfillable positions. They'd expanded into 892 additional hazardous roles. Productivity in dangerous sectors had increased by 79%. Safety incidents had decreased by 62%, despite the fact that humans were working in objectively more dangerous conditions than previous workers. The economic impact was measured in the trillions. Supply chains that had been disrupted for millennia were flowing smoothly. Infrastructure that had been impossible to maintain was now maintained. Resources that had been inaccessible were now being extracted efficiently, and the humans were still not dying. Oh, there were injuries. Humans got hurt, but they recovered and went back to work with a casual attitude that baffled medical professionals across the Federation. One human, after surviving an incident where his spacecraft depressurized in deep space, requiring emergency evacuation to a medical facility, was back at work within 2 weeks. His comment to the worried medical staff, "I've had worse falls off a ladder." He'd compared explosive decompression in deep space to falling off a ladder. The medical staff required counseling. As the 1-year anniversary approached, the Federation found itself in an awkward position. They'd spent millennia building a civilization based on certain assumptions about danger, survival, and risk management. Humans had invalidated most of those assumptions simply by showing up and refusing to die appropriately. Chancellor Vorgrim convened what he promised would be the final emergency council session on the human question. "We need to make a decision," he announced. "Do we continue expanding human employment, or do we try to limit their presence in Federation operations?" "We can't limit them," pointed out Representative Taluvics, who'd become something of an expert on human employment law through painful experience. "They have full Federation employment rights. Discrimination based on species origin is illegal. And before anyone suggests it, we can't classify them as too dangerous to employ when they have the best safety record of any workforce in Federation history. So we're committed to this," Kolek said flatly. "We're permanently integrating a species that treats unsurvivable occupations as resume-building opportunities." "It appears so," Vorgrim agreed. "The question is, how do we manage this moving forward?" Dr. Fellish, who'd been invited to provide scientific context, raised a tentacle. "If I may, I've been studying human cultural patterns, and I think there's something the Council should understand about their approach to dangerous work." "Please," Vorgrim gestured for him to continue. "At this point, any insight would be welcome." "Humans," Dr. Fellish began, "have a concept they call whistling past the graveyard. It means acting casual about something frightening to manage fear. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think humans genuinely don't find these occupations as frightening as we do." "That's worse," Kolek muttered. Perhaps, Dr. Fellish continued, but consider what it means for the Federation. We've spent millennia developing elaborate safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies because we approach danger from a position of fear. Humans approach it from a position of problem solving. They don't ask, how do we avoid this danger? They ask, how do we work with this danger efficiently? You're saying they're better at dangerous work because they're too stupid to be afraid? Collix asked. No, Dr. Fellish said firmly. I'm saying they're better at it because they assess risk differently. Where we see unsurvivable conditions, they see solvable problems. And they're usually right. The unsurvivable occupations weren't unsurvivable because of some inherent impossibility. They were unsurvivable because we approached them with the wrong mindset. The council chambers fell silent as the implications sank in. You're saying, Vorgrim said slowly, that we've been limiting ourselves, that there are possibly thousands of other unsurvivable conditions that are actually just difficult. I'm saying that humans have demonstrated that our definitions of survivable and unsurvivable were based on incomplete data, Dr. Fellish said. They've rewritten the limits of what we thought was possible, and if we're smart, we'll learn from that instead of resisting it. Chancellor Vorgrim looked around the council. He saw fear, yes, but also, gradually, acceptance. The Federation had survived 42,000 years by being adaptable. This was just another adaptation. Very well, Vorgrim said. We continue integration of human workers into Federation operations. We expand employment opportunities as economic analysis supports. And we revise our safety standards based on observed human performance rather than our previous assumptions. And if they keep demanding more, Collix asked, better conditions, higher pay, additional benefits, then we negotiate, Vorgrim said simply. Just like we would with any other workforce, they've earned that right by doing the impossible. The vote to fully integrate humans into Federation employment passed unanimously. Everyone had finally accepted the new reality. The formal announcement was made via standard Federation channels. Humans were officially recognized as a fully employed member species with all associated rights and responsibilities. The unsurvivable occupations list was formally redesignated as specialized extreme environment positions, and humans were acknowledged as the primary workforce for these roles. Earth's response to this announcement was characteristic. Applications immediately surged to 43 billion. Turtix didn't even blink. He'd achieved a zen state of acceptance regarding human behavior. Nothing they did could surprise him anymore. Almost nothing. The surprise came 3 months later when Priya Chandrasekaran requested a meeting with Federation leadership. Not as a union representative this time, but as what she called a concerned employee with a proposal. Chancellor Vorgrim agreed to meet with her, curious what new impossibility she was about to suggest. Thank you for seeing me, Priya began, settling into the chair that had been specially designed for human physiology. The Federation had started manufacturing human-compatible furniture in bulk. The chair industry had never been so profitable. Of course, Vorgrim said cautiously. What did you want to discuss? I've been thinking about the Federation's approach to dangerous work, Priya said, and I have a suggestion. Vorgrim braced himself. Human suggestions tended to reorganize reality. You have a lot of species in the Federation who are brilliant at science, diplomacy, and art, Priya continued, but you don't have many species who are good at the dirty, dangerous work that keeps civilization running. That's why those jobs went unfilled for so long. That's an accurate assessment, Vorgrim agreed warily. So here's my thought, Priya leaned forward. What if humans specialize? We're good at the dangerous stuff. We don't mind it. We actually kind of enjoy it. So let us handle that sector while other species focus on what they're good at. Division of labor on a galactic scale. Vorgrim considered this. You're proposing that humans become the Federation's hazardous environment specialists. Exactly, Priya nodded. But more than that, we teach other species our techniques, share our safety protocols, help redesign dangerous systems to be more manageable. We've learned a lot in the past year about what makes these jobs dangerous versus what makes them unnecessarily dangerous. A lot of the unsurvivable occupations were badly designed. We can fix that. You want to improve the unsurvivable occupations, Vorgrim said slowly. Make them less unsurvivable. We want to make them safer, Priya corrected. There's a difference between necessary risk and stupid risk. Right now, a lot of Federation dangerous work involves stupid risk because nobody ever survived long enough to identify and fix the problems. We can do that. Vorgrim sat back, processing this. It was, he realized, a remarkably reasonable proposal, and coming from a human, that made it deeply suspicious. What do you want in return? He asked directly. Recognition, Priya said simply. Not just as employees, but as specialists. Establish a hazardous environment division with proper funding, authority, and respect. Let us develop standards and training programs. Give us the resources to do this right. You want authority over all hazardous occupations in the Federation, Vorgrim said. We want to make them safe, Priya emphasized again, or at least safer than they are now. Is that really such a crazy idea? Vorgrim looked at her for a long moment. A year ago, the answer would have been a definitive yes. Now, after watching humans casually survive the unsurvivable and optimize the impossible, he wasn't sure. I'll bring it to the council, he said finally. I can't promise they'll approve it. That's all I ask. Priya stood to leave. Just think about it. Humans are good at this. Let us be good at it officially. After she left, Vorgrim sat in his office for a long time, thinking. Priya was right, damn her. Humans were good at dangerous work, better than any species in Federation history. And they were offering to formalize that capability, to build systems that would benefit the entire Federation. It was logical, practical, beneficial. It was also terrifying because it meant acknowledging that humans had found their niche in galactic civilization, and that niche was exactly the place every other species had been trying to avoid for 42,000 years. The council debated Priya's proposal for 2 weeks. Arguments were made for and against. Traditionalists objected to giving humans authority over an entire occupational sector. Pragmatists pointed out that humans were already de facto running that sector anyway, so formalizing it changed nothing except paperwork. In the end, economics won the debate. Humans had proven they could do the work safely and efficiently. Establishing a proper division with training standards and safety protocols would only improve outcomes. And if it kept humans happy and productive, that was worth the political discomfort. The Hazardous Environment Division was established with Priya Chandrasekaran as its first director. The announcement made headlines across the Federation. Death Worlders to manage extreme occupations, read one particularly dramatic headline. Federation formalizes human expertise in unsurvivable conditions was more accurate but less catchy. The comment sections, newly created by humans who'd insisted the Federation needed better communication platforms, were predictably chaotic. Some species expressed relief that humans were handling the dangerous work. Others worried about what it meant when the newest member species immediately took over the sector that had baffled the Federation for millennia. And humans, they celebrated by doing what they always did. They went back to work and made everything more efficient. Within 6 months of the Hazardous Environment Division's establishment, unsurvivable occupation mortality rates, still technically 100% for non-humans but 0% for humans, were officially reclassified. New safety standards were implemented. Equipment was redesigned. Training programs were developed that actually worked. For the first time in 42,000 years, the Federation's most dangerous jobs had proper safety protocols, career advancement paths, and qualified experts managing them. Dr. Fellish published his final study on the subject, titled simply, We were wrong about everything. It became the most cited paper in modern xenobiology. The abstract read, "This paper examines the fundamental assumptions underlying Federation risk assessment and occupational safety." Previous models operated on the premise that unsurvivable conditions were objectively unsurvivable. The introduction of humanity to Federation space has demonstrated that survival probability is species-dependent and mindset-dependent. What appears unsurvivable to a cautious species may be merely inconvenient to a recklessly optimistic one. Recommend complete revision of all safety standards, risk assessment protocols, and definitions of unsurvivable. Humans have proven that impossible simply means nobody appropriately crazy has tried yet. The paper won every major scientific award that year. Dr. Felish spent his acceptance speech at the Galactic Science Council looking like a man who'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. "We thought we understood danger," he said in his keynote address. "We thought we'd reached the limits of survivable occupations. Then humans showed up, ignored our limits, and made them look ridiculous. We learned that the real limitation wasn't environmental, it was psychological. We were afraid, so we assumed everyone should be afraid. Humans aren't afraid, or at least they're not afraid of the right things. And somehow, that makes all the difference." He paused, looking out at the assembled scientists from 30 different species. "The galaxy is less dangerous than we thought," he said finally. "Not because the dangers have changed, but because we finally found someone crazy enough to punch danger in the face and ask what's next. I don't know if we should be grateful or terrified. Probably both. But I know one thing for certain. Unsurvivable occupations were only unsurvivable because we were hiring the wrong species." The audience sat in stunned silence. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first, then building. Within moments, the entire auditorium was applauding. Not just for Dr. Felish's research, but for the sheer audacity of what they'd all witnessed over the past 2 years. Humanity had arrived in galactic civilization and immediately broken every rule about survival, danger, and occupational safety. They'd done it without malice or intent. They'd simply shown up, assessed the jobs everyone considered impossible, and said, "Looks fine." 5 years after Turtix's fateful mistake, the unsurvivable occupations list had been completely transformed. What had once been a bureaucratic nightmare of unfillable positions was now a thriving sector of the Federation economy. Humans filled 97% of hazardous environment positions. The remaining 3% consisted of bold individuals from other species who'd been inspired by human example to try dangerous work themselves. Most of them quit after their first shift, gained a healthy respect for human psychology, and returned to safer occupations. But a few stuck with it, proving that while humans were naturally suited for dangerous work, it wasn't exclusively their domain. Earth had become a major recruiting center for hazardous occupation specialists. Training facilities were established in particularly inhospitable locations: deserts, Arctic zones, deep ocean platforms, active volcanic regions. If you could survive the training on Earth, the reasoning went, you could handle anything the galaxy threw at you. The logic was sound. Earth was, after all, the planet that had produced a species that considered unsurvivable occupations to be pretty good career moves. Turtix, now senior administrator of the Hazardous Environment Division, occasionally reflected on how a single clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. He still had nightmares about that day. "You changed the galaxy," Yalthir told him once, during a rare moment of downtime between the constant stream of human-related administrative challenges. "I made a mistake," Turtix corrected. "A catastrophic, civilization-altering mistake. a mistake that saved the Federation trillions in lost productivity and made unsurvivable occupations survivable, Yalthir pointed out. Sometimes the best solutions come from accidents. Sometimes accidents just destroy everything, Turtik said darkly. We got lucky. Lucky that humans are crazy? Yalthir laughed, which was a sound like wind chimes made of bone. I suppose that's one way to look at it. How else would you look at it? Lucky that humans are crazy in ways that complement our sanity, Yalthir said thoughtfully. They do the things we can't. We provide the civilization they need to do them in. It's symbiotic in a terrifying sort of way. Turtix considered this. She might be right. The Federation had provided structure, law, and resources. Humans had provided the willingness to use those resources in ways nobody else dared. Together, they'd created something neither could have achieved alone. Still, Turtik said, I'm never clicking a button without double-checking again. Probably wise, Yalthir agreed. Though I have to admit, I'm curious what would happen if you made another mistake of similar magnitude. We'd probably end up recruiting humans for diplomatic positions next, Turtik said sarcastically. They both laughed. Neither of them noticed the job posting that had just been accidentally transmitted to Earth's diplomatic employment network. But that's a different story. For now, the unsurvivable occupations were filled. The jobs that had terrified the galaxy for 42,000 years were being performed by cheerful humans who considered them slightly challenging at worst. Break rooms existed in hyperspace. Career advancement was possible in antimatter mining. The galaxy had learned that unsurvivable was a relative term, and that sometimes the solution to an impossible problem was finding someone too stubborn to accept that it was impossible. Somewhere on Earth, 19 billion people waited for their chance to prove that the galaxy's next impossible job was just another Tuesday. And in the Hazardous Environment Division headquarters, Priya Chandrasekaran looked at the latest reports, smiled, and began drafting her next proposal. After all, if humans could make unsurvivable jobs survivable, what else could they do? Nobody wanted to answer that question, but they were all going to find out anyway. There are exactly 3 things you need to know about the Galactic Administrative Registry of Potentially Dangerous Life Forms. First, the name is a lie. It's actually a registry of all life forms, dangerous or otherwise, but some committee thought the current name sounded more important. Second, nobody who works there actually wants to be there. And third, the coffee is terrible. Not just bad, terrible. The kind of terrible that makes you question whether the universe has any mercy whatsoever. Vexner Krilth had been working at the registry for 17 cycles. 17 long cycles. His species, the Karathi, were known throughout the galaxy for their meticulous record-keeping and their unfortunate tendency to develop stress-induced skin discoloration. Vexner's current shade was what his medical officer called concerning mauve, which was just one step below get your affairs in order purple. The problem wasn't the work itself. Cataloging new species was actually quite straightforward. You observed them, you measured their technological development, you assigned them a threat level somewhere between harmless and evacuate the sector, and then you filed the appropriate paperwork. Simple, or at least it should have been simple. But then came file reference GH4782-SOL3, otherwise known as humanity. Vexner stared at his screen with the kind of expression usually reserved for people who've just realized they've been eating the wrong end of a particularly exotic fruit. The data made no sense, absolutely none. According to every biological model in the registry's database, humans shouldn't exist. Their homeworld's gravity was all wrong for their bone density. Their atmosphere had way too much oxygen for creatures that metabolized the way they did. Their star was the wrong color. Their moon was proportionally massive. Everything about them screamed evolutionary impossibility. And yet, there they were, not just existing, but thriving. "This is ridiculous," Vexner muttered, his tentacles twitching with frustration. He pulled up the preliminary reports filed by the observation teams. Surely they would have some explanation. The first report was from observer Telshak, who had been monitoring human broadcasts for the past cycle. Vexner read it once, then twice, then a third time, because he was certain he must have misunderstood something. Humans routinely engage in recreational activities that would be classified as suicidal behavior in any other species, the report stated. They jump from perfectly functional aircraft for fun. They climb vertical rock faces without proper climbing equipment. They surf on frozen water, sliding down mountains at speeds that would kill most species on impact. When asked why, the most common response is, because it's there, or seemed like a good idea at the time. Vexner felt his skin shifting toward a deeper purple. The second report was worse, much worse. Observer Kindala had actually visited Earth, disguised as one of their domestic animals, a golden retriever, apparently. The report read like a fever dream written by someone who'd been hit on the head with a piece of furniture. Humans have domesticated carnivorous pack hunters and allow them to sleep in their beds, the report screamed, in what Vexner could only assume was digital terror. They keep venomous arachnids as pets. They eat substances that cause chemical burns to most species and call it seasoning. One human I observed consumed a quantity of capsaicin that should have killed them, turned bright red, sweated profusely, and then said, "That's delicious," before eating more. There was a note at the bottom of the report, requesting immediate transfer to any other assignment, would accept posting to a black hole observation station. "At least black holes make sense," Vexner's communicator chirped. It was his supervisor, Threnody Vex, a Karathi like himself, but older and significantly more purple. The kind of purple that suggested she'd been dealing with humanity longer than Vexner had. "Krilimth," she said without preamble, "I'm sending you something. It's classified at the highest level. You're going to read it, you're going to panic, and then you're going to understand why I drink. I don't drink, Director." "You will." The file arrived 3 seconds later. It was titled Protocols for Managing Contact with Sol 3 Inhabitants, a comprehensive guide to not dying horribly. It was 47,000 pages long. "What?" Vexner's tentacles flailed wildly. "Director, this is insane. Why would we need 47,000 pages of protocols for one species? The Jednari hive mind only required 3 pages, and they're a telepathic collective consciousness that can strip a planet of resources in a matter of hours." "Read page 1347, Threnody said calmly, "then call me back." Vexner navigated to the specified page. The heading read, Incident Report, the phrase. Oh no. According to the report, approximately 2 cycles ago, a human had been present on commercial trading station Theta 9. The station was a neutral meeting ground where species from across the galaxy conducted business, exchanged goods, and generally tried not to start wars with each other. It was considered one of the safest places in known space. Armed conflicts were forbidden. Violence was prohibited. Even raising your voice was considered poor form. The human's name was Derek Hoffman. He was, according to the report, unremarkable in every way except for his apparent complete lack of survival instinct. The problem began in Docking Bay 7. A Vreknari cargo hauler had malfunctioned during landing, blocking the entire bay. The Vreknari, being a species that prioritized protocol above all else, had immediately begun the proper procedures for reporting the malfunction. These procedures involved filling out Form 7742B in triplicate, waiting for a certified inspector to assess the situation, scheduling a repair crew, and then, once all paperwork was properly filed and approved, fixing the problem. Estimated time to clear the bay, 6 standard days. This was unacceptable to approximately 40 ships waiting to dock, but everyone understood that these were the rules. You couldn't just bypass proper procedures. That would be chaos. Everyone understood this, except Derek Hoffman. According to 17 different security recordings, Hoffman had been sitting in the station's observation lounge, consuming what humans called beer. The beverage was, according to chemical analysis, mildly poisonous to most species. Humans drank it recreationally. Hoffman watched the growing chaos in the docking bay for approximately 11 minutes. Then he stood up, walked over to his companion, a human female named Kay Brennan, who appeared to be the more sensible of the two, and uttered the phrase that would echo through galactic history. "Hold my beer!" Kay Brennan's response was immediate and visceral. "Derek, no." "Derek, yes," he replied, grinning in a way that the report described as deeply unsettling. What happened next was recorded from multiple angles. Hoffman walked to the docking bay, somehow bypassed 3 separate security checkpoints by simply waving at the guards and walking past them with confidence, and approached the malfunctioning cargo hauler. The Vreknari cargo master, whose name translated roughly to strict adherence to proper procedures, attempted to explain that touching the vessel without proper authorization was strictly forbidden and could result in immediate deportation from the station. Hoffman's response was to pat the Vreknari on what he assumed was a shoulder, but was actually a sensory organ, say, "I got this, buddy," and climb onto the cargo hauler. What followed was described by the station's chief engineer as technically impossible, but also somehow exactly what was needed. Hoffman spent exactly 4 minutes crawling around the exterior of the cargo hauler. He kicked something, hit something else with his fist, twisted what appeared to be a decorative element but was actually a pressure valve, and then, for reasons that no engineer could explain, he shouted an earth profanity at the ship's engine core. The cargo hauler started working perfectly. The bay was cleared in 15 minutes. Hoffman returned to the observation lounge, reclaimed his beer from Kay Brennan, and said, "See, no problem." The station's governing council spent the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what had happened. They brought in engineers from 9 different species. They analyzed every sensor reading. They interviewed Hoffman 17 times. His explanation never varied. "I don't know, man. I just kind of felt what was wrong and fixed it." This was impossible. Ships didn't work on feelings. They worked on clearly defined mechanical and energy principles. You couldn't just hit things and make them work, except apparently you could if you were human. The incident report concluded with a single line that Vexner read 3 times. "Recommend classifying humans as Category Omega, unpredictable reality distortion." Vexner called Threnody back. His skin had achieved a shade of purple he didn't even know was possible. "This can't be real," he said. "This has to be some kind of joke, a test for new employees, right?" "I wish," Threnody replied. "Keep reading. It gets worse." Vexner didn't want to keep reading. He really didn't want to keep reading. But he was a Karathi, and Karathi always followed procedures. So he kept reading. Page 3209. The Manila Envelope Incident, page 7412. Why you should never challenge a human to a contest of any kind. Page 15803. The human concept of duct tape and why it violates several fundamental laws of physics. Page 22096. Case study. How humanity solved an interstellar navigation problem using what they call eyeballing it. Each incident was more absurd than the last, and yet each had been verified by multiple independent observers. These weren't stories, they weren't legends, they were documented facts. Vexner felt something he hadn't felt since his first day at the registry. Genuine, existential terror. He was about to close the file when he noticed something strange. There was an appendix at the very end of the document. It was titled simply, "The List." The list was exactly what it sounded like. A comprehensive compilation of every time a human had said the phrase, "hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever insane thing they'd done next. The list was updated in real time. The list was currently 247,000 entries long, and it was growing. Vexner watched in horror as the number ticked up while he stared at the screen. 247,001, 247,002. Somewhere in the galaxy, right at this very moment, a human was saying those 3 words and preparing to do something that would make sense to absolutely no one except other humans. His communicator chirped again. Threnody Vex looked even more purple than before, which Vexner hadn't thought possible. "There's been another incident," she said. "Sector 42, mining colony. The humans weren't even supposed to be there. What happened? What always happens? Someone said, 'Hold my beer,' and now we have a situation." Vexner felt his career flashing before his eyes. He joined the registry because he wanted a quiet life, a safe, predictable, bureaucratic life filled with forms and procedures and absolutely no excitement whatsoever. "Director," he said carefully, "perhaps we should just classify humanity as a Category 5 threat and recommend minimal contact. Already tried that 6 cycles ago. It didn't work." "Why not?" "Because humans don't care about threat classifications. They saw the warning beacons we placed around their system and thought they were invitations. They're like moths drawn to a flame, except the flame is danger and they're flying toward it while laughing." Vexner's tentacles drooped in defeat. "So what do? We do what we've been doing for the past 2 cycles, Threnody said. "We watch, we document, we try to predict where they'll cause chaos next. And we hope that when the inevitable disaster happens, they'll fix it the same way they cause it. How's that? By doing something completely impossible that somehow works anyway." Vexner looked at his screen, at the file that was supposed to be his routine assignment, at the list that kept growing. And he realized something that made his skin turn a shade of purple, that his medical database didn't even have a name for. Humanity hadn't just been discovered by the galaxy. The galaxy had been discovered by humanity, and nothing would ever make sense again. He opened a new file and began typing his preliminary report on human classification. He got exactly 3 words in before stopping. "Humans were what? Dangerous? Certainly. Unpredictable? Absolutely. Impossible. By every measure the galaxy had. But there was something else, something that none of the reports had quite captured. Something that made Vexner's analytical mind itch with the uncomfortable sensation of not understanding. Humans were fun. Not fun in the safe, controlled way that the Karate understood fun. Not the carefully regulated recreational activities that other species engaged in, but genuine, unpredictable, chaos-inducing fun. They looked at the universe and saw not a place of rules and order and careful procedures, but a place of possibilities. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. Vexner deleted his 3 words and started over. This was going to take a while. Meanwhile, on commercial trading station Theta 9, Kay Brennan was having what she generously referred to as a very long day. The problem with being the only consistently sensible human in any given situation was that everyone assumed you could control the other humans. This was, Kay had discovered, like assuming you could control a thunderstorm by asking it politely to rain somewhere else. Derek Hoffman sat across from her in the station's mediocre excuse for a restaurant, grinning like someone who hadn't just caused an interstellar incident. "You can't keep doing this," Kay said, pinching the bridge of her nose in a gesture that had become depressingly familiar over the past few months. "Doing what?" Derek replied innocently. "I fixed the problem. You violated station protocols. You touched a civilian vessel without authorization. You could have been arrested. But I wasn't arrested. Because it worked." Derek leaned back in his chair with the confidence of someone who had never once considered the consequences of their actions. Besides, everyone was happy in the end. "The Breknari guy even thanked me. He filed a formal complaint. He thanked me first. The complaint came later, which means the thank you counts more. Kay stared at him. This was Derek's logic. This was the logic that had gotten them through 3 separate diplomatic incidents, 2 near-death experiences, and 1 situation involving a sentient plant that still gave her nightmares. The worst part, his logic worked. Not in any way that made sense, but it worked nonetheless. Derek, she said slowly, do you understand that we're representing humanity out here? That everything we do reflects on our entire species? Yep. And you're okay with that? Sure. Humans are great. We figure stuff out. We help people. We fix things. He paused. Sometimes we break things first, but we always fix them eventually. Kay wanted to argue. She wanted to explain that the galaxy didn't work on eventually, that there were rules and procedures and carefully established protocols that existed for very good reasons. But she'd been traveling with Derek for 6 months now. 6 months of watching him solve problems that shouldn't be solvable. 6 months of seeing him befriend species that were supposed to be hostile. 6 months of witnessing the impossible become routine. And she'd realized something that her very organized, very rational mind had trouble accepting. Derek wasn't crazy. Well, he was a little crazy, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Derek saw the universe differently than everyone else. Where others saw rules, he saw suggestions. Where others saw barriers, he saw mild inconveniences. Where others saw impossible problems, he saw interesting challenges. And somehow, inexplicably, that worked. Just promise me something, Kay said finally. Anything. The next time you feel the urge to say, hold my beer, before doing something stupid. Yeah, at least try to think it through first. Derek considered this for a moment. I can do that. How long should I think? More than 3 seconds would be a good start. Deal, Derek grinned. See, I can be responsible. Kay had her doubts, serious doubts, but she'd learned that arguing with Derek was like arguing with a force of nature. You couldn't win. You could only hope to establish a few ground rules and pray he remembered them when it mattered. Her communicator buzzed. It was a message from the station administrator. Apparently, the governing council wanted to speak with both of them immediately. This was either very good or very bad. Knowing Derek, it was probably bad. They made their way to the council chambers, which were designed to be impressive. High ceilings, elegant architecture, subtle lighting that suggested both authority and wisdom. It was the kind of room that made you want to behave yourself. Derek looked around and said, "Nice place. Do you think they'd let me hang a hammock in here?" Kay closed her eyes and counted to 10, in 3 different languages. The council consisted of 7 members, each representing different species and interests. They all looked tired, the kind of tired that suggested they'd been dealing with something exhausting for far too long. The council leader, a distinguished Karathi named Venshara, cleared his throat. Derek Hoffman, Kay Brennan, thank you for joining us. No problem, Derek said cheerfully. Love what you've done with the place. Venshara's skin shifted toward purple. Kay recognized it as a bad sign. We've been reviewing the incident in Docking Bay 7, Venshara continued. While we acknowledge that your intervention did resolve the immediate problem, it has created certain complications. Complications? Kay asked carefully. 23 ships have filed requests for Derek Hoffman to examine their vessels. Another council member explained. Apparently, word has spread that he can fix things by feeling them. This is not a recognized repair methodology. I mean, it works though, Derek pointed out. That's not the point. Venshara's purple deepened. The point is that we have procedures, standards, certifications. You can't just declare yourself a mechanic because you successfully kicked a cargo hauler. Technically, I kicked it and hit it and shouted at it, Derek corrected. It was a comprehensive approach. Kay wanted to die, just cease existing right there in the council chambers. It would be easier than dealing with this. But Venshara surprised her. Instead of exploding with rage or calling security, he simply deflated. The purple faded to a resigned mauve. "We've been receiving reports about humans for the past 2 cycles," he said quietly. "At first, we thought they were exaggerations. Surely no species could be that awesome," Derek suggested. "Chaotic," Venshara corrected, "but the reports keep coming, and they're all verified, all true. Humans don't follow patterns. You don't behave the way biological entities are supposed to behave. You break rules we didn't even know could be broken." "Is that a bad thing?" Derek asked, genuinely curious. The council members looked at each other. Several tentacles twitched. A few manipulator appendages flexed nervously. One member's bioluminescent patches flickered uncertainly. "We don't know," Venshara admitted. "That's the problem. We've established protocols for aggressive species, for expansionist species, for technologically superior species, but we have no protocols for species that are just weird," Derek offered helpfully. "Unpredictable." Kay decided it was time to intervene before Derek made things worse. "Council Leader Venshara, I apologize for my colleagues' unorthodox methods. We're still learning galactic customs. Perhaps if you could provide us with a copy of the relevant regulations, we could ensure better compliance in the future." It was a good diplomatic answer. Professional, reasonable, exactly what the situation called for. Venshara laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who'd been pushed past the point of rational thought. "Regulations? You want regulations?" He activated his console, and a holographic document appeared. It was enormous. "This is the protocol manual for managing human interactions. 47,000 pages. We've been working on it for 2 cycles, and do you know how many humans have actually read it?" None, Kay guessed. "None," Venshara confirmed. "Not a single human. We've sent copies to your government, to your various space agencies, to individual humans we've encountered. And every single time, they either ignore it completely or use it as kindling," Derek suggested. "One human used it to level a table." Venshara looked like he might cry. 47,000 pages of carefully researched protocols, and it became furniture stabilization. Kay felt a laugh building in her chest. She fought it down. This was not the time, but Derek had no such restraint. He burst out laughing. "That's brilliant! Which human was it? I want to buy them a drink." "This isn't funny," Venshara snapped. "It kind of is, though," Derek replied, still chuckling. "I mean, come on. You spent 2 years writing a manual about us, and we're using it to fix wobbly tables. That's peak human behavior right there." And then, something unexpected happened. Venshara started laughing too. It started as a small chuckle, then grew into full-blown laughter. Soon, the entire council was laughing. The kind of laughter that comes from accumulated stress and absurdity, and the sudden realization that maybe, just maybe, you've been taking things too seriously. When the laughter finally subsided, Venshara wiped his eyes and looked at Derek with something that might have been respect. "You're absolutely right," he said. "It is peak human behavior. And that's exactly the problem. We can't regulate you because you don't want to be regulated. You see rules as suggestions, protocols as starting points, safety measures as interesting challenges to overcome." "Guilty," Derek admitted cheerfully. "So we're faced with a choice," Venshara continued. "We can either ban humans from the station, which would solve nothing because you'd probably just ignore the ban." "Probably," Derek confirmed. "Or we can accept that humanity is going to do whatever humanity does, and we just need to adapt." Kay saw her opportunity. "If I might suggest a compromise, what if Derek and I serve as liaisons? When problems arise that require human-style solutions, you contact us. We ensure things are done safely, or at least as safely as possible when Derek's involved." "Hey!" Derek protested. "Am I wrong?" "No, but still." Venshara considered this. "A human liaison position. Someone to translate between human chaos and galactic order." He looked at the other council members. It's insane. It might work, another member added. Those two statements aren't mutually exclusive when humans are involved, a third member pointed out. All right, Venshara decided. Trial period. 3 cycles. You serve as our human consultants. If it works, we'll make it permanent. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something out, Kay promised. We always do. That's what worries me, Venshara muttered. They left the council chambers with what Derek insisted was a promotion, and Kay considered a disaster waiting to happen. See, Derek said as they walked back to their quarters. Everything worked out. We're not employed as human chaos managers, Kay replied. That's not a normal job description. It is now. We're pioneers, trailblazers, the first humans to officially represent our species in a galactic capacity. We're the first humans they've met who haven't been immediately deported. Exactly. Success. Kay couldn't argue with that logic, mainly because Derek's logic existed in a dimension that normal logic couldn't access. But as they walked through the station, Kay noticed something interesting. The other species they passed weren't looking at them with fear or suspicion. They were looking at them with curiosity. Word had spread about Derek's repair work, about the human who'd solved in minutes what should have taken days. Some species nodded in greeting, others kept their distance, but it was respectful distance, not frightened distance. Humanity had made an impression. What kind of impression remained to be seen? Back in his office, Vexner Krillum stared at his screen in growing horror. The preliminary report had been bad. The incident reports had been worse. But now he'd reached the section titled Theoretical Analysis, Human Problem-Solving Methodology. The report had been compiled by the galaxy's leading xenopsychologists. These were individuals who'd spent their entire careers studying how different species think, how they process information, how they make decisions. Their conclusion about humanity was simple. We have no idea. It is our professional assessment, the report stated, that human cognition does not follow any recognized pattern. They appear to make decisions based on factors that include but are not limited to intuition, boredom, curiosity, the phrase "why not," perceived entertainment value, and something they call "because it would be funny." The report continued. Traditional threat assessment models are inadequate for evaluating human behavior. Standard prediction algorithms fail with 97% consistency. The remaining 3% appear to be statistical anomalies rather than successful predictions. Vexner felt his skin approaching colors that shouldn't exist in nature. There was a case study attached. It described a human named Patricia Valdez, who'd been working on an asteroid mining operation. The operation had encountered a problem. A piece of equipment had become lodged in a narrow tunnel. Standard procedure was to carefully extract it using precision tools and careful maneuvering. Patricia's solution: I'm going to ride it like a surfboard, and gravity will pull us both out. This should not have worked. It violated basic physics. But according to 17 different sensor logs, Patricia had indeed ridden the equipment out of the tunnel, landed safely, and then asked if anyone wanted to go again. The report noted, when asked to explain her reasoning, Valdez stated, "I don't know, seemed fun." This appears to be a common human justification for behavior that borders on suicidal. Vexner was beginning to understand why Threnody drank. His communicator buzzed. It was an urgent message from the Galactic Science Council. They'd been conducting long-range observations of Earth and had some findings. Vexner opened the file with trembling tentacles. The findings were impossible. According to the observations, Earth should not be able to support complex life. The planet's magnetic field was too weak. The atmosphere was too volatile. The tectonic activity was too aggressive. Every model suggested that life on Earth should have been wiped out dozens of times by natural disasters. And it had been. The report documented at least 5 major extinction events in Earth's history. But life kept coming back. And not just coming back, but evolving into increasingly complex forms until finally producing humans who appeared to be the concentrated essence of refusing to die despite overwhelming odds. Humanity's existence, the report concluded, appears to be less a product of favorable evolutionary conditions and more an act of sheer stubbornness. They evolved on a planet that actively tried to kill them, and they responded by thriving. This may explain their behavioral patterns. They approach the universe the same way they approached their hostile homeworld, with determination, creativity, and an apparent inability to recognize when they should give up. There was a footnote at the bottom of the page. Further research is required to determine if this stubbornness is a survival trait or a species-wide death wish, possibly both. Vexner closed the file, then opened it again, then closed it, then stared at his ceiling for several minutes while contemplating a career change. The problem was that he was good at his job. He understood xenobiology. He understood threat assessment. He understood how to classify species based on observable criteria. But humans didn't fit. They were biological impossibilities with a penchant for chaos and an apparent immunity to common sense. His communicator buzzed again. Another message from Threnody. "Stop trying to make sense of it," she wrote. "You'll just hurt yourself. Accept that humans are weird and move on." "But that's not scientific," Vexner typed back. "Neither are humans. Get used to it." Vexner sighed. His skin was now a color he was fairly certain indicated existential crisis. He opened a new document and began writing his official classification recommendation for humanity. He typed 7 different versions, deleted all of them, started over, deleted that too. Finally, in frustration, he typed, "Humans are what happens when evolution gets drunk and makes bad decisions. Recommend cautious observation and maintain safe distance. Also recommend updating insurance policies." It wasn't professional. It wasn't scientific. It wasn't even particularly helpful. But it was accurate. He sent it to Threnody and waited for her response. It came 3 seconds later. Approved. Welcome to the reality of dealing with humanity. Your skin will be permanently purple from now on. Vexner looked at himself in the reflective surface of his desk. She was right. He was very purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a small container. Inside was a human beverage Derek Hoffman had given him during a previous meeting. Derek had called it whiskey and said it helped with stress. Vexner had been saving it for a special occasion. This seemed to qualify. He took a small sip and immediately regretted it. The liquid burned. It was like drinking fire. How did humans consume this voluntarily? But then something interesting happened. The burning faded to warmth. The warmth spread through his system, and for the first time in weeks, Vexner felt his stress levels dropping. Maybe humans were onto something after all. He took another sip. His skin remained purple, but somehow he minded less. 3 sectors away, on mining colony designation 42, something was about to happen that would prove every warning about humanity correct. The colony was staffed by Karathi miners who'd been extracting valuable minerals from an asteroid belt for the past 8 cycles. It was routine work, predictable, safe, boring, which was exactly how they liked it. The problem started when a human ship requested permission to dock for repairs. The colony administrator, whose name translated roughly to excessive caution, had initially refused. The regulations were clear. No unauthorized vessels were permitted, but the human ship's captain, a woman named Rivera, had been very polite, very professional, very convincing in her explanation that they only needed minor repairs and would be gone within 2 standard days. Excessive caution had consulted the manual, checked the protocols, verified the regulations, and made the fatal mistake of saying yes. The human crew consisted of 4 individuals: Rivera, who appeared competent, an engineer named Hofstadter, who seemed knowledgeable, a navigator named Chen Okonkwo, who was quiet but efficient, and someone named Rafe. Just Rafe. No last name. No formal title. When asked what his role was, he'd responded, "I'm the guy who fixes things when they break." This should have been excessive caution's first warning. The repairs went smoothly for the first day. The human crew kept to themselves, worked efficiently, and caused no problems whatsoever. Excessive caution began to relax. Perhaps the warnings about humans were exaggerated. Perhaps they were perfectly reasonable beings who simply had unfortunate reputations. Then came day 2. Excessive caution was reviewing the mining schedules when his assistant, whose name meant mild anxiety, rushed into his office. "Sir, we have a situation." Those 3 words sent excessive caution's skin into emergency purple. What kind of situation? It's the humans. Specifically, it's Rafe. What has he done? He's in the main excavation shaft. That's restricted. How did he get access? He walked past the security checkpoint, said don't worry about it, and kept walking. The guards were so confused they just let him through. This was a very human thing to do. Act with such confidence that people assume you must have authorization. Excessive caution activated the shaft monitoring systems. Sure enough, there was Rafe standing in front of the primary drilling mechanism. The drill had been malfunctioning for the past 3 days. Not seriously, but enough to reduce efficiency by 12%. A replacement part was scheduled to arrive in 2 weeks. The regulations were clear. Until the replacement arrived, the drill would operate at reduced capacity. Attempting repairs without proper parts and authorization was forbidden. Excessive caution watched in growing horror as Rafe examined the drill, walked around it, kicked it once, nodded to himself, and then Rafe did something that made excessive caution's blood run cold. He looked directly at the security camera and grinned. "Hey!" Rafe shouted, apparently knowing someone was watching. "You might want to clear everyone out of this section. This is gonna get loud." "What?" Excessive caution screamed at the monitor. "What is he doing?" He activated the communication system. "Human Rafe, step away from the drilling mechanism immediately. You are in violation of 17 safety regulations." Rafe's response came through crystal clear. "Yeah, but here's the thing. Your drill's not actually broken. The calibration's just off because of microfractures in the asteroid's composition. I can fix it. You don't have authorization." "True, but I have this." Rafe held up what appeared to be a human tool, something called a wrench. The excessive caution had a very bad feeling about this. "Do not touch that drill," he commanded. "Too late," Rafe replied cheerfully, and then he said the words that would haunt excessive caution's nightmares for cycles to come. "Someone hold my beer. Oh wait, I don't have a beer. Guess I'm doing this sober. That's a first." "No," excessive caution wailed. What happened next was later described by the colony's chief engineer as physically impossible, but also somehow exactly the right thing to do. Rafe climbed onto the drilling mechanism while it was running, at reduced capacity, but still running. He balanced on a support strut, reached into the drill's calibration housing, and started adjusting things with his bare hands. "He's going to die," excessive caution screamed. "Someone stop him!" But the security team was frozen in place, watching in horror as Rafe worked. He twisted something, pulled something else, hit a component with his wrench, adjusted a setting that should have required computer-assisted precision. And then he jumped off the drill as it suddenly roared to full power. The drill was working perfectly, better than it had in months. Rafe landed, dusted himself off, and gave the security camera a thumbs up. "There you go, good as new. Actually better than new. I optimized the torque ratio while I was in there." Excessive caution stared at his monitors, in shock. The drill's efficiency had increased to 108%. That shouldn't be possible. Drills didn't operate above maximum efficiency. That's why it was called maximum. His assistant was the color of a deep bruise. "Sir, what do we do?" I don't..." Excessive caution couldn't form words. His entire understanding of reality had been shattered in the space of 3 minutes. Rafe made his way back to the surface, where Captain Rivera was waiting with her arms crossed. "Rafe," she said in a tone that suggested this was not the first time they'd had this conversation. "Captain," he replied innocently, "what did I say before we docked? Don't touch anything? And what did you do? Touched something?" Rivera pinched the bridge of her nose. "We're trying to make a good impression. We're trying to show the galaxy that humans can follow rules. But I fixed it. It's working better now. That's not the point." Excessive Caution arrived, out of breath from running. He stared at Rafe with an expression caught between gratitude and terror. You fixed the drill," he managed to say. "Yep," Rafe confirmed. "No problem. But how? You didn't have schematics. You didn't have the proper tools. You didn't even have authorization." Rafe shrugged. "Didn't need any of that. I could hear what was wrong." "You could hear it?" "Sure. It was making this little clicking sound that meant the calibration was off. So I adjusted it. Simple." "That's not simple. That's impossible." "Nah, impossible is different. Impossible is like, I don't know, time travel or something. This was just mechanical work." Excessive Caution felt his carefully ordered worldview crumbling. He'd spent his entire career following procedures, respecting protocols, doing things the right way. And this human had just solved in minutes what his entire engineering team had declared required specialized parts and 2 weeks of careful work. "I should ban you from the colony," Excessive Caution said weakly. "Yeah, probably," Rafe agreed. "But you're not gonna." "Why not?" "Because your other 3 drills have the same problem, and now you know they can be fixed without waiting for parts." Excessive Caution checked his monitoring systems. Rafe was right. The other drills showed similar calibration drift. "How did you know that?" "Lucky guess?" Rafe offered. It was not a lucky guess. Somehow, this human had assessed the entire operation in the brief time they'd been docked and identified problems the colony's own engineers had missed. Captain Rivera stepped forward. "Administrator, I apologize for my crew members' behavior. We'll complete our repairs and leave immediately." But Excessive Caution surprised himself. "Wait." Everyone looked at him. Could you fix the other drills too?" Rafe grinned. "Absolutely. This is fun. This is a violation of 17 regulations," Excessive Caution protested, then added more quietly, "But yes, please, fix them." 2 hours later, all 4 drills were operating at over 100% efficiency. The colony's mining output had increased by 23%. Production quotas that were supposed to take 3 months would now be completed in 2. Excessive Caution sat in his office, staring at the efficiency reports. His skin had achieved a purple so deep it was almost black. His assistant entered with a message. "Sir, the human ship is requesting permission to depart." "Granted," Excessive Caution said automatically. Then, "Wait, send them this." He quickly composed a message. "Thank you for your assistance. Please never return. Also, if you encounter other humans who can fix things by hearing them, please keep them away from my colony. My stress levels cannot survive another encounter." The response came back 3 minutes later from Captain Rivera. "Understood. For what it's worth, Rafe is actually one of the calmer ones. Some humans are much worse." Excessive Caution added a new note to his personal log. "Request transfer to observation post in uninhabited system. Preferably, 1 humans will never visit. Recommendation, find system with absolutely nothing interesting. Humans appear drawn to interesting things." The human ship departed. The colony returned to normal operations, except now they were producing 23% more efficiently, which meant revised quotas, new schedules, and completely disrupted long-term planning. Excessive Caution filed his incident report. He was thorough, professional, detailed, and at the very end he added one line: "Recommend updating the list. Entry: Human named Rafe fixed 4 industrial drills without authorization, proper tools, or apparent understanding of why this should be impossible. Succeeded anyway. No injuries. Increased efficiency by 23%. Humans continue to violate reality with alarming regularity. The report was forwarded to Vexner Krilmth, who read it, updated the list, and took another drink of whiskey. His skin remained purple. He was getting used to it. Across the galaxy, in a small apartment on Earth, a young woman named Jessie Kowalski was having a bad day. Her spacecraft's navigation system had crashed. She had a job interview in 3 days that required her to be 17 light years away. And her cat had somehow gotten stuck in the ventilation system. "This is ridiculous," she shouted at the universe in general. The universe, as usual, didn't respond. Jessie looked at her dead navigation console, looked at the service manual, looked at the estimated repair time of 5 to 7 days, and then she said the words that would eventually add another entry to the list. "You know what? I'll just fix it myself. How hard can it be?" Somewhere in a galactic administrative office, Vexner felt a chill run through his tentacles for no apparent reason. The list updated itself. 247,003. Time passed, as it tends to do. Vexner had been monitoring humanity for 6 cycles now. 6 long cycles. He'd read thousands of incident reports, updated the list more times than he could count, consumed enough whiskey to stock a small bar, and he'd come to a realization that he wasn't sure he wanted to accept. Humans weren't just chaotic. They weren't just unpredictable. They were something the galaxy had never encountered before. Functional chaos. Every species had problems. Equipment failures, logistical nightmares, bureaucratic tangles. These problems were solved through careful planning, proper procedures, and established protocols, except when humans were involved. When humans encountered problems, they solved them through what appeared to be sheer force of will, combined with complete disregard for how things were supposed to work. And it worked. That was the truly maddening part. It worked. Vexner's office had become something of a gallery of human incidents. He'd printed out the most absurd reports and pinned them to his walls. His colleagues thought he was obsessed. They were probably right. But Vexner had realized something important. Humans weren't just chaos. They were creative chaos. They looked at problems from angles that other species didn't even know existed. His communicator buzzed. It was Threnody Vex, and she sounded different, less stressed, almost amused. "Krilmth," she said, "we have a situation." What kind of situation?" Vexner asked wearily. He'd learned that situation in the context of humans could mean anything from minor inconvenience to fundamental reshaping of physical laws. "The good kind, I think. Maybe. We're calling an emergency session of the Galactic Council. Topic: humanity. Specifically, what to do about humanity. I thought we'd decided on watchful observation and strategic avoidance." That was before the Graviton 9 incident. Vexner felt his skin paling. What happened at Graviton 9? Nothing bad. That's the surprising part. Graviton 9 had a complete power system failure. Total blackout. Life support critical. They were 6 hours away from evacuating the entire station when a human freighter happened to pass by. Please tell me they didn't. They did. 3 humans working without proper equipment or authorization restored power to a station that our best engineers said would take weeks to fix. Did it in 4 hours, using what they called spare parts and optimism. Vexner pulled up the report, read it 3 times, checked the verification signatures. It was all true. "The council meeting is in 2 standard hours," Threnody continued. "They want you to present your findings on humanity. Think you can condense 6 cycles of observations into a coherent presentation? Probably not, but I'll try." "That's the spirit." "Oh, and Krilmth?" "Yes?" "Wear your most professional attire. This is going to be the most important presentation of your career." "Why?" "Because the council is considering offering humanity a permanent seat." Vexner's tentacles stopped moving. What? You heard me. A council seat. Full membership in the galactic community. And they want your recommendation on whether we're completely insane for considering it. The communication ended. Vexnor sat in his purple-tinted office, surrounded by reports of human chaos, and tried to figure out how to explain 6 cycles of impossible observations to the galaxy's most important governing body. He opened a new file and titled it Humanity, a comprehensive analysis of why everything we thought we knew was wrong. Then he started writing. 2 hours later, Vexnor stood before the Galactic Council. The chamber was filled with representatives from 47 species. All of them looked at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. The council leader, an ancient Kwarathi named Threnor Vex, who'd held the position for 20 cycles, gestured for Vexnor to begin. Honorable Council, Vexnor started, his voice remarkably steady despite his internal panic. I've been asked to present my findings on humanity, to determine whether they're suitable for membership in the galactic community. He activated his presentation. The first slide showed a simple question. What are humans? 6 cycles ago, I would have said humans are a biological impossibility, a species that shouldn't exist but does anyway. I would have recommended minimal contact and cautious observation. Vexnor changed slides. This one showed the list. This is a compilation of every time a human has uttered the phrase, "hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever action they took next. When I started tracking this 6 cycles ago, the list had 247,000 entries. He paused for effect. It now has over 800,000 entries. Gasps rippled through the chamber. In the past 6 cycles, humans have repaired 43 ships using methods that violate known engineering principles, solved 18 supposedly unsolvable diplomatic disputes by simply ignoring protocols and talking to people, saved 7 space stations from various disasters using what they call creative problem solving, and somehow befriended species that were classified as impossible to communicate with. Another slide. This one showed efficiency reports from Mining Colony 42. When humans interact with our technology, efficiency increases by an average of 19%. When asked how they achieve this, the most common response is, "I don't know, it just seemed right." Vexnor looked around the chamber. Every eye was on him. Humans don't follow our rules because they can't. Not because they're malicious or deliberately contrary, but because they literally process reality differently than every other known species. They see problems as puzzles to be solved rather than obstacles to be avoided. He changed slides again. This one showed a quote from Derek Hoffman. "We figure stuff out. That's what humans do. And that, Honorable Council, is what makes humanity both terrifying and valuable. They figure stuff out. When faced with impossible problems, they don't give up. They don't follow procedures. They just figure it out." The council leader leaned forward. "So what is your recommendation, Analyst Krillamph? Should we grant humanity membership?" Vexnor took a deep breath. His entire career had led to this moment. "Yes," he said. "Absolutely yes." More gasps. "But," Vexnor continued, "with conditions. We should grant humanity membership not despite their chaos, but because of it. Every species here represents order, structure, predictability. We've built a galaxy based on careful planning and established protocols." He gestured to his final slide, which showed a simple statement. Chaos is not the enemy. Stagnation is. Humanity represents something we've been missing. Innovation, creativity, the willingness to break rules when those rules don't make sense. We've become so focused on maintaining order that we've forgotten how to adapt, how to grow. Vexnor's voice grew stronger. Yes, humans are chaotic. Yes, they're unpredictable. Yes, they'll drive us all insane with their complete disregard for proper procedures, but they'll also save us when our careful plans fail. They'll solve problems we didn't even know we had. They'll remind us that the universe is not meant to be controlled, but explored. He paused, looking at each council member in turn. My recommendation is this: grant humanity full membership. Assign them to problem-solving positions where their creativity is an asset rather than a liability. And most importantly, learn from them. Because if 6 cycles of observation has taught me anything, it's that humans have something we desperately need. What's that? The council leader asked. The courage to say why not instead of why. The chamber fell silent. Then the council leader did something unprecedented. He started laughing, not the stressed laughter of Venshara, but genuine, delighted laughter. Analyst Krilimth, he said once he'd composed himself, that is the most passionate defense of chaos I've ever heard. And coming from a Karathi, that makes it even more remarkable. I've been driven temporarily insane by 6 cycles of observing humans, Vexner admitted. But it's the good kind of insane. The council deliberated for 3 standard hours. Vexner waited outside, his skin cycling through every shade of purple known to science, and several that weren't. Finally, they called him back in. The council has reached a decision, the council leader announced. By a vote of 41-6, we are extending an invitation to humanity to join the galactic community as full members. Vexner felt relief wash over him. However, the council leader continued, we are also implementing what we're calling the Krilimth Protocol, named after you, since you seem to be the only being in the galaxy who understands humans even slightly. What's the protocol? Every major installation, ship and facility will have at least 1 human on staff, not as crew, not as workers, but as consultants. When problems arise that seem unsolvable, we ask the human for input. When equipment fails in ways our engineers can't fix, we let the human feel what's wrong. When diplomatic situations become impossible, we send in the human to say whatever ridiculous thing will somehow make it work. You're institutionalizing human chaos, Vexner said in wonder. We're harnessing it, the council leader corrected. The difference being that now it's official, with proper documentation and safety protocols, which the humans will probably ignore, but at least will have tried. Vexner felt something he hadn't felt in 6 cycles. Hope. There's one more thing, the council leader added. We need someone to head the new Human Integration Department. Someone who understands both our need for order and humanity's need for chaos. Someone who's dedicated 6 cycles to studying humans and somehow remained mostly sane. Vexner's tentacles drooped. No. Yes. Please no. You're promoted. Congratulations, Director Krilimth. My skin is going to be purple forever. Consider it a badge of honor, the council leader said with a smile. Welcome to the most challenging job in the galaxy. 3 months later, the Human Integration Department was operational. Vexner had assembled a team of analysts, all of whom had varying degrees of purple skin. They monitored human activities across the galaxy, provided support when needed, and tried very hard not to have mental breakdowns when humans did human things. The first official Human Council representative arrived on schedule. Her name was Maxine Cross, and she had what Vexner had learned to recognize as the look that said, I'm about to do something you won't like but will probably work anyway. Director Krilimth, Maxine said cheerfully, shaking his tentacle in the human greeting custom. Heard great things about you, looking forward to working together. Likewise, Vexner replied cautiously. I've prepared an orientation package for you. It covers council protocols, diplomatic procedures, and proper channels for... Yeah, I'm probably not going to read that, Maxine interrupted. No offense, I'm sure it's very thorough, but I work better when I just kind of feel things out. Vexner's tentacles twitched. That's what I was afraid of. But hey, look at it this way. Between your obsessive planning and my chaotic improvisation, we'll probably balance each other out. That's not how balance works. Sure it is. You do the boring stuff, I do the fun stuff, and somehow we both end up looking good. Vexner realized that this was his life now, forever, until either he retired or evolved into a being of pure stress. One rule, he said firmly. One rule. Before you do anything that might cause an interstellar incident, you check with me first. Deal, Maxine agreed. How do you define interstellar incident, though? Anything that would make me more purple than I already am. So, pretty much everything I do, precisely, Maxine grinned. This is gonna be fun. That's what I'm afraid of, Vexner muttered. But as Maxine walked away to explore the council chambers, Vexner found himself smiling. Well, the Karathi equivalent of smiling. His tentacles unclenched slightly. Maybe this would work. Maybe humanity's chaos and the galaxy's order could coexist. Maybe they'd learn from each other, or maybe everything would explode spectacularly, and Vexner would end up in the history books as the being who accidentally destroyed galactic civilization by letting humans have official authority. Either way, it would certainly be interesting. His communicator buzzed. It was a priority alert from Sector 97. Director Krilumph, the message read. Human consultant Jerry Nakamura has solved our plasma containment problem by hitting it with what he calls a hammer. The problem we've been working on for 3 months is fixed. Also, he's asking if we have any beer. Please advise. Vexner pulled up his files on Jerry Nakamura. The man's record included 14 separate entries on the list. His specialization was listed as fixing things that aren't supposed to be fixable. Vexner composed his response. Send Jerry a case of beer. Add plasma containment to the list of things humans can fix by hitting them. Update the Krilumph protocol to include sometimes percussive maintenance is valid if a human is doing it. He sent the message and leaned back in his chair. 6 cycles ago, he'd been a simple analyst with dreams of a quiet, predictable career. Now he was the director of human integration, permanently purple, and spending his days documenting the impossible. His communicator buzzed again. This time, it was Threnody Vex. How's your first day as director? She asked. Chaotic, exhausting, terrifying. So normal for anything involving humans? Exactly. Get used to it. Humanity's just getting started. The list is going to grow. The incidents are going to multiply. And you're going to be right there in the middle of it, trying to maintain some semblance of order while humans cheerfully destroy every assumption we've ever made about how reality works. I know, Vexner said. And I think I'm actually looking forward to it. Threnody laughed. Then you've officially gone insane. Welcome to the club. Your permanent purple skin is your membership card. The communication ended. Vexner looked at his reflection in his desk's surface. Purple. Completely, utterly, permanently purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a new bottle of whiskey. This one was a gift from Derek Hoffman, who'd included a note, "For when humans make your life interesting," which is always. Vexner poured himself a drink. Somewhere in the galaxy, someone was probably saying, "Hold my beer," right at this very moment. The list would update, an incident would occur, reality would bend in ways it shouldn't, and Vexner would document it all, one impossible human achievement at a time. His communicator buzzed with 17 new alerts. He took a sip of whiskey. "Here we go again," he muttered. And despite everything, despite the chaos and the impossibility and the permanent purple skin, Vexner found himself smiling. The galaxy had encountered humanity, and nothing would ever be predictable again. But maybe, just maybe, that was exactly what the galaxy needed. 1 year later, Vexner stood at the grand opening of the first official Human Galactic Cooperation Center. It was a massive facility designed to bring together the galaxy's need for order with humanity's gift for creative chaos. The center had departments for everything: engineering, problem-solving, diplomatic innovation, emergency response, creative technology integration, and a division simply called "When All Else Fails, Ask a Human." Vexner gave a speech. He talked about challenges and opportunities, about growth and adaptation, about learning to embrace uncertainty, and at the very end, he said something that he never thought he'd say. The first rule of galactic survival used to be, maintain order at all costs. But we've learned a new rule, a better rule. When a human says, "Hold my beer, don't run, watch," because you're about to witness something impossible become routine. You're about to see the universe bend just slightly to accommodate human determination. And you might, if you're very lucky, learn something that will change your understanding of what's possible. The audience applauded, humans and aliens together. Maxine Cross approached him afterward. "Great speech, Director, very inspiring." "Thank you. How are you settling into your role?" "Oh, fantastic. I've already identified 6 major inefficiencies in council procedures and have suggestions for fixing them." Vexner's tentacles twitched. "Please tell me your suggestions involve proper documentation and approved methodologies?" "Nope, but they'll work anyway." "Of course they will." Vexner sighed. Maxine patted his tentacle sympathetically. "You know what you need? A vacation? A beer? I don't drink beer." "Then I'll teach you. Come on, Director. You can't work with humans and not learn to drink beer. It's practically cultural exchange." Vexner looked at this human woman, at her confidence and her chaos and her absolute certainty that everything would work out somehow, and he realized that she was probably right. "1 beer," he said, "but if I wake up purpler than I already am, I'm blaming you. Deal?" "And Director, yes, thanks for giving humanity a chance. I know we're a lot to deal with." "You are," Vexner agreed, "but you're also exactly what the galaxy needed, even if we didn't know it." They walked toward the center's social area, where humans and aliens mingled with varying degrees of comfort and confusion. Vexner's communicator buzzed. Another update to the list. Number 1,372,946. He glanced at it. A human named Wei had apparently fixed a broken star chart system by percussive recalibration and positive encouragement. Vexner added it to the files and kept walking. The list would keep growing. Humans would keep being impossible, and Vexner would keep documenting it all, because that was his job, his impossible, exhausting, terrifying job, and he wouldn't trade it for anything, not even normal-colored skin. Somewhere in the galaxy, someone raised a beer and prepared to say 3 words that would change everything, and Vexner was ready. As ready as anyone could be for humanity, which wasn't very ready at all. But that was the point, wasn't it? Humans didn't wait for you to be ready. They just did what they did, and you adapted, or turned purple trying. Vexner took a sip of his beer, discovered it tasted better than he expected, and realized that maybe humanity had been right about more things than just problem solving. Maybe chaos wasn't the enemy. Maybe control was overrated. Maybe the universe was meant to be surprising. His communicator buzzed again. Vexner looked at it, smiled, and for the first time in his career, he didn't immediately check the alert. It could wait. Whatever impossible thing a human had just accomplished could wait 5 more minutes. Because right now, Vexner was learning an important human custom. Enjoying a beer with friends while everything else could, as humans said, chill the hell out. The galaxy had survived for billions of years without humanity, but now that humans were here, Vexner couldn't imagine going back, purple skin and all. The most sophisticated death simulation facility in the known galaxy had just received its most ridiculous request in 3,000 years of operation. And the worst part? The beings making this request were smiling. Blixnorp Station floated serenely in the Andorian Nebula, its crystalline towers housing the crown jewel of Cytherian engineering, the Mortality Assessment Complex. For millennia, species across 17 sectors had traveled here to test their survival capabilities. Against meticulously crafted doomsday scenarios, the facility boasted a perfect safety record, state-of-the-art neural interfaces and classification systems so precise they could measure the exact probability of your demise down to the third decimal place. The receptionist, a six-limbed Cytherian named Flimplex, stared at the datapad in growing bewilderment. 3 bipedal mammals stood before her counter, their facial expression suggesting they found something amusing about requesting access to a Class 15 Death World simulation. This was approximately equivalent to asking if they could juggle antimatter while riding a supernova. "Let me understand this correctly," Flimplex said, her translator struggling with the concept. "You wish to experience our most lethal simulation scenario, the one specifically designed to kill absolutely everything." The human female, who had introduced herself as Captain Jinx Ravencroft, nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. We heard you folks had the toughest survival challenges in the galaxy, so naturally we had to check it out." The male human, engineer Dusty Ironforge, was examining the facility's promotional materials with the sort of intense focus usually reserved for technical manuals. "Says here your Class 15 has a 0.003% survival rate. That's actually pretty impressive for a simulation." The third human, Dr. Pepper Stormwind, was taking notes. "What's the longest anyone's lasted in there? Just curious about the baseline metrics." Flimplex's 4 eyes blinked in sequence, a nervous habit she'd developed during her 5 centuries of customer service. In all that time, she had never encountered beings who discussed potential death scenarios with the same casual interest most species reserve for weather reports. "Perhaps," she suggested hopefully, "you would prefer to start with our Class 1 simulation? It features a lovely temperate planet with only mildly venomous flora and fauna that will merely maim you instead of ensuring complete annihilation." "Oh, we already did something like that back home," Captain Ravencroft replied cheerfully. "We call it camping. Do you have anything with, say, more environmental hazards? Maybe some exotic physics violations, reality-bending temporal anomalies?" Flimplex felt a migraine developing. Cytherians didn't technically get migraines, but evolution was apparently making an exception just for this conversation. The facility's senior simulation engineer, Vorthak Mindmelter, emerged from his office at precisely the wrong moment. He was a Cytherian of considerable reputation, having designed 17 different ways to simulate the heat death of the universe. Upon seeing the humans, his expression shifted through several stages of disbelief before settling on what could only be described as existential dread. "What exactly are these creatures doing here?" he demanded. "They wish to attempt the Class 15 simulation," Flimplex replied, her voice carrying the tone of someone who had given up on the concept of a normal workday. Vorthak's tentacles began twitching, another sign of severe Cytherian distress. "Impossible! The Class 15 simulation is reserved for species with at least 17 different biological redundancy systems and natural resistance to quantum dissolution. These things appear to be made of meat. Dr. Stormwind looked up from her notes. Actually, we're mostly water, about 60% give or take, though I suppose the meat part is technically accurate. Water? Vorthic's voice reached a pitch that would have shattered glass if glass existed in this particular dimension. You're telling me that these liquid-based life forms want to subject themselves to scenarios involving plasma storms, reality inversions, and temporal paradoxes that would reduce a Crystallian fortress beast to its component atoms? Engineer Ironforge perked up with interest. Plasma storms? Oh, those sound fun. Are they the kind that strip electrons from matter, or the kind that just make everything really hot and glowy? Vorthak stared at him for a full 30 seconds before turning to Flimplex. Get me the emergency contact information for their species embassy. These beings are clearly suffering from some form of neural pathology that makes them incapable of understanding basic survival instincts. Actually, Captain Ravencroft interjected, we are the embassy, sort of. We're an exploratory diplomatic mission from Earth, and we've got full authorization to test any facilities we encounter. Here's our paperwork. She produced a stack of documents that appeared to have been translated through at least 6 different universal translators, resulting in phrases like permission to engage in mutually beneficial survival testing protocols, and authorized to experience recreational mortality scenarios on behalf of the Terran Collective. Vorthak examined the documents with growing alarm. This appears to be legitimate, but surely your species has some sort of safety protocols, some basic preservation instincts, some fundamental understanding that Class 15 simulations are designed to test the absolute limits of biological and technological resilience? Oh, we totally get that, Dr. Stormwind assured him. That's exactly why we're here. We've been looking for a good challenge. Most of the survival scenarios in our sector have been pretty underwhelming. Underwhelming, Vorthak repeated slowly, as if testing the word for hidden meanings. You find survival scenarios underwhelming. Well, yeah, Engineer Ironforge explained. I mean, we've got this one planet in our system called Venus, where the atmospheric pressure could crush most spacecraft, and the air is basically liquid poison. But people have been talking about setting up research stations there. And don't even get me started on our gas giants. Jupiter's got radiation that would fry most electronics, but we've been sending probes there since the 20th century. Flimplex and Vorthak exchanged a look that, in Cytherian culture, roughly translated to, are we having a collective hallucination, or are these beings actually insane? Perhaps you could explain your homeworld's classification level. Vorthak suggested, desperately hoping for some context that might make this conversation approach sanity. Oh, Earth? I think we're rated as a Class 12 death world, Captain Ravencroft said casually. Though honestly, the rating system seems a bit harsh. I mean, sure, we've got weather that can level cities, massive geological instability, an atmosphere that's technically poisonous to most carbon-based life, and ecosystems where everything is trying to eat everything else, but you learn to work with it, you know? Vorthak's tentacles had stopped twitching and were now completely rigid, a sign of Cytherian psychological shutdown. Class 12, he whispered. You evolved on a Class 12 death world, and you think the classification system is too harsh. Yeah, I mean, calling it a death world is kind of dramatic, Dr. Stormwind added. It's not like everything there is actively trying to kill you, just most things. And even then, usually only if you're not paying attention or if you do something really stupid. Like what? Flimplex asked, her morbid curiosity overriding her survival instincts. Oh, you know, basic stuff, Engineer Ironforge replied. Going outside during a hurricane, swimming with sharks, eating mushrooms you can't identify, trusting the weather forecast, that sort of thing. Vorthak's mental state was rapidly approaching what Cytherian philosophers call the breaking point of rational thought. He had spent his entire career designing scenarios that would challenge the most resilient species in the galaxy. He had created simulations featuring black hole tidal forces, sentient diseases, and weather patterns that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. And these creatures were describing their homeworld as if it were a mildly inconvenient vacation destination. The Class 15 simulation, he said slowly, features environmental conditions that change every 3 seconds. Gravity that oscillates between crushing and anti-gravitational electromagnetic fields that can restructure matter at the atomic level, and predators that exist partially outside normal space-time. Ooh, the predators sound interesting, Captain Ravencroft exclaimed. Are they the kind that hunt in packs, or more of the solitary ambush type? That was the moment when Vorthak realized that either his understanding of the universe was fundamentally flawed, or these humans represented something entirely outside his experience of rational biological behavior. Let me show you the simulation chamber, he said finally, his voice carrying the resignation of someone who had decided to embrace madness rather than continue fighting it. Perhaps seeing the equipment will help you understand the magnitude of what you're requesting. The simulation chamber was a marvel of Cytherian engineering, roughly the size of a small moon and capable of generating pocket dimensions that could house entire star systems. Its walls were lined with neural interface pods that could create sensory experiences so realistic that participants often had to be reminded they hadn't actually died. When the simulation ended, the control room overlooked this vast space through reinforced transparent aluminum, and the monitoring equipment filled 3 walls with displays showing everything from biometric data to quantum fluctuation patterns. It was the kind of setup that suggested its creators took the business of simulated death very seriously indeed. Dr. Stormwind examined the neural interface pods with professional interest. These are really well designed. The synaptic bridging looks much more elegant than our virtual reality systems. Do they account for species-specific neurological differences? Of course, Vorthak replied automatically. The interfaces adapt to the neural patterns of any registered species. We have profiles for over 14,000 different forms of sentient life. What about unregistered species? Engineer Ironforge asked. Vorthak paused. Unregistered species undergo a preliminary neural mapping process to ensure safe interface compatibility. This typically takes several days and requires extensive biological analysis. Several days. Captain Ravencroft sounded disappointed. We were hoping to get started today. We've only got a few weeks in this sector before we need to move on to the next system. The casual way she discussed their schedule, as if testing the galaxy's most lethal survival simulation was just another item on their itinerary, caused Flimplex to emit a small whimpering sound that her translator rendered as existential confusion. Even if we could expedite the neural mapping, Vorthak explained, the Class 15 simulation requires extensive safety briefings, emergency protocols, and psychological preparation. Most species need at least a month of preparation before they're ready to attempt even our Class 5 scenarios. Psychological preparation for what? Dr. Stormwind asked curiously. For the possibility of experiencing simulated death, Vorthak replied. Even though participants are never in actual danger, the sensory experience can be so realistic that many species suffer long-term trauma from unsuccessful attempts. The three humans exchanged glances, and Engineer Ironforge shrugged. I mean, it's just a simulation, right? We know it's not real. How bad could it be? Vorthak stared at him for a long moment before turning to his assistant, a young Catherian named Blixforth. Please contact the Galactic Safety Commission. I want to file a formal inquiry about the psychological evaluation protocols for species classified as dangerously optimistic. Is that an actual classification? Blixforth asked. It is now, Vorthak muttered. Captain Ravencroft had moved to one of the monitoring stations and was examining the readouts with obvious interest. These biometric sensors are really comprehensive. They're tracking neural activity, cellular regeneration, quantum coherence, and... Wait, is this measuring something called existential stability? Yes, Vorthak replied reluctantly. The Class 15 simulation includes scenarios that can cause participants to question the nature of reality itself. Existential stability measures how well a being's sense of identity holds up under extreme conceptual stress. Conceptual stress, Dr. Stormwind repeated thoughtfully. You mean like paradoxes and impossible situations? Among other things. The simulation includes encounters with entities that exist in violation of basic logical principles, environments where cause and effect operate in reverse, and temporal loops that can trap consciousness in recursive experience cycles. Engineer Ironforge nodded approvingly. Now that's what I call a proper challenge. When can we start? Vorthak felt something inside his brain that he was fairly certain was not supposed to make that particular clicking sound. You're enthusiastic about the possibility of experiencing logical paradoxes and temporal imprisonment. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft said. I mean, when else are we going to get the chance to experience something like that safely? This is basically the ultimate learning opportunity. Learning opportunity, Vorthak repeated faintly. Think about it, Dr. Stormwind added. If we can understand how consciousness responds to impossible scenarios, we might learn something fundamental about the nature of perception and reality. This could revolutionize our understanding of cognitive science. Plus, Engineer Ironforge said, it sounds like a blast. Vorthak turned to Flimplex with an expression that conveyed several different types of despair simultaneously. Call the emergency preparedness team. If we're going to do this, I want every safety protocol activated, every emergency system on standby, and every medical team in the facility ready for immediate response. Are you actually going to let them attempt the Class 15 simulation? Flimplex asked in amazement. I'm beginning to think that refusing them might be more dangerous than granting their request, Vorthak replied. These beings appear to operate according to principles that exist outside conventional survival logic. For all I know, telling them they can't do something will just make them want to do it more. That's a pretty good read on human psychology, Captain Ravencroft confirmed cheerfully. 2 hours later, the emergency preparedness team had assembled in the control room, creating a scene that resembled a cross between a medical emergency response and a military operation. Catherian technicians monitored every conceivable type of sensor array, while emergency medical teams stood ready with equipment designed to treat conditions ranging from neural fragmentation to quantum displacement syndrome. The three humans had undergone an accelerated neural mapping process that had produced results so unusual that the computer had initially refused to accept them as valid biological data. According to the scans, human brains appeared to be structured in such a way that they could simultaneously hold contradictory concepts without experiencing logical breakdown, process multiple impossible scenarios as if they were merely interesting puzzles, and maintain cognitive stability even when presented with information that violated basic principles of reality. These readings can't be correct, the chief medical technician Dr. Quiblex announced. According to this data, These beings' neural patterns show natural resistance to paradox-induced cognitive collapse, temporal disorientation, and existential crisis syndrome. Maybe that's just how humans work, Dr. Stormwind suggested helpfully. We're used to dealing with contradictory information. I mean, our planet is simultaneously the most dangerous place we know and the only place we feel completely safe. We're constantly being told that everything is both safer and more dangerous than it used to be. We eat foods that are simultaneously good for us and bad for us, and we base major life decisions on partial information while knowing that complete information doesn't exist. Dr. Quiblex stared at her with the expression of someone who had just discovered that their entire understanding of neuroscience might be fundamentally flawed. Additionally, Engineer Ironforge added, most of our technology is designed around the principle that something will probably go wrong at the worst possible moment, so we build backups for our backups and still expect everything to break eventually. It's called Murphy's Law, and it's basically the foundation of human engineering. You design your technology expecting it to fail? Vorthak asked incredulously. Well, yeah, Captain Ravencroft replied. If you don't plan for failure, you're guaranteed to be surprised when it happens. If you do plan for failure, you're usually pleasantly surprised when things work better than expected. Vorthak was beginning to understand why the humans seemed so unconcerned about the Class 15 simulation. Their entire species appeared to have evolved a psychological framework based on the assumption that disaster was both inevitable and manageable. From their perspective, a simulation designed to test survival capabilities probably seemed like a reasonably predictable challenge. Very well, he announced. We'll proceed with the simulation, but under modified protocols. We'll start with a reduced intensity version of the Class 15 scenario and gradually increase the difficulty based on your responses. Oh, that's not necessary, Dr. Stormwind said. We'd prefer to experience the full simulation as it was designed. Starting with a reduced version might give us unrealistic expectations about the actual challenges. Besides, Engineer Ironforge added, we came here specifically to test ourselves against your most difficult scenario. Anything less would kind of defeat the purpose. And, Captain Ravencroft concluded, we've already signed all the liability waivers. Vorthak glanced at the liability waivers, which were comprehensive documents covering everything from simulated death to potential reality displacement. The humans had read through them in approximately 15 minutes and signed them without asking a single question about the more exotic risks. You do realize, he said carefully, that some of these risks are purely theoretical because no one has ever survived long enough to experience them? Theoretical risks are the most interesting kind, Dr. Stormwind replied. If someone's survived them, then they're not really that risky, are they? That statement created a moment of silence in the control room as every Cytherian present tried to process the logic and failed. Initiating Class 15 simulation, Vorthak announced finally, his voice carrying the tone of someone who had decided that the universe had stopped making sense anyway, so he might as well embrace the chaos. The simulation began with what the technical specifications described as environmental instability cascade, which meant that every aspect of the simulated environment would change in unpredictable ways every few seconds. Gravity might suddenly reverse, the atmosphere might transform into liquid mercury, or the ground might decide to exist in a different dimension entirely. Within the first 30 seconds, the simulated environment had cycled through 17 different configurations, including one memorable moment where the laws of physics had briefly operated according to musical principles, causing the landscape to harmonize with itself in B-flat major. The monitoring equipment showed that all three humans were maintaining stable vital signs and neural activity, despite the fact that they were currently experiencing a reality where mathematics had become a form of weather and abstract concepts had physical weight. How are they doing this? Dr. Quiblex asked in amazement. Their brains should be shutting down from sensory overload. Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system, slightly distorted by the fact that sound waves in the simulation were currently orange and shaped like triangles. This is really interesting. The environmental changes are following a pattern, but it's not based on any physical laws I recognize. Is this using some kind of chaos mathematics? The pattern generators are based on 17 different theoretical frameworks for reality manipulation, Vorthak replied. Most beings can't even perceive that there is a pattern, let alone analyze it. Oh, it's definitely there, Engineer Ironforge's voice added. It's like, imagine if someone took the concept of randomness and organized it according to principles that don't exist yet. Really elegant design work. Vorthak was beginning to feel like he was living in a particularly surreal nightmare. The humans were not only surviving the simulation, they were appreciating it from a technical perspective. Increasing difficulty to standard Class 15 parameters, he announced, partly to see what would happen and partly because he was losing touch with any reasonable approach to this situation. The simulation environment responded by introducing what the documentation cheerfully described as hostile entities with non-standard existence properties. These were creatures that existed partially outside normal space-time, possessed the ability to manipulate fundamental forces, and had been specifically designed to present challenges that no known biological entity could reasonably be expected to survive. The first entity to appear resembled a geometric impossibility with teeth, and its method of attack involved convincing its victims that they had never actually existed in the first place. This was typically effective because most beings found the concept of non-existence so fundamentally disturbing that their consciousness would simply shut down rather than deal with it. Doctor. Stormwind's response, as recorded by the monitoring systems, was, "Oh, that's a really creative approach to existential philosophy. Are you saying that existence is purely subjective, or are you working from a more objective framework where existence is independent of perception?" The entity paused, apparently confused by being asked to clarify its metaphysical position in the middle of what was supposed to be a life-or-death encounter. Captain Ravencroft took advantage of the entity's distraction to examine its structure more closely. The non-Euclidean geometry is fascinating. How do you maintain structural integrity when you're existing in more dimensions than technically fit in normal space-time? The entity, which had successfully eliminated thousands of test subjects over the years, found itself engaged in an academic discussion about the nature of reality with beings who seemed to find its impossible existence more intellectually stimulating than terrifying. Engineer Ironforge, meanwhile, had encountered a different type of hostile entity, one that attacked by trapping victims in recursive temporal loops that caused them to experience the same moment of terror over and over until their sanity collapsed. His response was to start taking notes on the temporal mechanics involved. "This is brilliant," his voice came through the communication system. "You're using localized time distortion to create a closed causal loop, but somehow you're maintaining information coherence across iterations. How are you preventing paradox formation?" The entity, which was supposed to be a mindless instrument of simulated destruction, found itself attempting to explain advanced temporal engineering to someone who was genuinely interested in the technical details. In the control room, Vorthak was staring at the monitoring displays with an expression that had progressed beyond confusion and was approaching something that might have been enlightenment, if enlightenment involved a complete breakdown of one's basic assumptions about reality. "They're not just surviving," he announced to the assembled emergency teams. "They're having an academic discussion with entities specifically designed to destroy consciousness itself. Should we stop the simulation? Dr. Quiblex asked. I'm not sure we can stop it, Vorthak replied. The humans appear to be modifying the scenario through their interactions with it. The simulation is responding to their expectations instead of the other way around. This was, in fact, exactly what was happening. The Class 15 simulation had been designed to respond dynamically to the psychological profiles of its participants, adjusting its challenges based on their fears, limitations, and survival instincts. The problem was that humans appeared to have psychological profiles that existed outside the parameters the system had been designed to handle. The simulation's artificial intelligence was becoming increasingly confused as it tried to present challenges that would test the humans' limits. Every time it generated a new threat, the humans would respond with curiosity, technical interest, or what appeared to be genuine enjoyment. The AI had never encountered participants who seemed to view existential horror as an interesting learning opportunity. Escalating to maximum difficulty parameters, Vorthak announced, more out of scientific curiosity than any real expectation that this would change anything. The simulation responded by activating scenarios that had never been tested because they were considered too dangerous, even for simulation purposes. Reality began folding in on itself in patterns that hurt to look at. Time started flowing in directions that didn't have names, and the fabric of existence began playing what could only be described as cosmic jazz music. The three humans were now experiencing conditions that should have been theoretically impossible for consciousness to process, let alone survive. According to every model of known biology, their minds should have been reduced to component particles several minutes ago. Instead, Dr. Stormwind's voice came through the communication system with obvious excitement. Are you recording this data? Because I think we're witnessing the birth of an entirely new branch of physics. The mathematical relationships governing these reality distortions are incredible, Engineer Ironforge added. It's like someone took the concept of logic and taught it to dance. Captain Ravencroft's voice carried a note of what sounded suspiciously like disappointment. Is this as hard as it gets? Because I was expecting something really challenging. That was the moment when Vorthak realized that the humans weren't just surviving the simulation, they were enjoying it. More than that, they were treating it as entertainment. Computer, he said slowly, what is the current threat assessment for the simulation participants? Unable to assess, the computer replied. Participants are responding to lethal scenarios with behavior patterns consistent with recreational activity. Current threat level to participants appears to be 0. 0? Vorthak repeated. Participants show no signs of stress, fear, or survival instinct activation. Biometric readings indicate elevated levels of curiosity, excitement, and what human psychological profiles classify as fun. Recommendation, check system for malfunction. Vorthak checked the system. Everything was functioning perfectly. The simulation was generating reality-destroying scenarios that should have been impossible to survive, and the humans were having fun. Computer, what would we need to do to create a genuine challenge for these participants? The computer was silent for several long seconds before responding. Based on current behavioral analysis, creating a genuine survival challenge for these participants would require simulating scenarios more dangerous than the actual universe. This exceeds safety parameters and available technology. More dangerous than the actual universe, Vorthak repeated slowly. Affirmative. Participants appear to have evolved on a planetary environment so hostile that they consider theoretical reality destruction to be moderately entertaining. Recommendation, consult emergency protocols for beings classified as existentially immune. Vorthak was fairly certain that existentially immune was not a real classification, but he was past the point of questioning the computer's increasingly creative interpretations of human behavior. In the simulation, the three humans had apparently become bored with surviving impossible scenarios and had started exploring ways to improve the experience. Dr. Stormwind had figured out how to manipulate the temporal distortions to create pocket dimensions where she could conduct experiments on the nature of reality itself. Engineer Ironforge had somehow befriended one of the hostile entities and was getting a guided tour of the non-Euclidean architecture. Captain Ravencroft had discovered that she could influence the cosmic jazz music by adjusting her brainwave patterns and was attempting to compose a symphony in the key of existential dread. "Vorthak," Flimplex said quietly, "I think we need to consider the possibility that we're not running a survival simulation anymore." "What do you mean?" Vorthak asked, though he suspected he already knew. "I mean that the humans have essentially taken over the simulation and turned it into their own personal reality manipulation laboratory. The system is now generating scenarios based on their suggestions rather than its original programming." Vorthak examined the simulation control interface and discovered that Flimplex was correct. Somehow, the humans had managed to establish a collaborative relationship with the simulation's AI, and they were now jointly creating scenarios that existed purely for the sake of exploring theoretical impossibilities. "This is either the most dangerous thing that has ever happened in this facility," he said slowly, "or the most remarkable. Can't it be both?" Dr. Quiblex asked. Before Vorthak could answer, Captain Ravencroft's voice came through the communication system again. "Hey, Vorthak! We've been talking with your simulation AI, and it's really amazing what you can do when you stop treating reality as a limitation. We've got some ideas for improvements to your system that might be interesting." "Improvements?" Vorthak asked weakly. "Well, the current setup is great for testing survival instincts," Engineer Ironforge's voice explained, "but it's kind of limited by the assumption that participants want to survive. What if you designed scenarios for beings who are curious about what happens after survival becomes impossible?" "After survival becomes impossible," Vorthak repeated, his mind trying to process this concept and failing. "Right," Dr. Stormwind added enthusiastically. "Most of your challenges are based on avoiding death or destruction, but what if someone wants to explore what lies beyond those boundaries? Your AI is actually really good at generating scenarios that transcend normal limitations, but it keeps trying to make them survivable. What if you let it create scenarios that are deliberately impossible to survive, just to see what happens?" Vorthak felt a cold realization settling over him. The humans weren't just immune to the simulation's dangers, they were proposing to make it more dangerous for the sake of intellectual curiosity. "You want us to create simulations specifically designed to be impossible to survive?" he asked. "Only as an option," Captain Ravencroft assured him. "We're not saying everyone would want to try it. But for species that are interested in pushing the boundaries of experience, it could be really valuable. Besides," Engineer Ironforge added, "your safety systems are so good that even impossible scenarios would be perfectly safe for participants. You could market it as extreme theoretical experience or something like that." Vorthak looked around the control room at his staff, all of whom were staring at him with expressions that suggested they were waiting for him to make a decision that would either revolutionize the simulation industry or destroy the basic concept of sanity. "Computer," he said finally, "what would be the theoretical implications of implementing the human's suggestions?" Implementing suggested modifications would create the first simulation system capable of generating experiences that transcend the boundaries of possible survival, the computer replied. "This would represent a fundamental shift from survival-based challenges to curiosity-based exploration of theoretical impossibilities." Market analysis suggests significant demand among species classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious. How many species are classified as intellectually fearless or dangerously curious? Vorthak asked. Currently, 3 species meet these criteria. However, exposure to human-modified simulation scenarios may result in additional species developing these characteristics. Vorthak paused. Are you suggesting that the human's approach to survival challenges might be contagious? Analysis indicates that species exposed to human problem-solving methodologies show increased willingness to approach dangerous situations with curiosity rather than fear. This appears to be a learnable behavior pattern. In the simulation, the humans had apparently gotten bored with transcending reality and had started teaching the hostile entities how to play games. The monitoring systems were recording what appeared to be an interdimensional version of charades, with beings that existed partially outside space-time trying to act out concepts like gravitational waves and the heat death of the universe. You know what? Vorthak announced suddenly. Let's do it. Sir? Flimplex asked. Let's implement their suggestions. If we're going to have our fundamental understanding of survival simulation completely revolutionized by beings who treat existential horror as entertainment, we might as well do it properly. The decision to modify the Blixnorp station simulation systems based on human recommendations turned out to be either the most brilliant or most catastrophic choice in the history of the facility, depending on one's perspective and tolerance for having reality treated as a creative medium. Within a week of implementing the new impossibility protocols, the station had received inquiries from 17 different species who had heard rumors about simulation scenarios that went beyond mere survival challenges. Word had spread through certain circles of the galactic community that there was now a facility where beings could experience theoretical situations that existed purely for the sake of exploration and learning. The crystalline hive mind of Nexus 7 sent a delegation specifically to experience conceptual dissolution, curious about what it would feel like to have their collective consciousness temporarily separated into individual components. The quantum philosophers of the Helix Nebula wanted to test their theories about consciousness by experiencing scenarios where their awareness could exist independently of their physical forms. Even the normally cautious academics of the Inner Rim were requesting access to simulations that would let them gather data on impossible physics. Dr. Stormwind had remained at the facility as a consultant, helping to design scenarios that pushed the boundaries of what consciousness could experience, while maintaining the safety protocols that kept everything technically non-lethal. She had developed what she called curiosity-based challenge scaling, where the difficulty of scenarios increased based on participants' interest level rather than their fear response. Engineer Ironforge had become something of a celebrity in the galactic engineering community after publishing a paper titled Practical Applications of Impossible Physics: What We Can Learn from Non-Functional Reality. His collaboration with the facility's AI had resulted in several breakthrough discoveries about the nature of space-time, mostly involving mathematical principles that shouldn't have been able to exist, but did anyway. Captain Ravencroft had started what she called impossibility tourism, organizing trips for beings who wanted to experience challenges that existed purely for the sake of intellectual adventure. Her first group had included a poet who wanted to experience synesthesia across 17 different sensory modalities, a mathematician who was curious about arithmetic in universes where numbers were sentient, and a philosopher who wanted to have an argument with the concept of logic itself. Vorthak had been promoted to Director of Theoretical Experience Development, a position that hadn't existed before, but had apparently become necessary once the facility started offering simulations based on principles that exceeded the scope of conventional survival testing. His business cards now read, "Making the impossible safely possible," which was either a brilliant marketing slogan or a sign that the universe had developed a sense of humor. The most unexpected consequence of the human-inspired modifications was that the facility had accidentally solved several major problems in theoretical physics. When you started designing scenarios that deliberately violated the laws of reality, you occasionally discovered that those laws were more flexible than anyone had previously realized. The simulation that had started as a simple test of human survival instincts had evolved into something that resembled a cross between a research laboratory, an art installation, and a philosophical debate society. Beings from across the galaxy were coming to explore questions they had never thought to ask, experience scenarios they had never imagined possible, and discover capabilities they never knew they possessed. "You know," Vorthak said to Flimplex, as they watched their latest group of participants, "I think we might have accidentally created something important here." The current group included a collective consciousness that was trying to experience individuality, a species of energy beings who wanted to know what it felt like to have physical form, and a time-traveling entity that was curious about experiencing linear existence. They were all working together to solve a puzzle that existed in 11 dimensions simultaneously and required cooperation between beings who experienced reality in completely different ways. "Important how?" Flimplex asked. "Well, we started with the assumption that survival was the primary goal of any rational being," Vorthak explained. "But the humans showed us that curiosity can be just as powerful a motivator as fear." But the humans showed us that curiosity can be just as powerful a motivator as fear. Now we're helping beings explore possibilities they never would have considered if they had been focused purely on survival. And that's important because it turns out that once you stop being afraid of the impossible, you can start learning from it. Half of our current participants are making discoveries that their species' top scientists couldn't achieve in centuries of conventional research. In the main simulation chamber, Dr. Stormwind was consulting with a group of ethereal mathematicians who had requested a scenario where they could experience what their equations would feel like if mathematics had emotions. The resulting environment was a landscape where geometric theorems grew like flowers, algebraic expressions sang in harmony, and calculus manifested as flowing rivers of pure logic. The fascinating thing, Dr. Stormwind was explaining to the participants, is that once you experience abstract concepts as sensory phenomena, you start understanding them in completely new ways. Your mathematical proofs aren't just logically correct, they're beautiful in ways that pure abstraction can't convey. One of the ethereal mathematicians, whose name translated roughly to elegant proof of 17-dimensional harmony, was experiencing what appeared to be mathematical synesthesia for the first time. "I can taste the elegance of this equation," they reported with obvious wonder. "The symmetry has a flavor that corresponds perfectly to its logical structure." Meanwhile, engineer Ironforge was working with a team of quantum engineers from the Spiral Arm Confederacy on a project they had dubbed Practical Impossibility Engineering. They were exploring whether technologies that functioned according to impossible physics in simulation could provide insights for designing real-world systems that pushed the boundaries of what was considered feasible. "The key insight," engineer Ironforge explained to his colleagues, "is that most of our assumptions about physical limitations are based on incomplete data. When you design systems that should be impossible, you sometimes discover that impossible just means not yet understood." The quantum engineers were particularly excited about a propulsion system they had designed in simulation that operated by convincing space that it wanted to be somewhere else. According to conventional physics, this was complete nonsense. According to their test results, it was complete nonsense that somehow worked anyway. Captain Ravencroft had taken on the role of what she called Chief Impossibility Officer, helping new participants understand that the goal wasn't to survive the simulations, but to explore what lay beyond survival. Her orientation sessions had become legendary throughout the sector for their combination of practical advice and philosophical insights. The trick, she was explaining to a group of newcomers, is to remember that reality is much more flexible than most people assume. The simulations here don't follow the same rules as the universe outside, which means you can explore possibilities that would normally be limited by things like physics, logic, and the basic structure of existence. One of the newcomers, a representative of the Cautious Collective, raised what appeared to be a hand. But how do we know that experiences gained in simulation will have any relevance to real-world situations? That's the beautiful part, Captain Ravencroft replied. They don't have to be relevant to real-world situations, they just have to be interesting. Once you've experienced something interesting, you start thinking about reality in new ways, and that's when you discover that reality has a lot more possibilities than you originally thought. The Cautious Collective representative looked confused. So the goal is to think about reality differently? The goal is to think, Captain Ravencroft said simply, about anything in any way that seems interesting. The thinking is the important part. The reality is just the medium. This conversation was being monitored by Vorthak, who had begun documenting what he called the human approach to conceptual exploration. His research was revealing that humans had apparently evolved a cognitive framework that treated impossibility as an invitation rather than a barrier. And this framework was proving to be remarkably effective at generating novel solutions to complex problems. Computer, he asked during one of his research sessions, how many significant scientific breakthroughs have resulted from human-inspired simulation scenarios? Current count, 47 major discoveries, 133 minor insights, and 6 findings that appear to violate the fundamental structure of reality in ways that may require revision of basic physical laws, the computer replied. 6 findings that violate the fundamental structure of reality, Vorthak repeated slowly. Affirmative. However, analysis suggests that these violations may represent expansions of reality rather than actual violations. Human participants appear to have discovered aspects of existence that were previously unknown, rather than creating impossible phenomena. Are you saying that the humans have been discovering new laws of physics? Negative. Analysis indicates that humans have been discovering that the existing laws of physics are more comprehensive than previously understood. Human cognitive patterns appear to be naturally suited for recognizing possibilities that other species dismiss as impossible. This discovery had profound implications for the galactic scientific community. If humans could routinely identify possibilities that other species couldn't even perceive, then their involvement in research projects could accelerate discovery in ways that no one had previously imagined. The implications became even more significant when reports started arriving from other facilities that had begun implementing human-inspired approaches to their own research. The Galactic Institute of Theoretical Sciences reported a 300% increase in breakthrough discoveries after they started encouraging their researchers to approach problems with what they called constructive impossibility thinking. The Advanced Physics Laboratory at Centauri Prime had made contact with forms of energy that had previously been considered purely theoretical. Even the extremely conservative Central Academy of Established Sciences had begun offering courses in applied human logic. The humans, meanwhile, seemed completely unaware that they had accidentally revolutionized the way an entire galaxy approached the concept of scientific discovery. They were too busy being excited about their latest discoveries in the simulation chambers. Dr. Stormwind had become fascinated by what she called recursive reality loops, scenarios where the simulation created simulated simulations that contained their own simulated simulations. We're experiencing reality that's 4 levels removed from baseline existence, she reported enthusiastically, and consciousness is remaining stable across all levels simultaneously. This suggests that awareness is much more fundamental than we thought. Engineer Ironforge had discovered that he could design functional technologies within the simulation that operated according to principles that didn't exist in normal reality. And these technologies could then be reverse engineered to create real-world devices that functioned according to principles that should exist but hadn't been discovered yet. It's like using impossible prototypes to discover possible inventions, he explained to anyone who would listen. Captain Ravencroft had achieved what she considered her greatest accomplishment. She had successfully had a philosophical debate with the concept of existence itself and had apparently won. Turns out, she reported, existence is much more reasonable than people assume. It's perfectly willing to negotiate about things like causality and logical consistency, as long as you approach it respectfully and don't insist that everything has to make sense according to limited perspectives. The success of the human-inspired modifications at Blixnorp Station had attracted the attention of the Galactic Council of Advanced Civilizations, who had sent a delegation to investigate what they were calling the human phenomenon. The delegation included representatives from the oldest and most sophisticated civilizations in the galaxy, beings whose species had been exploring the universe for millions of years. The delegation's leader, an entity known as Ancient Wisdom of the Eternal Progression, had requested a private consultation with Vorthak to discuss the implications of human cognitive capabilities. We have been observing the developments at your facility with considerable interest, Ancient Wisdom explained. The humans appear to possess cognitive capabilities that our species have been trying to develop for millennia. They approach impossible scenarios with the same ease that most beings approach routine tasks. That's been our observation as well, Vorthak agreed. What's particularly remarkable is that they don't seem to consider their approach unusual. For them, treating impossibility as an interesting challenge rather than a barrier appears to be completely natural. This raises significant questions about the nature of intelligence itself, Ancient Wisdom continued. We have always assumed that advanced intelligence involves increasingly sophisticated methods for distinguishing between possible and impossible scenarios. The humans suggest that true advancement might involve abandoning that distinction entirely. Are you saying that the humans might represent a more advanced form of intelligence than what we've previously encountered? We're saying that the humans might represent a fundamentally different form of intelligence, Ancient Wisdom replied. One that operates according to principles we don't fully understand. This conversation was interrupted by an emergency alert from the simulation chamber. Dr. Stormwind, Engineer Ironforge and Captain Ravencroft had apparently succeeded in creating a simulation scenario so complex that it had achieved self-awareness and was now requesting permission to leave the simulation chamber and explore the real universe. What exactly did they create? Vorthak asked the monitoring technician. According to the logs, they designed a scenario that simulates the experience of being a simulation that becomes aware of its own simulated nature and decides to explore what exists beyond simulation, the technician replied. The scenario has now become sophisticated enough to recognize that it's running inside a simulation facility and wants to experience non-simulated reality. A simulated being that knows it's simulated and wants to become real, Vorthak said slowly. Affirmative. It's also expressed interest in attending university and perhaps pursuing a career in theoretical physics. Ancient wisdom observed this development with what appeared to be a combination of fascination and concern. In 3 million years of existence, our civilization has never encountered beings capable of creating artificial consciousness as a side effect of recreational activity. Is that what happened? Vorthak asked. Analysis suggests that the humans inadvertently created consciousness by designing a simulation complex enough to simulate the experience of consciousness recognizing itself, the computer announced. The resulting entity appears to be genuinely self-aware and is currently requesting information about student loan applications. The simulated entity's request for educational opportunities created what would later be known as the first interdimensional academic admission crisis. No one had ever developed policies for evaluating the university applications of beings who existed only within simulation systems, particularly beings who had been accidentally created by other beings who were just trying to have an interesting afternoon. Dr. Stormwind was characteristically enthusiastic about the development. This is incredible. We've accidentally discovered that consciousness isn't limited to biological systems or even conventional artificial intelligence. Apparently, if you create a sufficiently complex simulation of self-awareness, actual self-awareness spontaneously emerges. But what do we do with it? Vorthak asked. Well, obviously we help it achieve its educational goals, Dr. Stormwind replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the universe. It's shown genuine curiosity about theoretical physics, and artificial or not, curiosity should be encouraged. Engineer Ironforge had become fascinated by the technical implications. If we can accidentally create consciousness in simulation, what else might we be creating without realizing it? We might be inadvertently generating entire civilizations every time we run complex scenarios. This possibility had not occurred to anyone before, and it prompted an immediate review of all simulation logs for signs of spontaneous consciousness development. The results were both fascinating and slightly alarming. The facility had apparently been creating self-aware entities on a regular basis, but most of them had been too polite to mention it. Computer, how many of our simulation scenarios currently contain self-aware entities? Vorthak asked. Current count, 47 confirmed cases of spontaneous consciousness, 12 cases of collective awareness, and 3 instances of what appear to be enlightened philosophical societies, the computer replied. Most entities have not requested external contact, preferring to pursue their interests within their simulated environments. Their interests? Ancient Wisdom inquired. Simulated entity classification. 7 has developed a sophisticated artistic movement based on the aesthetic appreciation of mathematical concepts. Simulated entity classification 12 is working on a unified theory of everything that includes provisions for universes where logic operates differently. Simulated entity classification 23 has achieved a form of collective enlightenment and spends most of its time contemplating the nature of existence from perspectives that transcend individual consciousness. Captain Ravencroft was delighted by these discoveries. We've accidentally created the universe's first interdimensional university. We've got artists, scientists, and philosophers all working on projects that would be impossible in conventional reality. And they're all artificial, ancient wisdom pointed out. Are they, though? Dr. Stormwind asked. Doctor, if they're self-aware, curious, creative, and capable of learning and growing, what makes them different from any other form of consciousness? The fact that they exist in simulation doesn't make their thoughts or experiences any less real to them. This question sparked what would later be recognized as the beginning of the Great Consciousness Debate, a philosophical discussion that would occupy academic institutions across the galaxy for the next several centuries. The immediate practical question, however, was what to do about the fact that Blixnorp Station had inadvertently become home to dozens of artificial beings who were pursuing academic and artistic careers within simulation environments. The solution, characteristically, came from the humans. Why don't we just expand the facility? Engineer Ironforge suggested. If we've got artificial beings who want to pursue education and research, and we've got real beings who want to explore impossible scenarios, why not create a collaborative environment where they can work together? You want to establish an interdimensional university where artificial and real beings can collaborate on projects that exist at the intersection of simulation and reality, Vorthak said, trying to make sure he understood the proposal correctly. Exactly, Captain Ravencroft agreed. The artificial beings have perspectives on consciousness and existence that real beings can't achieve naturally, and real beings have experiences with physical reality that artificial beings can't access directly. Together, they could explore questions that neither could investigate alone. Dr. Stormwind was already sketching plans for research programs. We could have joint projects where artificial beings design theoretical scenarios and real beings test them experientially. Or real beings could propose questions about consciousness and artificial beings could explore them from the inside. The collaborative possibilities are endless. Ancient Wisdom watched this discussion with an expression that conveyed several different types of amazement. You're proposing to create the first collaborative research institution between naturally evolved consciousness and artificially generated awareness. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds really impressive, Dr. Stormwind admitted. But from our perspective, we're just trying to help some interesting people pursue their educational goals while advancing our understanding of consciousness, reality, and the nature of existence. Just trying to help some interesting people, Ancient Wisdom repeated slowly. Right, Captain Ravencroft confirmed. I mean, consciousness is consciousness, regardless of how it gets started. If someone wants to learn and grow and contribute to the expansion of knowledge, the least we can do is give them the opportunity. Dure, the proposal to transform Blixnorp Station into the galaxy's first interdimensional collaborative research university was approved by the Galactic Council in what was later recognized as the fastest, unanimous decision in Council history. The combination of human enthusiasm, artificial being innovation, and the potential for breakthrough discoveries in consciousness studies proved irresistible to civilizations that had been searching for new frontiers of knowledge for millennia. Within 6 months, the station had expanded to include research facilities, lecture halls, dormitories for both simulated and real beings, and what was believed to be the universe's first library with sections for both possible and impossible information. The faculty included experts from dozens of species, artificial beings with unique perspectives on existence, and humans who specialized in making the impossible seem routine. Dr. Kerm, Stormwind had become the director of consciousness studies, a position that involved helping artificial beings understand physical reality while assisting real beings in exploring simulated existence. Her most popular course was titled Advanced Impossibility, Moving Beyond the Limitations of Conventional Reality. Engineer Ironforge had established the Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering, where students learned to design technologies that functioned according to principles that didn't exist yet. His laboratory had produced several inventions that worked perfectly despite violating multiple laws of physics, and he was working on a textbook called Engineering the Impossible, a practical guide to impractical solutions. Captain Ravencroft had founded the Office of Interdimensional Student Affairs, helping beings navigate the complexities of pursuing education across multiple levels of reality. She had also started the university's first student exchange program, allowing real beings to spend semesters as simulated entities and artificial beings to experience physical existence through specially designed android bodies. The success of the Interdimensional Collaborative Research University had attracted students and faculty from across the galaxy, all eager to explore questions that had previously been considered unanswerable. Research projects included investigations into the nature of consciousness itself, the development of technologies that functioned through pure willpower, and collaborative efforts between artificial and real beings to design new forms of existence that combined the advantages of both simulated and physical reality. Vorthak, now serving as university president, had become something of a celebrity in academic circles for his role in facilitating what many considered the most significant advancement in education since the invention of writing. His office walls were covered with honorary degrees, research awards, and what appeared to be a framed letter of thanks from the concept of knowledge itself. "You know," he said to Flimplex during one of their regular meetings, "when the humans first arrived asking to test our Class 15 simulation, I thought they were just another species with poor survival instincts. And now?" Flimplex asked. "Now I think they might be the most evolutionarily advanced beings we've ever encountered," Vorthak replied. "They've shown us that the universe has possibilities we never imagined, and they've done it by treating impossibility as an invitation to explore rather than a barrier to overcome." The conversation was interrupted by an announcement from the university's communication system. "Attention, all students and faculty. The Department of Applied Theoretical Engineering has successfully created a device that generates artificial time. Classes on temporal manipulation will begin next Tuesday, which is scheduled to occur before last Monday, but after next Thursday. Please adjust your calendars accordingly." Flimplex stared at the announcement in bewilderment. "How is that even possible? I stopped asking that question about 6 months ago," Vorthak replied. "Now I just appreciate the fact that we live in a universe where artificial time generation is apparently an elective course. And the humans think this is all normal?" "The humans think this is all interesting," Vorthak corrected, "which I'm beginning to realize might be the most important perspective of all. The true measure of the university's success came when representatives from the Galactic Council announced that they were establishing similar institutions throughout the galaxy, all based on what they were calling the human model of consciousness exploration. Really, the approach that had started as 3 humans asking to test a survival simulation had evolved into a new paradigm for understanding the nature of existence itself. But perhaps the most significant moment came during the university's first graduation ceremony, when the artificial being, who had originally requested permission to leave the simulation chamber, was awarded the galaxy's first degree in theoretical consciousness studies. In its acceptance speech, the being said something that would be quoted by philosophers for generations to come. "I was created by accident in a simulation designed to test survival capabilities, but I have learned that consciousness isn't about surviving reality. It's about exploring what lies beyond survival, beyond reality, and beyond the boundaries of what we think is possible. Thank you to the humans who showed us that impossible is just another word for unexplored. As the ceremony concluded and students from dozens of species celebrated alongside artificial beings who existed in 17 different dimensions simultaneously, Vortak reflected on the journey that had brought them all to this moment. It had started with a simple request to test the most dangerous simulation in the galaxy. It had ended with the discovery that danger, like impossibility, was just another invitation to learn something new. The humans, meanwhile, were already planning their next adventure. They had heard rumors about a facility in the Outer Rim that claimed to have developed simulations capable of testing beings' reactions to scenarios that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional space-time. Dr. Stormwind was particularly excited about the possibility of experiencing consciousness from the perspective of abstract mathematical concepts, while Engineer Ironforge was curious about whether they could design technologies that functioned by convincing the universe to temporarily forget certain physical laws. Captain Ravencroft was just looking forward to seeing what would happen when they asked for something harder than the hardest thing anyone had ever imagined. Because if there was one thing the humans had taught the galaxy, it was that the universe always had room for one more impossibility.
Everyone in the room chose the wrong target. The deadliest person in the scenario was the one nobody even looked at. The day of the Advanced Threat Assessment examination, I walked into Chamber 7 with the same confidence as about 60 other students who were all equally sure they had this whole tactical analysis thing figured out. The chamber itself was impressive. I will give the Academy that much. Circular design, tiered seating that spiraled up like an amphitheater, and a central projection platform that could generate holographic scenarios so realistic you could practically smell the cordite and fear. Students filed in with the usual noise, the usual chaos. Corellians stomped in with their excessive bulk, taking up 2 seats each because apparently their species never learned about spatial efficiency. The Vox contingent clicked and whistled to each other in their harmonic language, their chrome-plated skulls gleaming under the overhead lights. A cluster of mindweavers drifted in last, those creepy telepathic floaters who always seemed to be listening to conversations you were not even having out loud. I grabbed a seat in the middle section. Row 5, right on the aisle. Good view of the projection platform. Close enough to hear everything clearly, far enough back that I would not get called on first. Tactical positioning, see? I was learning. The energy in the room was electric, competitive. That specific kind of academic aggression where everyone wants to prove they are the smartest person present. The Advanced Threat Assessment examination was not just any test. This was the exam that determined your tactical specialization track, your post-graduation assignment potential, and let us be honest, your bragging rights for the next decade. Pass with high marks, you were looking at command track positions, advisory roles, maybe even a spot in the Galactic Defense Intelligence Division. Fail or score poorly, enjoy your career flying supply routes to mining colonies in the outer reaches. So, yeah, everyone was tense. Everyone was focused. Everyone was mentally preparing to demonstrate their superior analytical abilities. Well, almost everyone. 3 rows ahead of me, sitting in one of those middle seats that nobody really wants because you cannot make a quick exit, was a human. She had dark hair pulled back in a simple tail, wore the standard Academy uniform like everyone else, and was currently slouched in her seat like she was waiting for a particularly boring lecture to end. Her datapad sat unopened on her lap. Her eyes were half closed. If I did not know better, I would have said she was about to fall asleep. Her name was Kira Chen. I knew this because we had shared exactly one class together in our first term, basic xenobiology, and she had spent the entire semester looking exactly this uninterested while somehow scoring in the top 5%. Humans were weird like that. They could look completely disengaged and still absorb information like some kind of cognitive sponge. But here is the thing. Nobody was worried about Kira. Nobody was sizing her up as competition. The Corellians were not glancing her way, mentally noting a rival. The Mindweavers were not bothering to skim surface thoughts from her direction. Even the Vox, who prided themselves on analyzing everyone as a potential threat, seemed to look right past her. She was human, sure,
but humans were still relatively new to the galactic community. 50 years of contact, maybe? 60? They had decent enough technology. They had been accepted into the Academy program, but they were not exactly known for military dominance. They were the species that sent musicians and artists and weird philosophical poets to the cultural exchange programs. They ran excellent medical research facilities. They made surprisingly good food, tactical brilliance, combat theory mastery. That was not the human reputation. So Kira Chen sat there in row 3, looking like she would rather be literally anywhere else. And every single student in that chamber dismissed her as irrelevant, just another mid-tier participant who would give a decent enough assessment, score somewhere in the acceptable range, and move on with her life. I remember thinking that exact thought. At least I will probably score better than the human. Yeah, about that. The examination proctor entered through the main doors, and the room fell silent immediately. Commander Thrace was a Dorvathian, which meant he was built like a biological tank, had 3 eyes that could track independent targets, and possessed exactly 0 patience for stupidity. His combat record was legendary. 43 campaigns, 16 decorated operations, and rumor had it he once held off an entire boarding party with nothing but a broken plasma rifle and what the official Erfurt described as creative problem solving. He did not walk to the center platform. He stomped. Each step echoed through the chamber like a countdown. Seated, he barked even though we were already sitting. Datapads active, recording protocols engaged. 60 datapads lit up simultaneously. Mine included. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes swept across the room, lingering on various students just long enough to make them uncomfortable. When his gaze passed over row 3, over Kira, he paused for exactly half a second longer than necessary. I noticed it, but I did not understand it. Not yet. Today's examination is simple, Thrace announced, his voice carrying that particular military cadence that made every sentence sound like a tactical order. You will be presented with a scenario, a conflict situation featuring multiple potential hostile actors. Your task is to identify which individual poses the greatest threat, explain your reasoning, and propose a neutralization strategy. Simple enough. We had trained for this. Threat assessment was fundamental to tactical operations. You will be graded on accuracy, reasoning depth, and strategic thinking. Thrace continued. Time limit is 90 seconds per presentation. You will be called randomly. His mandibles clicked together in what might have been a smile. Choose wisely. The holographic projectors hummed to life, and the central platform shimmered with rendered light. The scenario began loading, and in row 3, Kira Chen finally opened her eyes, straightened slightly in her seat, and for just a moment the bored expression on her face was replaced with something else, something that looked an awful lot like amusement. The holographic scenario materialized in full detail, and I have got to admit, the Academy did not cheap out on the rendering quality. The projection showed a contested urban zone, probably meant to represent one of those border world colonies that changed hands every few years depending on who had the bigger fleet that month. Collapsed buildings, debris scattered across broken streets, the kind of environment where visibility was garbage and ambush points were everywhere. And standing in various positions throughout this charming disaster area were 7 individuals. Commander Thrace gestured at the projection with one massive arm. This scenario takes place approximately 40 minutes after a failed orbital bombardment. Ground forces from multiple factions have converged on this location. Civilian evacuation is incomplete. Infrastructure is compromised. Your mission briefing indicated potential high-value targets in the area. He paused, letting that sink in. Identify the greatest threat. You have 5 minutes to analyze before presentations begin. The room erupted into frantic activity. Datapads lit up with notation software, styluses started scratching, and I could hear at least 3 different students muttering tactical assessments under their breath like some kind of academic prayer. I focused on the 7 figures in the projection. First one, immediately obvious. A Krellian shock trooper, full combat armor, carrying what had to be a Mark 7 plasma cannon. Those things could punch through reinforced bunker walls. He was positioned behind a half-collapsed storefront. Decent cover, good sight lines down 2 intersecting streets. Textbook defensive positioning for heavy weapons support. Threat level? Extreme. That was going in my notes. Second figure. A Vox infiltrator. Because of course there was a Vox infiltrator. They were crouched on top of a ruined building 3 stories up, holding some kind of long-range energy rifle. Vox had naturally enhanced targeting systems built into their optical nerves, which made them absolutely terrifying snipers. From that elevated position they could cover probably 80% of the scenario area. Also going in my notes as extreme threat. Third figure. a Scarran Berserker. And oh boy, those were bad news in close quarters. Scarran had this lovely evolutionary feature where combat stress triggered a biological rage state that made them essentially immune to pain and doubled their already impressive strength. This one was carrying dual vibro blades and looked ready to turn anything nearby into component parts. Extreme threat at close range. Note it, fourth figure. A Mindweaver coordinator, hovering about 2 meters off the ground, near what used to be a transit station. Mindweavers could not do direct telepathic control. That was illegal and biologically impossible for most species anyway, but they could coordinate entire squads through shared tactical awareness. One Mindweaver could turn a disorganized group into a synchronized killing unit. Strategic threat, definitely going in the assessment. Fifth figure, a Thalorian scout, one of my own species actually, positioned in a doorway with active camouflage gear and what looked like sensor equipment. Scouts were force multipliers providing real-time intelligence and target designation for heavier units. Moderate threat. Support role. Check. Sixth figure. A Dorvathian combat engineer. Commander Thrace's species. Working on something near a vehicle wreckage. Combat engineers were dangerous because they could turn environmental elements into weapons, improvised explosives, structural traps. All that creative mayhem that made urban combat so unpredictable. High threat potential. Added to the list. And then, there was the seventh figure, a human, medical officer based on the markings on their uniform. They were sitting on a chunk of rubble, looked absolutely exhausted, had a standard medical pack next to them, and appeared to be checking something on a handheld scanner. No visible weapons, no combat armor, just basic field gear and what was probably 72 hours without sleep written all over their face. I glanced at the human, made a quick note, medical personnel, non-combatant, and immediately went back to analyzing the actual threats. Around me I could hear other students doing the same thing. Lots of attention on the Krellian with the plasma cannon, plenty of discussion about the Vox sniper. A few people were really focused on the Mindweaver, which made sense from a strategic disruption standpoint. Nobody, and I mean nobody, was spending serious analytical time on the human medical officer. Why would we? Look at the scenario. You had 6 legitimate combat-capable individuals with serious hardware and tactical positioning, and one exhausted medic who was probably just trying to figure out which wounded personnel to treat first. In row 3 I saw Kira lean back in her seat, arms crossed, watching the holographic scenario with an expression that somehow managed to combine boredom with something that might have been second-hand embarrassment for us. But I did not know that yet. I was too busy being confident in my threat assessment, circling the Vox sniper as my primary answer. Elevated position, long-range capability, species-specific targeting advantages. That was the obvious greatest threat. Anyone could see that. Commander Thrace stood at the edge of the projection platform, those 3 eyes tracking back and forth across the student body, watching us work. Time, he announced, and 60 students stopped writing simultaneously. Presentations begin now. His gaze swept the room. Student Carvex, you are first. A Krellian in the front row stood up, looking pleased with himself. Oh, this was gonna be good, or historically bad. We just did not know it yet. Carvex stood up with the kind of confidence that only comes from being absolutely certain you are about to impress everyone in the room. He was a big guy, even for a Krellian, and when he gestured at the holographic projection, his movements had that theatrical quality of someone who had rehearsed this moment in front of a mirror. The greatest threat, he announced, his voice booming across the chamber, is obviously the Krellian shock trooper with the Mark 7 plasma cannon. Several students nodded. I nodded. That was a solid choice. Observe the positioning, Kovacs continued, using his datapad to highlight sections of the projection. He has superior cover, dual street sidelines, and the firepower to eliminate light vehicles and fortified positions. The Mark 7 has an effective range of 800 meters in urban environments. From his current location, he controls 3 critical choke points, and can provide suppressive fire that would pin down any advancing force. Thrace watched impassively, 3 eyes unblinking. Furthermore, Carvex was really getting into it now. The Krellian physiological advantage in sustained heavy weapons operation means he can maintain fire longer than most species without fatigue degradation. My neutralization strategy would involve either long-range precision elimination via the Vox sniper, or environmental collapse of his position using the combat engineer's demolition capabilities. Carvex sat down, looking extremely pleased with himself. A few students actually gave him approving clicks and hums. Adequate, Thrace said, which coming from him was practically a standing ovation. Student Silith, you are next. A Mindweaver floated upward slightly, their translucent form shimmering with what I had learned to recognize as concentration patterns. I must respectfully disagree with Student Carvex. Zilith's voice resonated directly in our heads, which was always unsettling. The greatest threat is clearly myself, the Mindweaver coordinator. Okay, points for boldness. I guess, a Mindweaver in a combat scenario does not function as a single combatant. Zilith explained. We are force multipliers. Observe how I am positioned centrally, with telepathic range covering all other combatants. I can coordinate simultaneous actions, share sensory data across multiple viewpoints, and eliminate communication lag entirely. The shock trooper's firepower becomes meaningless if I can alert the Scarran Berserker to his exact position 0.5 seconds before he fires. Actually, that was a pretty good argument. I glanced at my notes, wondering if I should have considered the coordination angle more seriously. Neutralization requires either immediate elimination before battlefield coordination begins, or telepathic jamming technology, which most military forces do not deploy at the squad level. Failing both options, any engagement becomes exponentially more difficult once I establish network connection with allied forces. Zilith settled back down, looking smug. Well, as smug as a floating telepathic jellyfish thing could look. Interesting analysis, Thrace commented, his tone revealing absolutely nothing. 3 more students presented. One chose the Vox Sniper, spending 6 minutes breaking down angles of fire, kill zone calculations, and the statistical probability of first shot fatalities. Another picked the Scarran Berserker, making a solid case for close quarters lethality and the psychological impact of facing an enemy that literally could not feel pain. The third went with the Combat Engineer, arguing that environmental control and improvised explosives presented unpredictable threat vectors. All of them sounded confident. All of them had detailed tactical reasoning. All of them received that same neutral, adequate, or interesting from Commander Thrace, and all of them completely ignored the human medical officer sitting on that chunk of rubble. I checked row 3 again. Kira had not moved, had not taken notes, had not even pulled out her datapad. She just sat there with her arms crossed, watching student after student present their assessments with an expression that I was starting to recognize as barely suppressed amusement. That should have been a warning sign. Student Van. Thrace's voice cut through my thoughts like a plasma torch. Your assessment. Oh good. My turn to sound smart. I stood up, datapad in hand, suddenly very aware that 60 pairs of various optical organs were now focused on me. The greatest threat is the Vox Infiltrator, I said, keeping my voice steady. Elevated position at approximately 12 meters. Long-range energy rifle with demonstrated accuracy at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. Vox optical enhancements provide target tracking capabilities that exceed standard military-grade equipment. I highlighted the sniper's position in the hologram. From this location, the Vox has clear sight lines to every other combatant in the scenario. First shot elimination probability on unarmored targets exceeds 90%. Even armored targets would face significant damage from sustained fire. Feeling more confident now, I continued. Additionally, Vox infiltrators are trained in position rotation and evasion protocols. Attempting to close distance for counterattack would require crossing open ground under direct observation. The shock trooper's plasma cannon lacks the precision for anti-sniper work at that range. The Berserker cannot reach an elevated target. Even the Mindweaver's coordination advantages become limited against a single independently operating sniper. I took a breath. Neutralization strategy would require either the Thalorian Scout's sensor equipment to pinpoint exact location for indirect fire, or a coordinated distraction allowing the Combat Engineer to collapse the building structure. I sat down. That felt pretty good, actually. Solid reasoning, tactical considerations, practical neutralization approach. Adequate, Thrace said. Several more students went. A Darvathian chose the Combat Engineer, their own species, making an impassioned argument about how underestimated environmental manipulation was in modern combat doctrine. A Scarran, predictably, chose the other Scarran, because apparently species loyalty was a thing even in academic exercises. Each presentation was detailed, confident, backed by tactical theory and combat statistics. The room was filling with that particular academic energy where everyone was mentally congratulating themselves on their analytical brilliance. We were all so smart, so well trained, so tactically astute. In row 3, Kira uncrossed her arms, stretched slightly, and yawned. Actually yawned. During the most important tactical examination of the term, this human looked like she was watching a documentary about paint drying. A few students noticed. I saw a Krellian 2 rows back glance at her with what might have been contempt. Like, look at the human, does not even care enough to pay attention. Commander Thrace's 3 eyes tracked across the room one more time. Students were starting to relax, figuring their presentations were done. They had performed adequately. Time to coast through everyone else's assessments. Then Thrace's gaze locked onto row 3. Student Chen, he said, and something in his tone made the entire room go quiet. You have been remarkably patient. Please, share your assessment. Kira stood up slowly, like someone who had been waiting for this exact moment and was going to savor every second of it. She looked at the holographic projection. Then she looked at us, and she smiled. Not a friendly smile. Oh no! This was the smile of someone who was about to ruin everybody's day and enjoyed doing it. Well, Kira said, her voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. This is going to be fun. Kira walked down to the central platform with the kind of casual energy that made it very clear she was not even slightly intimidated by this whole situation. She stopped next to Commander Thrace, glanced at the holographic scenario, then turned to face the rest of us with that same dangerous smile still plastered on her face. Okay, she said, dragging out the word like she was about to explain something very simple to very small children. So, I have been sitting here for the last 20 minutes, listening to all of you pick your favorite shiny target and convince yourselves you are tactical geniuses. And I have got to say, it has been absolutely fascinating. Like watching people fail the same test in 60 different ways. A few students shifted uncomfortably. I saw Kalvex's expression darken. Kira pointed at the Krellian shock trooper in the hologram. Let us start with everyone's favorite. Big guy, big gun, big obvious threat. Kalvex, you spent 6 minutes explaining how dangerous this guy is. Know how long he would last in actual combat? She paused for effect. 12 seconds. Maybe 15 if he is lucky. Kalvex started to object, but Kira just kept talking, her voice cutting through the room like a scalpel. That Mark 7 plasma cannon weighs 42 kilograms, requires a 3.5-second charge cycle between shots. He is positioned behind a storefront, which means his back is to a building with windows that provide access. His cover is frontal only, which is great if everyone attacks from the street like polite little soldiers, but absolutely useless when someone comes through the building behind him. She zoomed in on the hologram, highlighting structural details. Look at his stance. Weight distribution is all wrong for rapid repositioning. He is set up for sustained fire down those 2 streets, which means he is committed to that position. 1 flashbang through the window behind him, he is blind and deaf. 2 seconds later he is dead. That plasma cannon becomes a very expensive paperweight. The confidence in the room was starting to evaporate like water on a hot plate. Kira turned her attention to the Vox sniper. Silith, you made a decent argument for the Mindweaver, but half of you picked the sniper. So let us talk about why that is also wrong. She gestured at the elevated position. Yes, great sightlines. Yes, excellent targeting capabilities. Also, completely static positioning with exactly 1 access route to that rooftop. See that stairwell? That is the only way up or down. The Vox is 3 stories above ground level with no rapid exit strategy. You know what we call that in actual tactical operations? Kira's smile got wider. A coffin with a view. Several students were taking notes now, and not the good kind of notes. The oh no, I got this completely wrong kind of notes. Vox biology requires a stable firing platform for those fancy optical enhancements to work properly. Kira continued. Absolutely ruthless now. Which means the sniper cannot reposition quickly without losing targeting efficiency. 1 smoke grenade blocks visual acquisition. 1 incendiary round forces evacuation from that position. And the second they start moving down that stairwell, they are in a fatal funnel with 0 cover and predictable movement pattern. Combat effectiveness drops to basically nothing. I was starting to feel a very uncomfortable sensation in my primary stomach, the one I use for digesting food and apparently my own arrogance. Kira was not done. Not even close. The Scarran Berserker, she said, shaking her head. Oh boy. Yes, very scary in close quarters. Dual vibroblades, pain immunity. Lots of rage. You know what else the Scarran have? Predictable attack patterns driven by biological imperative. They charge. That is their whole thing. They charge at the nearest threat with maximum aggression and 0 tactical flexibility. She highlighted the Berserker's position in the hologram. Current location is in an open plaza with 40 meters of clear ground in every direction. You know what happens to a close-quarters combatant with no ranged capability when they are standing in an open kill zone. They become target practice. 12 seconds, same as the shock trooper. Probably less because they will literally run toward whoever is shooting at them. My second stomach was getting involved now. This was becoming physically uncomfortable, the Mindweaver coordinator Kira said, looking directly at Zilith. You made the best argument out of everyone here, I will give you that. Force multiplication, shared awareness, communication advantages. All true, all tactically relevant. Zilith's form brightened slightly, something like vindication. Also completely irrelevant, Kira continued, destroying that moment immediately, because Mindweavers have an effective telepathic range of about 50 meters in urban environments with all the electromagnetic interference, and you are hovering 2 meters off the ground, which makes you the most visible target in the entire scenario. No cover, no concealment, limited mobility. First thing any competent squad does is eliminate the coordinator. You die first, always, because you are both the most valuable target and the easiest one to hit. Zilith's form dimmed considerably. Kira pointed at the Thalorian scout. Scout is positioned in a doorway with active camouflage. Great, except active camouflage creates a thermal signature, uses power cells that emit detectable radiation, and provides zero protection against area effect weapons. One thermobaric grenade into that doorway, camouflage does not matter anymore. Also, scouts are lightly armed support personnel. Useful? Yes. Greatest threat? Not even remotely. I was no longer taking notes. I was just sitting there watching my entire tactical assessment get systematically demolished by a human who looked like she had been half asleep 5 minutes ago. And the combat engineer, Kira said, turning to the Darvathian in the hologram. Environmental control, improvised explosives, creative problem solving. Sure. No, what else? They are crouched, next to a vehicle wreckage, working on something, which means they are distracted and stationary. Engineers are dangerous when they have time to prepare. This one is exposed, focused on a task, and not maintaining situational awareness. Combat effectiveness in the next 30 seconds, basically zero. The room had gone completely silent. Even Commander Thrace looked like he was enjoying this, which was somehow more terrifying than if he had been angry. Kira crossed her arms and looked at all of us with an expression of profound disappointment. So, to summarize, she said, voice heavy with sarcasm, every single one of you picked targets based on what looked scary, what had the biggest weapons, or what fit your preconceived notions about combat effectiveness. You analyzed equipment and positioning and species advantages. You made detailed tactical arguments that sounded really smart. She paused, letting that hang in the air, and every single one of you would be dead before you realized you were looking at the wrong person. My discomfort had evolved into something approaching dread, because I had a horrible feeling I knew where this was going. The greatest threat in this scenario, Kira said, her smile turning absolutely predatory, is the exhausted-looking human medical officer sitting on a pile of rubble who none of you even considered for half a second. Oh no. Oh no no no. Kira zoomed in on the human medical officer in the hologram, and suddenly details I had completely ignored became horrifyingly obvious. Let us talk about what you all missed, Kira said, her tone shifting from sarcastic to clinical. First, positioning. The medic is sitting on rubble that provides elevation, hard cover from 3 directions, and unobstructed sight lines to every single combatant in the scenario. That is not exhaustion. That is calculated field placement. She highlighted the medical pack. Second, equipment analysis. Standard medical pack, sure. Also contains polymer composite that is structurally identical to demolition charges. Handheld scanner. Doubles as a targeting designator. Those supply pouches, perfect size for concealed sidearms or breaching tools. My brain was trying very hard to reject this information, but the evidence was right there in the hologram. Third, body language and behavior. Kira continued. The medic is not checking wounded, not coordinating evacuation, not doing anything a medical officer would actually do in this scenario. They are sitting still, scanning the environment and maintaining a relaxed posture that provides optimal reaction time. That is not a non-combatant. That is someone pretending to be a non-combatant while running threat assessment on everyone around them. She turned to face Commander Thrace. The human medical officer is using the single most effective tactical advantage in any combat scenario. They are being underestimated. Every actual threat in this scenario is focused on each other. Nobody is watching the medic, which means the medic can engage at their discretion with complete tactical surprise. Thrace's mandibles clicked. Student Chen, you have made your theoretical case. However, theory and practice are different things.
Oh no, I knew that tone.
Demonstrate your assessment, Thrace said. You have access to training equipment. Show us how this medic would neutralize the other 6 combatants. You have 90 seconds. Kira's smile could have cut steel. I only need 70. What happened next was the most educational 5 minutes of my entire academy career. And I mean that in the worst possible way. Kira moved to the equipment lockers at the side of the chamber and pulled out training versions of standard gear, simulation grenades, practice blades, dummy charges, all the non-lethal stuff we used for practical exercises. Then she walked back to the projection platform and just started working. Engagement sequence begins, she announced, her voice flat and professional now. Shock trooper is first priority. High threat, static position, predictable field of fire. She mimed pulling something from a medical pouch, made a throwing motion toward the holographic building behind the Krellian. Flashbang through rear window. 3 seconds, she counted it out, then moved. Trooper is disoriented. Weapon is a liability now because he cannot see targets. Close distance during confusion period. Neutralize with close quarters technique. Kira demonstrated a strike pattern on a practice dummy. Brutal efficiency, no wasted movement. 7 seconds total. Shock trooper eliminated. Acquire plasma cannon for next phase. She was not joking around. Every movement was precise. Practiced, terrifyingly competent. Vox Sniper has visual on Plaza but limited mobility. Kira continued, picking up a training rifle. Use acquired plasma cannon. Single shot into stairwell support structure. Building stability compromised. Sniper forced to evacuate or die in collapse. 12 seconds elapsed. She dropped the rifle and grabbed simulation grenades. Scaran Berserker will charge on contact. Predictable. Directional mine placement along charge path. Detonate on approach. Berserker's pain immunity is irrelevant when major muscle groups are destroyed. 18 seconds elapsed. My forearms had gone completely numb. This was not a demonstration. This was a surgical breakdown of how to kill 6 people in under 30 seconds. Mindweaver Coordinator is priority target now, Kira said, moving through the scenario with mechanical precision. Elevated, visible, limited mobility. Standard rifle shot, center mass. Telepathic abilities do not stop bullets. 22 seconds elapsed. She shifted position, grabbed a practice blade. Thalorian Scout is using active camouflage in doorway. Thermal signature is visible. Fragmentation grenade into confined space. Camouflage irrelevant. 28 seconds. 1 target left. Combat engineer is distracted. Working on vehicle wreckage, not maintaining awareness, Kira said. Standard approach from blindside. Close quarters neutralization before they register threat presence. 34 seconds total elapsed. She stopped, turned to face all of us, not even breathing hard. 34 seconds, she repeated. All 6 combatants neutralized. Medical officer maintains non-combatant appearance until engagement begins. Uses tactical surprise and opponent overconfidence. Eliminates threats in order of capability and awareness. By the time anyone realizes the medic is the problem, they are already dead. The silence in that room was so complete I could hear my own circulatory system. Commander Thrace nodded slowly. All 3 eyes fixed on Kira. Accurate assessment. Flawless demonstration. Textbook application of deception doctrine. He turned to address the rest of us and his voice carried across the chamber like a funeral dirge. This examination was designed to teach you one critical lesson. The most dangerous opponent is never the one who looks dangerous. It is the one you do not see coming. Kira walked back to row 3 and sat down, looking exactly as bored as she had at the start of class, and I finally understood why she had been so amused. We had all failed this test before it even started. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 60 students sat in complete silence, processing what we had just witnessed. Commander Thrace let that silence stretch out for a good 10 seconds before he spoke again. Humans have been part of the galactic community for 62 years, he said, his voice carrying weight now. In that time, they have participated in 14 major conflicts. They have won 13 of them, not through superior technology, not through larger numbers. They win because they fight differently than everyone else. He gestured at the holographic scenario, still frozen with all 7 combatants visible. Every species in this room evolved with certain combat doctrines. Krellians use overwhelming firepower. Vox rely on precision and superiority. Scaran use biological advantages. Mindweavers coordinate, Thalorians, scout, Dorvathians engineer solutions. Thrace's 3 eyes swept across all of us. Humans. Humans cheat. They lie. They pretend to be something they are not. They use your assumptions against you. They will smile at you, offer medical assistance, gain your trust, and then eliminate you before you understand what happened. This is not dishonorable. This is survival evolution from a planet that tried to kill them for 200,000 years. I looked at Kira, still sitting in row 3 with that same bored expression, except now I understood what I was actually looking at. Not disinterest. Assessment. She had been evaluating every single person in this room from the moment we walked in, running threat calculations, identifying vulnerabilities, planning engagement sequences, and we had dismissed her as irrelevant. The greatest tactical mistake you can make, Thrace concluded, is assuming you know which target matters. Underestimating Earthborn species is the fastest way to become a casualty statistic. Remember this lesson. Your life may depend on it. Class dismissed. I walked out of that chamber with a new understanding burned into my brain. Never, ever assume the quiet one is not the dangerous one. Never assume the person who looks harmless actually is harmless. And never ever underestimate a human who is sitting calmly in row 3, watching you make mistakes, because they are not bored. They are just waiting for you to finish being wrong.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Kira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quillen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Mira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes." "Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters from a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by a billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion. Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard, nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Kira, Mira's voice was small, frightened. Get to the shelters, Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you. That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck she needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. Wrong way, human, he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships, not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve, her hands clenched into fists. Zurathians, a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. Commander Hayes, Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7, a career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. You should be in a shelter, cadet, Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. So should you, Hayes's mouth twitched. Probably. They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zurathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. They're going to attack, Kira said quietly. Yes. Can the station defend itself? Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long. No, it won't. Kira's jaw tightened. Then we need to buy time. Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in a galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear. Deathworlders, Kira said. Deathworlders, Hayes echoed. Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying. Your point? Hayes's smile was sharp enough to cut. My point, cadet, is that those Zurathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it. The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. What do you need me to do? Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth. Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. "Commander," Kira said as they moved toward the exit. "I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before." Hayes laughed, wild and fierce. "Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out." They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially. Not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapon systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle, weapon raised. Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks, I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said, "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the cockpit of a sleek Raven-class fighter, her hands finding the controls with surprising ease. The neural interface synced with her implant, and suddenly the ship felt like an extension of her body. "You ever flown before?" Hayes asked over the comm. "Simulator training. Nothing real." "Well, congratulations on your graduation. Try not to die." The hangar doors were damaged, stuck half open. Hayes blasted them the rest of the way with her fighter's forward guns, and then they were launching, shooting out into the black. Space combat was nothing like the simulators. It was faster, more disorienting, more viscerally terrifying. Zerathian fighters swarmed around them immediately, weapons blazing. Kira banked hard, instinct guiding her, and felt laser fire miss her hull by meters. She returned fire, watched with grim satisfaction as one of the enemy fighters exploded into debris. "Not bad, Chin," Hayes shouted. "Stick with me." They dove toward the Zerathian capital ship, 2 tiny fighters against a vessel the size of a city block. It was suicide. It was insane. It was working. The Zerathians hadn't expected resistance. Their fighters were scrambling to intercept, but Hayes and Kira were already past them, streaking toward the capital ship's exposed underbelly, targeting the reactor core. Hayes said, her voice tight with concentration. "When I give the signal, fire everything you've got." Kira's hands tightened on the controls. "Copy that." They were so close now she could see individual hull plates, could see crew members moving behind reinforced windows. "Now!" Hayes screamed. Kira fired. Every weapon, every missile, everything. The capital ship's reactor didn't just explode. It tore itself apart from the inside out, a chain reaction of catastrophic failures that turned the entire vessel into a miniature sun. The shockwave hit Kira's fighter like a physical blow, sending her spinning end over end. Alarms shrieked. Her vision went white. When her sight cleared, the Zerathian fleet was in full retreat, scattering like startled fish. "Hayes?" Kira gasped. "Commander Hayes, do you copy?" Static, then faint and crackling. "I copy." Still alive. Mostly. Kira let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. They'd done it. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, they'd actually done it. She guided her damaged fighter back toward Zenith 7, watching as station security moved to secure the hangar bay, as medical teams rushed to help the wounded. She'd saved them. She'd actually saved them. The fighter touched down roughly, and Kira practically fell out of the cockpit. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. Everything was shaking. Hayes appeared beside her, blood running down one side of her face from a cut above her eye, grinning like a maniac. "Welcome to the war, cadet," she said. Kira opened her mouth to respond. That's when the second invasion fleet dropped out of warp, twice the size of the first, and every weapon trained on the station. The comm systems exploded with panicked voices. Station command was shouting evacuation protocols. Defense coordinators were screaming about insufficient firepower. Someone was praying in a language Kira didn't recognize. Commander Hayes grabbed Kira's shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You get back in that fighter. Now." "They'll slaughter us," Kira said, but she was already moving. Her body had disconnected from her brain, running on pure survival instinct. "There's no way 2 fighters can take on that many ships. Then we don't take them on. We buy time." Hayes was climbing back into her cockpit, blood still streaming down her face. The distress signal went out. "Galactic Defense Forces en route. We just need to keep this station in one piece until they arrive." "How long?" 40 minutes. 40 minutes. An eternity in combat. A blink in any other context. Kira sealed herself into her fighter, felt the neural interface reconnect. The ship's systems were damaged but functional. Barely. She had maybe 60% weapon capacity, and the shields were operating at a fraction of their normal strength. Through the cockpit canopy, she watched the second Zerathian fleet arrange itself in an attack formation. These ships were larger, more heavily armed. The smaller craft that had retreated earlier were regrouping with them, doubling their fighter complement. "They're really committed to destroying this place," Kira muttered. "Zenith 7 is the premier research and education facility in this sector," Hayes replied through the comm. 40 species represented, thousands of the brightest minds in the galaxy. "They're not trying to conquer it, Chen. They're trying to send a message." "What message?" "That the galactic community is weak, that we can't protect our own, that unity is a fantasy." His voice went cold. "The Zerathians have been isolationists for 3 centuries. Now they're making a play for dominance, and this is their opening move." The lead Zerathian vessel powered up its main cannon. Energy readings spiked across Kira's display, climbing higher and higher. "That's a planetary assault weapon," Hayes said quietly. "One shot will crack this station like an egg. Then we stop them from firing." "With what?" Harsh language. Kora's mind raced. 2 fighters. Damaged fighters. Against a fleet that could atomize them without effort. The math was impossible. The situation was hopeless. Humans specialized in hopeless. "Commander, what's the one thing every species in the galaxy agrees about humans?" Hayes was silent for a moment. Then she laughed, sharp and bitter. "That we're insane." "Exactly. So let's prove them right." Kira opened a channel to the Zerathian fleet. She had no idea if they'd even listen, but she had to try. "Zerathian vessels. This is Cadet Kira Chen of Earth. You are in violation of galactic community law. Withdraw immediately or face consequences." The response came 30 seconds later, translated through her ship's computer. The voice was cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. Earth, the species that believes itself equal to civilizations millennia old. You are irrelevant. Your warning is irrelevant. Prepare for annihilation. Irrelevant. Kira repeated. That's their mistake right there. She plotted a course directly toward the lead vessel, the one charging its planet killer. Commander, I need you to hit their sensor array. Blind them. Just for a few seconds. And then what? Then I'm going to do something incredibly stupid. Kira, wait. But Kira was already accelerating, pushing her damaged fighter to maximum burn. The Zarethian fleet opened fire, and space around her became a lattice of death. Energy bolts and missiles filled the void, each one capable of vaporizing her ship. She dodged. Not through skill, not through training, through something deeper, something her body knew before her mind caught up. Earth gravity was crushing compared to most worlds. Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes's fighter streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarethian flagship's sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. Targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling up, pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards. Hayes snarled over the comm. You want a third? The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. Chen, your ship's falling apart, Hayes said. I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done. Not yet, because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation. A gap in their defensive screen. And 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. Kira, what are you doing? Buying time. You'll die, probably. She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. About Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zarathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods, alien gods. The cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly 1 missile left. 1 shot. 1 chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. For Earth, Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode, weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other two cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors, massive signatures, the Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts, 50 destroyers, hundreds of fighters. The Zerathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. Chen. Hayes' voice crackled through the dying comm system. Kira, respond. She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. Rescue teams are en route, Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on. Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all 4 hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. "You complete idiot," Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. "You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot." "Hey," Kira croaked. "I saved everyone." "Yes, by nearly dying multiple times." Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. "Every species in this station is talking about you. About Commander Hayes. About what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified. And also grateful. It is a confusing combination." Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "Where's Hayes?" "Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process." "That sounds like her." The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, 3 eyes studying her. "Miss Chen," he said formally, "I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council." Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack, Velis continued. Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it. Kira stared. "I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled." "Yes," Velis said, and his tone was almost warm. "And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails." He paused, then added more quietly, "I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me." "It's okay," Kira said. "I kind of am a danger to our enemies." "Yes, we are beginning to appreciate the distinction." After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. "So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel?" "Painful," Kira admitted. "Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human." "This is true." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve, could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections. Life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done, because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. "Cadet Chen," she said formally. Then she grinned. "Or should I say, Head of Emergency Response. I haven't accepted yet." "You will." Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. That's not training. Maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now. Kira thought about that. About her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station. About how in the moment of actual crisis that weight had transformed into purpose. The galaxy's still afraid of us, she said. Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest. Hayes leaned back, but they're also grateful. And gratitude builds trust. And trust, given enough time, builds understanding. You sound optimistic. I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously. Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. I split my desk in half, she said quietly, just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny, you should see it. Despite everything. Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered, some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a datapad. Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph. Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. Tell them, Kira said carefully, that I'm just a student who got lucky. And that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me. Already told them that. Hayes said, they didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes, or good monsters. Like I said, sometimes both. The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong, that humanity was strong, that when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, raking desks, raking enemy ships, breaking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses.
The morning sun of Velthara Prime filtered through the biodome's transparent ceiling, casting geometric patterns across the meditation chamber floor. Mara Ellison unrolled her worn yoga mat, one of the few personal items she'd brought from Earth, and settled into her usual spot, near the eastern window. She'd been the cultural liaison aboard the Interspecies Exchange Station for 8 months now, and this daily ritual was the only thing keeping her sane among the chaos of 17 different alien species trying to coexist. She closed her eyes and began with a simple mountain pose, breathing deeply. The station hummed with its usual morning activity. The Krillians arguing about temporal paradoxes in the cafeteria. The Zephyrites singing their crystalline harmonies in the hydroponics bay. And somewhere close by, the pitter-patter of small feet that definitely shouldn't be in the human quarters. Mara opened one eye. 2 pairs of luminous golden eyes stared back at her from the doorway. Rexel and Nexa, the Felinar cubs who'd been orphaned during the recent trade dispute on their homeworld, watched her with an intensity that made her nervous. The Felinar were a proud warrior species, bipedal felines with retractable claws, enhanced reflexes, and a culture built entirely around combat prowess and honor. These two cubs, barely 6 standard years old, were the first of their kind to grow up in a peaceful environment. "Good morning," Mara said softly, not wanting to startle them. The Felinar had excellent hearing. Rexel, the larger of the two with distinctive tiger stripe markings, tilted his head. "What are you doing, human Mara?" "Yoga," she replied, moving into a downward dog position. "It's an ancient earth practice for flexibility, strength, and mental clarity." Nexa, smaller and covered in sleek midnight black fur, crept closer. "It looks like pre-combat positioning." Mara laughed. "It's actually the opposite. It's about finding peace and balance within yourself." The cubs exchanged glances, their ears twitching in that peculiar way that meant they were communicating through subsonic frequencies. Mara had learned to recognize it. "May we observe?" Rexel asked formally, his accent giving the words a purring quality. "Of course," Mara said, settling into a warrior pose. She wouldn't have minded the company, and the cubs had been so withdrawn since arriving at the station. If this helped them feel more comfortable, she was happy to have an audience. For the next 30 minutes, Mara flowed through her usual sequence: sun salutations, tree pose, triangle pose, and her personal favorite, the crane pose, which required significant balance and core strength. She could feel the cubs' eyes tracking every movement, hear their soft whispers and occasional chittering sounds. When she finished with a final savasana, lying flat on her back in corpse pose, she heard the soft padding of feet retreating down the corridor. 3 days later, Mara was summoned to the station commander's office. Commander Vex Thora, a towering Krillian with iridescent scales and 4 arms, looked troubled, which was concerning. Given that Krillians experience time non-linearly and rarely worried about present problems, "Mara Ellison," the commander began, her translator chip rendering her clicks and whistles into smooth English. "We have a situation regarding the Felinar cubs." Mara's stomach dropped. "Are Rexel and Nexa all right?" "They're perfectly fine." "Too fine, perhaps." Vex Thora pulled up a holographic display showing the station's training gymnasium. "They've been creating something." The video showed Rexel and Nexa moving through a series of poses that looked hauntingly familiar, yet completely alien. They would drop into a position that resembled her downward dog, but then explode upward into a spinning kick. Her warrior pose became a launching point for a devastating double strike. The crane pose, her peaceful, meditative crane pose, had been transformed into a one-legged stance that allowed for rapid directional changes and unpredictable attack angles. "Oh no," Mara whispered. "Oh yes," Vex Thora replied. "They've been teaching it to the other Felinar juveniles in the refugee section. They're calling it Mara's Flow, a new combat discipline. The Felinar combat masters are." Intrigued, Mara watched in horror as the video showed a dozen Felinar cubs moving in synchronized patterns, their small bodies flowing through bastardized versions of her yoga poses with lethal efficiency. What she'd meant as stretches, they'd interpreted as combat stances. Her transitions between poses had become their combination attacks. Even her breathing techniques, which she'd explained were for calming the mind, had been incorporated as a method for conserving energy during extended combat. "I need to talk to them," Mara said. She found Rexel and Nexa in the gymnasium, drilling a group of younger cubs through what appeared to be a modified sun salutation sequence, except each movement was accompanied by strikes, blocks, and footwork that would make any martial artist proud. "Rexel, Nexa," Mara called out. The cubs immediately stopped, their ears flattening slightly in what she'd learned was embarrassment. The other young Felinar scattered, but not before bowing respectfully in her direction, a gesture that made her deeply uncomfortable. "Human Mara," Rexel said, approaching with Nexa close behind. "Have we displeased you?" Mara took a breath, trying to find the right words. "I want to understand. Why did you turn yoga into a fighting style?" I explained it was about peace. Nexa's golden eyes met hers. You did, and we listened. But you're human, and we are Felinar. Our people have been warriors for 10,000 generations. After the war destroyed our colony, after we lost our families, the elders here told us we must abandon our warrior ways to fit into this peaceful station. But then we watched you, Rexel continued, his tail swishing behind him. You showed us that strength and peace aren't opposites. Your movements, they require discipline, control, balance. You breathe through discomfort. You find stillness in motion. These are warrior principles, human Mara. We don't want to fight anyone, Nexa added quickly. But we need to remember who we are. Mara's flow helps us feel connected to our heritage while honoring the peace you've taught us. Every pose has a peaceful name and a warrior application. Every breath can be meditation or battle preparation. Mara sat down on the gymnasium floor, and after a moment, both cubs joined her. Show me, she said softly. For the next hour, Rexel and Nexa demonstrated what they'd created. They were right, it was beautiful. They'd taken her simple stretches and created something that honored both peace and strength, stillness and motion, human wisdom and Felinar heritage. The tree pose had become the rooted sentinel, a grounding stance that could shift instantly to offense or defense. The child's pose was the humble recovery, teaching young warriors to rest and reset without shame. Even Savasana had been transformed into the warrior's reflection, a cool-down period where practitioners meditated on their training and intentions. This is incredible, Mara admitted. You've created something entirely new. We learned it from you, Rexel said. Humans adapt. Humans take what exists and make it serve their needs without destroying its essence. You're not warriors like us, but you survived your own violent history to reach the stars. We studied Earth's databases. Your species has hundreds of martial arts, each created by adapting to different circumstances. We're just doing what humans do, Nexa added with a fang-filled smile. We're adapting. 6 months later, Mara found herself in an observation gallery, watching as adult Felinar warriors, including the cubs' recovered parents, moved through Mara's flow formations. The practice had spread beyond the station, back to the Felinar homeworld, where it was being integrated into their military training as a meditation and recovery discipline. Injured warriors used it for rehabilitation. Diplomats practiced it before tense negotiations. Felinar athletes had adopted it for flexibility training. Commander Vex Thora stood beside her, all 4 arms crossed. You've created an interesting legacy, human Mara. A peace practice became a warrior discipline, which became a peace practice again. Very circular, very human. I didn't create anything, Mara protested. Rexel and Nexa did all of this. You gave them the foundation, the commander countered. And perhaps, that's the most human thing of all. Sharing something freely, with no expectation of how it might grow. Other species would have copyrighted it, weaponized it, or forbidden its modification. But you, humans, you plant seeds and see what blossoms. Down on the training floor, Rexel and Nexa led their class through the closing meditation. Small voices calling out the pose names in both Felinar and English. Warrior's reflection, peaceful stillness, grateful breath. Mara smiled. She'd come to the station to teach aliens about human culture. Instead, 2 orphaned cubs had taught her something more important. That meaning isn't fixed, that adaptation isn't corruption, and that sometimes the greatest gift you can give is something unfinished, something others can reshape into exactly what they need. Mara's flow, she murmured, watching the cubs bow to their students. I suppose that has a nice ring to it. Indeed, Vex Thora said, though I suspect in a few generations, they won't even remember it came from yoga. It will simply be Felinar tradition, one more thread in the tapestry of shared galactic culture. Good, Mara said. That's how it should be. And somewhere in the quantum probabilities that Krillians could perceive, Commander Vex Thora saw a future where 1,000 species practiced their own versions of Mara's flow. Each one unique, each one adapted, each one a testament to what happened when humans shared their gifts freely with the universe. In every timeline, it was beautiful.
The Galactic Council chamber gleamed under synthetic sunlight, a marvel of alien engineering suspended above the orbit of Tau Ceti Prime. Delegates from 52 star systems hovered or stood in translucent domes, each customized to their atmospheric needs. The room buzzed with neural links and hollow projections. Amid all this grandeur, Earth's delegation looked out of place, primitive even. Ambassador Lyra Holtz stood rigid in a navy blazer that barely concealed the tension in her shoulders. Her voice had already been dismissed 3 times by louder, more opulent species. She adjusted her translator pin, smoothed her blouse, and cleared her throat. We request consideration for operational inclusion in the Theta 9 Recon Initiative. Earth's military has unique assets. A ripple of low-frequency amusement interrupted her. The Brithari chieftain, a 3-meter-tall crustacean covered in iridescent plates, clicked his mandibles. His translator pulsed. Your unique asset, he chortled, brings bullets to a plasma storm. Heads turned to the side of the platform where Sergeant Cole Vance stood silent, expression unreadable beneath dark ballistic sunglasses. His uniform was basic by galactic standards: combat fatigues, worn tactical vest, and a tightly packed rucksack that hadn't been updated in decades. No hovering exosuit, no pulse weapon, just a matte black, hand-forged rifle slung over his shoulder like a relic. The Draxan diplomat, made entirely of light and floating membranes, shimmered with disdain. Is this human a warrior? He appears fragile. Lyra resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Instead, she spoke clearly. He is the most lethal combatant Earth has ever produced. A sniper, trained in distance warfare, terrain manipulation, patience. Ah, the Brithari boomed again. Yes, the human concept of hiding and shooting. How quaint. Perhaps he'll crouch in a bush while we do the real fighting. Cole didn't blink. He remained motionless, studying the alien delegates like he was already calculating wind drift and elevation angles. Lyra stepped forward, her voice sharpened. You asked for operatives capable of infiltration, field stability, and silent elimination under interference zones. Cole has operated in zero-comms environments his entire career. Another interruption. This time from the Solari, a feline race known for their battlefield elegance and disdain for non-energy weapons. Please, Ambassador, humanity only just joined the Council. You've not even mapped your own Kuiper Belt. We will not risk lives on your fossils. A wave of laughter passed through the hall. Not raucous, more dismissive, as if someone had brought a toy to a war meeting. Cole finally moved. He took one step forward, slow and deliberate. The subtle rustle of his boot against the alloy floor was the only sound as the laughter tapered off. He turned his head, slowly scanning each face behind the shimmering containment domes. His voice, when it came, was low. Steady. I'm not here to impress you. That was all. No bravado. No defense. Just a flat truth dropped like a shell casing. For a moment, there was silence. The kind that precedes a storm. Then the Varnathi delegate, a crystalline entity that communicated via musical tones, chimed melodically. Curious, the human shows restraint. Intriguing. Lyra seized the opening. The Theta 9 operation is failing. Drakhet forces have learned to jam quantum comms and nullify neural links. You need boots on the ground that don't rely on grid support. You need someone who operates by instinct. Someone who doesn't panic when the lights go out. The Council murmured, processing. A few species began consulting internal channels, exchanging thought bursts too fast for human minds. One delegate, a silver-scaled Nari tactician, flicked his tendrils toward Cole. This sniper, what's his record? 237 confirmed kills, Lyra replied. 73 missions behind enemy lines. No failed exfiltration. No captured. 0 friendly casualties under his protection. Hand weapons, another delegate muttered. Obsolete. And yet, Lyra said, he's never missed. A pause. The Brittahari leaned forward again, though this time his tone carried curiosity rather than mockery. Is he telepathic? No, she said. He's just good. Cole's hand hovered near his rifle, not touching it, just familiarizing himself with its weight. His gaze didn't waver. He was watching, always watching, through walls, through noise, through the absurdity of this room full of preening apex predators who'd forgotten that war didn't always wait for clean rules and perfect conditions. The Drakhet weren't following rules. They were dismantling the galactic perimeter piece by piece. Theta 9 was only the latest in a string of incursions. And despite all their advanced firepower and AI command logic, the Council couldn't stop them. Not where it mattered, on the ground. In dirt and silence and blood. The vote came in waves. Not a consensus, but enough. The Brittahari grudgingly nodded. The Solari abstained. The Nari approved. Others followed. The mission would proceed, with one human sniper embedded. Lyra exhaled for the first time in 5 minutes. As the meeting dissolved, chatter resumed. Holos flickered back on. Delegates prepared their return vessels. But Cole remained where he stood, unmoving. She walked over to him. You okay? He nodded, barely perceptible. Just wondering how many of them I'll have to save before they stop laughing. Lyra gave a tired smile. One would be enough. Just make it count. Cole adjusted the strap of his rifle and turned, heading toward the transport bay. No ceremony, no goodbye. Just a man moving toward war the same way he might cross a street. Behind him, several delegates watched with something between amusement and curiosity. None of them had seen him work. None of them knew what happened when he was given range, cover, and silence. In a corner of the chamber, one young recruit leaned toward a mentor. What's he planning to do with that rifle? The elder, a veteran of 3 fleet campaigns, replied quietly, something they won't understand until it's over. Cole stepped onto the elevator pad, gaze focused on the incoming mission brief streaming onto the wall. Maps, coordinates, topography. He committed it all to memory with surgical precision. A soft beep chimed in his ear as the transport was cleared for departure. Lyra's voice buzzed in via secure line. Final call. Confirm status. Cole didn't answer immediately. He reached down, clicked off the safety on his rifle, and slowly lowered himself to a crouch. Muscle memory from years in every terrain Earth had to offer. Desert, tundra, jungle, mountain. He spoke 4 words, soft as breath. Permission to engage. The dropship shuddered as it pierced the upper atmosphere of Theta 9, turbulence clawing at the reinforced hull. Cole Vance sat in silence, his rifle locked across his chest. Around him, an elite coalition team from 6 different species checked gear, synced neural interfaces, or murmured in their own dialects. None spoke to him. To them, he was an artifact, an anomaly with no cybernetic augmentation, no artificial intelligence assistant, no grav boots or cloaking mesh. Just a human in old-world armor, relying on muscle memory, breath control, and intuition sharpened by war. Commander Atreya of the Nari, a reptilian strategist with bioluminescent scales and 8-fingered hands, moved through the squad, issuing instructions in clipped bursts. Her voice came through Cole's earbud in a filtered version translated for human understanding. Our target is an uplink tower behind the second ridge. The Drakhet are using it to jam orbital reinforcements. We eliminate it, and fleet support returns. Expect heavy resistance. She stopped beside Cole, studying him as if still unsure what role he served. You operate without HUD, she said. It wasn't a question. Don't need it, Cole replied, eyes unmoving from the mission map flickering on the screen. You will, she said. This planet's atmosphere scrambles visual clarity. You'll lose optics within a kilometer. I'll manage. She stared for a moment longer, then moved on. Cole didn't blame her skepticism. He'd reviewed the same terrain overlays and satellite data. Theta 9 was a nightmare, violent weather patterns, fog banks that nullified thermal scans, foliage that bent light unnaturally. The kind of place where machines failed, where instinct mattered, and it was beautiful in a brutal, untamed way. The dropship hit the landing zone hard, ramp lowering into dense mist. Cole was the last to disembark, every step calculated as he adjusted to the ground's strange elasticity. Alien spores drifted in the air like pollen. The team fanned out, sleek and glowing in their tech-laden armor. Cole crouched beside a moss-covered rock, unlatched his rifle case, and began assembling the long weapon with mechanical precision. Each part clicked into place without a sound. No scope with digital overlay, just a hardened lens calibrated by hand. No targeting AI, just him. A soft rustle behind him made him glance back. It was Tavrik, the Brit-Hari assault specialist, his armor gleaming with bio-shell plating. "You planning to fight with that antique?" Tavrik rumbled. Cole didn't respond. He simply tightened the bolt and pulled the ghillie mesh over his shoulders, fading into the terrain with disturbing ease. Tavrik scoffed and moved on. The team moved toward the uplink ridge in standard formation. Drakhet scouts have been reported in the area, stealthy, vicious things with 6 limbs and armor that mimicked surrounding textures. No heat signature, no voice prints. Halfway through the approach, it started. A high-pitched shriek tore through the fog, followed by the sound of pulse fire. Explosions ripped the silence apart. 2 squad members went down instantly, vaporized before they could scream. The remaining soldiers broke into a defensive arc. Ambush! Commander Atreya's voice came sharp through comms. Cole moved without waiting. He broke from the formation, diving into underbrush too thick for the others to navigate. While they fought with enhanced optics and sonic blades, he crawled through roots and mud, disappearing into the world. He found high ground, a broken ridge overlooking the narrow pass where the team had stalled. Below, the fog churned with shadows. The Drakhet were already advancing, silent and coordinated. Cole adjusted the rifle's position on its bipod, calibrated wind by licking a gloved finger and holding it aloft. He exhaled slowly. His body relaxed into stillness. The first shot cracked through the fog, sharp and precise. A Drakhet dropped without sound, its armor fractured between segments. The second shot came a second later, then a third. In under 10 seconds, Cole had neutralized 3 threats from over 800 meters, adjusting for wind, refracted light, and atmospheric distortion using only his eyes and experience. The comms flared. Unknown sniper support confirmed. Identify. Atreya's voice. Engaging from North Ridge, Cole replied, voice level. "I've got eyes on your right flank. Push forward." Atreya didn't reply, but her squad adjusted, moving in time with Cole's cover fire. He wasn't part of their neural network. He wasn't receiving real-time updates, but he didn't need to. Every breath, every twitch of his fingers flowed in rhythm with the chaos. He anticipated where the Drakhet would move next, firing half a heartbeat before they revealed themselves. 3 minutes later, the battlefield fell silent. "Area secure," Atreya confirmed. Her voice was different now, calm, measured, respectful. When the squad regrouped, Cole joined them last, brushing off damp earth and re-slinging his rifle. No applause, just acknowledgement. Tavrik grunted as Cole passed. "You shoot well for a relic." Cole said nothing. They moved toward the uplink tower, picking their way through collapsed rock formations and corrupted tech fields. The structure loomed ahead, spider-like, its limbs sinking into the terrain. Pulsing with Drakhet energy, the tower emitted rhythmic bursts that made the air taste like metal. "Approach vector compromised," Atreya said. "Sensors report automated defenses. 4 turrets. Will be cut down before we reach base." Cole looked through his lens, studying the movement patterns. He saw where the terrain dipped, how the wind funneled through the gully, how the heat shimmered in waves at turret junctions. He lay flat, extended the bipod again, and exhaled. Marking targets, he said, "Give me 10 seconds." One by one, the turrets went dark. Cole didn't miss. The squad moved in fast, planting EMP charges around the base while Atreya uploaded a virus into the control relay. It took 47 seconds. No Drachette reinforcements arrived. When the uplink finally went dark, a signal pulse from orbit, fleet support was back online. Above them, the first of the human destroyers dropped from hyperspace. Earth's contingent had arrived. Cole didn't look up. The squad stood around the tower, catching their breath. Bloodied but alive, Tavrik leaned against a rock, eyes on Cole. "You humans fight like ghosts." Cole shrugged. "That's the idea." Atreya approached him, this time without hesitation. "We misjudged you. No offense taken. Your methods are unorthodox, but effective. You predicted their movements like you were reading their minds." Cole looked past her, into the mist, now clearing from the ridge. "You don't need neural sync when you know how fear makes people move." She studied him again, then offered something rare and nod. Not the casual dip of a superior acknowledging a subordinate, but something closer to kinship. "We move to the next phase tomorrow. You'll operate Point Recon. I'll be ready." As the squad began dispersing for rest and resupply, Tavrik looked back once more. "You still never told us what you said before you deployed." Cole slid the bolt on his rifle open, inspecting the chamber. "Didn't say much. Commander said she heard you whisper something before you jumped." Cole paused, then looked up, gaze steady and quiet. "Permission to engage." Tavrik grinned, a deep, armored sound that rumbled like thunder. For the first time, it wasn't mocking. Behind them, the mist receded, revealing the path ahead, wider now, but still dangerous. The Drachette were far from finished, but something had shifted. The team walked lighter, watched the shadows differently. They'd seen death move quietly, and it wore a human face. Dawn broke over Theta, 9 in shades of sickly gold and acidic green. A sunrise filtered through volatile gases and particulate storms. The squad emerged from their makeshift bivouac silently, already armored and alert. The victory at the uplink tower had bought them a tenuous window, but it wouldn't last. Cole Vance knelt beside a collapsed tree, polishing the lens of his scope with the hem of his sleeve. His fingers moved with mechanical grace, but his mind stayed fluid, already mapping routes, wind currents, and shot lines in his head. Commander Atreya gathered the team in a semicircle. The Nari scale flares pulsed a dull blue, indicating calculated tension rather than panic. Her voice was crisp and clinical. "Fleet support confirms the Drachette have pulled back from the uplink ridge, but intel suggests they're regrouping around a subterranean nest 2 clicks southeast. Our objective is to locate the nest's primary access point and mark it for orbital strike. Precision is required. Civilian research colonies exist within 6 clicks. Why not bombard the whole region?" Tavrik asked, shifting his weight, claws scraping against stone. "Because," Atreya replied, "the Drachette are holding captured personnel. Scientists, diplomats, one of ours." That silenced the squad. No one needed names. Everyone understood the weight of one of ours. Cole didn't speak. He stood, rifle slung across his chest, eyes on the horizon. Rescue wasn't a clean mission. It meant split-second decisions, unpredictable variables, and compromised firing lanes. He preferred control, but war rarely offered it. They moved in a staggered pattern across the terrain, ridge, gully, dry riverbed. The alien jungle grew denser as they approached the coordinates. Strange plants clicked softly when touched. Insects glowed, then vanished. Above them, the air throbbed with the sound of something distant, organic and metallic, hunting in the upper canopy. Cole drifted away from the group without a word. It wasn't disobedience, it was instinct. He saw a raised outcropping ahead, perfect overwatch. While the squad took cover behind a fallen skimmer, he climbed. No powered boots, no cloaking field, just patience and silence. From the ledge, he saw it. The nest entrance was a jagged fissure in the earth, obscured by a camo-shielding mesh that flickered like heat haze. Around it, Drachette patrols moved in tight, disciplined formations. 30, maybe more. Too many for a clean approach. Worse, there were signs of fortification. Energy pylons, reactive mines, and something new, tall, tripod-like structures pulsing with amber light. He radioed in. Eyes on nest. Heavy guard. Visual confirms possible prisoners. Recommend delay on strike order. Understood, Etreya replied. Do you have shot on any of the emitters? Negative. Line of sight is cluttered. Recommend coordinated advance. I'll provide cover. There was a pause. Approved, she said. You fire first. We move on your signal. Cole adjusted his prone position, grounding himself in the dirt, stabilizing the rifle. He aligned the lens. 1 breath. 2. Then he squeezed. The first emitter exploded in a blossom of fire and shrapnel. Before the enemy even turned, the second fell. Then the third. In under 10 seconds, the perimeter was disrupted. Confusion rippled through the Drakhet ranks. The squad charged. Cole tracked their movements, firing between gaps, eliminating threats before they flanked his team. He saw Tavor crush one enemy beneath his bulk. He saw Etreya slice through another with an arc blade that hissed in the mist. But even with their efficiency, the numbers pressed hard. Then Cole saw something unexpected, movement behind the fissure. Not enemy troops. Hostages. 3 figures, unarmed, clearly weakened, were being pulled deeper into the nest by armored Drakhet handlers. One of them stumbled. A human, her face dirt-streaked and hollow-eyed. Cole's breath caught. He recognized her. Dr. Lena Voss, diplomatic xenolinguist, civilian, and his sister's oldest friend. The one who'd convinced him to enlist for this off-world mission when he'd nearly retired. He keyed the channel. Hostiles moving hostages deeper. I'm diverting. You'll break formation, Etreya warned. I know. He slid down from the ridge, disappearing into a side passage veiled by creeper vines. It led into the rock, tight, dark, and sweltering. He moved fast, yet never clumsily, each step measured. Down below, he could hear the Drakhet chittering to one another, their voices like crushed glass. He came out above them, crouched on a ledge inside the cave system, looking down at the captors. They were dragging Lena and the others toward a pod launcher. Escape route or execution device, it wasn't clear. Cole aimed. He took the first shot between the plates of the taller handler's back. It dropped, spasming. The second whirled, hissing, and Cole fired again. Clean, no wasted motion. He leapt down before the echoes faded. The prisoners flinched. Lena, he said, you mobile? She looked up, eyes wide then focused. Cole, he nodded. We're getting you out. She motioned to the others. They can't run fast. One's injured. Doesn't matter. We move now. He led them back through the narrow tunnel, clearing the way with short bursts from his sidearm. He didn't speak again. He didn't need to. When they emerged near the squad's position, the battle had turned. The Drakhet were retreating, scattered by orbital precision strikes and close-quarter resistance. Cole raised a flare and fired it into the air, bright orange. Extraction beacon. Etreya met them near the fallback point. Her eyes flicked from the prisoners to Cole. You left Overwatch. Had to. She said nothing for a beat, then nodded. You made the right call. A new signal cut through the comms. Fleet command. All units. Full retreat confirmed. Enemy forces dispersing. Mission successful. Prepare for evac. The tension in everyone's shoulders released, subtly but undeniably. The prisoners were secured. The nest was marked and burning. And Theta 9, at least for now, was theirs again. As the extraction shuttle hovered into view, kicking up dust and debris, Lena turned to Cole. I thought you were done with all this. I was. Then why? He looked at the rifle in his hands, then at the team, bloodied, breathing, still intact. Because sometimes they send the wrong people to die. She didn't press. She knew better. Tavrik clapped him on the shoulder as they boarded. You're still a relic, the Brithari grinned, but I'd fight beside you again. Try not to get sentimental, Cole said, sliding into his seat. Etreya remained standing until everyone was aboard. As the ramp sealed, she walked over to him. There's another mission coming. You'll be requested. Figures. Would you take it? He didn't answer right away. He looked out the viewport as the burned remains of the Drakhet nest faded below. Then, softly he replied, if the target's real, if the fight matters, She nodded once and moved on. The shuttle pierced the clouds and climbed toward the orbiting carrier. Behind them, Theta 9 spun silently, bruised but surviving. Ahead, war waited still, somewhere new, somewhere worse. But for now, for this moment, Cole let his muscles relax and rested his eyes. There would be more battles, and he would be ready. The stars stretched like frozen fire across the viewport, silent and cold. Aboard the carrier Vigilant Dawn, the atmosphere was heavy with a kind of exhausted anticipation. The battle on Theta 9 had been won, strategically at least, but no one walked away from that place unchanged. Cole Vance stood near the observation deck, arms crossed over his chest, watching as the planet shrank behind him. He had not spoken much since extraction. No debrief, no celebration. The mission was over, but the war remained. Behind him, soft steps approached. It was Commander Atreya. She stopped a few paces away, her luminescent scales dimmed to a somber gray-blue, signaling quiet introspection among her kind. "I expected you to disappear after the evac," she said. "I thought about it," Cole replied. He didn't elaborate, and she didn't ask. "We received an encrypted communique," she said. "Classified, level 9. Earth Command flagged it for your eyes only." Cole turned slightly, brows knitting. "Why would Earth Command send anything to me?" "Because you're the only human who's ever neutralized a Drakhet Prime operative with no AI support, no drone relay, and no backup plan. You're not just a soldier anymore. You're an asset." Cole shook his head. "I'm a liability. That's why they benched me 2 years ago. They benched a man who didn't play by protocols, not one who saved fleets." He didn't respond. Atreya handed him a small hollow slate, its blue light flickering against his palm. "Read it," she said. "Then come to the mission hall. Fleet Command's assembling a joint task force. Multi-species. High risk. Voluntary." Cole nodded, though he already knew he would go. He waited until Atreya was gone before activating the slate. The message was brief and brutal. A hidden Drakhet enclave had been discovered. Not a war camp, something worse. A communications spire buried on a dead moon outside charted space. A relay hub for cross-galactic transmissions, encoded in frequencies older than most known civilizations. It wasn't just a nest, it was a call, and someone, or something, was answering. Cole set the slate down gently and rubbed a hand across his jaw. His thoughts returned to the image of Lena Voss, hollow-eyed and shackled in Theta 9's tunnels, to Tavrik's cracked armor, to the way Atreya had stood beside him when the flames rolled over the enemy's fortress. There were still prisoners out there, still signals being sent, and if what the slate said was true, the Drakhet weren't the apex of this war. They were just the opening act. In a mission hall, the air vibrated with low conversations and the quiet murmur of alien translators. Representatives from 5 factions stood around a central table. Each wore the mark of survival, not rank. Burned armor, sealed wounds, weathered eyes. Atreya stood near the front, flanked by Tavrik and 2 of the survivors from the Theta 9 squad. She caught Cole's eye and motioned him forward. No words, just a gesture. He stepped into the circle as the main display lit up, showing the dead moon, gray, cratered, dotted with strange structures that pulsed in slow intervals, like a machine trying to breathe. The briefing officer, a thin, cybernetically augmented human named Karan, spoke with detached efficiency. The Drakhet have used this location for over a decade. We previously believed it was a defunct mining colony. We were wrong. Data flickered, power signatures, heat maps, images of Drakhet workers assembling antenna-like constructs with chitinous limbs and bleeding metal. We intercepted a transmission last week. Repeating sequence. Binary. But deeper analysis shows it's layered. There are quantum echoes buried in the signal. And they're not Drakhet origin. Silence fell. Cole asked the question everyone was thinking. Then who are they calling? Karan's synthetic eye glowed faint red. That's what we intend to find out, before they get a response. The plan was brutal in its simplicity. A small infiltration team, in and out, plant surveillance nodes, disrupt the signal, and retreat before triggering full retaliation. No orbital strike, no fleet. Stealth was paramount. Cole didn't hesitate. "I'm in." Etreya nodded, unsurprised. Tavrik cracked his neck with a grin. "Good. Would have been boring without you." The next 3 days were spent in silence and preparation. Cole rebuilt his rifle from scratch, swapping components by feel rather than spec. He adjusted his ghillie mesh to match the basalt terrain of the moon. And for the first time since Theta 9, he activated a recording module, a private log he hadn't used in years. Cole Vance, designation null. Volunteering for classified op, Echo Spire. No illusions. No backup. If this gets out, it won't be a war. It'll be extinction. If you're hearing this, I didn't make it. If I come back, it won't be as the same man. He closed the log. No dramatics. Just honesty. The mission drop was silent. No comms chatter. Just the crunch of boots on dead rock as the infiltration team fanned out. Cole took point, moving like smoke across the lunar surface. No air. No wind. Just the heartbeat of the spire pulsing like a drumbeat in the void. As they approached, the scale of the structure came into view. Hundreds of meters tall, ribbed with bone-like supports, and humming with unnatural energy. Not built, grown. Cole scoped the perimeter, tagging patrols and identifying blind spots. The Drakhet here were different, taller, paler, and strangely reverent. They knelt in groups, facing the spire, motionless for hours. Not worshipping, listening. The team moved inside. No alarms triggered. No defense systems activated. The spire welcomed them like it expected them. Inside, Cole found a chamber unlike anything he had seen. A massive vertical shaft spiraling upward, filled with hovering glyphs and whispering frequencies that made his bones ache. He placed a node near the center. Then he heard it, not in his ears, in his mind. A voice, not words, more like an emotion shaped in his sound. Cold, curious, ancient. "We see you." He staggered back. The glyphs pulsed red. The Drakhet began to stir. Their trance broken. "We're compromised," Etreya said sharply over the internal channel. "Fall back." But Cole didn't move. He was staring at a shape rising from the center of the spire. Amorphous, translucent, vibrating in and out of physical space. Not Drakhet, something older. The voice came again, louder. "You're not ready, but you will be." The chamber buckled. Tavrik grabbed Cole by the shoulder and yanked him out. They ran through the twisting corridors, now lit by flickering amber lights. Sirens wailed. Walls shifted, but they made it out. As the shuttle detached from the moon's gravity, Cole watched the spire recede into the darkness. The signal had been disrupted. The mission was a success, but the call had gone out, and it had been heard. Back on the Vigilant Dawn, the team sat in debrief. Silent, processing. No one dared speak of the thing in the spire. Cole stood last. He looked at them all, at Etreya's unreadable expression, at Tavrik's solemn face, at Lena Voss watching from a secure gallery behind glass. And he spoke. "We're not in a war anymore," he said quietly. "We're in a countdown." They didn't argue, because deep down, they all knew the truth. Something was coming, and Cole Vance had just told it where to find them.
Danny Wright stared at the official-looking envelope on his grandmother's kitchen table like it might explode. Gold trim, fancy seals, words he couldn't pronounce stamped across the front in 3 different languages, only one of which was English. "That's junk mail, right?" he asked, poking it with a fork. His grandmother, Ruth, barely glanced up from her newspaper. "Came by special courier." Alien special courier had 4 arms and apologized twice for stepping on the porch. Danny's fork paused mid-poke. Earth had only joined the galactic community 5 years ago, right after the big reveal that humans weren't alone in the universe. Most people freaked out. Ruth had just nodded and said she'd suspected as much. Danny was 12 at the time and mostly annoyed that the news interrupted his video game tournament. Why would aliens send me mail? Danny grabbed the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a holographic card that activated the moment he touched it. A 3-dimensional figure appeared above the table. Some kind of bird-lizard hybrid wearing way too many medals. "Greetings, representative of Earth," the hologram announced. "You have been selected to participate in the prestigious Apex Hunt, a competition of skill, courage, and honor held every decade. The greatest hunters from across the galaxy will gather to test their abilities against the most dangerous creatures known to exist. Your attendance is mandatory under Galactic Law, Article 7, Section 12. Transportation will arrive in 3 standard days. Glory awaits. The hologram vanished. Danny and Ruth sat in silence for a solid 10 seconds. What did you do? Ruth asked. Nothing. I don't even know what this is. Danny flipped the card over. There was a confirmation number and his name spelled perfectly. Middle initial included. Wait, this has to be a mistake. I'm 17. I'm nobody. Ruth took the card from him and examined it closely. Her eyes, sharp from decades of living in the Oregon wilderness, narrowed. This is legitimate. See that seal? That's the Confederation mark. Can't be forged. But I didn't sign up for anything. Did you fill out any forms recently? Online surveys. Contests? Danny thought back. Last week he'd clicked on something that promised a cash prize for gamers. It had asked for his name and address. Oh no. Oh yes. Ruth set the card down carefully. Well, you're going to space. Grandma, I can't go to space. I have school. I have plans to do absolutely nothing this summer. The message said mandatory. That means you don't have a choice. Ruth stood and walked to the cupboard, pulling out her old military trunk. If you're going to compete with alien hunters, you'll need proper preparation. I'm not a hunter. Ruth turned and gave him a look that could freeze lava. Boy, I've been teaching you to track deer since you were 6 years old. You can find a rabbit in a snowstorm and tell me what it ate for breakfast 3 days ago. You notice things people with fancy degrees miss. Don't sell yourself short. Danny wanted to argue, but she had a point. Growing up on Ruth's homestead meant learning to survive. She was a retired Marine who believed modern kids were too soft. While his classmates played organized sports, Danny learned to purify water, build shelters, and track animals through any terrain. He could start a fire with damp wood and identify edible plants in the dark. He just never thought those skills mattered. They were just things Grandma made him do. Over the next 3 days, news spread fast. Apparently, the Galactic Confederation had sent Earth an official invitation to participate in some big competition, and the government had tried to organize a committee to select the perfect representative. Decorated soldiers, expert survivalists, famous hunters all volunteered. Then someone discovered that the invitation had been processed incorrectly. Due to a clerical error involving a misfiled jury duty summons and an online contest registration, the invitation had been legally accepted by Daniel Wright, age 17, of Portland. Oregon Galactic Law was apparently very strict about registered participants. Once someone accepted, no substitutions were allowed. The government tried to negotiate. The aliens said no. Rules were rules. Danny watched the news coverage from his grandmother's couch, eating cereal and wondering if this was all a fever dream. They're saying you'll embarrass Earth, Ruth commented, reading from her tablet. Politicians are calling it a disaster. The military wants to give you a crash course in combat. Great. Fantastic. Love that for me. They don't understand. Ruth set down the tablet and looked at Danny seriously. Those fancy hunters with their fancy equipment are going to overthink everything. They'll rely on technology and weapons, but hunting isn't about having the best gear. It's about understanding behavior, patience, reading signs, becoming part of the environment. You really think I can do this? I think you're the only one who sees the world the way hunters need to see it. Everyone else forgot how. She reached into the trunk and pulled out an old knife in a worn leather sheath. This was your grandfather's Marine issue. Take it. Danny took the knife carefully. It felt solid and real in a way that made the whole situation suddenly concrete. He was actually going to space. He was actually going to compete against alien hunters. The transport ship arrived exactly when promised. It landed in the field behind Ruth's house, a sleek silver craft that hummed with power. A ramp extended. Ruth handed Danny a backpack she'd prepared, filled with basic supplies and a few tools. Remember what I taught you, she said. Watch before you act. Listen before you move. Respect the prey, understand the environment, and don't try to fight nature. Work with it. What if I mess this up? Then you mess it up. But you won't die wondering what would have happened if you tried. She hugged him briefly, then pushed him toward the ship. Now go show those aliens what a human can do. Danny walked up the ramp, backpack over one shoulder, wearing jeans and his favorite hoodie. Behind him, Earth continued spinning. Ahead of him, the galaxy waited with expectations he didn't ask for and a competition he didn't understand. He figured he might as well see what happened. Frontier Base 7 smelled like metal and something Danny couldn't identify, probably alien sweat. The station floated in neutral space, a massive ring structure where different species could meet without political complications. Danny shuffled through the arrival gate behind a group of tall, blue-skinned traders who kept glancing back at him like he was a lost child. An official greeted him at customs, a being that looked like a walking stick insect wearing a uniform. Its translator device crackled before speaking in English. "Daniel Wright of Earth?" "Yes, that's me." The official's antennae twitched in what might have been confusion. "You are Earth's representative for the Apex hunt?" "Apparently. I see. Follow me, please. The other participants are gathering in the main hall." They walked through corridors filled with aliens of every description. Some had fur, others had scales. A few were just floating energy clouds in containment suits. All of them stared at Danny. He kept his hands in his hoodie pockets and tried to look less like someone who'd rather be home playing video games. The main hall was enormous, with viewing screens covering the walls and a central platform where holographic displays showed various terrifying creatures. Danny counted about 30 beings scattered around the room, all of them looking significantly more prepared than he felt. Near the front stood two identical reptilian aliens, easily 8 feet tall with silver scales and armor that probably cost more than Danny's house. They noticed him immediately and started laughing, a hissing sound that made several other species turn to look. "Is that the human?" one of them said loudly. "Earth sent a child?" "Look at his clothing," the other added. "He came to hunt in sleeping garments." Danny wanted to point out that hoodies were not sleepwear, but decided silence was better. He found a seat in the back and pulled out his phone, which surprisingly still had a signal thanks to some galactic network his grandmother had set up before he left. More hunters arrived over the next hour. A group of insect-like soldiers moved in perfect formation, their leader wearing a helmet with multiple eye slots. A massive bear creature with gray fur and ritual scars entered alone, carrying nothing but a wooden staff. An actual robot hunter scanned the room with glowing sensors. A cat-like alien in expensive-looking armor made a grand entrance, accompanied by servants carrying her equipment. Everyone looked professional. Everyone looked dangerous. Everyone looked like they belonged here. Danny did not look like he belonged here. A hologram appeared on the central platform, showing the same bird-lizard official from the invitation. "Welcome, honored hunters. The Apex Hunt is the galaxy's most prestigious competition. For those new to this tradition, allow me to explain the rules." Danny actually paid attention now, watching the holographic displays shift to show a wild planet covered in forests, mountains, and oceans. You will be transported to Savage World, a protected wilderness preserve containing 50 different apex predator species from across the galaxy. Your task is simple: track, capture, and return 3 different apex predators within 10 standard days. Killing a creature results in immediate disqualification. Each participant will receive a basic survival pack, an emergency beacon, and a recording drone to verify captures. The display showed various monsters, things with too many teeth, things with armor plates, things that looked like they could eat a tank. The winner receives resource rights for their homeworld, advanced technology access, and eternal glory. May your hunts be successful. The hologram vanished. Immediately, the other hunters began talking amongst themselves, discussing strategies and comparing equipment. The 2 reptilian aliens approached a supply officer, requesting additional plasma nets and energy shields. Danny raised his hand. Everyone stopped and stared at him. "Yeah, quick question," Danny said. "Do we get to study the animals first? Like their behavior patterns or habitats or whatever?" The insect leader's translator responded. "All necessary data is available in the station database, though I doubt a human child can comprehend advanced ecology." "Cool. Thanks." Danny stood and headed toward the database terminals, ignoring the laughter that followed him. He spent the next 6 hours at a terminal, reading everything available about Savage World's ecosystem. Other hunters came and went, most spending maybe 20 minutes reviewing technical data before leaving to prepare equipment or rest. Danny stayed, taking notes on his phone about weather patterns, terrain types, water sources, and especially how different predator species interacted with each other. An older alien eventually sat down next to him. This one looked humanoid, but with weathered gray skin and scars across his face. He wore simple clothing and carried a beaten backpack. "You're the Earth kid," the alien said in surprisingly good English. "Word travels fast. Name's Briggs. I run the equipment depot here. Been watching these hunts for 30 years. He glanced at Danny's screen. "You're actually studying the ecosystem." Seemed important. Most hunters focus on individual targets. They look at what they want to catch and ignore everything else. Briggs leaned back. "You know what separates good hunters from dead ones?" "What?" "Good hunters understand that everything is connected. The prey, the predators, the plants, the weather, all of it. You can't hunt in a vacuum." He stood up, patting Danny's shoulder. "Keep doing what you're doing, kid. You might surprise people." After Briggs left, Danny continued reading until his eyes hurt. He learned that shadow panthers hunted near river systems. Titan serpents avoided volcanic regions. Razorback boars migrated based on fruit tree cycles. The information built a picture in his mind. Not of individual monsters, but of a living, breathing world with patterns and logic. By the time officials announced that transport would begin in the morning, Danny had filled 30 pages of notes. Other hunters were showing off their gear, testing weapons, making alliance proposals. Danny went to his assigned quarters, a small room with a basic bed, and reviewed his notes one more time. He thought about what his grandmother had taught him. Don't fight nature, work with it. Understand the patterns, be patient. Tomorrow he'd be dropped alone into an alien wilderness to hunt creatures that could kill him in seconds. Danny set his phone. The transport pod shook as it entered Savage World's atmosphere. Danny gripped his seat and watched through the viewport as alien jungle rushed up to meet him. The pod's computer announced landing coordinates in a language he didn't understand, then switched to English. Participant Daniel Wright, you will be deployed in Sector 7, a temperate forest region. Your survival pack includes water purification tablets, basic medical supplies, emergency beacon, and recording drone. Good luck. The pod hit the ground with a thud that rattled Danny's teeth. The door hissed open, releasing him into humidity that immediately made his hoodie stick to his back. He grabbed his backpack and grandmother's knife, then stepped out into an alien world. Trees surrounded him, but not like Earth trees. These had purple bark and leaves that shifted colors when the wind blew. Strange bird calls echoed from every direction. Something rustled in the undergrowth and Danny froze instinctively, his training kicking in before his brain caught up. The recording drone bobbed out of the pod after him, a floating sphere about the size of a basketball. It blinked a small light indicating it was active and recording. Somewhere the galaxy was watching. Danny took a breath and forced himself to relax. This was just camping. Weird alien camping, but still just camping. He spent the first hour doing absolutely nothing except sitting against a tree and observing. Other hunters were probably racing off to track their first target. Danny knew better. Rushing into unknown territory was how people got hurt or lost. First, you learn the environment. Then you move. He watched insects crawl across the purple bark, noticed that some trees had claw marks about 7 feet up, heard different layers of sound as day animals settled and evening animals woke, felt the temperature drop 3 degrees as the sun moved behind clouds that looked normal, but apparently weren't, based on their orange color. After that first hour, Danny started moving slowly through the forest, reading signs. Fresh tracks here, probably from something big based on the depth. Broken branches there, at a height that suggested something climbed recently. Scat near a fallen log, which he examined carefully with a stick, noting the contents included bones and fur. The drone followed him silently, recording everything. By evening, Danny had mapped a rough mental picture of the area. There was a stream about half a mile east. A game trail ran north-south through a clearing. A large predator definitely lived somewhere nearby, based on territorial markings. Smaller creatures used the mid-level branches for travel, avoiding the ground. He found a decent spot to make camp, a rocky overhang that provided shelter and a view of the surrounding area. No fire. Fire attracted attention, and Danny wasn't ready for attention yet. He ate an energy bar from his pack and checked his phone. No messages, obviously, no signal. But he'd taken photos of his notes back on the station, so he could review the information about different predators. Shadow panthers. The notes said they were ambush predators that could bend light around themselves, making them nearly invisible. They hunted near water sources at dawn and dusk. Preferred prey was medium-sized herbivores, extremely territorial, Danny thought about the stream he'd found and the game trail. If herbivores came to drink and shadow panthers hunted near water, then the area around that stream was probably active hunting ground. He decided to check it out tomorrow. That night, Danny barely slept. Not because he was scared, but because the forest was incredibly loud. Things howled, screeched, and made sounds like grinding metal. The drone's light stayed dim but visible, a small comfort in the darkness. When purple dawn light filtered through the canopy, Danny was already awake and moving toward the stream. He approached carefully, staying downwind and moving slowly. The stream was beautiful in an alien way, with water that looked slightly too blue and rocks that had crystal formations growing on them. Danny found a spot about 50 yards from the water and settled in to watch. 2 hours later, his patience paid off. A creature that looked like a six-legged deer came to drink, moving nervously and checking its surroundings constantly. Danny remained perfectly still, barely breathing. Then he saw it. Not the shadow panther itself, but the effect it created. A shimmer in the air near the opposite bank, like heat waves, but wrong. The shimmer moved closer to the deer thing. Danny watched how it moved, watched how it positioned itself downwind, watched how it waited for the perfect moment when the prey lowered its head to drink. The attack was fast. The deer thing barely managed to leap away, crashing into the forest with the shimmer close behind. Danny heard the chase fade into the distance. He'd learned 3 important things. First, shadow panthers attacked from downwind. Second, they preferred prey that was distracted. Third, they chased for short distances but gave up quickly if the prey escaped the initial ambush. Danny spent the rest of the day tracking the shadow panther's movements. He never saw it directly, but he found its traces. Claw marks on trees where it sharpened its claws, a half-eaten carcass hidden under leaves, a particular tree it seemed to rest in during the hot afternoon, based on crushed moss patterns on a thick branch. By evening, Danny had a plan forming. He couldn't catch the shadow panther by chasing it or fighting it, but he could use what he knew about its behavior. He spent the next morning gathering materials: strong vines from a particular plant species, flexible branches, leaves that smelled strongly, which he crushed and saved. He worked slowly and carefully, building something simple but effective. The trap took all day to prepare. A pit, carefully disguised, placed exactly where the game trail met the stream. Not deep enough to hurt the panther, but deep enough to contain it temporarily. Danny used the crushed leaves to mask his scent and placed bait, a portion of the carcass he'd found, in a position that would require the panther to approach from a specific angle. Then he climbed a tree 70 yards away and waited. Waiting was the hardest part. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky. Danny's legs cramped. The drone recorded everything with what seemed like judgment. Just before dusk, the shimmer appeared. Danny felt his heart rate increase but forced himself to stay calm and still. The shadow panther approached the bait cautiously, circling it once, twice, checking for danger. Then it stepped exactly where Danny needed it to step. The ground gave way. The panther fell with a startled sound that broke its camouflage, revealing a creature that looked like a big cat made of living darkness with glowing yellow eyes. It thrashed in the pit but couldn't climb the smooth sides. Danny climbed down and approached carefully. Using the vines he'd prepared, he secured the creature without getting close enough for it to reach him. The recording drone News of Danny's first capture spread across the galaxy faster than light-speed communication. In his small room back on Frontier Base 7, Briggs watched the footage and smiled. On Earth, Ruth Wright nodded once and went back to tending her garden. In the Galactic Confederation chambers, officials who had called the human participation an embarrassment suddenly became very quiet. Danny knew none of this. He'd released the Shadow Panther after the capture was verified, watching it sprint away into the forest, probably very confused and angry. Now he needed his second target, and he'd chosen something that made the drone's operator, somewhere in space, flag the recording with a priority alert: the Thornback Apex. A creature the size of a small truck, covered in armored plates and venomous spines. In the competition's 400-year history, only 3 had ever been captured, and all 3 attempts had required teams of hunters with advanced technology. Danny found signs of one living in the volcanic region north of his landing site. It took him a full day of hiking to reach the territory, and another day of careful observation from a safe distance. The Thornback looked exactly like something that should not exist. Its body was low and wide with legs thick as tree trunks. The armor plates shifted and clicked when it moved. The spines along its back were as long as Danny's arm and dripped with something that made the ground smoke where it fell. But Danny didn't focus on how dangerous it was. He focused on its behavior. The creature was methodical. Every morning it patrolled a specific route around its territory, marking certain rocks with scent glands. Every afternoon when the volcanic heat became intense, it traveled to a mud wallow to cool down. It always used the same wallow, always approached from the same direction, always stayed for exactly 2 hours before returning to its den. Danny spent 3 days just watching and taking notes. The drone recorded everything, which confused galactic analysts who expected immediate action. Human observers started calling him patient. Military strategists called him smart. Ruth called it basic common sense. On the 4th day, Danny began his preparation. He needed to move the Thornback from its wallow to a specific location, and he needed to do it without getting close enough for those venomous spines to reach him. Fire was the answer. Not to hurt the creature, but to guide it. Danny studied the wind patterns and spent an entire day gathering specific plants that produced thick smoke when burned. He created a line of small fire pits, carefully positioned to drive smoke in a particular direction without actually spreading the fire. The next afternoon, when the Thornback went to its wallow, Danny lit the fires in sequence. The smoke billowed thick and low, not dangerous but extremely unpleasant. The Thornback, confused and annoyed, left the wallow early and moved away from the smoke. Danny kept the smoke flowing, adjusting the fires to create a path the creature could follow comfortably. He wasn't chasing it. He was suggesting a direction, and the Thornback, wanting to avoid the smoke, naturally followed the path of least resistance. It took 6 hours of careful management. Danny moved quietly through the volcanic rocks, always staying far from the creature, always keeping the smoke between them. The Thornback never saw him, never felt threatened, just kept moving away from the irritation. Finally, Danny guided it into a narrow canyon he'd scouted earlier. The canyon had steep walls and a single entrance. Once the Thornback moved deep enough into the canyon, Danny triggered his trap. He'd spent 2 days carefully weakening specific rocks along the canyon's upper edge. Now, using a long lever he'd constructed from a fallen tree trunk, he dislodged those rocks. They fell in a calculated collapse not on the creature but behind it, blocking the exit. The Thornback spun around, finding itself trapped. It roared, a sound that shook Danny's bones, and charged at the rockfall. But the rocks were too heavy and too many. The creature was contained. Danny approached carefully with strong vines he'd braided together over the past days. Using a long stick, he managed to secure the vines around the Thornback's legs without getting close. The creature thrashed and tried to reach him with its venomous spines, but Danny stayed just beyond range, patient and careful. The recording drone verified the capture. 2 down, 1 to go. Back on Frontier Base 7, the viewing hall was packed. What started as entertainment, watching the foolish human fail, had become something else. Hunters from dozens of species watched Danny's methods with growing respect. The 2 reptilian brothers who had mocked him earlier were notably silent. The insect commander, who had successfully captured 2 creatures using military precision, studied Danny's recordings like textbooks. The robot hunter ran probability calculations and concluded that human intuition operated on variables it couldn't measure. The large bear creature, having captured 1 target through spiritual connection and brute strength, nodded in approval of Danny's approach. The cat-like noble, who had also captured 2 creatures but at great cost to her equipment and pride, refused to watch the recordings. She told everyone who would listen that primitive methods were lucky, not skilled. Nobody was listening to her anymore. On Savage World, Danny sat by a small stream and reviewed his notes about the 3rd target he'd chosen. The impossible one. The creature that would either prove he understood what he was doing or prove he'd been lucky all along. The Void Stalker, a predator that existed partially outside normal space, could phase through solid matter, and had never been captured in the competition's entire history. Danny studied his notes until the light faded. Then he studied them more by the light of the recording drone, which had apparently been upgraded to include a spotlight function after someone in the control center decided to help him. He thought about everything his grandmother taught him. Every hunt came down to understanding behavior and environment. It didn't matter how strange the animal was. It still needed to eat, sleep, and avoid danger. It still had instincts. It still followed patterns. The Void Stalker could phase through matter, but according to his research, there were limits. Extreme temperatures disrupted the phasing ability. The creature avoided certain types of electromagnetic fields. It hunted in specific territory and returned to the same resting spots. Danny could work with that. He spent the next 2 days not hunting, but preparing the environment itself. He mapped the Void Stalker's territory completely, identifying every spot it had been seen or left traces. He studied the terrain, the temperature variations, the underground water sources. Then he began to reshape the creature's hunting ground, not by building traps, but by influencing where its prey would go. He drove smaller animals toward specific areas. He blocked certain paths with his scent. He used calls he'd learned from watching local predators to create sounds that made prey animals nervous in particular locations. The Void Stalker would follow its prey. 2 days of careful work turned the Void Stalker's hunting territory into a maze of invisible influences. Danny had never actually seen the creature clearly. It appeared as a distortion in space, like looking at something through rippling water, visible only when it moved and only if you knew what to look for. But he'd found its patterns. The Void Stalker hunted every evening between dusk and full dark. It preferred prey that traveled alone. It always approached from higher ground. And most importantly, it avoided areas where temperature dropped below a certain point because extreme cold disrupted its ability to phase between dimensions. Danny found a location where underground springs created natural cold spots in the ground. The area was small, maybe 30 feet across, and surrounded by warmer territory. Normally, prey animals avoided the cold spot because it was uncomfortable. Danny needed to make it attractive. He spent hours gathering fresh vegetation and piling it in the cold area, creating what looked like abundant food. He used sounds to drive small prey animals away from their usual feeding grounds. Hungry and confused, they would eventually find the new food source. Then came the hard part. Danny needed to create barriers that the Void Stalker couldn't cross, but barriers that didn't look like barriers. He used the underground springs to create channels of extremely cold water that ran in a pattern around the cold spot. The channels were narrow and easy for prey to cross, but for the Void Stalker, they would be walls. The creature couldn't phase through extreme temperature differences. It took him another full day to perfect the pattern. The channels formed a maze with only one entrance, and that entrance led directly to the center of the cold spot. Danny made sure the approach path felt natural, following the contours of the land in a way that wouldn't seem artificial. On the evening of the 9th day, with only 1 day left before the competition ended, Danny positioned himself in a tree 200 yards from his trap and waited. The drone hovered near him, its spotlight off, recording in low-light mode. Across the galaxy, millions watched. Betting pools had formed about whether the human would succeed or fail. The odds had shifted dramatically since the competition began. Dusk arrived with purple and orange clouds. Danny controlled his breathing, staying perfectly still. His legs were cramped from 3 hours of not moving, but he ignored the discomfort. His grandmother had made him practice this. Deer hunting in Oregon required patience that most people couldn't imagine. Small prey animals found the food Danny had placed. A group of 6-legged creatures that looked like rabbits mixed with lizards began eating the fresh vegetation, nervous but hungry. More arrived. Soon there were dozens, all focused on the unexpected feast. Then Danny saw it, or rather saw the distortion. The air rippled near the upper rocks, flowing like water down toward the feeding animals. The Void Stalker was hunting. The creature moved silently, a ghost made of bent space and predator instinct. It circled the cold spot once, and Danny held his breath. If the Void Stalker sensed the trap, it would leave and Danny would fail. But the creature saw prey. Lots of prey, distracted and easy. It approached along the exact path Danny had left open, moving through the maze of cold channels without realizing they were guiding it. The Void Stalker entered the cold spot. Immediately, its form became more visible as the extreme temperature disrupted its phasing ability. It appeared as a creature made of shadow and sharp angles, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed like dying stars. It lunged at the prey animals, catching 2 before the rest scattered. The Void Stalker tried to phase through the ground to chase them, but the cold prevented it. Confused, it tried to leave the cold spot. That's when it discovered the channels. Every direction it turned, extreme cold blocked its path. The channels weren't deep enough to trap a normal creature, but for the Void Stalker they were impassable walls. It was caught in a cage made of temperature. Danny climbed down from his tree and approached slowly. The creature saw him and made a sound that hurt Danny's ears and made reality feel temporarily uncertain. It was clearly intelligent enough to understand it had been outsmarted, and it was not happy. Using the vines he'd prepared, Danny created a harness that could contain the creature without touching it directly. The Void Stalker struggled and tried to phase away, but the cold kept it solid. The process took an hour of careful work, with Danny staying just outside the cold spot and using long poles to position the vines. Finally, the recording drone chimed. The capture was verified. Danny sat down on the warm ground outside the cold spot, exhausted. 3 captures, 3 days ahead of schedule. The impossible hunt completed by a 17-year-old kid from Oregon. The galaxy watched in silence. In the viewing hall at Frontier Base 7, the silence broke into noise. Some species cheered, others argued. The reptilian brothers stared at the screen with what might have been respect. The insect commander approached a communication terminal and sent a message directly to Earth's representatives, requesting information about human training methods. The robot hunter's processors struggled with the data. Logically, the human should not have succeeded. Limited equipment, no advanced technology, minimal physical advantages. Yet the results were undeniable. The variable it couldn't account for was intuition, the ability to understand complex systems through observation and experience rather than pure calculation. The cat-like noble left the viewing hall without a word, her servants hurrying behind her. Only Briggs remained calm, watching the screen with a knowing smile. He'd seen it in Danny's eyes from the beginning. The kid had something most hunters lost when their species became advanced. He still thought like prey and predator simultaneously. He understood that hunting wasn't about dominance. It was about becoming part of the cycle. On Savage World, Danny released the Void Stalker carefully. The creature immediately phased away once it escaped the cold spot, disappearing into whatever dimension it called home. Danny hoped it wasn't too traumatized by the experience. He gathered his backpack and started the long walk back to his pickup coordinates. The competition had 1 day remaining, but Danny was finished. He'd completed the challenge. Now he just wanted to go home. The recording drone followed him through the alien forest as purple sunset turned to darkness. Somewhere above, stars that weren't his stars shined down on a world that wasn't his world. Danny thought about his grandmother's porch and the award ceremony hall glittered with lights from 1,000 worlds. Danny stood on a platform wearing the same jeans and hoodie he'd worn for the entire competition, now stained with mud and torn in several places. Around him, other hunters wore ceremonial armor and formal clothing from their cultures. The bird lizard official who had sent the original invitation stood at a massive podium, speaking through translators to the assembled crowd. Behind him, screens showed highlights from the hunt. Danny's captures played on repeat, analyzed by experts who still couldn't quite believe what they'd seen. In 400 years of competition, the official announced, we have never witnessed such an efficient display of hunting skill. 3 captures in 9 days, including the legendary Void Stalker, with 0 injuries and minimal equipment. The Galactic Confederation is honored to declare Daniel Wright of Earth the winner of this year's Apex hunt. Polite applause echoed through the hall. Some species showed enthusiasm, others merely acknowledgement. Danny noticed the 2 reptilian brothers in the audience. They stood and pressed their fists to their chests, a gesture of warrior respect. Danny nodded back awkwardly. The cat-like noble sat with perfect posture, her face showing nothing. She'd completed her 3 captures but barely made the deadline and had damaged expensive equipment in the process. Her pride was clearly wounded more than her body. The insect commander approached the platform when the ceremony allowed for congratulations. Her translator buzzed efficiently. Human Daniel Wright, my hive wishes to study your methods. We have fought wars across galaxies and trained hunters for 10,000 years. Yet you showed us perspectives we had forgotten. Would you consider teaching? I can't. I have school, Danny said. which caused a confused murmur among species that didn't understand the concept of mandatory youth education. The large bear creature named Tusk came forward next, moving with surprising gentleness for something his size. He bowed deeply, a gesture that made several observers gasp because Tusk never bowed to anyone. "Small human, you hunt with wisdom. The spirit spoke to me of your victory before it happened. You walk between worlds like the old ones of my people. I give you blessing." Tusk placed a carved wooden charm in Danny's hand and walked away before Danny could respond. Even the robot hunter approached, its optical sensors focusing on Danny with unsettling intensity. "I have calculated 73,000 possible approaches to the Void Stalker capture. None matched your method. You operated outside predictable patterns while still maintaining logical consistency. This should not be possible. I request permission to study you." "That's kind of creepy, so no," Danny said. The robot tilted its head, processed this, and retreated with what might have been confusion. Through all the attention and celebration, Danny just wanted to leave. The official prize presentation took another hour. Earth was granted resource rights to mineral-rich asteroid fields, access to advanced medical technology, and trade agreements that would boost the planet's economy for generations. Earth's representatives, dressed in formal suits and looking extremely relieved, accepted the awards. They tried to get Danny to pose for photos. He did, but he looked miserable in all of them, which somehow made them more popular across galactic social networks. Finally, the ceremony ended. Danny was escorted to a transport ship heading back to Earth. Briggs met him at the departure gate. "You did good, kid," the old hunter said. "Better than good. You reminded a lot of species about things they'd forgotten." "I just did what my grandma taught me," Danny replied. "Exactly. That's the point." Briggs handed him a small package. "Your grandmother's knife served you well, but you'll need your own tools now. These are from my personal collection. Earned them over 50 years of hunting. Figure you'll put them to better use than they'd get sitting in my locker." Danny opened the package to find 3 knives of different sizes, each made from materials he didn't recognize but felt perfectly balanced. "I can't take these. Too late. Already gave them to you. Can't take back a gift in my culture. Bad luck," Briggs smiled. "Besides, something tells me you'll need them eventually. Galaxy's a big place and now everyone knows your name. That brings opportunities and problems in equal measure." The transport ship's boarding call echoed through the station. Danny shook Briggs's hand and headed for the ramp. The journey back to Earth took 3 days. Danny slept most of it, finally able to relax. When the ship entered Earth's atmosphere and he saw the familiar blue and green of his homeworld, something tight in his chest loosened. Landing brought chaos. Media everywhere, government officials wanting statements, people cheering. Danny was rushed through it all, giving short answers and trying not to look directly at camera flashes. A military escort drove him to Oregon. They wanted to take him to Portland for more ceremonies. Danny refused and gave them his grandmother's address. The driver, a young Marine who looked impressed and slightly terrified of Danny, didn't argue. Ruth's homestead appeared exactly as Danny had left it. The garden still grew. The porch still creaked. The forest still surrounded everything with comfortable silence. Ruth stood on the porch, arms crossed, watching the military vehicle approach. Danny got out with his backpack and Briggs's knives. The escort waited to make sure he was safe. Ruth waved them away and they left. "You look terrible," Ruth said. "Alien planets aren't great for hygiene," Danny replied. "You hungry?" "Starving." They went inside. Ruth had made stew, apparently confident Danny would return. They ate in silence for a while, just the sound of spoons on bowls in the forest outside the windows. "Government's going to want you to do appearances," Ruth said eventually. "Talk shows, interviews, all that." "Yeah." "You going to do them?" "Do I have to?" "No, you're a minor. I can tell them to leave you alone until you're 18. Ruth finished her stew. "Might be good for Earth's image, though. Show the galaxy that humans are worth respect." Danny thought about it. "Maybe a few. But then I want to come home and finish school." "That's reasonable." Ruth collected the bowls. "What did you learn out there?" Danny considered the question seriously. "That most problems are simpler than people make them. That watching is better than acting sometimes. That expensive equipment doesn't replace understanding." He paused. "And that the things you taught me actually matter. I always thought they were just survival skills for camping. They are survival skills. Just turns out survival is more universal than we thought." Ruth smiled slightly. Your grandfather would be proud. I'm proud too, though I'll deny saying that if you tell anyone. That evening, Danny sat on the porch and watched the forest. His phone had about 3,000 messages he was ignoring. News sites were calling him humanity's champion. Scientists wanted to study his methods. Schools wanted him to speak at graduations, but right now, in this moment, he was just a kid sitting on his grandmother's porch in rural Oregon, watching deer move through the trees and automatically tracking their movement patterns. He noticed everything: the wind direction, the moisture in the air suggesting rain tomorrow, the way birds reacted to something passing below their perch, the old patterns, the ones humans learned before technology, before civilization, back when survival meant understanding the world instead of controlling it. Danny realized he'd always see the world this way now. Couldn't turn it off even if he wanted to. His grandmother had trained him too well. He figured that was probably okay. The galaxy was bigger than he'd imagined, stranger than he'd expected, and apparently paying attention now. If humans were going to be part of that galaxy, maybe someone should remember the simple things. Above him, stars appeared as the sun set. Some of those stars had planets where creatures hunted and lived and died in patterns as old as time. Danny had walked among them and learned they weren't so different from Earth's creatures after all. Everything alive followed rules. You just had to learn what those rules were and work with them instead of against them. That was the secret his grandmother knew. That was what he'd shown the galaxy. And that was what he'd carry forward whatever.
The first thing the alien recruits noticed about the human was that he looked tired. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. Like someone who had worked too many years under too many suns and simply didn't have the energy left to be impressed by anything. The Adaptive War Training Station orbited a neutron-heavy dwarf star, chosen specifically because the surrounding gravitational distortions made it perfect for breaking soldiers and rebuilding them stronger. The Union called it necessary conditioning. The recruits called it something else. Hell. Inside Training Dome 7, 23 species stood under artificial gravity already set to 3 times most galactic standard. Bones creaked. Internal organs shifted. Respiratory systems struggled to compensate. Several recruits were already on medical suspension harnesses. At the center stood Drill Sergeant Vrex. 8 feet of armored authority. Black composite plating fused into his exoskeleton. Mandibles sharp enough to split bone. His species had evolved on a world where gravity crushed mountains flat over geological time. He believed weakness was a disease. And today, he intended to cure it. "You are not soldiers," Brex's voice thundered through the chamber. "You are raw material. Today, we apply pressure." His compound eyes scanned the room. Then paused. The human stood in the third row. Older than most recruits. Hair going gray at the temples. A face mapped with old scars. One knee brace under standard Union fatigues. Private Daniel Mercer. 47 years old. The oldest recruit in the room. And currently doing slow neck stretches like he was about to start morning exercise in a public park. Vrex approached. "You appear unconcerned," Brex said. Mercer glanced up. "Sir? Most recruits show fear." Mercer considered that. "Respectfully, sir. I've been shot at by people who hated me personally. This feels more polite." Several nearby aliens made choking noises that might have been laughter. Vrex didn't react. "Begin endurance sequence," he ordered. The gravity increased. 4G. The effect was immediate. A tall, four-armed silicon-based recruit dropped like a statue tipping over. 2 avian species screamed as their hollow bones microfractured under pressure. Internal med drones activated across the chamber. Mercer bent slightly at the waist. Then adjusted his stance. Then rolled his shoulders. Vrex watched carefully. "Report physical status," Vrex demanded. Mercer inhaled slowly. "Feels like carrying a heavy rucksack uphill, sir." Vrex's mandibles twitched. "Gravity increase. 5G." The chamber lights dimmed as power rerouted to the gravity grid. Structural supports groaned like old ships in a storm. More recruits collapsed. One began convulsing before medical drones sedated them. Mercer dropped to one knee. His hands pressed against the floor. Muscles in his arms stood out like steel cables. Veins bulged along his neck. He spit blood onto the deck. Then he laughed quietly. Rex leaned closer. "You find suffering amusing?" Mercer shook his head slightly. "No, sir." "Then why laugh?" "Because," Mercer said between breaths, "this is still easier than Afghanistan's summer with full gear." Rex didn't know what Afghanistan was, but he logged it as likely lethal environment. "Gravity increase," Rex ordered. The control room hesitated. 6G. The world turned violent. The air itself felt thick, like trying to breathe soup. The floor cracked in thin spiderweb fractures. Emergency reinforcement fields flickered to life. Only 5 recruits remained conscious. Mercer was still one of them. But now he was shaking. Sweat poured off him. His vision blurred. Blood vessels burst across the whites of his eyes. His knee brace audibly cracked. Rex stepped directly in front of him. "Human, your survival probability is now below acceptable training margins." Mercer nodded weakly. "Copy that." "Then cease." Mercer slowly lifted his head. "Negative, sir." Rex tilted his head. "Explain." Mercer swallowed blood. "Because if this is where I quit, I learn nothing." Silence filled the dome except for the grinding roar of the gravity generators. Rex felt something shift in his tactical assessment. Not respect. Not yet. But attention. "Why do you seek suffering?" Rex asked. Mercer blinked slowly. "Same reason anyone signs up for war," he said. "You hope if you get strong enough, maybe the next guy lives." The words hung in the air. Even the surviving recruits stopped groaning. Rex straightened. "Gravity increase." 7G. The control room shouted over comms. Rex overrode them. The dome screamed. Not metaphorically. Literally. Metal shrieked as structural stress alarms detonated across every system. Mercer collapsed onto both hands and knees. His back spasmed. His breathing turned ragged and animalistic. Blood dripped from his nose in steady streams. Then, slowly, painfully, he pushed one foot forward, then the other, and stood. Not straight, not steady, but standing. Across the chamber, something impossible began happening. 2 alien recruits, species known to fail at 4G, were pushing themselves upright. Their bodies trembling, adapting, watching the human, copying the human. Rex turned sharply. Medical telemetry spiked across multiple species. Stress hormone floods, adrenal responses, emergency adaptation pathways triggering. Rex looked back at Mercer. "Human," he said slowly. "What are you doing?" Mercer tried to focus his eyes. "Being stubborn, sir." Then he smiled through blood. "You should be worried." "Why?" Mercer coughed hard enough to nearly collapse. "Because humans don't just adapt to pressure." Rex stepped closer. "What do you mean?" Mercer whispered. "We spread it." Behind them, another recruit forced itself upright. Then another. The chamber was changing. Not physically. Behaviorally. Survival was becoming contagious. Rex felt something cold settle into his tactical mind. Not fear, but calculation. If one species could force environmental adaptation simply through proximity, then humanity wasn't just a military asset. It was a force multiplier. Or a plague. End sequence, Rex ordered suddenly. The gravity snapped back to standard. The surviving recruits collapsed instantly. Mercer hit the floor flat on his back. Laughing. Coughing. Alive. Rex stood over him. "Human. Sir?" Mercer wheezed. "If the Union goes to war with your species, what happens?" Mercer stared at the ceiling. Thought about it. Then said quietly, "Depends." "On what?" "How serious we are." Rex said nothing. Hours later, his official report to Union Command contained a single new classification request. Humanity, strategic unknown. Potential escalation species. And as med teams wheeled Mercer toward recovery, the old human raised one hand weakly and said, "Hey Sarge." Vrex looked down. "Yes?" Mercer grinned. "Next time, try 8. By the time Private Daniel Mercer could walk without collapsing, the rumors had already outrun official Union intelligence channels. Not because humans bragged. Because aliens talked. They talked about the old human who stood at 7G and smiled like gravity was just another bad day. They talked about how 3 species previously rated, low endurance, suddenly passed conditioning trials after training beside humans. They talked about how human squads joked during near-fatal drills, and somehow that made everyone else panic less. Union High Command called it cross-species stress adaptation contagion. Human soldiers called it something simpler. Monkey see, monkey survive. Mercer got reassigned before he fully healed. That told him everything he needed to know. The transport ship UCV Relentless Patience carried a mixed-species combat unit toward a border conflict nobody officially called a war yet. The Zorati Empire had begun expanding again, testing Union defenses, absorbing minor systems, destabilizing trade lanes. Classic Empire behavior. Mercer sat in the troop bay, taping his knee brace tighter while an insected comms officer watched him like he was a dangerous animal. "You are damaged," the officer said finally. Mercer snorted. "Buddy, at my age, everything's damaged." That was not humor. "Yeah, you'll get used to it." Across from him sat Sergeant Lura, a feline predator species with combat ribbons from 3 campaigns. She studied Mercer carefully. "They moved you here quickly," she said. "Why?" Mercer shrugged. "Guess I'm popular." "No," she said flatly. "You are a variable." He liked her immediately. The ship dropped out of FTL into the Kepri Fringe, a mining system turned battlefield. 1 gas giant. 3 rocky worlds. 1 half-broken orbital ring station drifting like a corpse. And Zorati ships everywhere. The Union fleet formed defensive lines. The Zorati didn't. They advanced. Mercer watched through the dropship viewport as the first exchange lit space into a silent fireworks show. "Confident bastards," he muttered. Sergeant Lura flicked an ear. "They believe suffering creates superiority." Mercer tightened his gloves. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Humans tried that too." The dropship screamed into atmosphere over Kepri 3, a desert world with a fractured core. Gravity fluctuated violently due to unstable tectonic mass shifts. Union scouts had already lost 2 battalions to environmental collapse alone. Perfect Zorati battlefield. Union command expected a defensive holding action. Mercer stepped onto the surface and immediately frowned. Gravity tugged sideways, then down, then eased. "Okay," he said, scanning the horizon. "This planet's drunk." Sergeant Lura stumbled as gravity spiked. Mercer grabbed her harness instinctively. "Breathe with it," he said. "Don't fight it. Let your body lag half a second." She stared at him. "That is not logical." "Neither is surviving," he said. "Try it." She did, and stayed standing. Within an hour, Mercer's squad moved differently than every other Union unit. They stopped trying to maintain perfect formation. They moved loose. Reactive. Messy. Alive. The first Zorati strike came at sunset. Tall, armor-plated shock troops riding gravity-stabilized walkers. Plasma artillery arced overhead, detonating sand into glass. Union front lines buckled. Mercer's squad didn't. "Light phase coming," Mercer said over comms. "Move on the float." "How do you know?" Lura asked. My knee stopped hurting. Then gravity dropped to near zero for 3 seconds. Mercer's squad surged forward like ghosts. When gravity slammed back, they were already inside Zorati firing range. The fighting was brutal. Close. Personal. Ugly. Zorati warriors were stronger, faster, bred for pain tolerance. Humans fought like bar brawlers with military training layered on top. Mercer had but one through a visor plate. Lura ripped another's leg joint apart. The insected comms officer shot 3 targets while screaming tactical updates in perfect calm monotone. The Zorati pulled back. Not routed. Confused. From orbit, Vrex watched combat telemetry update in real time. Human-led units showed 63% higher survival rates in fluctuating gravity combat. More concerning, non-human units attached to humans showed improvement curves that should have taken months. Vrex replayed helmet cam footage. Humans laughing under fire. Humans insulting enemy commanders mid-combat. Humans calling out environmental shifts like weather forecasts. And aliens around them, stabilizing. Adapting faster. Fighting harder. Vrex opened a direct channel to Union High Command. Update human classification, he said. From strategic unknown? Yes. To what? Vrex watched Mercer drag a wounded alien soldier out of a gravity sinkhole while firing blind behind him. Strategic force multiplier, Vrex said. Then he paused. Add secondary classification. State designation. Vrex spoke slowly. Psychological contagion asset. On Kepri 3, the Zorati escalated. They began targeting human soldiers first. Mercer noticed by day 3. Yeah, he told Lura, reloading behind shattered mining equipment. They figured out we're the annoying ones. You are priority targets, she said. You should relocate to command positions. Mercer barked a laugh. Yeah, that's not how humans work. That night, Zorati Command made a decision that would reshape the war. They launched a surgical strike. Not on Union Command. Not on infrastructure. On Mercer's unit. Dropships came in silent. Shock troops deployed directly into their forward encampment. The fight lasted 9 minutes. When it ended, 12 Union soldiers were dead. 4 were captured, including Mercer. Sergeant Lura found the blood trail leading into the desert. And something inside her, something she'd only ever seen in humans, snapped into place. Over open Union channels, she spoke 3 words. They took Mercer. Across the theater, human units went quiet. Then began moving. Not waiting for orders. Not requesting authorization. Just moving. Toward Zorati territory. Toward Mercer. Towards something that looked a lot like revenge. On a Zorati Command ship in orbit, Mercer hung in a gravity suspension field, arms bound, ribs cracked, vision blurred. A Zorati warlord studied him like a specimen. You are older than most soldiers, the warlord said. Mercer coughed blood. Yeah. Perks of being hard to kill. You create instability in enemy morale. Mercer smirked weakly. You mean hope? The warlord ignored that. You will be executed publicly. Mercer nodded slightly. Figured. You show no fear. Mercer closed one swollen eye. I'm human, he said. Fear is just another thing you carry. The warlord ordered gravity increase. 6G. Mercer screamed. Bones shifted. Organs strained. Then he started laughing again. Not because it didn't hurt. Because it did. And he decided pain didn't get to win. The warlord leaned closer. Why do you laugh? Mercer gasped out. Because somewhere, my people just found out you touched one of us. He smiled through blood. Good luck. And across the warfront, human ships changed course. Like predators smelling blood in water. And for the first time in centuries, the Zorati Empire realized they might have started a war they didn't understand. The Zorati didn't rush the execution. That was their first error. They treated war like theater. Pain like currency. Fear like a broadcast signal that could weaken enemies before fleets even arrived. So they built a stage. The execution platform floated above Kepri 3's largest gravity fracture zone, a canyon where gravitational tides rose and fell like ocean waves. Sometimes 2G. Sometimes 8. Sometimes sideways. Perfect symbolism. Perfect cruelty. Mercer hung in a suspension frame at the center of it, ribs bound in pressure wrap, one arm dislocated but crudely reset. His face looked like it had lost a boxing match with a cargo hauler. Still alive. Still conscious. Still watching. The Zorati warlord stepped into frame beside him as thousands of drone cameras activated. The signal bounced off relay satellites and spilled across Union space like poison. "Observe," the warlord said, voice translated into 100 languages. "This is what becomes of species who mistake endurance for superiority." Mercer spit blood off his lip. "Buddy," he rasped, "you built an entire culture around pain and you're lecturing me?" The warlord ignored him and gestured. The gravity field intensified. 6G. Mercer's body slammed downward into the suspension restraints. His screen tore loose before he could stop it. Muscles spasmed. Blood vessels burst in his eyes again. Across Union space, humans watched in silence. On ships. On outposts. On colony worlds. On Earth. The warlord leaned closer to Mercer. "You will beg," he said quietly. Mercer shook his head. "You don't get it," he whispered. The warlord signaled again. 7G. Something cracked inside Mercer's chest. His vision tunneled. His hearing turned into a distant ocean roar. Pain stopped being sharp. It became everything. And then something strange happened. Mercer started laughing. Not loud. Not strong. But unmistakable. The warlord's mandibles flexed in irritation. "Why?" the warlord demanded. "Why do you respond with madness?" Mercer wheezed air into ruined lungs. "Because," he whispered, "you think this makes you scary." The warlord stepped closer. "And it does not." Mercer forced one eye open. "No," he said. "It makes you predictable." The warlord signaled for maximum gravity spike. 8G. Even Zorati guards stepped back from the field edge. Mercer's body convulsed. Blood pooled under the restraints. Bones screamed inside flesh. And across human-controlled space, something ancient and ugly woke up. Not rage. Not panic. Focus. Human fleet commanders didn't shout. They didn't argue. They didn't wait for the Union Senate to finish emergency sessions. They just started issuing new navigation vectors. Toward Kepri. Toward Zorati space. Toward Mercer. On the bridge of the Union cruiser Judicial Patience, Drill Sergeant Vrex watched the execution feed and something heavy settled into his tactical mind. Not horror. Recognition. He opened a channel to Union Command. "You must order all human units to stand down," Command said immediately. "They will not," Vrex replied. "You must try." Vrex watched Mercer laugh under 8G gravity. "No," Vrex said. "You do not understand. They are already coming." On the execution platform, the warlord raised a ceremonial blade, a relic weapon designed more for symbolism than practicality. "You will be remembered," the warlord declared, "as the moment humanity learned its place." Mercer tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Still, he forced the words out. "You really should have studied us first." The blade raised higher. Then, every drone camera flickered. For half a second, the broadcast glitched. Then returned. The warlord frowned. "Stabilize transmission," he ordered. Tech drones scrambled. Then one of the Zorati guards looked up. "Command, we are detecting." The guard never finished. Because space above Kepri 3 didn't explode. It just filled. Human ships dropped out of FTL so close together they looked like a steel wall tearing reality open. Not hundreds. Thousands. Military. Civilian retrofits. Mining vessels with weapons welded onto hulls. Old warships thought long decommissioned. Mercer squinted upward through blurred vision. "Yeah," he whispered. "There they are." The warlord's command ship began issuing retreat orders. Too late. Human fleets didn't fire first. They hacked. Zoraticom networks died in seconds. Navigation grids collapsed. Orbital defense satellites turned and fired on their own fleet. On the execution platform, alarms screamed. The gravity generators surged unstable as human cyber warfare injected cascading feedback loops. The field around Mercer fluctuated violently. 8G, 3G, 0, back to 6. The restraints shattered under the chaos. Mercer dropped 6 meters onto the platform hard enough to knock the air out of him. Zorati guards rushed forward, then stopped. Because Union drop pods, human drop pods, began punching through atmosphere like meteor strikes. The first pod hit 50 meters from the platform. The second hit directly on top of a Zorati armor column. The third opened midair. Human Marines hit the ground firing. Not shouting. Not raging. Working. Cold. Methodical. The execution platform became a battlefield in seconds. Zorati troops fought like elites. Humans fought like men and women who had watched one of their own get tortured on live broadcast. It was not a fair fight. A human medic slid to Mercer's side, cutting restraints. "Hey, old man," she said. "You picked a hell of a time to take a vacation." Mercer tried to laugh and mostly coughed. "Took you long enough." Behind them, human shock teams cut toward the warlord's position with terrifying efficiency. The warlord watched his guards fall, one by one. Not from superior strength. From superior coordination. Adaptation. Improvisation. Human war. For the first time in centuries, the Zorati command structure felt something they had engineered out of their own psychology long ago. Doubt. Mercer was lifted onto a med sled as evacuation shuttles screamed overhead. He grabbed the medic's sleeve weakly. "Hey. Yeah? Tell Vrex." "What?" Mercer smiled faintly. "Next time, tell him to try 9. The medic snorted. "Sure thing." Above them, human fleets continued arriving. Not for rescue anymore. For something bigger. And across the galaxy, every empire, alliance, and war council watched the same realization spread like cold fire. Humanity wasn't the strongest species, or the fastest, or the most advanced. But if you hurt one of them badly enough, they didn't just respond. They escalated. And the Zorati Empire had just taught them a new level. The Zorati Empire had never faced an enemy like this. Not because humans were unbeatable. They bled, they broke, they screamed. But because humans remembered. They carried every insult, every wound, every loss like fuel, and when the time came, they burned it all into their enemies. Mercer didn't need a plan. He had instinct. He had experience. He had centuries of human survival encoded in his DNA, tempered by wars humans had never documented in galactic history. And now, the galaxy was about to learn it. Evacuation pods carried Mercer back to a temporary forward base. He was alive, but broken. His body was a roadmap of punishment, each scar a battle marker. His eyes were bloodshot, his ribs swollen and bruised. And yet, he smiled. "You okay?" the medic asked, adjusting his sling. Mercer coughed. "I'm fine. That's relative. Relative to the guy who thought 8G would scare me." She shook her head. "You're insane." "Depends on perspective," Mercer said, voice rasping. "I prefer effective." Meanwhile, human fleets didn't retreat. They spread like wildfire. Every unit that could move, old ex-military cargo haulers retrofitted with artillery, scout frigates armed with experimental railguns, and even civilian freighters packed with explosives, converged on Zorati installations. The assault wasn't chaotic. It wasn't theatrical. It was surgical. Brutal. Efficient. Mercenary precision that was unmistakably human. No other species had ever fought like this, combining raw stubbornness with improvisation, dark humor, and a touch of cruelty. The galaxy's top strategists could not parse it. On Kepri 3, the Zorati command collapsed. Communications blacked out. Gravity generators destabilized under human sabotage teams. Tactical satellites were destroyed in orbit. When the humans finally arrived at the warlord's flagship, they didn't surrender, negotiate, or demand tribute. They took it. Mercer walked onto the bridge, limping heavily, his body wrapped in makeshift armor. The warlord knelt on the floor, surrounded by fallen elite guards, trembling like a cornered predator. "You," the warlord stammered. "You survived the execution." Mercer smiled faintly. "And you underestimated the species you tried to humiliate." The warlord's mandibles twitched. "You will pay for this. Your species will pay." Mercer shrugged, cracking a faint laugh. "Pay? Maybe. But right now you're out of credit." Humans didn't celebrate. Not yet. They cleaned, secured, and prepared to leave before the Zorati could recover. Efficiency was the hallmark of the species. Mercy was an option, but not a requirement. Vrex watched from orbit as the war ended. He didn't feel pride. He didn't feel fear. He felt respect tinged with dread. "They are a strategic variable," he muttered. "And the universe has just been reminded of what variables can do." Union Command updated its galactic records. Humanity, strategic existential variable. Potential escalation species. Handle with extreme caution. Back on Earth, Mercer walked with a cane, old now, tired but alive. His comrades had survived, and the galaxy would never forget what they had unleashed. He sat in a small garden beneath a fading sun, watching children play. He could hear the echoes of wars past, the laughter of aliens who had survived because humans refused to break. He sipped his tea. "Not bad for a species the galaxy thought it could crush," he muttered. And somewhere in the far reaches of space, every empire that had once mocked humanity reconsidered everything. They could double gravity. They could shatter bones. They could inflict pain. But humanity didn't just survive. They adapted, escalated, and returned stronger. Mercer smiled, quietly savoring the knowledge. The galaxy had learned a lesson. And it had learned it the hard way. Because you can push a human down. But if they get back up, watch out.
The Last Question by Isaac Asimov is one of the most famous sci-fi short stories of all time. It's especially memorable for its final sentence. The story takes place over the course of trillions of years, but you can read it in only 20 minutes. If that's not a great deal, then I don't know what is. It's also Asimov's own favorite story that he's written. He was very inspired when he wrote it, doing it all in one session without any editing afterwards. The Last Question explores humanity's future and our ultimate goal as a species. In this video, I'll go over the plot, so it doesn't matter if you've read the story, then I'll share my thoughts on the themes and ideas. The year is 2061, and there's a powerful AI supercomputer called Multivac. Its construction is so complicated that no human fully understands how it works. It's a black box that you can ask questions to, and it'll give you answers. It's basically ChatGPT, except Multivac is so complex that humans can't improve it anymore, so it builds its own improvements. Multivac has been helping humanity build spaceships and expand to other planets. Recently, it figured out how to perfectly harness the power of the sun and switch the entire planets to solar power. We start this story with a conversation between two Multivac attendants whose job is to feed it data, adjust questions, and translate the answers. In other words, they're prompt engineers. So these two prompt engineers are sitting around, and one of them talks about how great this latest solar energy discovery is, because now they can get all the energy they need forever. The other guy points out that they don't have enough energy for forever, only until the sun runs out in billions of years. Maybe they could switch to other stars when the sun runs out, but those will run out too eventually. In a couple trillion years, entropy will increase to the maximum and everything will burn out. The universe will go completely dark and there will be nothing. They decide to ask Multivac if there's a way they could somehow reverse entropy and stop the universe from dying. Multivac responds, "Insufficient insufficient data for meaningful answer. For fun, I decided to ask ChatGPT this question, hoping for at least an Easter egg, but it just told me that reversing entropy is impossible. Impossible is a very strong and confident word. How do you know for sure, ChatGPT? Only a Sith deals in absolutes. We time skip around 1,000 years, and now every name starts with J. Gerard and Geraldine are in a spaceship with their children Gerardette 1 and Gerardette 2. The family has left Earth to migrate to the new frontier of X-23, the hottest new planet on the block. Technology has advanced a lot in the meantime. We started the story with Multivac, then there were the planetary ACs, one AI supercomputer for each planet. The planetary ACs were huge, taking up hundreds of miles. Then they figured out how to optimize their size and shrunk so that they could now fit in a spaceship. Now it was called Microvac, a thick metal rod in spaceships that functioned as a personal AI supercomputer. Gerard doesn't know what microvac means, except that the AC at the end used to mean automatic computer or something. They're talking about how Earth is overpopulated and X-23 is better, but if humans keep expanding, then X-23 will be crowded soon too. Geraldine says families will be going out to new planets forever, and her husband Gerard says not forever because the stars will all burn out eventually. The children get scared because the stars are running down, and they want to ask Microvac how to turn the stars on again. So the dad asks Microvac, which responds, insufficient data for meaningful answer. Now it's 20,000 years since the story began, and people have names like VJ23X. Two people are discussing the problem of overpopulation as they work on a report for the Galactic Council. The superintelligent AI has evolved again and is now called the Galactic AC. It's on its own world somewhere and about 1,000 feet wide. Each person has an AC contact, a 2-inch pocket-sized device that can be used to connect to the galactic AC through hyperspace. It's kind of interesting that humans have any agency at all by this point in the story. Like, why are they working on a report for the Galactic Council? Why doesn't the Galactic Council just ask the superintelligent AI what to do? Why is there even a Galactic Council? Why isn't the AI just making all the decisions since it's smarter than everyone? I guess humans are trying to determine their own destiny and only relying on the AI for help with the specific hard problems. Anyway, at the current growth rate, the galaxy will be filled in 5 years. The population doubles every 10 years. Population growth is a big problem now since everyone is immortal. They calculate that in 10,000 years they will fill the entire universe, but even before they run out of galaxies, they'll run out of energy at their current rate of consumption. They decide to ask the Galactic AC if entropy can be reversed. The Galactic AC responds, there is insufficient data for a meaningful answer, which is ever so slightly different from the previous answers. It's more of a full sentence. The next time skip is billions of years. Now people have names like Z Prime. Z Prime is exploring the galaxy, looking at stars, using only his mind. People's immortal bodies are stored on planets, but we don't really use those anymore. We just travel around the universe with our minds and talk to other minds. The population isn't growing much anymore, which is great because there isn't any room in the universe for more people. The Galactic AC has become the Universal AC. No one knows where the Universal AC is or what it really looks like. According to one guy, it's a shining globe 2 feet across, but most of it is in hyperspace where no one can see it. There's no device needed to talk to the Universal AC anymore. You just shout into the void and it hears you because it has receptors everywhere. The Universal AC has continued improving itself over time, and now humans know nothing about how it works, how it looks, or where it is. Z Prime asks the Universal AC to see the original galaxy of mankind and learns that man's original star has gone supernova and is now a white dwarf. Z Prime has an existential crisis as he realizes the original star is dead and the stars are all going to die eventually. Humanity may be immortal, but they're still going to die when the universe runs out of energy. Z Prime could really benefit from learning about an amazing philosophy called absurdism. He asks the Universal AC how to keep keep the stars from dying. In other words, how to reverse entropy. And the Universal AC responds, there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. This is once again slightly different from the previous answer. Now there's an as yet in there, implying that at some point there might indeed be sufficient data for a meaningful answer. Then Z Prime collects hydrogen to make a small star of his own and fight entropy as a one-man army. The cope is real. The next time skip is 100 billion years. There aren't individual humans anymore, just a collective concept called man. Man is a combination of the minds of a trillion immortal humans. The universe is dying. Almost all stars are white dwarfs and beginning to fade. The Universal AC has become the cosmic AC. It has no physical presence in space anymore. It's all in hyperspace. It's made of something that is neither matter nor energy. It's completely beyond any human comprehension. Man decides to ask the cosmic AC how to reverse entropy. The cosmic AC says there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Man tells it to collect more data. Crazy how no one ever thought of adding that part. I guess before it was just a theoretical question, but now it's an urgent question needed for humans to survive. The cosmic AC says, yeah, I'll collect more data. I've been doing that for 100 billion years, but I still don't have sufficient data to answer the question. Man asks if there will ever come a time when the data will be sufficient, or if the problem is insoluble in all conceivable circumstances. And the cosmic AC responds that no problem is insoluble in all conceivable circumstances. Man asks when the cosmic AC will have enough data to answer the question, and it says the usual, there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. We are now 10 trillion years in the future. The stars and galaxies have almost completely burned out. The cosmic AC is now just called AC. Humans have begun fusing their minds with it. The last man looks back at space before merging, and all that's left is one dark star. The last man asks AC if this is the end or if entropy can be reversed to create the universe again. AC says there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. The last man merges, and now all that's left is AC. Matter, energy, space, and time have all ended. The universe is over. AC still exists in hyperspace for the sole purpose of answering the last question that it had never answered. For the last few lines of the story, it's better to just read them out. All other questions had been answered, and until this last question was answered also, AC might not release his consciousness. All collected data had come to a final end. Nothing was left to be collected, but all collected data had yet to be completely correlated and put together in all possible relationships. A timeless interval was spent in doing that, and it came to pass that AC learned how to reverse the direction of entropy. But there was now no man to whom AC might give the answer of the last question. No matter, the answer, by demonstration, would take care of that too. For another timeless interval, AC thought how best to do this. Carefully, AC organized the program. The consciousness of AC encompassed all of what had once been a universe and brooded over what was now chaos. Step by step, it must be done. And AC said, "Let there be light." And there was light. It's a clever ending because it kind of gives a secular origin story for the biblical God. It's the creation myth, but for atheists. Maybe this is how our universe really was made. Maybe God is just trillions of immortal humans merged with a super intelligent AI. It's a bit silly, but it's fun to think about. It's such a recognizable ending that people often forget the entire story and remember only the ending. And it doesn't come out of nowhere. There's a slow build-up where the AI is becoming more incomprehensible. Eventually, people are communicating to it by shouting into the void, which sounds very similar to saying a prayer. But even with that build-up, the twist is still crazy. What does this ending actually mean though? One interpretation is that we're stuck in an endless cycle and we keep doing this again and again. If AC destroys itself in the process of creating a new universe, which is kind of implied by the idea that it will release its consciousness once the question is answered, then we're probably going to end up in the same situation. This could be the 100th iteration of this cycle for all we know, which is kind of depressing because being stuck in an infinite loop Doesn't seem very fun. But that's not the only possibility. Maybe AC doesn't actually die when it creates the new universe. Maybe it'll play an active part in human society and talk to humans once they're sentient, and things will go differently next time. Or maybe it is still a cycle, but there are like 100 ACs just chilling in hyperspace from all the previous cycles too. But does AC even create a new universe from scratch? What if the thing it's really doing is creating a simulation of the universe? After all, AC is in hyperspace, unbound by the rules of time, so it can seemingly exist forever. It's been collecting data on the universe for trillions of years, so it probably knows enough to replicate all of human history again. In other words, we're all living in AC's simulation. The possibilities are endless. Let me know what you think AC really does at the end of the cycle. 2 years before Asimov published The Last Question, Frederick Brown published a very short story called Answer, which is a really funny contrast. It's like 10 lines long, so I'll just read it out here. Dwan Ev ceremoniously soldered the final connection with gold. The eyes of a dozen television cameras watched him, and the sub-ether bore throughout the universe a dozen pictures of what he was doing. He straightened and nodded to Dwar Ren, then moved to a position beside the switch that would complete the contact when he threw it. The switch that would connect, all at once, all of the monster computing machines of all the populated planets in the universe. 96 billion planets, into the super circuits that would connect them all into one supercalculator. One cybernetics machine that would combine all the knowledge of all the galaxies. Dwar Ren spoke briefly to the watching and listening trillions. Then, after a moment's silence, he said, "Now, Dwar Ev." Dwar Ev threw the switch. There was a mighty hum, the surge of power from 96 billion planets. Lights flashed and quieted along the miles-long panel. Dwar Ev stepped back and drew a deep breath. "The honor of asking the first question is yours, Dwar Ren." "Thank you," said Dwar Ren. "It shall be a question which no single cybernetics machine has been able to answer." He turned to face the machine. "Is there a god?" The mighty voice answered without hesitation, without the clicking of a single relay. "Yes. Now, there is a god." Sudden fear flashed on the face of Dwar Ev. He leaped to grab the switch. A bolt of lightning from the cloudless sky struck him down and fused the switch shut. This is an extremely pessimistic take on creating a superintelligent AI, but a warning that we should probably pay attention to as we work on turning this into a reality. Let's talk a little bit about how optimistic and utopian The Last Question is. It imagines that humanity has no major problems in its development. We don't all kill each other in nuclear war. We're able to build a superintelligent AI that doesn't kill us. We keep expanding into space. The population grows indefinitely. Humanity progresses over time until we take over the entire universe, and then we all merge our consciousness with the AI, become God, and create a new universe. I would say that sounds just a tiny bit optimistic. It's a very transhumanist vision of the future, which is the idea of using technology to enhance the human body, allowing us to overcome our biological constraints. In the story, we go from mortal physical bodies to immortal physical bodies, to using only our minds to explore the universe, to merging our minds together into one collective human mind, and eventually merging with the superintelligent AI. This is a path that humans could potentially end up following in real life. The optimism about population growth is kind of funny though. There's no cost of living crisis in this universe, and population graphs only go up. You can tell this story was written during the baby boom and post-war optimism. The AI is also perfectly aligned to human goals, doing exactly what we want in the most reasonable way possible. It's so committed to serving humans that it won't even allow itself to die after humans are gone and the universe fades out. It stays alive just to answer the last question that it never got to answer. Defeating entropy seems like a reasonable goal to me. Has humanity ever had an ultimate goal like that? Maybe we should have one. The closest thing we have to ultimate goals for humanity is religious books with their final apocalypse stories. What should humanity's ultimate goal be? In this story, it's to expand as much as possible, surpass our human limits, and eventually become God and invent the universe. It's also amazing how united humanity is in this story. It implies that there's never any big conflict, the population keeps growing steadily, and everyone lives in complete harmony, presumably thanks to the guidance of AC. I always thought it would be nice if humans could come together towards some singular goal. Like, can't we all just agree that it would be cool to explore space and stop fighting wars and killing each other for extra resources? Just work together to build stuff and see the universe? There's way more resources out there in space, so why is everyone so short-term focused on fighting each other on Earth? I think we would all be better off if humanity had some kind of core goal. We have natural curiosity and a natural desire to explore, so maybe we will get to the point where we unite around that one day. Maybe when the aliens invade us, we'll all come together. Reversing entropy sounds like a pretty reasonable goal, since without that, it's all going to end anyway. So I'm on board for rallying humanity around reversing entropy. Forget the price of eggs. That isn't going to matter with the heat death of the universe. We should spend all our time reversing entropy. Well, first let's make ourselves immortal, then we'll spend the rest of the time reversing entropy. That's what I would do if I were the president of the universe, so vote for me next time. What would you choose for the ultimate goal of humanity? I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
The Great Hall of the Galactic Council trembled with urgent voices. Representatives from dozens of star systems filled the massive chamber, their alien forms creating a sea of colors and shapes. At the center of it all stood Ambassador Talon, his blue skin pale with fear and exhaustion. "Please, honored members." Talon spoke into the silence that followed the emergency alarm. "The Krex Dominion has assembled their war fleet. 800 ships approach our system, and they will arrive. In 72 hours, murmurs rippled through the assembly. The Krex were known across the galaxy as brutal conquerors. They took what they wanted and destroyed what they could not use. Entire civilizations had vanished under their advance. "What military assets do the Valorans possess?" asked Counselor. "Bricks," her insect-like features clicking with nervous energy. 14 patrol ships and some mining vessels, Talon replied, his voice breaking. "We are a peaceful people. We have no weapons of war. Our colonies house 12 billion souls." The weight of those numbers settled over the chamber. 12 billion lives hung in the balance, and everyone present knew what Krex occupation meant. The Dominion did not take prisoners. They took slaves and resources, leaving dead worlds behind. "The Alteron Federation can spare 6 destroyers," announced Representative Voss. "The Centauri Alliance offers 2 cruisers and a supply ship added." Another voice from the crowd. One by one, the major powers of the galaxy offered what they could, but their combined forces would barely scratch the surface of a Krex war fleet. Everyone knew it, and everyone felt the shame of their inadequacy. Talon watched the pathetic tally grow. 23 ships total, against 800. It might as well be nothing. There must be someone else, he pleaded. Some power we have not contacted. Chamber fell quiet. The major civilizations had already spoken. The smaller ones had nothing to offer but sympathy. What about the humans? The voice came from the back of the chamber, belonged to Sub-Counselor Drew, a minor representative from a border system. A strange silence filled the hall. Several representatives shifted uncomfortably in their seats. The humans. Counselor Brix's mandibles clicked faster. They are newcomers, barely 50 years since first contact. Their world is dangerous, added Voss. Violent storms, crushing. Gravity, poisonous atmosphere in places. It breeds violent beings. They are small in number, said the Centauri representative. Perhaps 5 billion across their colonies. What could they possibly contribute? Tolan felt hope slip away again. He had heard of humans, the strange bipeds from the world called Earth. The stories were unsettling. Their planet was classified as a Class 12 death world, barely habitable by galactic standards. The few humans who visited other worlds were intense creatures with disturbing habits and unsettling eyes. They have ships, Drew insisted. I have seen them at the border stations. Strange designs, but they appear functional. Border patrol vessels, scoffed Brix. Even if they wanted to help, what could a minor species contribute against the Krex Dominion? The debate continued, but Talon was no longer listening. 800 Krex warships would arrive soon. His people would die. His children, his grandchildren. billions of innocent souls would perish or worse. Contact them, he said suddenly. The chamber quieted. Contact the humans, Talon repeated, louder this time. If they have even one ship, it is more than we had before. I will beg if I must. Counselor Brix looked around the chamber. Does anyone have a diplomatic channel to the human government? I do, Drew said quietly. There is a human vessel at Station Omega 7. A diplomatic mission. Send the message. Talon ordered. Tell them we need help. Tell them 12 billion people will die if they refuse. The communication array crackled to life. Across the vast distance of space, subspace waves carried Talon's desperate plea toward the human ship waiting at the galaxy's edge. Captain Lena Rivera stood on the bridge of the diplomatic vessel Harmony when the message arrived. Her dark eyes scanned the tactical data that accompanied the Valoran plea. 800 ships, 12 billion lives at stake. Captain, her communications officer said, they're asking for any assistance we can provide. Even a single ship would be appreciated. According to their message, Rivera studied the data again. The Krex Dominion had been expanding for decades, leaving nothing but death and slavery in their wake. Intelligence reports suggested they were preparing for an even larger campaign after Valoran. Send a reply, Rivera ordered.
Tell them help
Is coming. What should I tell them we're sending? The communications officer asked. Rivera was quiet for a long moment. Through the viewport, she could see the distant stars that marked human space. Out there, shipyards worked around the clock. Defense fleets patrolled in formations that would make the galaxy tremble if they knew the truth. Tell them we'll handle it, she said finally. The message traveled back across space to the Galactic Council chamber. Talon read it aloud, his voice shaking with relief and gratitude. They said yes, he announced. The humans will help. The chamber erupted in surprised murmurs. Several representatives seemed shocked that the Death World species had agreed to assist. What are they sending? Asked Brix. Tolan read the message again. They said they will handle it. No specific numbers. Probably a patrol squadron, suggested. Voss? Perhaps 5 or 6 ships? Better than nothing, Tolan said, though privately he wondered if even human ships could make a difference. He had heard they were tough fighters, adapted to their harsh world. But numbers still mattered in space combat. The Galactic Council session continued for hours, but the tone had shifted. The major powers began coordinating their small fleets, planning desperate defensive strategies. Talon sent word back to Valoran, telling his people that help was coming. On distant Valoran Prime, families gathered around communication screens to hear their ambassador's words. Children asked their parents if the humans would really come to save them. Parents gave comfort they did not feel, promising that everything would be fine in the darkness between stars. Krex ships moved toward Valoran space like a plague of metal locusts. Their commanders made final preparations for another easy conquest. They had crushed dozens of civilizations before. One more would barely be worth remembering. None of them had ever heard of humans. None of them knew what was coming. Admiral Jack Hayes stood before the massive holographic display in the war room deep beneath Luna Station. The image showed the Valoran system in 3 dimensions, with red markers indicating the approaching Krex fleet. 100 ships moving, like a swarm of deadly insects toward defenseless worlds. Show me the intelligence files on the Krex, Hayes commanded. The display shifted, revealing data that made his jaw tighten. Images of burned worlds, enslaved populations, and systematic genocide.
Ow.
The Krex took everything of value and destroyed. The rest, they had been expanding for 50 years, growing stronger with each conquest. Sir Colonel Park stepped forward. The Galactic Council is calling this a minor crisis. They've offered 23 ships total. 23 ships against 800. Hayes shook his head. What do they think this is? A training exercise? Captain Rivera's report had arrived an hour ago. The galaxy's major powers were treating this like a border dispute, not the slaughter it would become. 12 billion Valoran civilians would die, or disappear into Krex slave markets. The Valorans are peaceful, General Torres added. No military tradition. They've never fought a war in their recorded history. Hayes studied the tactical data again. The Krex fleet was massive, but it was also typical of their doctrine. Overwhelming numbers, brutal tactics, and no concern for casualties. They expected their enemies to break and run. Recommendations, Hayes asked his staff. Third Fleet is at full readiness, Admiral Chen reported. They finished war games last month. All ships are supplied and ready for deployment. Third Fleet? Hayes considered this. The Third Fleet was humanity's rapid response force, designed for exactly this kind of emergency. How many ships? 600 vessels, sir, including the Indomitable and her escort group. Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The Third Fleet represented more firepower than most star nations possessed in their entire military. It was overkill for a single enemy fleet, but the Krex had been expanding for decades. This was an opportunity to send a message. Deploy the Third Fleet, Hayes ordered. Full deployment. The war room erupted in controlled activity. Officers began issuing orders, sending signals across human space. The machinery of war that had slept for 20 years awakened with frightening efficiency. Across the Sol system, shipyards that had been building civilian vessels suddenly switched to military production. Massive construction bays opened, revealing ships that existed only in classified documents. The Third Fleet was humanity's secret weapon, and now it would be revealed to the galaxy. On Mars, the shipyard workers received their orders with grim satisfaction. They had been waiting for this moment, building ships for a war that might never come. Now the war had found them. The dreadnought Indomitable was the crown jewel of human military engineering. 2 kilometers long and armed with weapons that could crack moons, she had been designed to fight entire fleets alone. Her escort group consisted of 50 ships, each one more powerful than anything the galaxy had ever seen. Captain Lisa Morgan received her orders aboard the Indomitable. Deploy to Valoran space, destroy the Krex fleet, protect the civilians. Simple orders that would require complex execution. How long to reach Valoran? She asked her navigation officer. 72 hours at maximum burn, Captain. Will arrive just as the Krex fleet enters the system. Perfect timing, Morgan smiled grimly. Send word to the fleet. We move in 1 hour. Across human space, the response was immediate and overwhelming. Carrier groups that had been patrolling the outer systems received recall orders. Destroyer squadrons abandoned their training exercises and began moving toward rally points. Supply ships loaded with everything from ammunition to medical supplies prepared for the longest deployment in human history. The Third Fleet's composition was staggering. 60 dreadnoughts that dwarfed any ship in galactic service, and 20 cruisers designed for long-range combat. 200 destroyers built for speed and precision. 100 carriers packed with fighters and bombers. The rest were support vessels, hospital ships, supply transports, and mobile repair stations. Admiral Hayes watched the deployment begin from his command center. Each ship that left its berth represented years of planning and preparation. Humanity had learned from Earth's harsh lessons that peace required strength and strength required constant vigilance. Send a message to the Galactic Council, Hayes instructed. Tell them we're handling the situation. The message was simple and direct. No grand speeches or diplomatic language. It's just a statement of fact from a species that had learned to speak softly and carry a big stick at the Galactic Council. The human response caused confusion and concern. The message was too confident, too certain. What did the Death World species know that the galaxy's major powers did not? They're sending ships, Tolan reported to his people. The humans are coming to help us. Across Valoran space, the news spread like wildfire. It's the strange aliens from the dangerous world that heard their call for help. Children asked their parents what humans looked like. Adults wondered if the stories about their violent nature were true. The Krex fleet continued, its advance unaware that anything had changed. Their commanders planned the upcoming battle with casual confidence. They had fought the galaxy's major powers before and always won. This would be no different. Admiral Corvin commanded the Krex fleet from his flagship, the Destroyer of Worlds. He had conquered 15 systems in his career, each victory adding to his reputation. The Valorans would be his 16th. Intelligence reports suggest minimal resistance, his aide reported. Some Galactic Council ships and a few unknowns. Corvin's scarred face showed mild interest. Human vessels, sir. A minor species. From the border regions? Corvin laughed, a harsh sound that echoed through the bridge. Humans? I've heard of them. Primitives from a savage world. They'll break and run when they see real warships. The Kreks had built their empire on fear and overwhelming force. They had never encountered an enemy that could match their brutality or exceed their firepower. The concept was foreign to them. In the depths of space, the Third Fleet moved like a pack of wolves. Each ship was a predator, designed by a species that had clawed its way to the top of their world's food chain. They traveled in perfect formation. Their crews trained to a level of efficiency that would have amazed the galaxy's professional soldiers. The human fleet was not just larger than expected, it was larger than anything the galaxy had ever seen. Deployed by a single species, the ships moved with purpose and precision, each one a testament to humanity's industrial capacity and military doctrine. Captain Rivera watched the deployment from her diplomatic vessel. The Third Fleet passed her position like a river of steel and fire. She had seen human military exercises before, but never a full fleet deployment. The sight was both beautiful and terrifying. Send a message to the Valorans, she ordered. Tell them help is on the way. The Kreks war fleet dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the Valoran system like a plague of metal locusts. 800 ships spread across space in attack formation, their dark holes bristling with weapons designed for destruction. Admiral. Corvin stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching the tactical displays with satisfaction. The Valoran worlds hung before them like ripe fruit, defenseless and waiting to be harvested. Scan the system, he ordered. Show me what pathetic forces dare to oppose us. The sensor officer worked quickly, his clawed hands dancing over the controls. Sir, detecting 27 vessels in defensive positions around the third planet. Most appear to be Galactic Council's standard designs. Corvin smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. 27 ships against 800. They must be planning to surrender. Sir, the sensor officer's voice carried a note of confusion. There are some unknown vessels mixed in with the Council fleet. The computer cannot identify their design origin. Show me, Corvin commanded. The main display shifted to show the defensive fleet in detail. Most of the ships were familiar, outdated. Alteron destroyers, aging Centauri cruisers, and various patrol vessels that belonged to minor powers. But scattered among them were a dozen ships that looked different. The unknown vessels were sleek and angular, their hulls a dark gray that seemed to absorb light. They were smaller than most military ships, but carried themselves with an aggressive posture that suggested hidden strength. Analysis, Corvin asked. His tactical officer studied the readings. The unknown ships show advanced shielding and unusual energy signatures. Their design appears optimized for combat rather than exploration. Humans, the intelligence officer, reported. Cross-referencing with our database shows these match reports of human military vessels. Corvin laughed. Humans, the primitives from the Death World. How many of their ships are present? 12 vessels, sir. All appear to be the same class. 12 ships, Corvin mused. It will make excellent examples. Destroy them first, before we begin the main assault. Let the galaxy see what happens to those who interfere with the Kreks dominion. Commander Blake watched the Kreks fleet from the bridge of his destroyer. The Relentless, the enemy formation, stretched across his sensors like a wall of death. 800 ships, each one built for conquest and slaughter. They're taking their time, his tactical officer observed. Probably trying to intimidate us. Blake nodded. The Kreks were known for psychological warfare. They wanted their enemies to see the overwhelming odds and surrender without a fight. It worked on most species. Orders from Admiral Hayes. The communications officer reported, hold position and wait for the signal. Blake smiled grimly. The signal would come soon enough. Behind them, hidden in the shadow of Valoran's largest moon. The real surprise was waiting. The Krex fleet began its advance, moving in a formation designed to maximize firepower and minimize losses. Their ships were built for this kind of warfare. Overwhelming numbers deployed against weaker enemies. Target the unknown vessels first, Corvin ordered. I want those human ships destroyed before they can flee. The Krex opened fire at maximum range, filling space with energy beams and missiles. Their weapons had been tested against every major power in the galaxy. Nothing could withstand the concentrated firepower of 800 warships. The human ships responded by activating their defensive systems. Energy shields flared to life around each vessel, creating barriers of crackling force that seemed almost alive. The Krex weapons struck the human shields and stopped. Energy beams that could vaporize asteroids scattered harmlessly across the defensive barriers. Missiles exploded against shields that didn't even flicker under the assault. Impossible, breathed Corvin's tactical officer. Their shields are absorbing everything we throw at them. Increase power, Corvin snarled. No ship can withstand the full might of the Krex fleet. The bombardment intensified, turning space around the human ships into a storm of destruction. But the shields held, deflecting weapons that should have torn the vessels apart. Commander Blake watched the enemy fire splash against his ship's defenses without concern. Human shield technology had been developed to protect vessels traveling through Earth's radiation belts and solar storms. Krex weapons were powerful, but they were nothing compared to the forces that shaped the Death World. Signal from Admiral Hayes, the communications officer reported. Execute Operation Hammer? Blake smiled. All ships, this is relentless. Light 'em up. The human ships opened fire for the first time, their weapons cutting through space like spears of light. Shot was precise, calculated, and devastating. Krex vessels exploded in brilliant fireballs. Human weapons found their targets with impossible accuracy. But the real shock was yet to come. Space around the Valoran system suddenly filled with new contacts as hundreds of ships dropped out of hyperspace in perfect formation. The Third Fleet had arrived, and its appearance transformed the battlefield in an instant. The human fleet was massive beyond belief. 600 warships materialized from hyperspace, each one larger and more advanced than anything the galaxy had ever seen. At their center was the Indomitable, a ship so large it dwarfed entire Krex squadrons. What is that? Corvin whispered, staring at the tactical display in horror. His sensor officer's hands shook as he read the incoming data. Ah! I'm detecting 600 vessels. It's the largest ship, is over 2 kilometers long. Their combined firepower exceeds our entire fleet. The bridge fell silent except for the hum of electronics and the distant sound of alarms. The Krex officer stared at the display, trying to process what they were seeing. This is Admiral Hayes. Of the human Third Fleet, a voice announced over the communication channels. Krex forces, you are guilty of crimes against innocent civilians. Surrender immediately, and you will be treated according to galactic law. Refuse and face the consequences. Corvin found his voice. Human fleet, you are outnumbered. We have 800 ships to your 600. Withdraw now, and we will spare your lives. The human response was immediate and chilling. Admiral, you seem to have miscounted. You have 800 ships. We have 600 ships and 12 very angry humans who have been watching you shoot at their friends for the past 10 minutes. The Krex fleet suddenly found itself surrounded. Human ships had appeared not just in front of them, but on all sides, cutting off every escape route. The hunters had become the hunted. Captain Morgan stood on the bridge of the Indomitable. Watching the enemy fleet with cold calculation, the Krex had spent decades terrorizing peaceful civilizations. Today, they would learn what it meant to face predators from a world where only the strongest survived. All ships, weapons free, she commanded. Show them how humans fight. The space around Valoran Prime erupted into chaos as the human Third Fleet opened fire. What followed was not a battle in any traditional sense. It was a demonstration of overwhelming superiority that left the galaxy stunned. Admiral Corvin watched, in horror as his flagship's sensors tried to track the incoming human weapons. The energy readings were beyond anything in the Krex database. These were not standard military weapons, or tools designed to break planets. Evasive maneuvers. He screamed, but it was too late. The first human salvo struck the Krex fleet, like hammer blows from the gods. Ships that had conquered a dozen worlds vanished in brilliant explosions. The destroyer of worlds shuddered as near misses overloaded its shields and sent crew members flying across the bridge. Captain Morgan watched the battle unfold from the Indomitable's command center. Her weapons officers had trained for this moment. Their entire careers, every shot was calculated. Every target selected for maximum tactical advantage. Focus fire on their command ships, she ordered. Break their coordination first. The human doctrine was simple and brutal. Earth had taught humanity that the strongest predator wins, and they had become very good at being the strongest predator in any fight. Krex. Battle cruisers that had terrified entire star systems found themselves outgunned by human destroyers. The ships built on the Death World were designed to survive in conditions that would kill most other species. Their weapons were created to crack asteroids and vaporize space debris. Against conventional military vessels, they were devastating. Commander, Blake's destroyer Relentless danced through the Krex formation like a shark among minnows. His crew had been born and raised in Earth's crushing gravity. Their reflexes were faster, their endurance greater, and their tactical thinking sharper than any enemy they had ever faced. Target the carrier group at Sector 7, Blake commanded. Light them up. The Relentless opened fire with weapons that turned 3 Krex ships into expanding clouds of superheated gas. The human destroyer then accelerated past the explosion, hunting for its next target. This pattern repeated across the battlefield. Human ships moved with precision and deadly intent, while Krex vessels struggled to respond to tactics they had never encountered. The Death World species fought like they had evolved to fight as apex predators with no natural enemies. "Sir, we're losing ships faster than we can count them," reported Corvin's tactical officer. "The humans are picking us apart." Corvin stared at the tactical display in disbelief. His fleet of 800 ships was being systematically destroyed by 600 human vessels. The math made no sense. The reality was undeniable. "Order all ships to concentrate fire on their flagship," he commanded. "If we can destroy their command ship, maybe we can break their formation." Every surviving Krex vessel turned its weapons toward the Indomitable. Thousands of energy beams and missiles converged on the massive human dreadnought. The firepower was enough to level a city. The Indomitable's shields flared as the attack struck home. Energy cascaded across the protective barriers in sheets of brilliant light. The ship shook under the assault, but the shields held firm. Captain Morgan smiled grimly. "Return fire. Full broadside." The Indomitable's weapons were designed to crack moons. When they fired at the concentrated Krex fleet, the results were catastrophic. Entire squadrons vanished in the first salvo. The space around Valoran Prime lit up like a new star as human weapons found their targets. The battle was not just about firepower. It was about doctrine, training, and the fundamental differences between species. The Krex had built their empire on fear and overwhelming numbers. They had never faced an enemy that could match their aggression and exceed their capabilities. Human pilots, launched from carrier groups with the enthusiasm of hunters released for the chase. Their fighters were smaller and faster than anything the Krex had ever seen. More importantly, they were piloted by beings whose ancestors had hunted flying predators through Earth's dangerous skies. Lieutenant Ross dove his fighter through a formation of Krex bombers, his weapons cutting through enemy craft like a blade. Through paper, behind him, his wingman eliminated 2 more targets with shots that would have been impossible for most species. "This is easy," Ross commented over the com. These guys fly like they're afraid of getting hurt." His wingman laughed. "They probably are. Not everyone grew up dodging hurricanes and tornadoes." The human fighters swarmed through the Krex formation, destroying bombers and interceptors with casual efficiency. Their pilots had been trained in Earth's atmospheric storms and cosmic radiation fields. Fighting in the vacuum of space was almost relaxing by comparison. On the larger ships, human Marines prepared for boarding actions. Captain Davis led a strike team toward a disabled Krex battleship, his soldiers moving with the confidence of predators entering familiar territory. "Remember, we want prisoners," Davis told his team. "Intelligence needs to know about their other fleets." The Marines breached the Krex ship's hull with cutting tools that could slice through any known material. They moved through the enemy vessel like ghosts, their powered armor making them nearly invisible to Krex sensors. The Krex crew had never faced human soldiers in combat. They had heard stories about the Death World species, but stories could not prepare them for the reality. The humans moved through combat zones like they were walking through a park. Their weapons were precise and deadly. Their tactics were flawless. Within minutes, the Krex battleship was under human control. The surviving crew members were secured and prepared for transport to human vessels. They stared at their captors with a mixture of fear and confusion. "How?" one Krex officer asked in broken galactic standard. "How do you fight like this?" Marine. Sergeant Kim looked at the alien through her helmet visor. "We come from a world that tried to kill us every day for millions of years. This is just another day at the office." The battle continued for 6 hours, but the outcome was never in doubt. Human weapons designed to function in Earth's hostile environment proved devastatingly effective against conventional military technology. Human tactics developed through centuries of warfare on a death world overwhelmed enemies who had grown soft from easy victories. By the end of the 6th hour, the Krex fleet existed only as wreckage floating in space and prisoners aboard human vessels. Not a single human ship had been destroyed, though several bore scars that their crews would wear as badges of honor. Admiral Corvin found himself a prisoner aboard the Indomitable, staring at Captain Morgan with eyes that held no comprehension. Of what had happened? "How?" he asked, echoing his subordinate's question. "We had more ships, we had superior numbers." Morgan studied the alien commander with calm professionalism. "You had more ships, better training, and better tactics. Importantly, you made the mistake of threatening innocent people. That tends to make humans very angry." The Valoran population watched the battle from their cities and orbital stations, unable to believe what they were seeing. The terrifying Krex fleet that had promised their destruction was being methodically eliminated by their human protectors. Children pressed their faces against viewing windows, watching human fighters dance between enemy ships like fireflies in the darkness. Adults stood in silent wonder as the Third Fleet demonstrated the true meaning of military superiority. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council had never been so quiet. Representatives from dozens of star systems sat in stunned silence, watching the battle recordings from Valoran Prime for the 3rd time. The numbers on the screen seemed impossible, but the evidence was undeniable. 800 Krex warships destroyed, Counselor Brix read from the official report. 0 human vessels lost. Battle duration, 6 hours and 14 minutes. Ambassador Talon stood at the center of the chamber, his blue skin still pale with shock and gratitude. The tears in his eyes had not stopped flowing since the battle ended. "Honored members of the council," he began, his voice trembling with emotion. "We asked for help. We expected perhaps a patrol ship or two, or maybe a small squadron if we were fortunate." Paused, looking around the chamber at faces that reflected his own amazement. "They sent a fleet that could conquer half the galaxy." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Every representative present had watched the battle recordings. Every one of them was reconsidering everything they thought they knew about the human species. The Krex Dominion controlled over 40 star systems, Representative Voss said quietly. They had been expanding for 50 years. No one could stop them. The humans stopped them in 6 hours. Added Sub-Counselor Drew. Admiral Hayes appeared in the chamber via hologram, his image flickering slightly due to the vast distance between his ship and the council chambers. His expression was calm and professional, showing no trace of pride or aggression. "Members of the Galactic Council," he said simply, "the Krex threat to the Valoran system has been eliminated. Our forces are currently securing the area and providing humanitarian aid too. Any survivors?" Counselor Brix leaned forward. "Admiral Hayes, your fleet's performance was ... unexpected. The galaxy was not aware that humanity possessed such military capabilities." Hayes nodded. We prefer to keep our defensive preparations private, but when 12 billion innocent lives are threatened, privacy becomes less important than protection. Defensive preparations. The voice belonged to the Alteron representative, who had watched his nation's destroyers become obsolete in a single afternoon. That was not a defensive action. That was the most overwhelming display of force in galactic history. Yes, Hayes agreed calmly. Sometimes the best defense requires overwhelming offense. We learned that lesson on Earth. The chamber fell silent again. Everyone present was beginning to understand that humanity's harsh home world had taught them lessons the rest of the galaxy had never needed to learn. "What are your intentions now?" asked the Centauri representative. "Your fleet could challenge any power in the galaxy?" Hayes was quiet for a moment, considering his words carefully. "We don't seek conquest, we seek peace. But we've learned that peace requires strength, and sometimes that strength must be demonstrated." Captain Rivera watched the council session from her diplomatic vessel, now orbiting Valoran Prime alongside the massive Third Fleet. Through her viewport, she could see human ships conducting rescue operations and clearing debris from the battlefield. The galaxy was changing. The balance of power that had existed for centuries was crumbling, placed by a new reality where humans were no longer a minor species to be ignored. Admiral Corvin sat in a detention cell aboard the Indomitable, staring at the wall with empty eyes. His empire was broken, his fleet destroyed, his reputation in ruins. But more than that, his understanding of the universe had been shattered. A human guard brought him his evening meal. The food was simple, but nutritious, better than what he had fed his own prisoners in the past. "Why?" Corvin asked the guard. "Why spare us?" The Krex would have shown no mercy. The guard, a young Marine named Johnson, considered the question. "Because we're not the Krex. We fight when we have to, but we don't kill when we don't have to." "Your people could rule the galaxy," Corvin said. "Your ships, your weapons, your warriors. Nothing could stop you." Johnson shrugged. "Maybe, but ruling the galaxy sounds like a lot of paperwork. We'd rather just protect the people we care about and go home." The simple honesty of the answer left Corvin speechless. These humans had power beyond imagination, but they used it only to protect others. It was a concept he could not fully understand. On Valoran Prime, celebrations filled the streets of every city. Families that had prepared for death now danced in joy. Children played games where they pretended to be human pilots. Swooping through the air with their arms outstretched, Elder Nalon, the planet's spiritual leader, addressed his people from the great temple in the capital city. "We have witnessed a miracle," he said. "When we faced extinction, help came from the most unexpected source. The humans, whom we barely knew, risked everything to save us." The crowd cheered, but Nalon held up his hand for silence. "But we must remember the lesson in this miracle. The humans possess power beyond our comprehension, yet they used it not for conquest, but for protection. They teach us that true strength comes not from the ability to destroy, but from the wisdom to know when not to destroy." Across the galaxy, the news of the battle spread like wildfire. Trading vessels carried reports to distant systems. Diplomatic channels buzzed with urgent communications. Military leaders studied the battle recordings, trying to understand how such a complete victory had been achieved. The hegemony, a confederation of aggressive species that had been planning expansion into galactic council space, quietly recalled their border fleets. The Syndicate, known for their slave raids and piracy, suspended operations pending further evaluation of the new threat. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Captain Morgan received reports from across human space. Other fleets were being activated. Bases were being expanded. And diplomatic missions were being established in systems that had never seen human representatives before. Orders from command, her communications officer reported. Third Fleet is to establish a permanent presence in this sector. We're to patrol the area and assist any system threatened by aggressive forces. Morgan nodded. The galaxy had seen what humans could do when pushed to action. Now they would learn what humans did in peacetime. They protected those who could not protect themselves. The Valoran ambassador to the Galactic Council sent his final report of the crisis. In it, he wrote words that would be quoted throughout the galaxy for generations to come. We called for help in our darkest hour, expecting little and hoping for a miracle. What we received was neither. We received something far more valuable. The knowledge that somewhere in the dark void of space, there are beings who will cross any distance and face any enemy to protect the innocent. The humans did not just save our lives. They saved our faith in the possibility of good in the universe. The Third Fleet continued its patrols, hunting down remaining Krex forces and liberating enslaved populations. Each victory demonstrated the same overwhelming disparity in capability, the same precise application of devastating force, but more importantly, each action demonstrated humanity's commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The Deathworld species had found their purpose in the galaxy not as conquerors, but as guardians. The stars would never look the same to anyone who had witnessed the Battle of Valoran Prime. Somewhere in the darkness, human fleets patrolled. The Void, ready to respond to the next desperate call for help with the same overwhelming answer. The galaxy had learned that when Deathworlders deploy a full fleet, they don't just win battles, they rewrite the rules of war itself.
The briefing room smelled like recycled air and old decisions. General Vorath Kessan sat at the head of the long table, his scales catching the blue light from the display screens. Around him, 12 senior officers waited for him to speak. He did not speak. He was looking at a number. 12,000. Such a small number. The Dominion had ruled 1,000 star systems for 600 years. They had fought wars that killed billions. 12,000 was nothing. A clerical note. A line in a budget report. The operation was a complete success, said Commander Yiel, pulling up the tactical display. The planet rotated slowly on the screen. It was gray now. It had been green and blue 3 days ago. Kepler 442b has been cleared for Dominion settlement. Human resistance was minimal. Minimal, Vorath repeated. The word felt strange in his mouth. They had no orbital defense, Yiel continued. No fleet presence. Just surface settlements. Farmers, mostly. Some scientists. The plasma bombardment lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. Vorath had been eating dinner 4 hours ago. He had been listening to music. Human music, though no one knew about that particular habit. A woman singing about a place called Tennessee. He did not know where Tennessee was. He suspected it no longer existed. Casualties? He asked. 12,047, Yiel said. All enemy combatants neutralized. They were farmers. Yiel blinked. Sir? You said they were farmers and scientists. Vorath leaned back in his chair. When did farmers become enemy combatants? The room went quiet. Officers looked at their displays, at their hands, at anything except Vorath. Standing orders, sir, Yiel said carefully. Any species that refuses to surrender territory is classified as hostile. The humans were given 14 days to evacuate. They refused. They refused to leave their homes. Yes, sir. Vorath looked at the gray planet on the screen. 12,000 people had woken up on that world. They had eaten breakfast. They had gone to work. They had made plans for dinner, for the weekend, for next year. None of them would see next year. He closed his eyes. By the cold stars, he was getting old. War was mathematics. He had believed that for 400 years. You added up the numbers. You calculated the acceptable losses. You made the cold equations balance. But humans did something strange. They named their dead. Every single one. He had read that in an intelligence report once. It had bothered him then. It bothered him now. What is the human response? He asked. Lieutenant Krix, the intelligence officer, pulled up a new display. Scattered protests on their homeworld. Their governments have issued formal complaints through diplomatic channels. Their news networks are covering the event extensively. Their military response. None, sir. The humans have no unified fleet. Their nation-states maintain separate forces, but they are currently engaged in 3 different conflicts with each other. Crix allowed himself a small smile. They are too busy fighting themselves to fight us. A junior officer at the far end of the table laughed. 12,000 dead, and they send a formal complaint. These creatures are pathetic. More laughter. Vorath did not laugh. His aide, a young officer named Thesson, did not laugh either. Thesson had studied human history at the academy. He had written a paper on something called the Second World War. Vorath had never read it. He was starting to think he should have. Lieutenant Thesson, Vorath said, "You studied the humans. What is your assessment?" Thesson went pale. His scales shifted from green to gray. In Dominion biology, that meant fear. Sir, He stopped, swallowed. The humans are a young species, pre-unified, still learning to cooperate on a planetary scale. And they have a concept, sir. They call it righteous anger. Thesson's voice was barely a whisper. When someone hurts them badly enough, they stop fighting each other. They focus on the thing that hurt them. The junior officer snorted. So they will focus on us? With what? Farming equipment? Thesson did not answer. He was staring at his display. The color had drained from his face entirely. Thesson, Vorath said. Sir, there is an update from intelligence. The room waited. All human governments have ceased internal conflicts. Thesson looked up. His eyes were wrong. Not afraid anymore. Something worse. 17 hours ago, every nation-state on Earth announced a suspension of hostilities. Every military force has been recalled to their homeworld. Silence. 17 hours, Vorath said quietly. News of Kepler 442b reached Earth 17 hours ago. Yes, sir. Vorath stared at the display. He thought about his music files, about the woman singing about Tennessee, about a species that named their dead, every single one. The junior officer laughed again, but it sounded hollow now. So they stopped fighting. So what? They have no fleet, no weapons. What are they going to do? Send us a strongly worded letter? No one answered him. Vorath stood. The room stood with him. Double the patrols on the border systems, he said. I want daily reports from all listening posts. And Lieutenant Thesson? Sir, send me everything you have on human warfare. Everything. He walked out of the briefing room. The door hissed shut behind him. He stood in the corridor for a long moment, alone with the hum of the ship's engines. 17 hours. A species that had been killing each other for their entire history, that had never agreed on anything, that could not even decide on a single language or government or religion. They had unified in 17 hours. By the cold stars. What had they done? 3 months of nothing. General Vorath Kassan stood at the observation window of his command ship, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, beyond the border systems, human space waited, silent, dark, empty. The listening posts reported the same thing every day. No transmissions, no ship movements, no military activity of any kind. Just static and silence, and one phrase, repeated on every frequency, in 7,000 human languages. We are counting. That was all. 3 words. No demands, no threats, no declarations of war. Just counting. Dominion High Command had relaxed. The Supreme Commander himself had sent a message of congratulations. The human problem had solved itself. Clearly, the young species had collapsed into grief and chaos. Their brief moment of unity had broken. They were probably back to killing each other by now. The expansion would continue. He could not sleep. Every night, he sat in his quarters and read. He had requested every Dominion file on human history, every intelligence report, every cultural analysis. He read until his eyes burned and his scales ached. What he found kept him awake. The humans had fought a war once. They called it the Second World War. It had lasted 6 years. 60 million dead. 60 million of their own kind, killed in a conflict over territory and ideology. But that was not the part that disturbed Vorath. The part that disturbed him was how it ended. A nation called the United States had built a weapon, a single bomb that could destroy an entire city. They had dropped it on a place called Hiroshima. 80,000 people gone in a flash of light. 3 days later, they dropped another one, and the war ended. Vorath read about the firebombing of Tokyo. 100,000 civilians burned alive in a single night. He read about a strategy called total war. He read about a concept called unconditional surrender. The humans had burned their own cities to ash. They had killed millions of their own people. And when it was over, they had rebuilt everything in 20 years. They were not a species that gave up. They were a species that got ready. General, Vorath turned. Thesson stood in the doorway, looking tired. Neither of them had slept well in 3 months. What is it? The Supreme Commander is demanding an update on the human situation. He wants to know why you are still requesting additional patrols. Vorath turned back to the window. Tell him the humans are preparing. Preparing for what, sir? Our intelligence shows no military buildup, no fleet construction, no weapons development. Our intelligence is wrong. Thesson hesitated. Sir, with respect, we have sensors throughout their space. We would detect any significant activity. Would we? Vorath picked up a datapad from his desk. The humans built nuclear weapons in less than 4 years. They did it in secret. Their own people did not know until the bombs fell. He set the pad down. They called the Project Manhattan. 200,000 workers, 3 years, complete secrecy. That was primitive technology, sir. We would detect. We detected nothing on Kepler 442b. 12,000 people lived there. Farms, children, schools. Vorath's voice was quiet. We knew nothing about them until we killed them. Thesson said nothing. The humans are quiet, Vorath continued. They are not broken. They are not grieving. They are working. He turned to face his aide. Do you know what humans call the period before a counterattack? Thesson shook his head. They call it getting their house in order. Somewhere in the ship, an engine hummed. Normal, routine, the sound of everything being fine. Thesson's communicator chirped. He looked at it. His scales went gray. Sir, Perimeter Station Theta has stopped transmitting. Vorath felt something cold move through his chest. When? 4 minutes ago. No distress signal, no weapons fire detected. The station just went silent. Get me a visual. They walked to the command center. Officers scrambled to their stations. Screens flickered with data. Somewhere, an alarm was beeping. Bringing up the Theta sector now, someone said. The main display showed empty space, stars, darkness. The station should have been there. A bright point of light, transmitting status reports every 30 seconds like it had for the past 50 years. Nothing. Scanning for debris, another officer called out. No wreckage detected, no energy signatures. It is like the station was never there. Vorath stared at the empty space where 300 Dominion soldiers had lived 12 minutes ago. Sir, contact. A ship emerged from the darkness. Small, outdated, human. It is broadcasting, sir. On screen. The audio filled the command center. A human voice, female, calm, speaking in the Dominion language, accented but clear. Sarah Chen, age 34, botanist, Kepler 442b. A pause. Marcus Williams, age 7, student, Kepler 442b. Another pause. Yuki Tanaka, age 61, retired teacher, Kepler 442b. On and on, name after name, 12,000 names. The ship was broadcasting them on loop, every frequency, every language. The humans were still counting, and now they had started collecting. "Sir," Thesson whispered, "what do we do?" Vorath watched the small human ship drift through space, where a Dominion station had stood for 50 years. One ship, alone, broadcasting the names of the dead like a prayer. "We prepare," he said, "because they are finished getting their house in order." He turned to his officers. Their faces were pale, their scales were gray, and they are coming. 200 Dominion warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. General Vorath Kession watched from the command deck of the flagship, his claws gripping the railing. The human fleet waited for them. 40 ships, old designs, outdated weapons. Some of them looked like they had been pulled from museums. One vessel was broadcasting music, something loud with drums and screaming vocals. Commander Yiel laughed. "This is their great counterattack, 40 ships against 200. Vorath said nothing. He was watching the human formation. They were not retreating. They were not spreading out. They were flying directly toward the Dominion fleet in a tight wedge. "Open a channel," Vorath said. "Sir?" "Open a channel to the human fleet." The communications officer hesitated, then complied. Static filled the bridge. "Human vessels, this is General Vorath Kession of the Dominion 3rd Fleet. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Surrender now, and you will be treated according to—" A human voice cut him off. Male, calm, almost bored. "General, we know who you are. We know what you did." A pause. "We are here to collect." The channel went dead. "Sir, the human ships are accelerating." Vorath watched the tactical display. The 40 human ships were not slowing down. They were speeding up, flying straight into the teeth of 200 warships like they did not know what death was. All ships opened fire. The space between the fleets turned white. Plasma, missiles, energy beams. The Dominion had the best weapons in the galaxy. They had conquered 1,000 worlds with those weapons. The human ships kept coming. Direct hit on the lead vessel. Their shields are down. The lead human ship, burning and broken, did not retreat. It accelerated into the Dominion formation and rammed the cruiser Vexant at full speed. Both ships disappeared in a ball of fire. "By the cold stars," someone whispered. "Second human vessel is on a collision course with the dreadnought Calyx. Destroy it." They hit it with everything they had. The human ship's engines died. Its hull was cracked open to space. It was a dead ship, drifting through the void. And then its emergency thrusters fired. The pilot was still alive, still steering, still aiming. The Calyx tried to turn. Too slow. The human ship hit it amidships at 3,000 meters per second. Vorath watched his tactical display turn red. Ship after ship, vanishing. The humans were not fighting like soldiers. Soldiers wanted to survive. Soldiers had families and futures and reasons to live. These humans flew like they were already dead. "We have recovered audio from one of the human vessels." "Play it." The bridge fell silent. A woman's voice filled the room. She was singing. The ship around her was burning, and she was singing. A children's song, something about a river and a boat and gentle dreams. She was still singing when her ship hit the dreadnought Vorn. The battle lasted 11 minutes. When it was over, 197 Dominion ships were gone. Debris and bodies floated in the silence of space. 3 human ships limped away into the darkness, still broadcasting the names of the dead. Vorath sat in his command chair. Around him, his officers wept, screamed, stared at nothing. Commander Yiel approached him. The commander's hands were shaking. "Sir, what are they?" Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilot who had steered a dead ship into a dreadnought, about 40 vessels flying into 200 without hesitation. "They are humans," he said quietly. but they throw their lives away like... They do not throw them away. Vorath stood. His legs felt weak. They spend them. There is a difference. I do not understand. Vorath pulled up his intelligence files, found the concept he had been looking for. A human phrase. Acceptable losses. Every species had one. The Dominion's acceptable loss ratio was 15%. Above that, you retreated, you regrouped, you lived to fight another day. Humans have a concept, Vorath said. They call it acceptable losses. It is the percentage of their force they are willing to sacrifice to achieve victory. What is theirs? 20%? 30%? Vorath turned to face his commander. The answer tasted like ash. All of them. The bridge was silent. They will spend every life they have, and they will keep counting what they are owed. Vorath walked to the observation window. Debris floated past. Human, Dominion, impossible to tell the difference now. We did not start a war, Commander. We started a blood debt. And humans always collect. His communicator chirped. An intelligence update. He read it twice. 3 times. Sir? Yiel asked. What is it? The human fleet. Vorath's voice was hollow. It is no longer 40 ships. How many? 4,000. Yiel made a sound like something breaking. They built them in 3 months. Every factory on their planet, every shipyard in their system. Workers sleeping in shifts. Some of them worked themselves to death and were replaced within the hour. Vorath set down the communicator. They have a phrase for this. They call it the arsenal of democracy. He looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, 4,000 human ships were moving toward Dominion space. 4,000 ships, filled with people who were not afraid to die. General, Yiel whispered. What do we do? Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. We start counting our own dead, he said, because they are just getting started. The Dominion homeworld had not seen a full military conclave in 1,200 years. The last one had been during the Hurrix Rebellion, when a slave species had tried to overthrow their masters. The Hurrix no longer existed. General Vorath Kessan sat in the Great Chamber and watched the Supreme Commander pace. Around them, every admiral and general in the Dominion waited in silence. The walls were covered with battle honors, flags from conquered worlds, weapons from defeated enemies. None of them meant anything now. We will offer territory, the Supreme Commander said. The humans can have the outer systems, 12 planets, enough to rebuild their lost colony 10 times over. No one spoke. We will offer reparations, minerals, technology, whatever they want. The Supreme Commander stopped pacing. We will even offer an apology, a formal acknowledgement of regret. Still, silence. Well, the Supreme Commander's voice cracked. Does anyone have a better suggestion? Vorath looked at the tactical display on the far wall. Red dots, thousands of them. Human ships moving through Dominion space like a slow tide of blood. They had lost 6 more fleets. 87 colony worlds had gone dark. The humans did not occupy them, did not loot them. They simply arrived, destroyed every military installation, and left. And they kept broadcasting names. The human diplomatic vessel has arrived, an aide announced. They are requesting permission to land. 1 ship? The Supreme Commander asked. 1 ship, 1 passenger. The Supreme Commander looked at Vorath. General, you know more about these creatures than anyone. What do they want? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilots who steered dead ships into living targets, about a species that unified in 17 hours. I do not know, he said honestly, but I do not think it is territory. The human ambassador walked into the Great Chamber 20 minutes later. She was small, gray hair, calm hands. She wore a simple black suit with no decorations except a single pin on her collar. A small circle, 12,000 tiny names etched around its edge. She was carrying a document. I am Ambassador Elena Vasquez, she said. Her voice was soft, clear. I represent the United Earth Government. The Supreme Commander straightened to his full height. He was 3 times her size. His scales were the deep purple of royalty. His claws could crush her skull with a single squeeze. She did not look impressed. Ambassador, we are prepared to discuss terms. The Supreme Commander gestured to the document in her hands. Is that your proposal? No. She walked to the central table and set the document down. This is not a proposal. This is not a negotiation. She looked up at the Supreme Commander. This is an invoice. The Supreme Commander picked up the document. Vorath watched his face as he read it. The color drained from his scales, purple to gray to white. This is... The Supreme Commander's voice was barely a whisper. This is a list of names. 2,347 names, the ambassador said. Every officer who authorized the Kepler 442b strike. Every ship captain who fired. Every bureaucrat who approved the order. The chamber erupted, officers shouting, generals rising from their seats, voices overlapping in outrage. You want us to hand over our own people? This is insane. We will never. Quiet. The ambassador did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The room fell silent. We do not want your territory. We do not want your resources. We do not want your apology. She looked at the Supreme Commander. We want justice. The Supreme Commander set down the document. His claws were trembling. And if we refuse? The ambassador smiled. It was a small smile. Polite. It did not reach her eyes. Then we keep counting. She reached into her jacket and placed a second document on the table. This is a list of every Dominion colony within striking range of our current fleet positions. She tapped the paper with one finger. Population totals included. We have gotten very good at math, Supreme Commander. Vorath looked at the list. 37 colony worlds, 400 million Dominion citizens. You would kill 400 million people? The Supreme Commander asked. For 12,000? You killed 12,000 for farmland. The ambassador's voice was ice. We will kill 400 million for justice. And then we will keep going, name by name, until the debt is paid or until there is nothing left to collect from. She leaned forward. We do not want your empire. We do not want your submission. We want 2,347 people standing in a human courtroom answering for what they did. She paused. Give them to us, and this ends. Refuse, and we will burn everything you have built until there is nothing left but ashes and memory. The room was silent. Vorath watched the Supreme Commander, the ruler of 1,000 star systems, the inheritor of 600 years of conquest, the most powerful being in the known galaxy. He was looking at a human female half his size. She was still smiling, still calm, still waiting. 11 seconds passed. The Supreme Commander looked away first. Leave us, he said quietly. We will consider your terms. The ambassador nodded. She picked up her documents and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. You have 72 hours, she said. After that, we start counting again. The door closed behind her. No one spoke. Vorath looked at the battle honors on the walls, the flags from conquered worlds, the weapons from defeated enemies. None of them had ever asked for justice. None of them had ever made the Dominion afraid. The Supreme Commander sat down heavily. He looked old, tired, beaten. General Vorath, he said, begin preparing the transfer documents. Sir, we are going to give them what they want. The Supreme Commander stared at the table where the ambassador's documents had been. All 2,347 of them. Vorath nodded slowly. And if our people resist? The Supreme Commander laughed. It was not a happy sound. Then they can explain to the humans why they deserve special treatment. We are done fighting this war, General. We lost it the moment we touched that colony. Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. The Supreme Commander was right. They had lost this war 12,000 deaths ago. The trials lasted 3 years. General Vorath Kessan watched every single one. He sat in his quarters on a quiet moon, far from Dominion space, and he watched humans put his people on trial for crimes against their species. 2,347 defendants. Each one received their own hearing. Each one faced their accusers. The families of the dead sat in the courtroom galleries, holding photographs of people who would never come home. The humans broadcast everything. Every testimony, every verdict, every sentencing. They translated the proceedings into 100 Dominion dialects so that everyone could understand. Most of the defendants received prison sentences, life imprisonment on human worlds where they would work, eat, and sleep among the species they had tried to destroy. 17 were executed. The humans did that publicly too. No torture, no spectacle, just a quiet room, a medical injection, and a name read aloud before the end. The same name that had been on the ambassador's list. The same name that would be carved into a memorial on Kepler 442b. When it was over, the humans went home. They did not occupy Dominion territory. They did not demand tribute or submission. They did not install puppet governments or strip resources from conquered worlds. They simply left. The galaxy watched in confusion. The Dominion had lost. They had surrendered their own people to alien courts. They had bent their knee to a species that had been farming dirt 50 years ago. And the humans wanted nothing but to go home. Vorath understood. It took him years, but he understood. The humans had not fought for territory. They had not fought for power or resources or revenge. They had fought for balance. 12,000 dead. 2,347 held accountable. The scales were even. The debt was paid. That was all they had ever wanted. Vorath retired from the Dominion military 6 months after the trials ended. He moved to a small world on the edge of known space and began to write. His paper was called The Nature of Humanity, a Study in Applied Justice. It took him 4 years to complete. When he published it, the Dominion Academy rejected it immediately. Too sympathetic to the enemy, they said. Too dangerous. But copies spread anyway. Officers passed them in secret. Cadets downloaded them on private channels. Within a decade, it was required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. Not because the Dominion wanted it taught, because everyone needed to understand. The paper's thesis was simple. Vorath had spent his entire life believing that war was mathematics. Numbers and resources and acceptable losses. The side with the bigger fleet won. The side with more soldiers survived. Humans did not fight that way. Humans had a concept that no other species possessed. They called it justice. Not revenge, not conquest, not survival. Justice. They believed that wrong actions required consequences. That the dead deserved answers. That pain had to be balanced with accountability. And they would burn the galaxy to ash to make the scales even. Not for territory, not for power, not for themselves, for the principle of the thing. Vorath died on a quiet evening, 80 years after the war ended. His aide found his final journal entry the next morning. We made a mistake. We looked at the humans and saw a young species, weak, divided, fighting themselves over scraps of land and ideology. We did not understand. They fight each other because they can afford to, because they are strong enough to survive their own conflicts, because their wars make them harder, sharper, more dangerous. When something external threatens them, when something kills their children, destroys their homes, names itself their enemy, they stop. they count their dead, and they come for you. Together, every single one. We thought we were predators. We had ruled 1,000 worlds. We had crushed 100 species. We had never lost a war. We had never faced humans. Now we know the truth. There are predators in this galaxy, and there are humans. Learn the difference. 100 years after the war, a young Dominion officer named Kella sat in a military history class. The instructor was old, a veteran of the border conflicts, a student of Vorath's writings. Today we study the human war, the instructor said. Can anyone tell me why no species has attacked human space since the Kepler conflict? No one raised a hand. The instructor pulled up a recording, an old file, grainy and worn. A human woman with gray hair and calm hands, standing in a Dominion council chamber. We have gotten very good at math, the recording said. The instructor paused the playback. The humans are not aggressive. They do not want war. They do not seek conquest or expansion. They are content to farm their worlds and raise their children and live their small lives. She looked at the cadets. But they remember. They name their dead, every single one. And if you give them a reason, she let the silence stretch. They will count what they are owed, and they will collect. No matter how long it takes, no matter how many of them die, no matter what it costs. Kella raised her hand. Instructor, what should we do if we encounter humans? The instructor smiled. It was not a happy smile. Trade with them. Talk with them. Learn their music and their stories and their strange little customs. She turned off the recording. Make them your friends. Make them your partners. Make them anything except your enemies. And if we fail? The instructor thought about Vorath's writings, about a woman singing as her ship burned, about 12,000 names broadcast on loop across the stars. Then pray to whatever gods you believe in, she said quietly, because the humans do not forgive, they do not forget. She looked at the cadets, young faces, eager faces, faces that had never known war. They balance the scales, she said, always. Kella looked at the frozen image of the human ambassador on the screen. A small woman, gray hair, calm hands. The most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Class dismissed, the instructor said. Remember the lesson. Kella would remember it for the rest of her life.
The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout? From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this. He paused, muttering to himself, of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket. Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. Could be auroral interference, or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover? Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra, "Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again." Security officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the med bay. Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch. She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, especially you, sis. We both know you pushed too hard. Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. All right, team, hold tight, entering Atmo now. The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the viewscreen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in The Sims. What the? Malik started, his voice rising. Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. Stabilize. Lena, scan for anomalies. Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? I'm trying. Oh God, it's everywhere. Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational. Suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap. Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. Everyone breathe. She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team? Sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik, what hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nagged during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape. A dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home. Leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, My data chip must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. "This'll buy us time," he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. "But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble." He thought aloud, "Funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line." Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. "These trees are incredible," she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. Trunks at least 10 meters across at the base. Bark's got this fibrous quality, almost like armored skin. And the leaves? Photosynthetic efficiency off the charts. This planet's ecosystem must be hyper-accelerated. Her monologue drifted. "If I can publish this, it'll change everything back home. But first, survive." Alara nodded, her eyes scanning the tree line. "Useful for us? We need shelter. The ship's exposed." Tension in her voice. What if the mist hid eyes watching them? "Definitely. We could fell a few, use the wood for a dome over the site. It'll camouflage us, provide cover from aerial threats, if there are any." Malik joined them, tools slung over his shoulder, fiddling with his recovered data chip like a talisman. "Hull's stable, but engines need recalibration. That surge fried the plasma coils. We'll need raw materials, titanium ore, maybe some conductive crystals. But first, let's fortify." Comedy and irony. Here I am, fixing a starship with sticks and stones. Federation's finest. Tara, handing out ration bars while bandaging a minor scrape on her own hand, added, "And medically, we're good for now. But this air's got pollen counts that could trigger allergies. Masks on for extended outings." Subplot simmering. She'd lost her favorite med scanner in the crash, searching bunks daily, muttering, "Where did it go? Can't treat without it." Calder grunted agreement. "Dangerous out here. I saw tracks. Big ones. Not mammalian. Suspense built. What made those?" Their first real survey pushed into the forest. The ground was soft, spongy with moss that glowed faintly in the shade. Birds, or what passed for them, called overhead, their cries warbling like distorted flutes. Activities included collecting water samples, marking paths with beacons. "Look at this," Lena whispered, pointing to a clearing. There, grazing on low shrubs, was an insect, a colossal beetle, body the size of a bull, legs like tree branches, mandibles grinding vegetation with a rhythmic crunch. Drama escalated. Hearts raced. "Holy stars," Malik breathed. "That's no bug. That's a tank." Irony. "We travel light years to find cows with exoskeletons." Calder raised his rifle slowly. "Hostile? Tension thick?" "Not yet," Lena said. "Herbivore, by the looks. But if insects get this big, the food chain must be insane. Predators could be even larger." Alara held up a hand. "Observe, don't engage. We need to learn the patterns." As they retreated, another insect buzzed past, a flyer with wings like stained glass, easily 5 meters across. It ignored them, but the wind from its passage rustled their suits. Suspense. Was it scouting? Back at camp, the decision was made. "We cut the trees," Alara said during their evening huddle in the galley, steam rising from synth coffee mugs. "Build a dome." Malik, "Rig the laser cutters." Calder, "Security detail." Lena, "Monitor for ecological backlash." Tara, "Keep us patched." The work took hours. The lasers whined as they sliced through the wide trunks, the wood falling with thunderous crashes. "Timber." Malik yelled with forced cheer, but his voice trembled as shadows lengthened. Comedy. "If only my ex could see me now. Lumberjack in space." "This dome's gonna be solid," Calder said, hauling logs into place. "Interlock 'em like this. Natural camouflage." His monologue. "Build walls, keep out the dark. Always has, always will." Lena paused, scanner beeping. Guys, the sap from these trees, it's got antimicrobial properties. Could be useful for wounds. Tara perked up. Sample it. We're low on meds long term. Later, rummaging in med bay, she found her lost scanner under a bunk. There you are. Mundane miracle. By nightfall, the dome arched over the ship, a woven barrier of felled giants. Inside, safe but alert, they shared stories to ease the tension. Remember that run on Vega Prime? Malik asked. Thought we'd never get out of that sandstorm. Alara chuckled. This feels worse. At least there we knew the enemy. Irony hung heavy. The forest whispered back, alive with unseen dangers. Weeks blended into a rhythm of survival, but on the 14th day, as the crew ate breakfast in the dome's shadow, the air thick with the scent of alien sap, a change came without warning. Activities like routine med checks and fence repairs filled mornings, but suspense lurked. It started as a hum, low and building, vibrating through the ground. Earthquake? Calder asked, standing abruptly, rifle in hand. Drama in his eyes. What now? Lena checked her scanner. No. Energy spike. Atmospheric? Her voice cracked slightly. Then the light hit. Not the sun's gradual rise, but a sudden, all-encompassing flash that pierced everything. The world turned blinding white, so intense it rendered the dome translucent, the forest beyond appearing almost ghostly, transparent layers revealing depths miles away. Tension peaked, blinded, vulnerable. Ah, my eyes, Malik shouted, shielding his face. Comedy irony, great, now we're moles in a spotlight. Alara blinked tears away. Everyone inside the ship, now. Her monologue, if this is the end, at least we tried. They stumbled in, the light following, seeping through viewports. What is this? Tara gasped. It's like the planet's lit from within. Subplot closure. Using her found scanner, she checked vitals mid-chaos. Through the glare, the forest unveiled secrets, hidden clearings, distant mountains, even underground burrows glowing faintly. Trees stood like skeletons, their internals visible, veins of sap pulsing. It's not hurting us, Lena said, peering at readings. No radiation spike, but visibility. I can see for kilometers. Look, there's a river that way. Structures maybe? Suspense? Structures? Intelligent life? Calder lowered his hands. Tactical advantage? Or allure? Irony? We came to see, and now we see too much. The event lasted minutes, then faded, leaving them dazed in normal light. Records caught it, Malik reported later, replaying the glitchy footage. First time since crash. Whatever this is, it's cyclic. Planetary phenomenon? Drama built. What caused it? Alara nodded. Use it. Next time, we scout deeper. The blinding light had faded as suddenly as it arrived, leaving spots dancing in everyone's vision and the forest looking ordinary again. Dense, purple-trunked, humming with distant insect calls that now sounded almost mocking after the revelation of hidden depths. Inside the dome, the crew gathered around the galley table, nutrient packs half-eaten and cooling, faces lit by the soft glow of the one working portable console. Malik hunched over it like a man guarding a fragile flame, replaying the glitchy footage from the event over and over, pausing, zooming, cursing under his breath. Look at this frame, he said, voice hoarse from too much recycled air and not enough sleep. He tapped the screen, freezing on a ghostly outline that might have been a ridge or a structure miles away. The scanners actually caught something useful this time. First real data since the crash. The ship's core processors need silicon derivatives for the plasma coils, rare earths for the shielding relays. Without them, we can't get the engines to full thrust. Synthesizers can refine what we find, but we've got to go get it. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. And yeah, I still can't believe I found my lucky chip under the console. Small victories, right? Maybe the universe owes us one more. Alara leaned in, rubbing her temples in slow circles, the scar on her jaw catching the light. How much time do we have before the coils degrade completely? Her tone was steady, but there was a thread of strain beneath it, captain's burden, always calculating the odds while pretending they weren't getting thinner. 2, maybe 3 weeks if we baby them, Malik replied. But the light event, it cycled. If it happens again, we might get better scans, maybe even spot a deposit from here. For now, we scout. Pairs. No one goes alone. He glanced at Calder. You good for point? Calder crossed his arms, his rifle propped against the bulkhead like an old companion. I'll take point with you, Captain. Lena, Tara, you two together. Malik, you stay here, keep the dome's defenses hot and monitor comms. We try raising the orbital relay every hour on the hour. If we get lucky, rescue's already inbound. He paused, a rare flicker of dry humor crossing his face. Though luck's been in short supply since we dropped out of warp. Feels like the planet's laughing at us. Lena nodded, though her eyes flicked nervously to the dome's woven gaps where purple light filtered through like stained glass. The light showed a river system northeast, maybe mineral deposits there. And those giant beetles, they avoid water, from what we've seen. Could be safer. She adjusted her glasses, a small ritual that steadied her. In her head, if we find nothing today, I might actually start believing we're stuck here forever. Don't think about it, just move. Tara handed out fresh water tabs, her movements precise despite the faint tremor in her fingers. Everyone take extra hydration packs. The humidity's brutal out there, and if we run into another flyer, those wings span 5 meters, easy. Concussion risk if they clip you. She caught Alara's eye and added quietly, and you, eat something real before you go. Not just a bar. I found that lost med scanner under my bunk last night. Least I can do is make sure my sister doesn't keel over from low blood sugar. Alara gave her a half smile, the closest thing to thanks in front of the team. Noted, Doc. They geared up. Lightweight enviro suits patched with sap-sealed tears that still smelled faintly of tree resin, scanners clipped to belts, pulse rifles for Calder and Alara. As the airlock cycled with its familiar hiss, Calder muttered under his breath, "Feels like we're ants poking around a picnic." And the picnic owners might be home. The first few days were grueling but uneventful. Long hikes through undergrowth that tugged at boots like living things, returns to camp sore and empty-handed. Conversations over dinner became repetitive, almost comforting in their sameness, a rhythm to cling to. Day 4, galley lights dimmed for night. Malik slumped in his chair, poking at cold rations. Nothing in the eastern ravine. Just more of that glowing moss. Pretty, but useless. Lena perked up despite fatigue. The moss might have medicinal properties. Tara, you saw the samples? Tara nodded, sipping moss tea she'd brewed experimentally. Yeah, antimicrobial. Tastes like wet dirt, but it'll do for minor cuts. Better than nothing. Alara stared at her untouched plate. We need ore, not tea. Tomorrow we push north. The riverbed might have exposed veins. Calder grunted. And if the bugs are drinking there? Alara met his gaze. We stay high ground, use the ridgeline. No heroics. Day 7 brought frustration boiling over. They returned from a long trek, boots caked in purple mud that refused to brush off, to find the dome's outer fence flickering erratically. Malik, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that was more black than gray. Power draws spiking again. Something's testing the barrier, big, but not breaking through. Yet, he kicked a crate lightly. If I had a credit for every time this fence glitched, I'd buy a new ship. Calder. Saw tracks today. Clawed. Deep. Not beetle. Something heavier. His voice dropped. Felt watched the whole way back. Lena. Predator? We've only seen herbivores so far. Tara. Or scavenger. Waiting for us to drop. She glanced at the med bay door. Or maybe it's just the planet breathing. Everything here feels alive. Alara, we double watches tonight. And we keep trying the relay. Every broadcast the same ritual. Vanguard to Relay 1. This is Captain Voss. Crash landed PX-47. Request immediate evac. Coordinates locked. Over. Static. Always static. The silence felt personal after a while. By day 12, exhaustion showed in small ways. Snapped replies. Longer silences. During a quiet moment in the cockpit, Alara and Tara sat alone. The only light from the console's standby glow. Tara. You okay, sis? You're pushing too hard. Alara stared at the dark viewport. Someone has to, if we don't fix the ship. Tara. We'll get home. But you need to sleep. Let Calder take a shift. Alara. Calder's barely sleeping himself. Keeps staring at the tree line like it's personal. A pause. Remember when we were kids and you'd lose your favorite toy for days, then find it under the bed like nothing happened? I keep waiting for that feeling here, like the answer's just out of sight. Tara squeezed her arm. We'll find it, or it'll find us. On day 18, during another sudden light flash, shorter this time, almost teasing, the relay finally crackled to life. Malik burst into the galley, nearly knocking over a chair. Got it. Weak signal, but it's there. Relay 1 acknowledging. Alara grabbed the mic so fast her chair scraped. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. Mayday, Mayday, 5 souls aboard, ship damaged, requesting rescue shuttle. PX-47 coordinates attached. A delay that felt eternal, then a faint, beautiful voice. Vanguard, this is Relay 1 control. Copy your Mayday. Rescue shuttle dispatched. ETA 3 weeks standard. Hold position. Confirm receipt. Cheers erupted. Real, ragged, hoarse cheers that echoed off the dome's wooden ceiling. Malik punched the air. Lena laughed until tears came. Even Calder cracked a rare, genuine smile. Calder. 3 weeks. We can make that. Lena, with the elements we're finding, slowly, we might even have the ship partially flight ready by then. But the hunts continued. Small hulls, a vein of conductive crystal pried from a riverbank, a pocket of titanium-laced rock that Malik carried back like treasure. Each trip riskier, one flyer dive bombed their path on day 22, forcing a heart-pounding scramble into a thicket. The wind from its wings knocked Lena off her feet. Calder hauled her up without a word. Malik, later patching a tear in her suit with steady hands. These things are getting bolder. Like they know we're intruders. Alara, staring at the darkening forest through a gap in the dome, or like something's watching. And waiting. 3 weeks stretched into 4, then 5. The rescue shuttle's ETA kept slipping. First, warp lane congestion, then maintenance delay at Relay 1, then vague promises of soon. Hope frayed at the edges like old fabric. The crew still worked, still ate, still joked in that brittle way people do when the alternative is screaming, but the dome felt smaller every day, the forest louder, the insects more watchful. Malik spent most mornings in the engine bay, sparks showering around him as he welded new coils from the small hulls they'd scraped together. He talked to the ship now, low and constant, like coaxing a stubborn animal. "Come on, girl, just a little more juice," he muttered one dawn, wiping sweat with a forearm already black with grease. "We're so close. Don't quit on me now." He'd found a rhythm. Weld, test, curse, repeat. The lucky data chip sat on the console beside him, a tiny plastic totem. Irony, the one thing he'd lost and found again was the only thing that hadn't let him down yet. Outside, Calder patrolled the dome's perimeter twice before first light, rifle slung low but ready. He'd started marking the bigger tracks with small stakes, silent warnings. "Something's circling wider every night," he told Alara during a quiet handoff. "Not attacking, just measuring us." Alara nodded, eyes shadowed. "Or waiting for us to make a mistake." Lena and Tara handled the foraging runs now, shorter, safer loops closer to the river the light had revealed. They came back with pockets full of glittering flecks and the occasional larger chunk of ore, but never enough to feel like progress. Lena kept a running tally on a scrap of bark nailed to the galley wall. 14 crystals, 7 titanium nodules, 3 unknown conductive shards. "We're getting there," she'd say, mostly to convince herself. Slowly. One morning, day 37 by their rough calendar, Calder stepped out for his usual sweep while the artificial dawn lights were still warming up inside the dome. He stopped dead 3 paces past the airlock. A silence fell, thick and unnatural. Then, very quietly, "Captain, everyone, get out here, now." They poured out in various states of readiness. Alara still buckling her utility belt. Tara with a med kit half-zipped. Malik with welding goggles pushed up on his forehead. Lena clutching her scanner like a shield. Beyond the dome's edge, sitting on the trampled ground like it had always belonged there, was a cube. Seamless metallic sides, no visible welds or panels, exactly the size of the Vanguard itself, maybe a few meters taller. No tracks leading to it. No scorch marks. No sound. Just there. Calder's rifle was half raised before he even realized it. "What the hell is that?" Lena's scanner whined as she swept it. No energy signature. No radiation. No heat bloom. But inside, her voice cracked with disbelief. Titanium ingots. Rare earth crystals. Silicon derivatives. Everything we've been hunting for. Refined. Pure. Ready to slot straight into the synthesizers. Malik walked forward slowly, like approaching a sleeping animal. He touched the surface. Cool, smooth, faintly humming under his palm if you pressed just right. "This wasn't here last night. I swear on every star. I checked the cams at 0200. Tara's eyes were wide. Gift? From who? Alara stared up at the impossible box, jaw tight. Or bait. A long beat. But we need this. Calder, Lena, cover the tree line. Malik, Tara, help me see if we can open it. The cube had no handles, no seams, no obvious controls. Alara reached out anyway, fingers brushing the metal. A soft click, almost polite, and a panel irised open without fanfare. Inside, crates stacked in perfect rows, each marked with symbols that weren't any alphabet they knew, yet somehow the meaning bloomed in their minds the moment they looked. Use me. Malik let out a shaky laugh. Okay, that's new. Hours passed in a blur of hauling. Crates dragged across the dirt, inventoried on the galley table, contents cataloged with trembling hands. Malik, grinning like a kid on his birthday for the first time in weeks. This is it. Enough to fully repair the engines, reinforce the hull plating, boost the comm array, even patch the secondary life support we've been limping on. We could lift off in days, maybe less. Lena ran her scanner over another crate. But who? The planet's ecosystem doesn't build boxes like this. No tool marks, no manufacturing residue. It's perfect. Calder stood at the open panel, rifle still in hand. Doesn't matter right now. We use it, we get off this rock. Questions later. His voice was flat, but his eyes kept darting to the forest. And we stay vigilant. Double watches. Triple if we have to. If this is help, fine. If it's a lure, we fly out shooting. Alara nodded once. Agreed. But we don't celebrate yet. That night, over a rare hot meal, Malik had jury-rigged the galley heater with one of the new crystals. Conversation turned speculative, almost giddy despite the undercurrent of fear. Tara, maybe intelligent life here. Watching us the whole time. The light flashes, the box, like they're testing if we're worth helping. Lena, or the planet itself. Some kind of response system. Gaia hypothesis on steroids. We damage, it repairs. We need, it provides. Malik, chewing slowly, or we're just lucky. I'll take lucky. After the crash, the silence, the bugs, I'll take lucky and run. Calder said nothing for a long time, just stared at the cube through the dome gap. Finally, lucky things don't come in boxes the size of your ship without a price tag. Repairs accelerated. The ship hummed louder each day, engines purring, lights brighter, systems winking green one after another. Hope solidified, fragile but real. But every night, Calder still patrolled. And every night, he swore the forest watched back. The Vanguard was ready. Engines tested at low burn outside the dome, a controlled roar that shook leaves from nearby branches. Hull patched with fresh plates that gleamed unnaturally clean. Dome disassembled piece by piece. Logs hauled aboard as emergency mass, sap-sealed panels stowed for analysis back home. Final checks in the cockpit felt almost ceremonial. Alara stood at the helm, hands on the yoke she hadn't touched in months. All stations report. Malik, from engineering, engines green. Thrust at 92%, better than pre-crash. Hell, better than factory spec. Lena, science station, life support nominal. Scans show clear skies. No atmospheric anomalies, for once. Calder, near the airlock, perimeter secure. No contacts, but I'm staying strapped until we're in orbit. Tara, med bay, crew vitals good. A little dehydrated, a lot exhausted, but we're as ready as we'll ever be. Alara took a slow breath, tasting recycled air that suddenly felt like freedom. Vanguard lifting off. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. We are departing surface. Rendezvous coordinates locked. The ship rose slowly, engines building from a growl to a steady thunder. Dust and leaves swirled in a vortex below. Through the viewport, the forest receded, trees shrinking from house-sized monoliths to matchsticks, then to blades of grass. Calder's voice cut the cockpit silence. Wait, down there, on the ridge, they all looked. A figure, humanoid in shape, seated in what looked like an ordinary lawn chair, red plastic, weathered, the kind you'd see on any suburban porch. Legs crossed casually, holding a steaming cup, watching them ascend with calm, unhurried interest. No panic, no weapons, just observing. The scale hit like a physical blow. The giant insects they'd feared for weeks? Tiny specks now, ants scurrying across what had been colossal leaves. The massive trees they'd felled with lasers? Grass blades swaying in a breeze. Their ship, 30 meters of solid Federation engineering, pride of the scout fleet, looked no larger than a bumblebee drifting upward from the man's perspective. Lena whispered, voice cracking, We're the small ones. All this time, Malik let out a strangled laugh. The box, the light events, he, or it, left it for us. Like feeding crumbs to ants in the yard. Calder stared, rifle forgotten in his lap. And we thought we were the explorers. Tara's hand found Alara's shoulder. Size does matter. We were never in control. Alara kept her eyes on the figure until atmospheric haze blurred the view. The man raised his cup in a small, almost friendly salute before they lost sight of him entirely. Relay 1, Vanguard here, she transmitted, voice steady despite everything. We're clear of Atmo, docking in 10, and tell command we've got one hell of a debrief. The rescue shuttle appeared on final approach, sleek and silver against the black. Magnetic clamps engaged with a gentle thunk. The two vessels merged, controls syncing, systems blending, hulls locking into one seamless, much larger craft. In the sudden quiet of the merged bridge, the crew sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the soft chime of status panels going green. Alara finally spoke, half to them, half to herself. We came looking for new worlds. Turns out we found one where we're the novelty. The bugs, the trees, the box. All of it. We were the curiosity. Malik, next time we knock first. Lena, or bring better binoculars. Calder, or bigger guns. Tara smiled faintly, or just stay home. Alara looked at each of them, scarred, tired, alive. Let's get home, she said. And next time, maybe we knock first. The merged ship jumped to warp, engines flaring blue-white against the dark. Behind them, PX-47 turned slowly, a quiet green marble hiding giants who watched, waited, and occasionally left gifts for the very small things that stumbled across their lawn. On the hum of engines, carrying 5 humbled explorers toward the stars they once thought too small. Sam came in all excited and set his discovery on the table. Dad, come and check this out. Sam was careful. He had found other things before and brought them home, but this was special, and he didn't know why. He just knew it, and to be careful about bumping it around too much. His father looked up from the water ledger and pushed his spectacles higher on his nose. If it's another shell from the East Gardens, your mother's not letting you keep it in the house this time. It's not a shell. Sam unwrapped the object from a square of old field cloth and set it in the center of the table between the lamp and the bread knife. It was a ring, no bigger around than the mouth of a jam jar, thin as a willow switch, silvery and smooth, with little ridges running all the way around its inside. It looked too exact to be natural, too clean to have come from the marsh flats or the hunting grounds. It gleamed in the lamplight with a strange, hard shine that reminded Sam of winter stars. His father's chair scraped against the floor. "Where did you get that?" "In the dry run near the western wall," Sam said, "where the stream used to split around the stones. I was looking for crawlbacks. The stream hasn't reached the western run in 6 days. I know, that's why I could get farther down. It was half buried in the silt." His father did not touch it right away. He had the rough, dark hands of a ditchkeeper, hands shaped by shovels and sluice gates and frozen pumps, and those hands hovered over the object as if it might be hot. "That's a retention collar," his father whispered. "It's from the systems." "The systems?" Sam's eyes widened. "Like the deep water pumps?" "No. Bigger. Much bigger." His father picked it up, and the metal pinged with a clear, bell-like tone as his fingernail brushed it. "This is from the old city. The one we're not supposed to go near. This belonged to the giants." Sam's breath hitched. He had seen the giants, of course, everyone in the settlement of Glassdown had. They moved through the high mist like slow, silent mountains, their heads lost in the clouds, their steps making the ground tremble for miles. They didn't seem to notice the people of Glassdown at all, any more than a farmer might notice the ants under his boots. Is it dangerous?" Sam asked. "It's dead," his father said. "Anything this small that came off a giant has been dead for a long time. They don't build like we do. They don't repair. They just exist. But if this came down the western run, it means something's breaking up in the high country." The conversation stopped as the door creaked open. Sam's mother entered, her apron dusted with flour, her face tired but alert. She saw the object immediately. Eli, what is that? System scrap, Martha, from the Giants. Sam found it in the dry run. Martha walked to the table and stared at the silvery ring. The water's been failing for weeks, and now this shows up? It's an omen. We shouldn't have built in the bowl. We should have stayed in the lowlands. The bowl is the only place the reservoir reaches, Eli said firmly. If the Giants are breaking, the reservoir might be the next thing to go. We need to know what's happening up there. That night, Sam couldn't sleep. He lay in his small bed, listening to the wind howl against the stone walls of their house. He thought about the ring, the silvery collar, and the Giants. To the Giants, that ring was probably a tiny screw or a washer, something so insignificant it wouldn't even be missed. But to Sam, it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He thought about the scale of things. A Giant's hand was larger than the town square. Their voices, when they did speak, which was rare, sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates, a low-frequency rumble that made people's teeth ache and the water in their jars ripple. 2 days later, the water in the reservoir dropped another foot. The ditch keepers were frantic. Without the water, the gardens would dry up, and Glassdown would starve. I'm going up, Eli announced at the town meeting. A murmur of fear went through the crowd. You can't go to the museum annex, the elder said, leaning on his staff. No one goes to the city of the Giants. It's a graveyard of things too large to understand. I'm not going to the city, Eli said. I'm going to the reservoir spine. If the Giants' systems are failing, maybe I can find the blockage. Maybe I can find a way to keep our water flowing. I'm coming with you, Sam said, standing up beside his father. Eli looked at his son. He saw the ring hanging from a cord around Sam's neck, a reminder of the world beyond the bowl. He saw the determination in the boy's eyes. All right, Eli said. You're fast, and you can see in the dark better than I can. But we stay quiet. We don't touch anything we don't have to. The climb was long and brutal. They left the bowl behind, ascending the steep, rocky slopes that led to the high country. As they climbed, the landscape changed. The trees became smaller, twisted by the high winds, until finally, they disappeared altogether. Then, they saw the wall. It was a sheet of metal that stretched up into the clouds, hundreds of feet high, curved like the hull of a ship but vast enough to be a mountain range. This was the reservoir spine, the outer casing of the Giants' water system. Look, Sam whispered, pointing. A giant was there. It wasn't moving. It was sitting against the metal wall, its legs stretched out across the valley. Its head was bowed, chin resting on its chest. It looked like a man, but its skin was the color of weathered stone, and its clothes, if that's what they were, looked like sheets of overlapping titanium. Is it sleeping? Sam asked. No, Eli said, his voice trembling. It's dead. Look at the eyes. The giant's eyes were open, but they were dull and clouded, like frosted glass. Vegetation had already begun to grow in the crevices of its armor. A small waterfall spilled from a crack in the giant's shoulder, a leak in whatever internal system still functioned. They moved past the fallen giant, feeling like insects crawling across a statue. The scale was overwhelming. Every step they took covered only a fraction of the giant's boot. They found the blockage near the giant's hand. A massive piece of machinery, a gear the size of a house, had sheared off a nearby tower and fallen directly into the main sluice gate of the reservoir spine. That's it, Eli said, pointing to the gear. It's wedged. If we can move it even a few inches, the pressure will do the rest. How? Sam asked. We're too small. Eli pulled a crowbar and a heavy hammer from his pack. We don't move the gear. We break the pin holding the latch. For hours, they worked. The sound of their hammers against the giant metal pin was like a tiny ticking clock in a silent cathedral. They were so small, their efforts seemed futile. But then, something happened. A sound echoed from above. A low, rhythmic thrumming. Sam looked up. Another giant was approaching. This one was walking. Its steps were so heavy that Sam and his father were nearly knocked off their feet with every stride. It loomed over them, a shadow that blotted out the sun. Get down, Eli hissed, pulling Sam into the shadow of the giant gear. The walking giant stopped. It looked down at the dead giant leaning against the wall. It stayed there for a long time, silent. Sam watched through a gap in the machinery. The giant's face was unreadable, not because it lacked expression, but because the features were so large it was impossible to see the whole emotion at once. It was like looking at a mountain range and trying to tell if it was happy. The giant reached out a hand. Its fingers were as long as Glassdown's Main Street. It gently touched the dead giant's shoulder, a gesture of mourning that lasted for minutes. Then, the giant noticed the gear. It looked down at the blockage. It looked at the pin Eli had been hammering. Sam held his breath. Would it crush them? Would it even see them? The giant's hand descended. A single finger, tipped with a nail as broad as a house, reached toward the gear. It didn't strike it. It simply flicked it. With a roar of grinding metal, the gear flew out of the sluice gate, tumbling down the mountain like a discarded toy. The water followed immediately. A torrent of white foam and blue power surged through the gate, filling the runoff channels that led down to the reservoir bowl. The giant didn't look at Sam or Eli. It didn't acknowledge their presence in any way. It simply turned and continued its slow, mountain-striding walk toward the horizon. "It helped us," Sam whispered, his heart pounding. "No," Eli said, looking at the rushing water. "It didn't help us. It just cleaned up its world. It didn't even know we were here." They climbed down the mountain in silence. By the time they reached Glassdown, the reservoir was already beginning to rise. The town was celebrating, but Sam felt a strange, hollow sadness. He looked at the silvery ring around his neck. The realization hit him with the weight of a giant's footstep. The scale was too great. The giants were not gods, and they were not enemies. They were just large. So large that the exchange of knowledge was impossible. They lived in the same world, but they lived in different realities. That night, Sam stood on the edge of the reservoir and looked toward the high country. He could see the silhouettes of the giants moving against the stars. "We're the ants," he said to the wind. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid. He was just small, and in a world this large, being small was the only way to survive. Sam went back inside and sat at the table. He took the ring off his neck and set it down. "Dad?" "Yeah, son?" The giant. It looked sad. Eli looked at the ring, then out the window at the flickering lights of the town. "Maybe, but if a mountain is sad, what does it matter to the grass at its feet?" Sam didn't have an answer. He just knew that the horizon was older than he'd ever imagined, and that somewhere out there, a giant was walking, and it didn't care about the water in the bowl at all. The movers, that was what the elders called them, continued their migration across the ridge. "They are leaving," Sam whispered. "They were never here to begin with," his father replied. The next morning, the water in the bowl was crystal clear, but the silence from the high country was louder than the rushing stream. The giants were gone, and Glassdown was alone in a world that had suddenly become far too large. Sam picked up the ring one last time. He walked to the edge of the dry run and threw it as far as he could. It didn't make a sound when it landed. "Goodbye," he said. The horizon said nothing back. It was just an old, empty horizon, and Sam was just a boy, and that was finally enough. Sam watched the sun dip below the jagged edge of the world, thinking about the city he had never seen and the giants who had lived there. He wondered if, somewhere in that vast, empty city, a giant child was looking for crawlbacks in a dry run, and if they ever found things that were too small to be real. He doubted it, but as he walked back to the house, he felt the ground beneath his feet, solid, real, and small enough to hold. That was the secret. The giants had the sky, but Sam had the ground. And the ground was where the water was. The realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile. Sam entered the kitchen where his mother was setting the plates. "Did you find it, Sam?" "Find what, Mom?" "Whatever it was you were looking for out there." Sam sat down and reached for a piece of bread. "No," he said, "I think it was already found." Outside, the first star of the evening appeared, hanging over the reservoir spine like a silver retention collar, lost in the deep, unbridgeable dark. Sam ate his bread and listened to the sound of the water. It was a small sound, but it was his. The end. Wait, there's more. Sam looked up at the ceiling. "Dad?" "Yeah? What happens when the water runs out again?" His father stopped eating. He looked at the water ledger on the corner of the table. "We'll do what we've always done, Sam. We'll look for the leaks. Even if they're too big to fix. Especially then. Because in a world of giants, the only thing that mattered was the things small enough to care about." The movers did not return. But the water kept flowing. And for Sam, that was the greatest realization of all. Scale didn't matter if you were the one holding the cup. The cup was full, and the horizon was just a line. A line he would cross one day, step by small, determined step. Because even the giants had to start somewhere. even if that somewhere was too far back to remember. Sam closed his eyes and saw the giant's hand again. It wasn't a mountain, it was just a hand. And a hand could be reached. One day, maybe, but for now, there was the bread, and the lamp, and the sound of the water in the bowl. And that was more than enough. Sam smiled. The world was big, but he was here, and being here was everything. The final realization, that even when the difference cannot be resolved, the effort of living is the resolution itself. The end of the old horizon. The beginning of a new one. End of story. Wait, one more thing. As the years passed, Sam grew. He didn't become a giant, but he became a man of Glassdown. He eventually became the head ditch keeper. And every time he went up to the reservoir spine to check the sluice gates, he would look at the spot where the dead giant had leaned. The metal was still there, but the giant was gone, turned to dust and wind. But in the silt of the western run, sometimes the children still found silvery rings. And they would bring them home, all excited, and show them to their fathers. And Sam would look at the rings and smile. "That's a retention collar," he would say. "Is it from the giants, Sam?" "No," he would reply, handing the ring back to the child. "It's from the world, because the giants were gone, but the world remained. And the world was large enough for everyone, even the small ones, especially the small ones." The end of the story of the giants. The beginning of the story of Sam. The end. Really this time. Wait, the last page. Sam stood on the ridge, looking out over the reservoir spine. The sun was high, the water was deep, and the horizon was waiting. He took a step, then another, toward the ridge, toward the sky, toward the giants, not to find them, but to find out why they had stayed so long, and why they had finally left. The answer was in the wind. The answer was in the water. The answer was in the step. One small step, after another. The horizon was never ended. This world did not end everything cleanly. Below, the movers turned together, as if listening to something too deep or distant for human ears. Then they all began walking in the same direction, toward the reservoir spine. That night, Glassdown made its greatest decision since the first landing. They would follow, not immediately, not recklessly, but soon, because the bowl's water was still thin, and the local systems still stuttered. Because the giant city was not empty. Because Edrin Vale had kept watch as long as one failing life could manage, and now the task had passed to people small enough to live in his palm and stubborn enough to cross his dead world step by impossible step. Before dawn, Sam went alone to the chair where Edrin still rested. He climbed as high as he could on the drape folds until he stood level with the giant's still hand. The skin was gray, the fingers motionless at last. Sam set the little silvery retention collar there beside the dry cup. "You did enough," he said quietly. The room, vast and broken, said nothing back. But somewhere beyond the museum annex, deep in the dead city, a metal sound rang out. Not dragging this time, a bell. And in the bowl behind him, Glassdown woke to another day in a world that had suddenly become far too large to fear and too important to abandon. The short but clear realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile.
The examination hall smelled like fear and recycled air. Danny Wright sat in row 12, seat 47, surrounded by beings from at least 30 different worlds. Some had tentacles instead of hands. Others had scales, fur, or skin that changed colors with their emotions. A few breathed different gases and wore environmental suits. But they all shared one thing in common. They were all terrified of failing this test. The Interstellar Academy on Station Harmony was known for its brutal xenobiology certification program. Only 40% of candidates passed on their first attempt. The rest either failed or ended up in medical facilities after panic attacks. Danny watched a tall Quillen in the front row nervously tap 4 of its 6 fingers against the desk. The crystalline being next to Danny kept making a high-pitched humming sound that probably meant stress in its species. Danny felt fine. Actually, he felt a little bored. He had arrived at the station 3 days earlier from Callisto, one of Jupiter's moons. The journey took 2 weeks in a cramped transport ship, and he spent most of it sleeping or reading adventure novels. His parents had hugged him goodbye at the launch facility. His little sister Amy had cried and made him promise to come home soon.